Chapter 43-64. Although Duan Ling Tian looked young, he felt young as well. However, because of his strength and the fact that he was Sun Yuqian's savior, Sun Yuqian also respected him as a senior. At this moment, Sun Yuqian's words also guaranteed Duan Ling Tian that Duan Ling Tian could leave the reincarnation realm through the Sun family's outer land teleportation formation. Duan Ling Tian saw that Sun Yuqian had solved it so well and did not refuse anymore. If that's the case, I'll have to trouble the two of you. The two of you gave me a chance to go to the outer land through the Sun family's outer land teleportation formation. Then, I'll write off my so-called help earlier. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Although they had just met, Duan Ling Tian was able to feel Sun Yuqian's sincerity from Sun Yuqian's attitude. Sun Yuqian really took Duan Ling Tian as his savior and sincerely wanted to help him. Therefore, he directly pointed this out so that Sun Yuqian would not feel that he owed him a life-saving grace after this. Sun Long was about to speak but was interrupted by Sun Yuqian. Senior Li Feng, how can the life-saving grace that you have for Yuqian be compared to this small thing that Yuqian can do for you? The life-saving grace is greater than the sky. Yuqian will remember it for the rest of his life and never forget it. In the future, if you have any errands for me, I will do my best to help you. Even though it was already after this, Sun Yuqian's attitude was still very firm. He felt that he should repay the life-saving grace with his life. Sun Long also nodded with a satisfied smile at this time. This was how the sons of their bloodline should be. However, while Sun Yuqian was serious, when Duan Ling Tian heard and saw this, he felt extremely embarrassed in his heart. After all, everything that Sun Yuqian went through was carefully planned by him. Those three medium-level ultimate gods were the actors he found. Moreover, in order to get these actors to cooperate with him a few days ago, he could be said to have spent a lot of effort. It could even be said that he threatened and lured them. In the end, he promised that they would not expose their identities and that they would not be targeted by the Sun family. Only then did they agree. It could be said that he was being very careful. If he used this method to go to the outer land through the Sun family's outer land teleportation formation and his identity was still exposed, then he would really have nothing to say. Forget it, even if he wants to repay me, he might not find a chance. Let him be. Now, Duan Ling Tian found that Sun Yuqian was more and more pleasing to the eye. Because of this, he felt a little guilty. If there's a chance in the future, I'll think of a way to make it up to him, and then tell him the truth of what happened today. I really do need his help now. Now, the more Sun Yuqian was the more that Sun Yuqian, the more he was the more he was, the more guilty he felt Ling Tian. Seeing that's Ling Tian, Sun's there. There was a that Sun's, there was not only Ling Tian Long's, there was Ling Tian, not that was a Ling Tian. Sun Linga, Ling Tian. Is Yuqian alright? The two Ling Tian upper ultimate gods were an old man and a middle-aged man. The old man looked kind, but his eyes were fierce. As for the middle-aged man, he looked ordinary as if he did not show his emotions on his face. At that moment, the old man looked at Sun Long with a serious face. Grandfather Hong, I'm fine. Sun Yuqian looked at the old man and shook his head. Uncle Hong. Sun Long was no longer as calm as he was when he was with Duan Ling Tian and Sun Yuqian. He looked a little angry. Those three people just left. They're heading in this direction. If we capture them, we can find out who's behind this. Sun Long did not waste any time and directly pointed in the direction that the three people left in as he spoke to the old man. In his opinion, the most important thing right now was not to complain, but to get the two Sun family upper ultimate gods to chase after the three medium ultimate gods. If they could capture them and bring them back to the Sun family, it would not be difficult to find out who was behind this. The old man, Sun Hong, who was another upper ultimate god from the Sun clan's direct line of descent, understood Sun Long's intention. He glanced at the middle-aged man beside him and walked in the direction Sun Long pointed. Although the middle-aged man did not hear what Sun Hong said, he understood Sun Hong's intention with just a glance. Sun Hong obviously wanted him to chase after the three medium ultimate gods. The middle-aged man immediately followed. When the two upper ultimate gods disappeared from his sight, the anger on Sun Long's face disappeared. He looked at Duan Lingtian and introduced the two men. Brotherly Feng, those two are from another branch of the Sun family's upper ultimate gods. They are also the branch that has the closest relationship with us. Uncle Hong's full name is Sun Hong. He's one of the Sun family's upper ultimate gods and also the person in charge of his branch. The one beside him is not a disciple of the Sun family's upper ultimate gods. He's his adopted son and also has the same surname as the Sun family. His name is Sun Leizhang and he's a genius. Many people say that if Sun Leizhang is not of the Sun family's upper ultimate god bloodline, he would most likely be the current patriarch instead of the current patriarch. Duan Lingtian also knew the identity of the two men after Sun Long's explanation. He was not surprised that the two men were close to Sun Long's branch because Sun Long would only find trustworthy upper ultimate gods from the Yang family. After all, he had set up a trap to lead the suspects to the other two Sun family members who could compete with Sun Yuqian for the next patriarch's position. Sun Long would certainly not find the two upper ultimate gods from the Yang family's upper ultimate god bloodline. If the two upper ultimate gods from the Yang family's upper ultimate god bloodline were to come and kill Sun Yuqian, they might not help Sun Long and the other upper ultimate god bloodline. They might even help kill Sun Long and the other upper ultimate god bloodline. It was better to find trustworthy people for this kind of thing. It's almost as I guessed. However, I didn't know that Sun Hong has an adopted son who's also a upper ultimate god. In fact, Duan Lingtian had done a comprehensive investigation on the Sun family before this. He also knew about Sun Hong, the upper ultimate god from the Sun family, but he had never met him. He knew about Sun Hong because he knew that Sun Hong's branch was close to Sun Long and Sun Yuqian's branch and there was no conflict of interest in this generation. Sun Hong's branch did not have any talented disciples who could compete for the patriarch's position in this generation. Sun Hong was more inclined to let Sun Yuqian become the next patriarch compared to the other two competitors of Sun Yuqian. Firstly, Sun Yuqian was indeed stronger than the other two in all aspects. Secondly, Sun Yuqian's branch and Sun Yuqian's branch were very close. Duan Lingtian was not worried that Sun Hong and Sun Leizhang would catch up with the three upper ultimate gods because he had already told the three of them to change directions after they left. It was best to split up. Although the two upper ultimate gods from the Sun family were strong and fast, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack if they wanted to catch up with them after they had left for almost half an hour. As expected. About a quarter of an hour later, Sun Hong and Sun Leizhang returned. Sun Hong shook his head. We didn't catch up with the three of them. They've already changed directions. We didn't find any clues along the way. It's harder to find them than climbing the sky. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Hong. Sun Long expressed his gratitude and sighed at the same time. However, since we were unable to capture those three people, I'm afraid it will be impossible to find the real culprit behind this. Humph. Sun Hong's eyes flashed. Even so, we still have to get to the bottom of this matter. No matter who it is, the entire Sun family will not tolerate anyone who does this behind our backs. In fact, even Sun Hong now suspected that the three of them were hired by Sun Yuqian's other two competitors. Otherwise, he could not think of anyone else who would go through so much trouble to kill Sun Yuqian. Uncle Hong, please don't be angry. I believe the family will give me an explanation for this matter. Sun Yuqian said. With that, Sun Yuqian introduced Duan Lingtian to Sun Hong and Sun Leizhang. Sun Hong also expressed his sincere gratitude to Duan Lingtian for saving Sun Yuqian. Brotherly Feng, thank you for saving Yuqian. You don't have to worry about the transportation formation in the outer realm. I'll take care of it for you. Follow us back to the Sun family. After we've dealt with Yuqian's matter, I'll personally bring you to the transportation formation and send you to the outer realm. During his conversation with Sun Yuqian, Sun Hong had learned about Duan Lingtian's determination to go to the outer realm. Due to this reason, he did not try to persuade Duan Lingtian to go to the outer realm even though he felt Duan Lingtian would most likely die. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian was just a stranger. He helped Duan Lingtian only to repay him for saving Sun Yuqian's life. Duan Lingtian, using the identity of Li Feng, followed the few people from the Sun family back to the Sun family. The entire Sun family was in an uproar because Sun Yuqian was almost killed. Many high-ranking members of the Sun family were furious. Among them were the high-ranking members of the families of Sun Yuqian's two competitors. Perhaps they were gloating in their hearts and even felt that it was a pity that Sun Yuqian did not die. However, they knew they could not show it on the surface. On the surface, they had to be united against a common enemy. The Sun family was in turmoil. All of this naturally had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian. However, the Sun family had reached a consensus regarding their savior, Duan Lingtian. The Sun family directly took out divine crystals in the name of the family and sent Duan Lingtian to the outer realm to repay Duan Lingtian for saving Sun Yuqian's life. At this moment, no one stopped them. Even the direct descendants of Sun Yuqian's two competitors, even though they felt that Duan Lingtian was meddling in other people's business, on the surface, they unanimously agreed to repay Duan Lingtian. Just like that, Duan Lingtian left the Sun family through the transportation formation in the outer realm of the Sun family. He left the reincarnation boundary and went to the outer realm. Duan Lingtian, who felt as though only a moment had passed, but also as though a century had passed, began to size up the new environment in front of him. This is the outer realm? Chapter 4365. This place. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to realize that he had appeared in a cluster of buildings after arriving in the outer realm. There were very few people in this cluster of buildings. Before coming, he had learned from the Sun clan that behind the transportation formation was a stronghold of the Luo territory of the rotation boundary in the outer realm. The rotation boundary in the outer realm had a total of 3 strongholds. Each of the 3 upper regions had a stronghold. Each stronghold was guarded by the strongest experts of that region. Currently, the person guarding the Luo territory's stronghold in the outer realm was the strongest expert of the Sun clan. Someone is coming from our Sun clan? A disciple of our Sun clan? The strongest expert of the Sun clan was guarding the stronghold of the Luo territory of the rotation boundary in the outer realm. Usually, he would be able to sense every movement in the stronghold. After Duan Lingtian appeared in the stronghold, he scanned with his divine consciousness and confirmed that the other party was not from the Sun clan. As the ancestor of the Sun clan, he could sense the bloodline of the Sun clan. He's not from the Sun clan? Sun Pingyun, who was originally calm, was slightly stunned at this moment. At this moment, the other person sitting in front of him, an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion, looked puzzled. Brother Sun, what's wrong? Nothing. Sun Pingyun came back to his senses, looked at the guest in front of him, and shook his head. There's a young mid-level ultimate god coming from our Sun clan, but he's not from our Sun clan. I think he's a friend of one of our juniors. A mid-level ultimate god? The old man was surprised. Although it's not rare for a mid-level ultimate god to come to the outer realm, it's not that easy for them to establish themselves in the outer realm. A mid-level ultimate god who isn't confident usually doesn't dare to come to the outer realm. The old man said. He should be quite strong. Sun Pingyun hesitated for a moment before saying, since he came from our Sun clan, it means that he has a close relationship with one of our juniors. Under such circumstances, it's impossible not to warn him of the dangers of the outer realm. I think he's a mid-level ultimate god with decent strength. However, at this point, Sun Pingyun paused for a moment before looking at the guest in front of him. Speaking of medium ultimate gods, I'm afraid that Duan Lingtian from your god-defying realm is the most terrifying. It's said that he now has the strength of a superior ultimate god with his medium ultimate god cultivation base. The old man sitting in front of Sun Pingyun was from the god-defying realm. He was the supreme expert of the god-defying realm. When he heard Sun Pingyun's words, his eyes flashed. In the known history of the god-defying realm, I have never heard of anyone who is comparable to him in the medium divine master realm. He is now recognized as the strongest medium ultimate god in the god-defying realm. Furthermore, he has a large amount of divine corrupting spring water. As he spoke, a glint flashed across the depths of his eyes. God-corrupting spring. That was what he had always dreamed of. Although he had no use for it and did not have any disciples, the divine corrupting spring water was a hard currency in the outer realm and could be used to exchange for what he needed. Moreover, some powerful existences were often willing to pay a high price in exchange for the divine corrupting spring water just to cultivate their younger generation. Those existences were very generous with their money. Divine corrupting spring water. When Sun Pingyun heard the supreme expert from the god-defying realm in front of him mention the divine corrupting spring water, his eyes were full of greed. Speaking of which, that person from the god-defying realm is really lucky to have obtained so much divine corrupting spring water. It's said that the news of him obtaining the divine corrupting spring water has even alarmed the three realms. Many people are clamoring that the way he obtained the divine corrupting spring water is not honorable enough. Sun Pingyun said. Pfft. The supreme expert from the god-defying realm sneered when he heard that. Those people are just talking nonsense. What do you mean by not being honorable enough? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Isn't this a very common phenomenon? If they were the oriole, would they say that they are not honorable enough? Ridiculous. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not know that he had become the topic of discussion of the two supreme experts. He also did not know that the two supreme experts who were talking about him were at the stronghold of the Luo region in the outer realm where he was now. According to the supreme expert from the Xia family, the stronghold of any realm in the outer realm is not actually in the outer realm. It is just close to the space barrier of the outer realm. One can smoothly enter the outer realm from here, and there is no need to worry about getting lost or anything, and these strongholds are also protected by the realms behind them. It is very difficult for ordinary people to force their way in, unless many supreme experts take action. However, this situation is very rare. If a supreme expert takes action like this, it will be seen as a provocation. For example, this reincarnation realm is not a big realm, but if a few supreme experts force their way into their stronghold in the outer realm, even if the supreme experts of the reincarnation realm can't do anything to them, they will still ask for help from the god-defying realm. The reincarnation realm is a subsidiary realm of the god-defying realm. Once they ask for help from the god-defying realm, the god-defying realm will definitely not stand by and watch. They will definitely send experts to help. This is also a way for weak realms to survive. On one hand, they rely on the subordinates of a strong realm and are exploited by the strong realm. On the other hand, they also rely on the protection of the strong realm. Being exploited will take a long time before they are unlucky. And if there is no protection from a strong realm, it is very likely that the realm will be broken immediately after being invaded. Once the realm is broken, the people will be in a terrible situation. Only the supreme experts may have a chance of survival. Under the choice, many weak realms also choose to shelter under the strong realm. These were all information that Duan Lingtian knew when he was in the god-defying realm and the Xia family in the world of divine remains. Most of it was said by the supreme expert ancestor of the Xia family. The god-defying realm is in front. Soon, Duan Lingtian followed the almost uninhabited stronghold of the Luo territory of the rotation realm and walked all the way to the end of the road. In front of him was a layer of spatial barrier that was similar to a membrane barrier. The scenery outside also appeared clearly in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. However, the scenery outside changed every once in a while. Occasionally, it would appear in the outside world in a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. Occasionally, it would appear underground, under a lake, or even above a group of volcanoes. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this because he had also heard this from the supreme expert ancestor of the Xia family. The exits of the strongholds of all realms in the outer land would change from time to time. This was also to prevent people from intercepting and killing those who had just left. However, although the exits would change, they would only change within a certain range. No realm could make the exit of a stronghold change everywhere in the outer land. Even if the top supreme experts of the 10,000 realms joined forces, they could not do that. Let's go out. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and passed through the transparent spatial barrier that had just changed in front of him. He entered a vast ocean. It was indeed a vast ocean. It was not in a lake, nor was it in a small river or stream. Instead, it appeared in a vast ocean. Of course, to Duan Lingtian, entering the ocean was no different from entering a flat land or a void. This was because the divine power that rose from the surface of his body was enough to block the sweeping seawater outside. This is the outer land? After entering the outer land, Duan Lingtian's first feeling was that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had suddenly become somewhat thin. Moreover, the surrounding smell clearly carried the smell of blood. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian felt the surrounding seawater turbulence. Then, he saw a huge demonic beast that he had never seen before approaching from afar. This demonic beast had a human form and 4 limbs. However, compared to a human, its figure was somewhat uncoordinated. Moreover, its face was ferocious and there were horns on its head. It looked very disgusting. There's a human in my sea area. You've delivered yourself to my doorstep. This demonic beast looked at Duan Lingtian from afar and spoke in the myriad world common language at the right time. Its voice clearly fell into Duan Lingtian's ears. I've killed many middle-level ultimate gods, the strongest could withstand 32 moves from me. I wonder how many moves a human like you can take. When the demonic beast approached, Duan Lingtian could also confirm its cultivation base from its aura. A higher ultimate god great demon. The other party's words were obviously said deliberately for Duan Lingtian to hear. Human, run. Let me see how you're going to run away. Although it's impossible for you to escape under my nose, who knows if you'll be lucky. The great demon continued to speak. There was a hint of mockery in its tone as if it was a hunter toying with its prey. However, Duan Lingtian's eyes were cold in the face of the other party's condescending gaze. Although he was unsure of the other party's strength, as long as the other party was not an ultimate god, he had the courage to fight it. Although he was only a middle-level ultimate god, his strength was above 99% of higher ultimate gods. Why should I run? Duan Lingtian looked calmly at the great demon and smiled coldly. He then raised his hand and the 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared in his hand. The 7 orifices exquisite sword had already digested a few ultimate god embryos and was getting closer and closer to transforming into an ultimate god weapon. The great demon's eyes lit up when he saw the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. It's a superior god weapon that's close to an ultimate god weapon. Human, you've given me a big surprise. Very good, just based on the surprise you prepared for me, I can leave you with an intact corpse. As the great demon spoke, a god weapon appeared in his hand. Judging from the aura of the god weapon, it was a god weapon that was not any weaker than the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Although Duan Lingtian was a little surprised, he was not too surprised. No matter what, the other party was a higher ultimate god great demon. How could such a great demon not have a trump card when he had dominated this sea area for so many years? In the outer realm, those who could survive and rule over their own territories were the most powerful. Chapter 43-66. You're lucky to have met me when you've just arrived at the outer realm. Duan Lingtian stared silently at the incoming great demon. In the eyes of the great demon, he was already a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, but in his eyes, this great demon was also a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Although his current strength was not invincible among the upper-level ultimate gods. However, there were very few upper-level ultimate gods who could defeat him. Even if it was a top upper-level ultimate god, he did not think he would lose to them, that was unless it was one of the best among the top high-level supreme gods, like his eldest senior sister Huangfu Menyuan, a high-level supreme god who was feared by all the major forces in the divine planes. The 7 orifices exquisite sword in Duan Lingtian's hand radiated sword aura in all directions as the divine power of a medium ultimate god swept out. In front of the great demon's divine power, it seemed a little dim, but its speed and power were not inferior at all. Duan Lingtian's space law vibrated, and a heaven and earth vision that illuminated thousands of miles appeared, shaking all directions. That's right. Illuminated thousands of miles. Previously, when Duan Lingtian entered the dimensional battlefield, the power of law could illuminate thousands of miles, millions of miles, and millions of miles, but not thousands of miles. However, in the dimensional battlefield of the God-defying realm, the power of law that illuminated millions of miles could only illuminate thousands of miles in the outer realm even if the power was the same. In the dimensional battlefield of the God-defying realm, the power of law that illuminated thousands of miles could only illuminate hundreds of miles in the outer realm with the same power. In contrast, the power of law that could illuminate thousands of miles in the outer realm was able to manifest a heaven and earth phenomenon that could illuminate thousands of miles in the reverse God realm's planar battlefield. Illuminated thousands of miles? At this time, the great demon was also shocked after seeing Duan Lingtian's power of law. This was because the power of law that it had mastered could only illuminate thousands of miles. Moreover, the power of law that it had mastered was only the water law. At the same level, it could not compare to the space law, one of the four supreme laws. Fortunately, he's only a medium ultimate god. Otherwise, I might not be his opponent today. The great demon rejoiced in his heart. Of course, it was also vigilant. A medium ultimate god was definitely a genius among geniuses for being able to master such powerful spatial law at such a cultivation level. Logically speaking, such a genius could not possibly be an idiot. But now, after witnessing its strength, it still dared to charge at it? Was it because he knew that he couldn't escape, so he decided to risk it all? However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, the great demon suddenly jolted awake. Something's wrong. He's proficient in the law of space. If he really wanted to escape, even if it was in the sea, there would still be a slim chance of survival. It can only be said that it's a slim chance of survival, but he's unwilling to cherish such a slim chance of survival? Did you choose to fight me to the death? Be careful. This little guy might have some other tricks up his sleeve. Perhaps, there is a supreme divine power? But, he wouldn't think that I don't have supreme divine power, right? The great demon sneered inwardly. One had to know that it wasn't as if there weren't any supreme powerhouses in the Sea tribe. Overlords like them were actually organized and were loyal to a certain supreme powerhouse in the Sea tribe. Usually, as long as they performed meritorious deeds, they would be bestowed with some supreme divine power. Drip. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian did indeed use the supreme divine power. This was because he knew in his heart that if he acted so rashly, the great demon would definitely suspect that he had some backing. Now, he was just revealing his backing. He was also worried that if the great demon was alerted in advance and even notified the other great demons in the surrounding sea, once a stronger great demon arrived, he might not be a match for a group of great demons if they joined forces. Moreover, before he came, he had heard from the supreme ancestor of the Xia clan that no matter where it was in the outer realm, as long as there was a gathering of great demons, there would be no lack of supreme powerhouses among them. When he gets closer, I'll use my supreme divine power as well as my clan's innate ability to kill him. At this moment, seeing Duan Lingtian charging at him menacingly, the great demon, who was also charging at him, saw that the human in front of him was getting closer and closer and had a plan in mind. Even if the other party was only a middle-level supreme god, he did not intend to underestimate him. In the outer realm, a moment of carelessness could very well lead to death. He had lived for many years and had seen too many tragedies of people dying because of carelessness. He would not let such a thing happen to him. Moreover, there were many humans in the outer realm who possessed the power of blood. Some could even form avatars of laws and possess extraordinary combat strength. He was not sure if the human in front of him had the power of blood or the avatars of laws. He only knew that the moment he got closer, he would explode with all his strength and kill the human in one blow. Boom! Rumble. The great demon was proficient in the law of water. As the artifact in his hand moved, waves surged and rushed into the sky as if there were stormy waves on the sea, the kind of stormy waves that could destroy a city. Duan Lingtian seemed so tiny before him, and it was as if Duan Lingtian would be completely obliterated without a trace if he was hit by a huge wave. Human, if you trespass into my territory, you will be seeking your own death. Soon after, the great demon was close to Duan Lingtian. Not only that, but he had also activated his supreme divine energy. Streaks of strange energy swept out of his body. As expected, Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, came to a sudden realization when he saw the other party's tricks. This was just as he had expected, everything was within his expectations. However, this great demon probably had not comprehended the four Daoists of heaven and earth. Otherwise, he would have used them at this moment. Before he came, he had heard from the supreme ancestor of the Xia clan that in the outer realm, even if he met an opponent weaker than himself, he should not be careless. Otherwise, he would very likely be killed by the opponent. Even a lion would use all its strength to hunt a rabbit. Human, let me see your power of blood or your avatar of laws. As the great demon roared, a terrifying attack swept out from all directions. Like a fierce flood, the great demon opened its bloody mouth and bit at Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard the great demon's words, he smiled calmly. As you wish. In the next moment, a law avatar swept out from Duan Lingtian's body. It was his space law avatar. Whoosh! The space law avatar swept out and the sword principle that he had not used before was also used. He became one with the sword and attacked the great demon head-on. When the great demon saw Duan Lingtian's space law avatar become one with the sword, his pupils shrank rapidly and his eyes were filled with fear. The weapon principle. It's the weapon principle. He has mastered the weapon principle of the four Daoists of heaven and earth. No. Impossible. He's just a higher ultimate god human. How can he master such a powerful weapon principle? At this moment, the great demon was filled with shock and at the same time, he realized that his full-powered attacks were continuously being defeated by the law avatar of man and sword. He was no match for a law avatar. No, impossible. Although he knew that the law avatar of his opponent was not much weaker than the original body, the great demon was still terrified. The law avatar had such strength. Even if the original body was not much stronger, it was still stronger than the law avatar. If the two joined forces, would he still have a chance of survival? Run! Although the great demon was violent and bloodthirsty, his intelligence was not inferior to that of a human's. Knowing that he was no match for his opponent, he would be courting death if he continued to fight. The great demon turned around and fled, but Duan Lingtian was faster than him. Demon Venerable, save me. The great demon fled at full speed, not daring to look back. Although he was proficient in the law of water and was like a fish in water in the sea, his opponent's mastery of the law of space was also extremely strong. Coupled with the sword principle that made his heart palpitate, Duan Lingtian's speed terrified him. In a dozen breaths, Duan Lingtian would catch up to him. By then, he would be dead for sure. The human who is chasing me is a medium ultimate god. He has mastered the law of space and his sword principle attainments are above rank 5. Rank 5 sword principle. Even in the outer realm, level 5 sword principle was an extremely terrifying technique. At the very least, among the higher ultimate gods, only those who stood at the top of the pyramid could master this level of sword principle. Even some of the supreme experts who called themselves sword cultivators had not mastered rank 5 sword principle. Medium ultimate god? Rank 5 sword principle? He has mastered the law of space and can illuminate thousands of miles. At the same time, the great demon's voice resonated in the air, alerting the great demons in the surrounding sea. Even some of the great demons who were on par with Duan Lingtian felt chills running down their spines. Such an existence was definitely comparable to a top higher ultimate god. If he stepped into the higher ultimate god realm, he would be one of the best among the top higher ultimate gods. Retreat. Go further away, don't be dragged down by that guy. How did Huku provoke such a powerful human? The group of greater demons in the vicinity, including those at the upper-level ultimate god realm, scared the ordinary greater demons away. Of course, they also began to send out messages to the others. The demon venerable could not hear the great demons scream. Now, they could only do their best to pass the message to the demon venerable's messenger and let the messenger, who had the strength of a top higher ultimate god, know that such a genius human was nearby. Such a genius human. If the demon venerable knows about it, he'll probably kill him immediately. I just don't know if the demon Venerable will be able to find him when he knows about his existence and wants to kill him. The human is not stupid. After killing Huku, he'll definitely leave as soon as possible. A dozen breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye. When the group of great demons fled, Duan Lingtian caught up with them and killed them in a flash. I have to leave quickly. After killing the great demon, Duan Lingtian took his divine weapon and ignored the shattered storage ring as he quickly fled in the direction where he could see land. He did not dare to stay for even a moment. Chapter 43-67. Although it was Duan Lingtian's first time in the outer realm, he had easily killed the higher ultimate god great demon that he had encountered. After killing the great demon, everything was calm. However, he knew that this was just the calm before the storm. He could almost foresee that if he stayed nearby after killing the great demon, the same day next year would definitely be his death anniversary. In the outer realm, most of the great demons are not individual demons. Behind those great demons, there is more or less a group of demonic beasts, and the experts at the top of these demonic beasts are basically the strongest. Even if they are not the strongest, they are the best among the top high-level ultimate gods. Only such tyrannical great demons can lead a group of demonic beasts and make a group of arrogant and powerful great demons submit. Among the great demons, they usually do things their own way. But if a great demon is killed, as long as that great demon is not an individual demon, the demonic beasts behind him will definitely have stronger great demons to avenge him. Before coming, Duan Lingtian had learned a lot of useful information from the Xia clan's strongest ancestor. Because of this, after accidentally appearing in this sea area, he did not intend to provoke any great demons that might exist in this sea area. However, if a great demon attacked him, he could only passively defend and even kill the other party. In the outer realm, one had to be low-key when it was time to be low-key, and also be strong when it was time to be strong. The law of survival in the outer realm was the same as in the god-defying realm. The strong were respected and the weak were prey to the strong. Quickly leave this sea area. On land. The great demons in the sea area, including some powerful demon masters, generally will not leave the sea area rashly. They also have opponents in the sea area. If they leave rashly, their nests may be invaded. In the outer realm, demonic beasts occupied an area and did not occupy a random place. The stronger the demonic beast group, the better the place they occupied. Those places were basically conducive to the breeding of heaven and earth treasures. Usually, many heaven and earth treasures were in the growth period or close to maturity. When the strong left, there was no defense and it was very likely that people would take advantage of the situation. Of course, if the strong left quietly, no one would rashly enter because once the strong did not leave, rashly entering was no different from courting death. Even if he wants to chase me, he won't go too far. Duan Lingtian was very clear about this. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to escape from the sea and onto land, suddenly, a figure took form in the sky above the sea region that Duan Lingtian had left. That figure narrowed its eyes slightly as it looked at Duan Lingtian, who had turned into a small black dot in the distance. This was a young man with a devilishly handsome appearance. He wore a dark blue robe, and his figure was tall and straight. He didn't look like a human at all. However, there were two robust humanoid greater demons following behind him. Their faces were ferocious, and their bodies were strong like bulls. Moreover, the faintly discernible auras on their bodies were extremely powerful as well. If Duan Lingtian was still here and saw these two strong human-shaped great demons, he would immediately know that these two great demons were much stronger than the great demon he had killed earlier. Lord Demon Venerable, aren't we going to chase? One of the great demons asked the tall and handsome youth standing in front of him respectfully. When the youth heard this, he shook his head. There's no need to chase. Now that he has entered the territory of the Crimson Demon Ridge, the Crimson Demon won't let this go easily. It's not worth offending the Crimson Demon for a human. When he spoke up to hear, the young man paused for a moment before he smiled and said, moreover, it's still unknown whether this human kid will be able to escape alive after entering the Crimson Devil Ridge. Although the Crimson Devil Ridge is filled with human cultivators, most of them are the devil puppets of the Crimson Devil. The Crimson Demon won't miss such a demon puppet since this human boy is already so powerful as a medium ultimate god. The smile on the youth's face gradually disappeared. But this is good too. After becoming a demon puppet, that human boy will never be able to enter the ultimate realm again. To us, it's a good thing that the human race has one less ultimate expert with extraordinary talent. A medium ultimate god who has comprehended the space law to the point of illuminating thousands of miles and mastered such a powerful sword principle. The traces left by his attack haven't completely disappeared even now. What a terrifying talent. As soon as he finished speaking, the youth turned around and flew away. The two great demons behind him also left. Duan Lingtian still did not know that he had entered a place called the Crimson Demon Ridge. He only knew that he was safe to a certain extent after leaving the sea and entering the land. Of course, although he knew that the land was safer than the sea where he had killed the great demons, he did not dare to be careless. He continued to move forward while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. At this moment, Duan Lingtian still did not know that his whereabouts had been tracked. At the same time, in a stone house behind a short mountain in the Crimson Demon Ridge, a mirror image appeared in the void. It was a mirror image formed by a formation. What appeared in the mirror image was Duan Lingtian, who was moving forward vigilantly. How dare he trespass into our Crimson Demon Ridge? Moreover, he's only a medium ultimate god. Let's go. Capture him and send him to the Centurion. A group of people stood in front of the mirror image. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man in black armor with blood energy surrounding his body. The moment his words left his mouth, the black armor extended and covered his head as well, making him seem like a black warrior who was completely covered in black armor. The group of people behind him were also dressed in black. Each of them had a cold expression on their faces and their eyes were filled with blood energy. They gave off an evil vibe. Whoosh! The dark warrior was the first to make a move. The 10 people behind him also started to move and follow him. Whoosh! 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 11 figures flashed across the void like black phantoms. The dark warrior in the lead had the cultivation base of a higher ultimate god, while the 10 people behind him were all medium ultimate gods who had consolidated their cultivation base. Duan Lingtian had already noticed it when he heard the sound of wind whistling behind him. Just as he subconsciously paused, he realized that there were rapid wind whistling sounds coming from the front, left, and right. Then, he saw 4 groups of people surrounding him from 4 different directions. The 4 groups of people were led by a person in black armor. His face could not be seen clearly due to the black armor covering his entire body. Only a pair of eyes that seemed to be filled with blood energy could be seen. Behind the 4 leaders were 10 other people in black armor. Whether they were old, middle-aged, young, or women, all of them had a cold expression and their blood energy eyes were terrifying. Duan Lingtian felt that these people were not normal people at all. He's mine. The leader of the group on Duan Lingtian's left let out a loud roar and took the lead to charge towards Duan Lingtian. He also displayed the strength of a higher ultimate god. However, this higher ultimate god's strength was much weaker than the great demon Duan Lingtian had previously encountered. Perhaps, if this person had encountered the great demon, he would not have been able to withstand 3 moves. Humph. Another cold snort was heard and another group of people also charged towards Duan Lingtian. As for the remaining 2 groups, they also followed closely behind. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He could see that these people were organized and disciplined. Could it be that he had entered another force's territory? There were many wilderness areas in the outer land, but there were also many places that were territories of other forces. Let's get out of here quickly. Although the 4 groups of people's strength were average, Duan Lingtian could completely destroy them in a few breaths if he wanted to kill them. However, Duan Lingtian did not intend to attack these people. Once he killed them, it might cause even more trouble. This place was different from the sea area. In the sea area, he could see the land not far away and could confirm that the land was not the territory of the sea monsters. Therefore, after killing the great demon, he immediately headed towards the land. He would be safe once he reached the land. However, this place was land and he did not know how wide the force behind these 4 groups of people covered. If it was very wide and he killed these 4 groups of people, he would inevitably attract more powerful forces. Therefore, he chose to escape directly. He did not want to confront these people directly. Whoosh! In a flash, Duan Lingtian quickly flew away. It was not that he did not want to teleport, but there were many people who were skilled in the law of space among these 4 groups of people. These people disturbed the space and made it impossible for him to teleport. At the same time, Duan Lingtian moved and displayed the law of space. Suddenly, a heaven and earth vision that illuminated thousands of miles appeared. It also made the leaders of 2 of the 4 groups of people exclaim, "Is he the person who displayed the heaven and earth vision that illuminated thousands of miles in the nearby sea area?" A middle-level ultimate god who had mastered the law of space that illuminated thousands of miles. He was definitely a genius among geniuses. In the next moment, 4 messages flew out from the hands of the 4 leaders. After Duan Lingtian discovered this, he quickly left the space disturbed by these people and teleported away. After the first teleportation, he teleported a second time. "I have to leave immediately." Duan Lingtian's face was extremely solemn. After the 4 groups of people realized that they could not stop him, they decisively sent out messages which made him realize that something was wrong. These people must be notifying a stronger existence. In the next moment, a thunderous laughter echoed in a large area around him. A middle-level ultimate god who has comprehended the law of space to illuminate thousands of miles? Interesting, interesting. I'm sure Lord Crimson Demon won't be stingy with such a genius if I offer him to him. Chapter 4368. Master Centurion. At the place where Duan Lingtian was previously at, where Duan Lingtian could not see, the eyes of the 4 black-armored decurions who led the team to kill Duan Lingtian flashed with fanaticism when they heard the loud voice. That voice belonged to their master Centurion. Their Centurion was a top-notch high-level ultimate god who could single-handedly defeat 10 of their decurions. Even in their Crimson Demon Ridge, there were only 8 Centurions under their master Crimson Demon's command. "I'm also good at the spatial law. I'll play with you." When the voice sounded again, Duan Lingtian realized that the large space he was in was once again disrupted by another spatial energy, causing him to be unable to teleport. After realizing this, Duan Lingtian did not intend to stay any longer and continued to flee. Although he could feel that the person who attacked him was only a upper ultimate god who was slightly more powerful than the great demon he had killed in the sea region, if they were to fight, he could easily kill his opponent if he unleashed his full strength. However, what would happen after he killed his opponent? Would there be someone even more powerful in this area? Would there be a supreme powerhouse? The outland is filled with danger at every step. It's better for me to leave now that I know I'm in the middle of a force. This was what Duan Lingtian wanted to do the most at that moment. He wanted to leave this place and at least get as far away as possible from this area that belonged to a force. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian, who could no longer use the teleportation profundity to escape, said in a clear voice, "Sir, I've accidentally entered this place. Please forgive me if I've offended your sect. I have no intention of being your enemy. What I want to do now is to leave this place and walk out of here." Duan Lingtian lowered his voice and spoke sincerely. "Huh," a loud laugh sounded. "You're a guest, so stay." This time, the voice was getting closer and closer. At the same time, Duan Lingtian realized that the formation that he did not notice earlier had begun to swirl around him, preventing him from moving forward. The power of the spirit formation wasn't very strong, but when it enveloped him, it was like waves of a stormy sea. Although it couldn't injure him, it obstructed his path forward. Duan Lingtian's face darkened. He knew that the formation must be controlled by the person who had just spoken. The 4 groups of people that he had encountered earlier were most likely unable to control the formation. Otherwise, they would have controlled the formation long ago. Not only would they be able to stop him, but they would also be able to block his path and prevent him from teleporting. Within the power of the formation, the power of space appeared. It could affect the surrounding space and prevent him from teleporting. However, the four groups of people did not do so. Obviously, they were unable to control the formation. The person is obviously an important figure from this force. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After his path was blocked and he was forced to slow down, Duan Lingtian saw a middle-aged man who was also dressed in black armor and had a bloody aura around him appearing in front of him. The middle-aged man had a square face and cold eyebrows. He stared at him with a mocking smile. A middle-level ultimate god with your strength. You can be considered a genius among geniuses. However, in front of a truly powerful high-level ultimate god, your strength is not enough. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, he did not waste any more words with Duan Lingtian and immediately flew towards Duan Lingtian. The moment the middle-aged man attacked, the power of law appeared. He was an expert in the power of law of fire. Flames filled the sky and his entire person seemed to have turned into an invincible fire god. His high-level ultimate god's divine power fluctuated, the power of law appeared, and the vision of heaven and earth appeared. Illumination for thousands of miles. Moreover, after illuminating thousands of miles, there were signs that it would continue to extend outwards. It was obvious that his attainment in the power of law of fire was much deeper than Duan Lingtian's in the power of law of space. Bang! The middle-aged man's weapon was a huge mace. It was longer than his height of more than 2 meters. The largest side of the mace was more than 1.5 meters wide. It did not look like a weapon that a 2-meter-tall man would use. Instead, it looked more like a weapon that a 10-meter-tall giant man would use. Although the mace was huge, it was extremely agile in the middle-aged man's hands. As he swung it, rolling flames burned the sky like a meteorite falling from the 9 heavens. The mace was swung in the direction of Duan Lingtian. It was also at this moment that Duan Lingtian could clearly sense that the weapon in the middle-aged man's hand was slightly weaker than his 7 orifices exquisite sword. In other words, it did not have as many supreme divine weapon embryos as the 7 orifices exquisite sword. It was even weaker than the divine weapon of the great sea demon that he had encountered earlier. He is stronger than that great sea demon, but the divine weapon in his hand is inferior. At this moment, this thought flashed through Duan Lingtian's mind. At the same time, he felt that it was somewhat incomprehensible. Logically speaking, the stronger the person, the higher the grade of the divine weapon in his hand. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian was completely unaware of this. Human cultivators were different from great sea demons, great monsters. As long as they left their own monster-beast clan, they could kill wantonly. Human cultivators, on the other hand, were more orderly. Although there were people who killed without warning, these people would become the public enemy of others. It was fine if they were strong, but if they were weak, they wouldn't be able to live for long. Seeing the mace fall from the sky, the weapon spirit within it appeared to assist the middle-aged man. Duan Lingtian's heart stirred and he also awakened the sword spirit within the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Then, he attacked again. Not only did he use the power of law of space, but he also used the sword principle. Originally, there was still a huge gap between him and his opponent. But now, with the sword principle, not only did it instantly close the gap, it even overshadowed his opponent's brilliance. Sword principle. Seeing that his attack was blocked by the sword that rose into the sky and was still being defeated, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. At the same time, the blood in his body surged, and the power of the bloodline in his body also erupted instantly. As a human cultivator in the outer realm, he either had the power of the bloodline or could condense a law avatar. The middle-aged man was obviously someone who had the power of the bloodline. Once the power of the bloodline was unleashed, the middle-aged man's attack became slightly stronger. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, he was still at a disadvantage and was completely suppressed by Duan Lingtian. And just as the middle-aged man thought that the purple-robed young man in front of him would follow up with a victorious attack and even kill him in one go, he realized that the other party had held back in time. At the critical moment, after the 7-colored sword light annihilated his power, the sword turned and only sent him flying instead of splitting him in 2. At this moment, the middle-aged man felt a lingering fear in his heart. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of gratitude in his eyes. In the next moment, the other party's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Thank you for showing mercy. If you want to leave, head to your right. Go all the way there and cross 13 hills. You'll no longer be in the territory of our Crimson Devil Ridge. You'll only pass by the territory of a centurion on this path. You'll have to pass by the territories of at least 2 centurions in the other directions. If you go this way, he'll most likely make a move as well. As long as you don't kill him, he probably won't inform Lord Crimson Devil's personal demon guard immediately. If the personal demon guard makes a move, he can mobilize all the formations in the Crimson Devil Ridge. This is a privilege that centurions don't have. At that time, even if your strength is on par with his, you'll most likely be left behind. Try your best to escape. If you're left behind, your life will be ruined here. The middle-aged man reminded Duan Lingtian in time through voice transmission because he had spared his life at the critical moment. In the next few breaths, I'll have to contact Lord Crimson Devil's personal demon guard. Otherwise, I'll be incompetent. If Lord Crimson Devil pursues the matter, even if I don't die, I'll be skinned alive. Whoosh! Before the middle-aged man could finish speaking, Duan Lingtian had already listened to the middle-aged man's words and fled to the right. A moment later, he used teleportation. Lord Crimson Devil? Judging from what he said, Lord Crimson Devil's personal demon guard is stronger than him? If he's stronger than him, he's probably not weaker than the top ultimate gods in the various divine planes, giant ultimate gods forces in the reverse god realm. Lord Crimson Devil is an ultimate expert? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. At the same time, he thought of the sea area he had just left and was suddenly enlightened. Since the Crimson Devil Ridge dared to rule over a region of the sea area, it was more than 99% likely that they had the combat strength of an ultimate expert. Whoosh! 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 When Duan Lingtian teleported away, the 4 groups of people who had surrounded him and followed behind him saw the injured middle-aged man coughing up blood and looking weak. Centurion? The 4 groups of people's expressions changed at the same time. Now, the leaders of the 4 groups had put away the armor on their heads, leaving only the armor on their bodies. Their faces were filled with shock. That purple-clad young man was stronger than their centurion? Was he really just a medium ultimate god? Bang! 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 In the next moment, they noticed that there were sounds of fighting coming from the right side. At the same time, a loud shout was heard. Centurions, I'm no match for this intruder. Quickly come and help me. At this moment, Duan Lingtian met another centurion from the Crimson Devil Ridge and successfully crushed his opponent. At the same time, he spared his opponent's life at the critical moment. However, his opponent's reaction was different from the previous centurion. He was determined to deal with Jian Wushuang and was unwilling to let him go. Get lost. Sensing a few strong auras whistling from afar behind him, including the aura of the middle-aged man he had defeated earlier, Duan Lingtian's face darkened and the 7-colored sword ray whistled out again. This time, although he did not kill, Duan Lingtian dealt a heavy blow and directly knocked his opponent out. I have to leave the Crimson Devil Ridge as soon as possible. After realizing that this was the territory of an ultimate expert, Duan Lingtian did not dare to stay any longer. He immediately fled into the distance and crossed the hills. After the 13 hills, it was the outside world. Once there would be no formation to restrict him and he could leave as fast as he could. However, when Duan Lingtian saw the 13th hill in front of him, he seemed to have sensed something. He instantly came to a halt and retreated immediately. Buzz! In the next instant, a terrifying thunderbolt saber ray whistled in front of him. It seemed to be able to slash the heavens and split the earth. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could sense traces of saber Dao in it. The vision of heaven and earth that appeared when the sword ray was released continued to spread out. It was much more exaggerated than the light of 10,000 miles. Duan Lingtian scanned with his divine consciousness and his expression changed drastically. At the same time, his heart trembled. Light of 10,000 miles? In the outside world, the law that could trigger the vision of heaven and earth and light of 10,000 miles was, without exception, a law that had entered the complete realm. A high-level ultimate god who had mastered this law could be called a top high-level ultimate god even if he did not master the 4 heavenly Tao or other special powerful techniques. Master Tsang. In the next moment, a respectful greeting came from behind. Not far in front of Duan Lingtian, a thunderbolt flashed and a person appeared. A tall, strong, half-naked 3-meter-tall giant was staring at Jian Wushuang with bloodshot eyes. This is the personal demon guard of that Lord Crimson Demon mentioned by that person? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled and guessed the identity of the person in front of him. Chapter 43-69. Boom! The terrifying lightning saber light whizzed down, directly splitting apart a mountain below. A bottomless ravine appeared, like a bottomless abyss. This was the result of a single slash. Illuminate 100,000 miles, Duan Lingtian was really shocked. In the outer realm, illuminating 100,000 miles with the power of law was a sign that one's power of law had reached the perfected realm. Although it was only the small perfection, it was the lifelong pursuit of many upper-level ultimate gods. Many upper-level ultimate gods had not even reached the small perfection realm in their power of law when they became ultimate gods. Of course, one could not become an ultimate god just by relying on the power of law. Even if one mastered the power of law to the highest level, the great perfection realm, one could not become an ultimate god. However, a upper-level ultimate god who mastered the power of law to the great perfection realm was definitely the strongest below an ultimate god. At that level of cultivation, unless an omnipotent expert intervened, no one below the level of an omnipotent expert would be able to kill him. Upper-level ultimate gods at the great perfection realm were rare even in the 10,000 worlds, let alone the god-defying realm. As for the god-defying realm, according to Duan Lingtian's knowledge, there were upper-level ultimate gods at the great perfection realm in history, but there were no upper-level ultimate gods at the god-defying realm. However, even an upper-level ultimate god who mastered the power of law to the small perfection realm was definitely a top upper-level ultimate god. In the god-defying realm, there were not many of such upper-level ultimate gods and all of them were giants. In the outer realm, such a upper-level ultimate god is only a personal demon guard. However, since the owner of Crimson Demon Ridge is an ultimate god, it's not demeaning for such an existence to be his personal demon guard. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he stared at the 3-meter-tall giant before him who was covered in lightning. However, his expression became slightly solemn. In terms of strength, such an existence was not much weaker than him. Moreover, who knew if the other party had other tricks up his sleeve? In the outer realm, there were many experts, especially such a top upper-level ultimate god. Who dared to say that he did not have other tricks up his sleeves? An ultimate god's personal demon guard. He might have an ultimate divine weapon. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted and his heart trembled at the thought. At this moment, he finally reacted. Ultimate divine weapon. That was a divine weapon that was much more powerful than the 7 exquisite sword in his hand. Although he had the embryo of a supreme divine weapon in his hands, which was enough to transform the 7 orifices exquisite sword into a supreme divine weapon, it still needed time. As a result, the 7 orifices exquisite sword was still on the path to becoming a supreme divine weapon. If he has a divine weapon, I might not even divine demon guard. Duan Lingtian. After all, if such an existence had grasped other shocking techniques to the point where they could defeat him, it was likely that they would be able to become an omnipotent expert. One needed an opportunity to become an ultimate power level strength. It did not mean that one would be promoted based on the level of comprehension of the laws or the level of accumulation of divine power. Once one was promoted, it would be like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. As a upper-level ultimate god, some weaker upper-level ultimate gods might be able to become an ultimate power more easily. After becoming an ultimate power, they would be able to crush you with one finger. However, before the other party became an ultimate power, they would not be a match for you. Once a paragon cultivator made a breakthrough, the increase in their strength would definitely be at least 5 times greater than before. In fact, it might even be higher than that. Because of this, Duan Lingtian felt that even if the other party was extremely powerful, he would be able to contend with him with the help of an ultimate divine weapon. However, he would only be able to contend with him. This was not the result he wanted. He wanted to leave the Crimson Demon Ridge as soon as possible. Even he himself did not know why, but in this Crimson Demon Ridge, he always felt uncomfortable all over. Perhaps it was because of the 4 groups of people he had met at the beginning, or perhaps it was because of the 2 centurions he had met later on, or perhaps it was because of everyone else, including this personal demon guard in front of him. These people didn't give him the feeling that they were normal humans. They resembled the devil Dao cultivators he had encountered in the Devata realms in the reverse god realm. However, they did not seem like human cultivators at all. Senior. Duan Lingtian looked at the 3-meter-tall man who was glaring at him with battle intent in his eyes. He cupped his hands together and said, "I have no intention of becoming enemies with all of you. I'm just about to leave." However, the 3-meter-tall man only smiled wickedly when he saw Duan Lingtian's sincerity. "So what? Since you've come to the Crimson Demon Ridge, you should stay. If a genius like you stays, I'm sure Lord Duan Lingtian will be willing to accept you as his personal devil guard. When you become a upper-level ultimate god, you won't even need to consolidate your cultivation base. I'm afraid you won't be any weaker than me." A hint of shock could be seen in the 3-meter-tall man's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. Not only did the intermediate ultimate god in front of him comprehend the law of space, but he had also mastered the sword Dao. He had a feeling Duan Lingtian would become a supreme powerhouse as soon as he became an upper-level ultimate god and accumulated enough cultivation base. A hint of envy could be seen in the depths of the giant man's eyes when he thought about this. He was destined to never become a supreme powerhouse. Even if he mastered the 4 Tao of heaven and earth to become a supreme powerhouse or had other means to become a supreme powerhouse, it was impossible. After all, he was the personal devil guard of that supreme powerhouse. His body was restricted by that supreme powerhouse's power. It was not only a restriction that was close to slavery, but it also restricted his chances of becoming a supreme powerhouse. As long as he was by that supreme powerhouse's side, he would never be able to become a supreme powerhouse. Unless that supreme powerhouse died. A hint of despair flashed in the depths of his eyes when he thought about this. A complicated expression appeared on his face. He knew very well that it would be extremely difficult to kill that supreme powerhouse. Not only was he extremely powerful, but he also had powerful means to protect himself. According to him, 2 supreme powerhouses who were more powerful than him had joined forces to kill him, but he had managed to escape. Of course, he was not sure if that supreme powerhouse was bragging. However, based on his understanding of the supreme powerhouse, even if he was bragging, he would not bother bragging in front of his personal devil guard. If I capture this genius and hand him over to my lord, he might be willing to promise to give me freedom after a certain number of years if he's happy. After all, the personal devil guards by my lord's side have also received similar treatment. A different light shone in the depths of the giant man's eyes when he thought about this. It was hope, desire, and anticipation. However, in the next moment, when he sensed that the purple-clad young man in front of him seemed to want to go around him and leave, he instantly regained his senses and attacked again with lightning speed. Buzz! The long saber in his hand swung and a terrifying lightning saber ray whizzed out again, stopping Duan Lingtian who was about to go around him. It really is a supreme divine weapon. Duan Lingtian's gaze also fell on the long saber in the giant man's hand after he had narrowly avoided the saber. The long saber looked ordinary, but it did not contain any soul aura. Obviously, it was a divine weapon without a soul. However, this divine weapon without a soul gave him the feeling that it was more powerful than the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Moreover, it was more powerful by more than one level. Chapter 4370. The long saber, including the hilt, was about 5 feet long and was dark green in color. It was hard to tell what material it was made of as it looked ordinary. However, when the surrounding lightning surged into the blade, the seemingly simple and unadorned blade gave off a suffocating aura. It was an aura that did not belong to a high-grade divine artifact at all. This aura not only made Duan Lingtian feel suffocated, but it also gave him a sense of oppression from the bottom of his soul as though it contained a terrifying will. A supreme divine weapon, the weapon of the strongest. Even a higher ultimate god would be invincible when using it. When he was in the god-defying world, Duan Lingtian had heard of the terror of a supreme divine weapon many times and knew that it was widely recognized as an invincible weapon. Of course, it did not mean that anyone who had a supreme divine weapon would be invincible. However, at the very least, if one of the two parties had a powerful divine weapon, they could easily crush the other party. This is the personal demon guard of the Crimson Demon Ridge Master, a powerful ultimate god. Now, he's trying to stop me and is even using a supreme divine weapon. An ultimate god is an existence that I can't match. I have to leave this place as soon as possible. Even if he has a supreme divine weapon, he can forget about stopping me. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with a cold light. Today, even if this person was a top higher ultimate god with the power of law at the small perfection level and had a supreme divine weapon, he could forget about stopping him. Whoosh! In the next instant, Duan Lingtian made his move. 7-colored sword rays shone brightly as he displayed all his sword principle. At the same time, his space law was raised to the maximum. Even his doppelganger of the space laws had come out. I just want to leave, Duan Lingtian said coldly. When he stepped out in the void, he moved his 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand. It was as beautiful as the rainbow-colored clouds falling from the 9 heavens. At the same time, his space law doppelganger also made his move and attacked his opponent. Good timing. The giant man's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian making his move. He had been waiting for this moment. Earlier, he had only stopped the other party from leaving. Now that his opponent had made a move, Jian Wushuang planned to exchange blows with him to see how strong this medium ultimate god was. When the saber light and the sword light collided, the giant man was shocked. His face was filled with incomparable shock. This was because he discovered that even though he had grasped the laws of lightning to minor perfection, even though he had a powerful god artifact to rely on, he was unable to gain the upper hand against his opponent at all. Although his opponent was only a medium-level ultimate god, his mastery of the law of space was close to the small perfection realm, and the high-grade divine artifact in his hand was clearly integrated with many supreme divine artifact embryos. However, all of this was not worth mentioning in front of him. He crushed his opponent in every aspect. Cultivation, laws, divine artifacts, even his opponent was inferior to him. But now, his opponent was able to fight him to a standstill with his law clone and sword principle. Was he really just a medium-level ultimate god? If he's not a medium ultimate god but a higher ultimate god, even if he just entered the higher ultimate god realm, I might not be able to defeat him even if I use my bloodline power. At this moment, the giant man could not help but rejoice in his heart. However, just as the giant man was about to rejoice and was about to use his bloodline power, his expression changed drastically. How is this possible? This was because Duan Lingtian, who was fighting the giant man to a standstill, suddenly unleashed his full strength and pushed the giant man back. At the same time, the energy in the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hands suddenly changed. It turned out to be the law of space. In the next moment, the sword light whizzed out and touched the surrounding void, causing the surrounding void to stagnate. In the next moment, the giant man saw the purple-robed young man dashing out of the Crimson Demon Ridge at an exaggerated speed. The law of time. His law of time is stronger than the law of space. The giant man was caught off guard by Duan Lingtian's law of time. The giant man could only watch as Duan Lingtian left the Crimson Demon Ridge. It's useless. When the burly man regained his senses and realized he had no way of catching up to Duan Lingtian, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up into a nonchalant smile. In the next moment, just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave the Crimson Demon Ridge, a solid crystal barrier swept up and blocked Duan Lingtian's path. At the same time, the giant man finally broke free from the law of time and caught up with Duan Lingtian, who was trying to destroy the barrier but could not break it in a short time. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression was as ugly as it could be. That guy had activated a more advanced formation in the Crimson Demon Ridge. The 2 centurions who had come into contact with this formation were obviously unable to activate it. Otherwise, they would have already activated it to block his path. What a monster! the giant man's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief as he stared at Duan Lingtian's back. A medium ultimate god's comprehension of the law of space and the law of time was infinitely close to the initial perfection realm. It was as though he could make a breakthrough at any time with an opportunity. Was he really just a medium ultimate god? At the same time, the Crimson Demon Ridge centurions who had arrived earlier and witnessed the battle between Duan Lingtian and the giant man were equally matched. They had even switched to the law of time in an instant to restrain the giant man. This medium ultimate god is too strong. If he had used all his strength earlier, I'm afraid I wouldn't have lasted a breath. He's too strong. Moreover, I can feel that his life force is as strong as a rainbow, as though he's not very old. Where did this monster come from? Why did he barge into the Crimson Demon Ridge? It won't be easy for such a monster to leave after coming in. At the very least, Master Wuxia won't be able to watch him leave. Of course. Didn't you see that Master Wuxia has used his highest authority in the Crimson Demon Ridge to activate the formation barrier that can stop anyone below the level of an ultimate god? As long as the formation barrier isn't attacked by an ultimate god, it'll be able to last until Master Crimson Demon arrives. Now that the barrier is being attacked, Master Crimson Demon must have sensed it. I think he'll arrive soon. Master Crimson Demon has arrived. He's at the end of the road. As the few centurions spoke, their gazes towards Duan Lingtian were filled with a sense of pity. What a genius. What a monster. Next, he would become the devil puppet of Master Crimson Demon just like them. Once they became devil puppets, their souls would be shackled. If they wanted to break free from the shackles, they would have to become extremely strong. However, the shackles would also restrict them. They would never be able to become extremely strong. What? At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was still attacking the formation barrier blocking his way, was shocked when he heard the centurion's words. The formation barrier had attracted the ultimate god from the Crimson Demon Ridge? Welcome, Master Crimson Demon. Just as Duan Lingtian's expression changed, Wuxia, the devil guard of the Crimson Demon Ridge's ultimate god, bowed respectfully to the person in front of him. At this moment, a crimson light gathered in the void in front of him. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the centurions. This was a young man who was about 1.8 meters tall. He had a strong body and was clad in blood-red armor. He was handsome and looked harmless, but the corners of his mouth were slightly curved, giving people an extremely evil feeling. Welcome, Master Crimson Demon. After Wuxia, the other centurions from the Crimson Demon Ridge also bowed in the direction of the young man in crimson armor. Unlike Wuxia, the centurions lowered their heads as if they did not dare to look at the young man. A medium ultimate god? The young man in crimson armor did not pay any attention to the centurions who greeted him. His eyes immediately fell on Duan Lingtian. Then, he narrowed his eyes slightly as if he was sensing something. After a few breaths of time, a pleasantly surprised smile appeared on his face. In the depths of his eyes, there seemed to be a flash of excitement that disappeared. A medium ultimate god has comprehended the spacetime law to such an extent. What a monster. The young man in crimson armor was shocked. Even Wuxia had to rely on my formation to stop him. It's hard to imagine that he's only a medium ultimate god. The young man in crimson armor's eyes lit up. Senior Crimson Demon. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also regained his senses. He looked at the ordinary-looking man in front of him who made Wuxia so respectful. He cupped his hands and bowed slightly. I accidentally entered the Crimson Demon Ridge. Everything happened by coincidence. I'm preparing to leave now. I hope Senior Crimson Demon can grant me my wish. Even though he was able to tell from the mouths of the several centurions that the person before him was definitely not a benevolent individual, he still wanted to give it a try. After all, he was no different from an ant in front of a supreme expert even if he used all his techniques. Under such circumstances, he could only try his best to survive. In his opinion, if he really became the demon puppet of the Crimson Demon, his path to becoming a supreme expert would be no different from death. Trash. The Crimson Demon ignored Duan Tian and glanced at Wuxia indifferently. You can't even stop a medium ultimate god. You even had to use the highest authority I gave you to activate the formation to stop him. My lord, please calm down. Duan Tian did not expect Wuxia, who was still looking majestic, to turn pale when he heard the Crimson Demon's words. Wuxia immediately fell to his knees in midair and trembled. I was careless and gave him an opportunity. Please calm down, my lord. At this moment, he was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have used his bloodline energy at the beginning. That way, he would have been able to suppress his opponent. His opponent would not have had the opportunity to change the law and catch him off guard. End of chapter. Chapter 43-71. As the Supreme Expert's personal demon guard, Wuxia was well aware of his temper. In the past, Wuxia had witnessed with his own eyes another personal demon guard who was as strong as him and more favored than him being killed by the Supreme Expert because he had no choice but to do something. That personal demon guard had followed the Supreme Expert for tens of thousands of years. He had only followed the Supreme Expert for a few thousand years. That was why Wuxia panicked when he heard the coldness in the Supreme Expert's voice. Although he was one of the top high-level ultimate gods and 99% of high-level ultimate gods were no match for him, he was no different from an ant in front of the Supreme Expert in front of him. He still remembered that the personal demon guard who was as strong as him had tried to resist the Supreme Expert when he attacked. However, all resistance was futile and he was killed by the Supreme Expert in front of him. So this is the Supreme Expert. Duan Tian stood at the side with a slightly stunned expression on his face. He could not help but feel sad when he saw a superior ultimate god kneeling and begging for mercy with his own eyes. The Supreme Expert was not weak at all. If the Supreme Expert used his bloodline power or law avatar, Jian Wuxia might not be able to defeat him without the help of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements in his small world. Even if Jian Wuxia's sword principle was not weak. Jian Wuxia had estimated that even if his original body used the law of time, which was stronger than the law of space, together with his time law avatar and space law avatar, he would only be able to fight to a draw with the Supreme Expert. If Jian Wuxia wanted to defeat the Supreme Expert, he would need the help of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements. When Jian Wuxia was still in the god-defying realm before he came to the outer realm, the 5 divine elements had made use of the opportunity to bathe in the divine corporeal spring. Although the 5 divine elements had not recovered to their peak, they had recovered about 50% to 60% of their strength. Jian Wuxia had no problem borrowing their strength occasionally. However, such a powerful top high-level ultimate god was so weak in front of the Supreme Expert. At this moment, Duan Tian felt powerless in his heart. He could only hope that the Supreme Expert was willing to let him go, otherwise, if he wanted to escape, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens. Humph. The omnipotent expert, Crimson Demon, let out a cold snort. Under the watchful eyes of the centurions nearby, who held their breaths and did not even dare to breathe loudly, he shifted his gaze from Wuxia to Duan Tian. Duan Tian noticed the direction of Crimson Demon's gaze and immediately cupped his hands again. Senior Crimson Demon, it's my fault for trespassing on your mountain range. I hope that senior won't hold a grudge against me. Now, for the sake of survival, even if Duan Tian was proud and awe-inspiring, he still couldn't help but lower his head. Utmost powerful beings were simply too strong. And now, he was not alone. Not to mention that he had a whole family to take care of, even his wife, Kerr, needed him to save. Why did he come to the outer realm? It was all for the sake of becoming stronger and becoming an omnipotent being. He also wanted to find the omnipotent being who had merged with Yunqing Yan and ask that omnipotent being to remove the shackles on Kerr. Naturally, even if he became an omnipotent being, he might not be able to find that omnipotent being if that omnipotent being wanted to hide. However, he firmly believed that even if he could not find that omnipotent being, as long as he was strong enough, it was not impossible for him to find another way to save his wife. In the god-defying realm, he knew that even the omnipotent being from the god-defying realm would not be able to save his wife. However, what if it was the strongest omnipotent being from the myriad realms? They were stronger than any omnipotent being from the god-defying realm. Perhaps, they would have a way to save his wife? Naturally, he might not be able to get them to help him. However, since those people could reach such heights, did it mean that he, Duan Lingtian, could not do the same? Along the way, no one in the current generation of the God-defying realm could compare to him. Even in the known history of the God-defying realm, according to the experts of the God-defying realm that he had come into contact with, there had never been an existence that grew faster than him. If others could do it, how could he, Duan Lingtian, not be able to do it? Moreover, I've also asked the senior from the Xia clan. He said that perhaps the strongest omnipotent being from the myriad realms has a way to save Kerr. However, even the strongest omnipotent being from the God-defying realm would find it difficult to ask them to help. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's gaze became even more determined. He could not let anything happen to him here. He must leave the Crimson Devil Ridge. He could not become the master of the Crimson Devil Ridge, the omnipotent being, Crimson Devil's devil puppet. It's not impossible if you want to leave. Crimson Devil looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully as the corners of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. When Duan Lingtian heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. Even Wu Tsang, who was kneeling on the ground with his head lowered, had a look of disbelief on his face at this moment. Lord Crimson Devil was willing to let this person leave? Impossible, right? Such a monstrous existence would definitely become the strongest devil puppet under Lord Crimson Devil in the future. Such a person could help Lord Crimson Devil do many things. Lord Crimson Devil would let him leave? It was not only Wu Tsang. Even the other centurions present looked at each other when they heard Crimson Devil's words. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. When did Lord Crimson Devil become so easy to talk to? Could it be that Lord Crimson Devil cherishes talent? Lord Crimson Devil cherishes talent? Although these people were not Crimson Devil's personal devil puppets, they were still centurions of the Crimson Devil Ridge. They were considered high-ranking officials and had a lot of contact with the centurions. Naturally, they knew what kind of person Crimson Devil was. He was an extremely powerful and domineering existence. Over the years, all the humans and demons who had entered the Crimson Devil Ridge had either died or become Lord Crimson Devil's devil puppet. There were no exceptions. However, Lord Crimson Devil said he would let this person who had entered the Crimson Devil Ridge by mistake leave. Moreover, this person was a medium ultimate god who could be considered a monstrous genius in the myriad realms. Thank you, Senior Crimson Devil. Duan Lingtian did not expect Crimson Devil to be so straightforward. However, when he heard Crimson Devil's words, he realized that Crimson Devil might have other conditions. In his opinion, as long as there was a chance to leave, he would seize it. To him, this was no different from his last hope. Don't be in a hurry to thank me, Crimson Devil said indifferently. If you want to leave, there's a condition. If you can't fulfill this condition, not only will I not let you leave, but I'll also make you my devil puppet. As soon as Crimson Devil said this, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn. It was coming. Earlier, he realized that Crimson Devil had a condition. Now, it turned out that he had guessed right. When the centurions, including Wu Tsang, heard Crimson Devil's words, realization dawned on them. This was the Lord Crimson Devil they knew. Of course, they were also certain that Crimson Devil would not fulfill the condition because it was impossible for Crimson Devil to let him leave. He must have given an impossible condition. As for why Crimson Devil was so leisurely and elegant, they did not know. They only subconsciously felt that Crimson Devil would not let Crimson Devil leave. Senior, you mean, if I fulfill the condition, you won't make me your devil puppet and let me leave the Crimson Devil Ridge? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and asked to confirm. Yes. Crimson Devil nodded. Senior, you won't go back on your word, right? Duan Lingtian mustered up his courage and asked. At this moment, his life was already hanging by a thread. He did not care about the additional danger. Moreover, in his opinion, this was not considered as offending Crimson Devil. Naturally, I won't go back on my word. Crimson Devil said indifferently. Senior, please speak. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath again and waited for Crimson Devil to state the condition. No matter what the condition was, he would do his best to fulfill it. It was all for the sake of leaving the Crimson Devil Ridge and avoiding the risk of becoming a Crimson Devil puppet. At this moment, Wuxia and the other centurions held their breaths. Even they were curious as to what kind of condition this powerful existence of the Crimson Devil Ridge would give to the person before them. Of course, in their opinion, it was definitely an impossible condition. Chapter 43-72. Of course, the other centurions, including Wuxia, were also puzzled. Why would the Crimson Demon of the Crimson Demon Ridge have the leisure to play such a time-wasting game with the other party? If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that the cold-blooded Crimson Demon had such a playful side to him. Maybe, he's bored. Maybe it's because he thinks the other party is more talented than he used to be, so he wants to play with the other party before he becomes a demon puppet. The centurions guessed in their hearts. Regardless of what they thought, Duan Lingtian stared at the Crimson Demon in front of him, waiting for him to state his conditions. The Crimson Demon spoke slowly under the watchful eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. As long as you can kill one person, not only will I not let you become a demon puppet under my command, but I'll also let you leave the Crimson Demon Ridge. Kill one person. The Crimson Demon stated his conditions. When Wuxia and the others heard this, they immediately thought that the Crimson Demon wanted Duan Lingtian to kill a higher ultimate god who was as strong as Wuxia. At the very least, Wuxia was confident that although the medium ultimate god was strong, it was impossible for the Crimson Demon to kill him. Of course, he also knew that it was impossible for him to kill the Crimson Demon. If they fought with all their might, their strength should be about the same. Senior, who do you want me to kill? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. Although it wasn't Duan Lingtian's style to rashly kill people for no reason, he didn't have a second choice now. If he wanted to survive and save his wife, this was the only path he could take. An ultimate expert was too strong. He had complete control over his life and death. There was no way he could retreat. Kill him. In the next moment, the Crimson Demon spoke again and pointed to the side. Duan Lingtian looked over and saw that the direction the Crimson Demon was pointing at was where Wuxia was kneeling on the ground. At that moment, other than Wuxia, who had his head lowered, the rest of the centurions had a look of realization on their faces. True enough. Lord Crimson Demon had no intention of letting this medium-level ultimate god leave. How could he ask the chief ultimate god to kill his personal demon guard, Wuxia? Master Tsang of the Crimson Demon Ridge was Master Crimson Demon's personal demon guard. Only a peak high-level ultimate god was qualified to be Master Crimson Demon's personal demon guard. Wuxia finally regained his senses under the gazes of several people. At the same time, he subconsciously lifted his head and looked in the direction of the Scarlet Demon. However, they did not dare to show the slightest disrespect in their eyes. At this moment, the Crimson Demon also looked at Wuxia and said indifferently, "You can fight with him. If you don't die, I will forgive your sins today and won't pursue the matter any further. If you die, then it's because you're trash. If you die, then so be it." Crimson Demon's tone did not contain any emotions. Wuxia's eyes lit up when he heard the Crimson Demon's words. "Thank you, sir." Obviously, he did not think that he would be killed by the mid-level ultimate god in front of him. He had a rough idea of the other party's strength. The other party was a mid-level ultimate god who was proficient in the temporal and spatial laws. He also had his nomological laws doppelganger and 2 other nomological laws doppelgangers. In addition, Wuxia's strength was not any weaker than Wuxia, who had activated his bloodline power and possessed a supreme divine weapon. In Wuxia's opinion, Master Crimson Demon was giving him a way out. As for the other party, he would definitely stay in the Crimson Demon Ridge today. Duan Lingtian could not help but frown slightly when he heard the Crimson Demon's words. Kill Wuxia. Wuxia was not weak at all. Without the help of the Divine Tree of Life and the 5 Divine Elements, Jian Wushuang was not confident he could kill Wuxia. At most, they would fight to a draw. Even though Jian Wushuang had the upper hand and almost escaped the Crimson Demon Ridge, that was because Wuxia did not know Jian Wushuang's true strength and had been careless. Moreover, Wuxia had not activated his bloodline power. Come on, boy. Wuxia rose into the air and faced Duan Lingtian from afar. His eyes were filled with indifference as he said, "If you're strong enough, kill me and walk out of the Crimson Demon Ridge." Duan Lingtian sighed and rose into the air. "I have no intention of killing you. However, I have no choice today." Pfft. Wuxia sneered. "Based on your words, do you think you're strong enough to kill me? Don't tell me you think you're stronger than me just because you had the upper hand earlier. What a joke. I, Wuxia, did not use my full strength earlier." As Wuxia spoke, layers of blood qi rose from his body and merged with his divine power and the law of lightning. They fused together and emitted an even stronger aura. It was as though Wuxia had become a completely different person compared to when he had fought Duan Lingtian earlier. The supreme divine weapon in his hand was a long saber. The power of lightning continued to gather on it as though there was a net of lightning around it. As more and more power of lightning gathered, even the void around the long saber began to tremble. "Lord Song, prepare to use your full strength. This is a matter of life and death. Lord Song can't be careless." The centurions present communicated with each other through voice transmissions. As for Duan Lingtian, he gently shook his head when he saw that Wuxia was on high alert and did not dare to be careless. In the next instant, swoosh! Swoosh! Two clones flew out from Duan Lingtian's body. One of the clones exuded a tyrannical spatial energy while the other looked ordinary. However, as the energy around him fluctuated, the void would sometimes stagnate and sometimes accelerate like a torrent of water. Even the wind that blew past him seemed to slow down. They were Duan Lingtian's law of space and law of time clones. Currently, the two clones each had a sword in their hands. They were both full soul superior grade divine swords. They were the strongest divine weapons below supreme divine weapons. Of course, full soul superior grade divine swords were also divided into different grades. The number of full soul superior grade divine swords depended on how many supreme divine weapon embryos they had fused with. For example, the swords in the hands of Duan Lingtian's two clones had not yet been integrated into the supreme divine weapon embryo. This was because the supreme divine weapon embryo in his hand was only enough for the seven orifices exquisite sword in his body to absorb and transform. Although the sword souls of the two clones were envious, they did not dare to say anything. After all, the sword soul of the seven orifices exquisite sword, Huang, was the first to follow Duan Lingtian. As for Duan Lingtian's body, he pointed the seven orifices exquisite sword in his hand at Wuxia. His gaze was calm and indifferent. "Do you think I don't know that you didn't use your full strength just now? Or, do you think that I used all my strength just now?" When Duan Lingtian said this, Wuxia's expression changed slightly. Then, he sneered, deliberately mystifying things. In his opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to have a stronger technique. If he did, he would have used it long ago. There was no need for him to use the law of time and law of time clones at the critical moment to catch Wuxia off guard and then take the opportunity to escape. Wuxia and the other centurions present felt that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying things. Only the master of the Crimson Demon Ridge, the supreme powerhouse Crimson Demon, who was standing in the first level of the void, looked at the purple figure standing in the void meaningfully. "It seems like he really does have other trump cards," Crimson Demon thought to himself. As this thought crossed his mind, the depths of Crimson Demon's eyes were burning with desire. How many years had it been? He had thought that he would be forced to compromise. However, it seemed like the person he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Chapter 43-73. Trying to be mysterious? Upon hearing Wuxia's words, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and did not say anything else. His divine power vibrated and the power of the law of time integrated into it. The seven orifices exquisite sword shone brightly. The avatars of the law of time and law of space flew out and surrounded Wuxia from three directions. Clearly, they did not intend to give Wuxia a way out. What an unnecessary move. Wuxia sneered disdainfully when he saw this. Do you really think that I would choose to retreat in front of you? What a joke. Brat, I'll show you my full strength now. As soon as Wuxia finished speaking, his body moved and thunder rumbled. A shocking saber ray whizzed out from the rolling thunder and went straight for Duan Lingtian's original body. At this moment, Wuxia seemed to have transformed into a lightning saber god. Lightning flashed around his body as if he had stolen all the light in the world. This is Lord Song's true strength. That medium-level supreme god has underestimated Lord Song. The few centurions present all looked at Wuxia with respect. Duan Lingtian's original body faced the menacing Wuxia and went up to him. At the same time, he opened up his mini-world and communicated with the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements in his mini-world. He borrowed their power and swept out with the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Of course, these powers could not perfectly integrate with Duan Lingtian's power and could only follow Duan Lingtian's attacks. Even so, these powers did not clash with Duan Lingtian's power. Instead, they seemed to be another power that was attached to his body and cooperated with him. I have no choice. Although Duan Lingtian knew that it was not a good thing for him to expose the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, he also knew that he had no other choice. Moreover, even if he exposed the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, it would not be easy for someone to take the divine tree of life away. As for the 5 divine elements, unless the other party also had a high level of the 5 divine elements, they would not be able to threaten the 5 divine elements. At most, they would be able to defeat the 5 divine elements. Most importantly, now, his life was hanging by a thread in the hands of a powerful expert not far away. His opponent could kill him as easily as cutting grass. If he really killed him, the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements would still be discovered. Die. Duan Lingtian's original body made a move. The power of the sacred tree of life and the 5 divine elements followed him like a shadow. At this moment, there was a hint of sternness in his indifferent gaze. Today, he had merely entered this place by mistake and had not done anything offensive. But now, he was in a life and death situation. Even if he was weak in front of an ultimate expert, he was not afraid of a mere high-level ultimate god. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, his 2 clones also made their move. Although the strength of the doppelganger was much weaker than the strength of the main body, at this moment, the main body had the power of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements. Facing Wuxia, who had activated his bloodline power and was no longer holding back, the doppelganger was at ease. After a few exchanges, the doppelganger grasped the rhythm of the attack and even gained the upper hand. The tree of life. The 5 divine elements. At this moment, the ultimate expert, Crimson Demon, who had already guessed that Duan Lingtian was hiding his strength, could not help but be shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian make a move again and use 2 powers that did not belong to him. It was not a big deal if it was the tree of life. It was normal for a medium ultimate god like Duan Lingtian to encounter the tree of life in advance and obtain the blessing of the tree of life. In fact, there were many ultimate gods in the outer realm who possessed the tree of life. But the 5 divine elements, in the outer realm, it wasn't that no one had the 5 divine elements, it was just that those who had the 5 divine elements only had one type of 5 divine elements. There were also some people who had multiple types of 5 divine elements and forced the 5 divine elements to coexist, but in the end, none of them had a good ending. At least, he had never heard of anyone who had more than 2 types of divine elements in the current era who could enter the ultimate god realm. All of them died prematurely. Some said that it was a curse of the 5 divine elements that prevented existences above the level of ultimate god from controlling more than 2 of the 5 divine elements. However, what did he see today? A talented mid-level ultimate god who possessed 5 types of 5 divine elements had stepped into the ultimate god realm and could easily control the power of all 5 types of 5 divine elements. What did this mean? The 5 divine elements are all prideful. Perhaps, when they were weak, they were forced to let the other 5 divine elements coexist in the same host. However, when they grow stronger, they will betray their masters. After all, the outer realm is so big. Without a master, they can always find another master. Perhaps, the next master will be better and more suitable for them. Crimson Demon knew a little about the 5 divine elements because he had a good friend who had attained the ultimate god realm as one of the 5 divine elements. 5 types of divine elements. Moreover, they are all high-level divine elements, yet they are willing to follow him until today and get along well with him. This means that all 5 of the divine elements have acknowledged him. How monstrous must he be to make all 5 types of divine elements acknowledge him and coexist in his body? Crimson Demon was shocked. At the same time, his eyes burned even more intensely. He was overjoyed. He did not expect to meet such a monstrous genius. A true monstrous genius. I've never heard of anyone above the ultimate god realm who has more than 2 types of divine elements. However, there have been such people in the history of the outer realm. Without exception, all of them have been acknowledged by the divine elements and felt that it would be difficult to find a better master without them. The purple-clad young man in front of him could make all 5 types of divine elements react in such a manner. He was definitely one of the best in the outer realm. I found a treasure this time, perhaps, he can really fulfill my expectations. Crimson Demon began to look forward to it after recovering from his shock. The gleam in his eyes grew brighter. At the same time, the centurions from Crimson Demon Ridge initially thought that even if the middle-level ultimate god in front of them was not weak and was on par with Master Tsang, they would at most be on par with Master Tsang. It was almost impossible for him to kill Master Tsang. But now, the change in the situation before their eyes caused their expressions to change continuously. Lightning flashed in all directions and the saber gleamed fiercely. Master Wuxia from Crimson Demon Ridge had used all his means. Every slash of his saber seemed to be able to tear the sky apart. It was ferocious and domineering. They knew that if they were targeted by Wuxia, they would not be able to withstand a single slash. There was a 99% chance that they would be killed on the spot. However, even in the face of such a powerful opponent, the purple-clad young man came and went like the wind. He was surrounded by sharp sword gleams that shot into the sky and easily blocked every slash of Wuxia's. Moreover, he did not look like he was forcing himself. He has 2 law clones. Oh my god. How can he be so strong? Do you see that? The 2 energies surrounding the divine sword in his hand obviously don't belong to him. However, the 2 energies are completely compatible with him. It's as though he's controlling them like they're his arms. What kind of energy is that? One of the energies is filled with vitality. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the energy of the divine tree of life. This monster has the divine tree of life in his little world. The divine tree of life? It's said that if someone below the level of an ultimate god obtains the complete divine tree of life and allows it to move into his little world, he can use the divine tree of life to become an ultimate god in the future. He actually has the divine tree of life? It's not strange for such a monster to have the divine tree of life. What I'm curious about is the other energy. It seems like the energy of the 5 divine elements, but it doesn't seem like it. What do you mean? That energy seems to be a mixture of the 5 divine elements. How can it be the 5 divine elements? 2 of the 5 divine elements can't coexist, let alone 5. Moreover, I've never heard of anyone above the ultimate god realm who has more than 2 of the 5 divine elements. The centurions were whispering among themselves. Wuxia was completely dumbfounded. Even in his wildest dreams, he did not expect his opponent to not use his full strength either. Impossible. How can he control the energy of the 5 divine elements? Unlike the other centurions, Wuxia was certain that the purple-clad young man had borrowed one of the 2 powers from the 5 divine elements. Furthermore, the levels of the 5 divine elements were not low. They were all very powerful divine elements. However, the fact that the 5 divine elements were willing to coexist in the purple-clad young man's body meant they had acknowledged him. They did not think they would be able to find a more suitable host if they left the purple-clad young man. Wuxia had lived for a very long time. It was only natural for him to know a lot of things. There's also the divine tree of life. Wuxia had already given it his all. In the beginning, he was still able to fight evenly with the purple-clad young man's true body. However, as time passed, Wuxang's energy was being depleted. On the other hand, the purple-clad young man had the help of the Divine Tree of Life. This was because the Divine Tree of Life was constantly healing his body while lending him energy to attack. In terms of endurance, the purple-clad young man was much better than him. Moreover, the purple-clad young man was not using his full strength yet. The purple-clad young man's two powerful law clones were only watching from the sidelines and had yet to join the battle. If the purple-clad young man's two law clones joined the battle, Wuxang could foresee his defeat and death. This can't go on, let's make a move first and destroy his two law clones. If his law clones are destroyed, his true body will be affected as well. As long as I find the best opportunity to injure his true body, I might be able to kill him. Wuxang had lived for many years and had fought for many years. He had rich combat experience and quickly came up with a countermeasure. Naturally, he did not make a move to attack Duanling Tian's law clone immediately. Instead, he pretended to attack Duanling Tian's true body. Buzz! A saber ray shot up to the sky and swept toward Duanling Tian's true body. Chapter 43-74. Although Wuxang was at a disadvantage, he still had the confidence to win. He had fought many battles in his life. Twice, he had fought battles that seemed certain to be a losing battle. However, he still managed to turn the tables and obtain the final victory. Therefore, he would always be calmer at times like this. Just like now. So long as I defeat his two clones of the laws, then his main body will definitely be affected. At that time, if I seize the opportunity and give him a thunderous strike, then I'll have a very high chance of turning the tables and even killing him. Humph. You want to kill me, Wuxang? You're too naive. When Wuxang attacked Duanling Tian's original body, his expression was fierce and his eyes were filled with anger. He looked as though he had lost his mind and wanted to fight to the death. However, in reality, he was extremely calm. As for his appearance, it was just to confuse Duanling Tian. As for Duanling Tian, he naturally thought that Wuxang wanted to fight to the death. Wuxang wanted to show off his brilliance before he died. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Duanling Tian did not know how strong the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life were. Therefore, before he borrowed the power of the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life, he had summoned his 2 avatars to fight to the death. However, after experiencing it personally, he realized how strong the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life were. Even if he only used his original body, he would be able to defeat Wuxang. As for the 2 avatars, they seemed a little redundant. I'll keep the avatars. I don't want to be injured and have to heal them. With that thought in mind, Duanling Tian teleported and disappeared from Wuxang's attack range. Then, he appeared in front of one of the avatars. The avatars merged with his original body as soon as he appeared. A second teleportation. Duanling Tian's original body appeared next to the avatars. The avatars also entered his body. At this moment, the 2 avatars returned to Duanling Tian's body. At this moment, Wuxang, who had just regained his senses, was shocked when he saw this scene. How is this possible? Wuxang's heart trembled. Did this brat realize my plan? How is this possible? How can his senses be so sharp? He's clearly in a sure-win situation, and I look like I'm going to fight him to the death. Why is he spending so much effort to withdraw his 2 law clones? Wuxang found it hard to accept. The scene before him also meant that his plan had failed. When Duanling Tian saw the change in Wuxang's expression, he was first startled. Then, as if he had thought of something, his pupils shrank rapidly as fear filled his heart. This fellow actually intends to target my law clone? After Duanling Tian withdrew his 2 law clones, he saw Wuxang's expression change drastically. Wuxang, who seemed to have lost his mind, At this moment, Duanling Tian could guess Wuxang's intention. He didn't expect that he would actually escape this calamity by accident. Even though he might not be the one to perish in the end, even if he didn't perish, he would definitely suffer some injuries. Is it luck? Or did he see through Wucang's intentions? The supreme powerhouse, Crimson Demon, who had been watching the battle from the side, looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. Wucang was his personal demon guard who had been with him for many years. He knew very well what kind of person Wucang was. He was definitely not the kind of person who would lose his mind in the face of death. Under such circumstances, Wucang would only be calmer. Of course, he had not guessed Wucang's intentions in the beginning. It was only when he saw Wucang's expression change drastically when the purple-clad young man withdrew his 2 law clones that he realized Wucang's intentions. It was obvious that Wucang had his eyes on the purple-clad young man's law clones. The law clones are both a help and a burden. If they're defeated, the purple-clad young man will still be affected for a short period of time. Although the purple-clad young man is stronger than Wucang with the help of the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life, it's not by much. If Wucang really defeats the purple-clad young man's law clones, even if it's just one, as long as he grasps the opportunity, he'll be able to turn things around. At this moment, Crimson Demon suddenly felt a little reluctant to see Wucang die. However, when his eyes fell on the purple-clad young man again, he immediately suppressed this thought. If I save Wucang, he'll definitely be wary of me. It'll be detrimental to my future plans. Forget it. It's worth it to lose Wucang in exchange for such a monstrous genius. Crimson Demon's heart calmed down when he thought of this. The other Crimson Demon Ridge Centurions who were present still had a look of disbelief on their faces. They had never thought that Lord Song, who they thought had few rivals among the upper ultimate gods, would one day be at a disadvantage in front of a medium ultimate god. Where did this medium ultimate god come from? He's so monstrous. Could he be a top genius from one of the top realms in the myriad of worlds? The Centurions secretly guessed. Of course, they were not worried that the purple-clad young man had a powerful background and would bring disaster to Crimson Demon Ridge. The formation in Crimson Demon Ridge was enough to prevent the purple-clad young man from leaking information to the outside world. Moreover, their Lord Crimson Demon was not someone to be trifled with. It was impossible for him to put himself and Crimson Demon Ridge in danger. That's a good idea. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Duan Lingtian, who had guessed Wucang's thoughts, glanced at him indifferently and said indifferently, "Next, I'll fight you with my original body alone." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian made his move. He withdrew the space law and the time law appeared again. Earlier, he had withdrawn the time law and used the space law when he collected his law clone. Now, he changed the law again. The 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand shot out toward Wucang. Although Wucang had regained his senses and blocked Duan Lingtian's attack, he had lost most of his fighting spirit now that his plan had failed. Under such circumstances, Wucang did not even last 10 moves against Duan Lingtian before he was killed by Duan Lingtian. A top-notch high-level ultimate god who had comprehended the thunder law to the complete realm had fallen just like that. After Wucang's death, the sky above Crimson Demon Ridge was filled with flashes of lightning. Bolts of lightning exploded in the sky as if announcing something had happened. At the same time, after the lightning exploded, a tall shadow appeared in the sky for a moment before it crashed down. This scene was very similar to the heaven and earth vision that Duan Lingtian had seen when he was still in the god-defying realm. In fact, the heaven and earth vision of a high-level ultimate god's death in the god-defying realm's dimensional battlefield was also an imitation of the outer realm. However, the outer realm's heaven and earth vision was far less exaggerated. If an expert like Wucang had fallen in the god-defying realm's dimensional battlefield, it would have been earth-shattering. However, in the outer realm's heaven and earth vision, there were only a dozen bolts of lightning floating in the void. As for the fallen shadow that appeared before his death, although it was huge, it was not very conspicuous. One might not be able to see it outside of the Crimson Demon Ridge. He's fallen. The Crimson Demon Ridge's centurions were still in disbelief. Their Crimson Demon Ridge's Lord Song, who was extremely powerful in their eyes, had fallen just like that. 2 of the centurions who had fought with Duan Lingtian were even more terrified. They were glad that Duan Lingtian had not killed them. Otherwise, they would have died without a doubt. "Senior." At the same time, after killing Wuxia, Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on the master of Crimson Demon Ridge, the ultimate master, Crimson Demon. At that moment, Duan Lingtian looked calm on the surface, but he was actually a little nervous. He was afraid that Crimson Demon would go back on his word. If that happened, he would not be able to escape and everything he had done earlier would be useless. Chapter 4375. Duan Lingtian had not felt so powerless in a long time. He had stepped into the medium ultimate god realm and consolidated his cultivation base. Even if he could not defeat a powerful upper ultimate god, he was confident that he could escape from the opponent. However, the person in front of him today was an ultimate god who stood at the top of the pyramid of the 10,000 realms. Such an existence could kill a top upper ultimate god like cutting grass. It was the same for Duan Lingtian. If the ultimate god went back on his word, he would have no choice but to be at his mercy. Why? Are you afraid that I'll go back on my word? The owner of Crimson Demon Ridge, the ultimate god Crimson Demon, saw through Duan Lingtian's thoughts and asked with a disdainful smile. I wouldn't dare. Duan Lingtian quickly lowered his head. At this time, he could not provoke the ultimate god Crimson Demon. Otherwise, if the ultimate god went back on his word, he would be completely finished. Under the eaves, one had to lower one's head. If he was alone in this world, what harm would it do even if he died standing up? Wasn't this his previous life as a soldier king? Who could make him, Ling Tian, lower his head? Today, in this life, he had too many concerns. Not to mention the distant ones, but the near ones. He had to save his life to save his wife, Ker. He had worked hard for the past 1,000 years to meet his wife, Ker. However, he did not expect that when they met, his wife, Ker, would be in a coma. If Ker could not recover within a certain period of time, Ker might be completely destroyed. When he was in the Xia family, he learned from the third master of the Xia family, Xia Jia, what his wife, Ker, had done in the past 1,000 years. Of course, there were many things that he already knew when he went out of the Xia family alone to gather information. Ker had been working hard for their future. Seeing Duan Lingtian lower his head, the ultimate god Crimson Demon smiled faintly as if he was very satisfied with this scene. So what if he was a genius? In front of the ultimate god Crimson Demon, he still had to lower his head. Don't worry. The Crimson Demon said indifferently, since I promised you, I will naturally fulfill my promise. I won't let you become my puppet, and I won't let you stay in the Crimson Devil Ridge. Now, you can leave. As soon as the Scarlet Demon's voice faded, the array formation barrier that Wuxia had opened earlier turned illusory and disappeared completely. The path ahead was now clearly visible to Duan Lingtian. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian finally breathed a sigh of relief. After that, he cupped his hands towards Crimson Demon and thanked him before leaving in a flash. Teleportation. Second teleportation. After leaving the Crimson Magic Ridge, Duan Lingtian did not feel safe at all. He teleported all the way without hesitation. If the other party changed his mind at the last moment, he would still be in trouble while he was still nearby. If he ran far away, even if the other party changed their mind, they might not be able to catch up to him. In the Crimson Devil Ridge, when the Centurions saw that their Lord Crimson Demon had actually let go of the genius, they looked at each other in disbelief. Since when did their Lord Crimson Devil Ridge become so easy to talk to? You can all deal with this place and then leave. The Crimson Demon glanced at the Centurions before his body gradually turned illusory. After a while, he disappeared without a trace. It was obvious that he had also left. Yes, Lord Crimson Demon. The Centurions responded in fear and then began to deal with the ruins. When their eyes fell on Wuxia's body, they could not help but fall silent. Wuxia, the personal demon guard of the Lord Crimson Demon, had died just like that. Moreover, he had indirectly died at the hands of the Lord Crimson Demon. When Wuxia was alive, he was an existence that they all looked up to. In the eyes of the Lord Crimson Demon, Wuxia was a chess piece that could be discarded at any time. In the eyes of the Lord Crimson Demon, they were definitely even more insignificant chess pieces. Of course, they knew that they had no choice. After all, they were the devil puppets of the Lord Crimson Demon. Do you think Lord Crimson Demon is really so kind as to let that prodigy go? One of the centurions asked the other centurions through voice transmission as he cleaned up the ruins. I don't think it's possible. Lord Crimson Demon probably has a backup plan, one of the centurions said. Another centurion said, many years ago, I heard that Lord Crimson Devil has been searching for young geniuses. Moreover, he even brought back many young geniuses. However, those young geniuses did not appear in Crimson Devil Ridge in the end. No one knows where they went. I'm afraid only Lord Crimson Demon himself knows about this. However, I have a feeling that Lord Crimson Demon won't really let that prodigy go. Do you mean Lord Crimson Demon will go back on his word? That's not necessarily true. Even if Lord Crimson Demon doesn't go back on his word, he can still make a move on that prodigy. As long as he doesn't leave him in the Crimson Devil Ridge and turn him into a devil puppet, he won't go back on his word even if he kills him, right? At the same time, at a place extremely far away from the Crimson Devil Ridge, Duan Lingtian, who was still on his way, could not help but have a change of expression when he saw the figure that seemed to have appeared out of thin air in front of him. This was because the person blocking his way was none other than someone from the Crimson Devil Ridge, the Crimson Demon. He was so powerful that Duan Lingtian could not arouse any desire to fight him at all. When he saw the Crimson Demon blocking his way, Duan Lingtian did not turn around to flee. Instead, he directly went forward to meet the Crimson Demon head-on. This was because he knew he had no chance of escaping under the watch of a supreme powerhouse like the Crimson Demon. Since that was the case, what was the point of running? Moreover, he was not sure if the Crimson Demon was going to go back on his word. If he really wanted to go back on his word, he could do so in the Crimson Devil Ridge. He did not think the Crimson Demon would need to put on a false front in front of his devil puppets. Senior, is there something you need from me? After Duan Lingtian went forward, he looked at the Crimson Demon with a calm expression and asked bluntly. The Crimson Demon smiled mockingly when he saw Duan Lingtian's appearance. You have some guts. However, why don't you think I'm here to stop you because I want to go back on my word? I did think so at the beginning. Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm, but he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Based on the Crimson Demon's attitude, he should not be here because he wanted to go back on his word. However, on second thought, if Senior really wants to go back on his word, there's no need to ask me to leave the Crimson Devil Ridge. You can just leave me here. Duan Lingtian said. The Crimson Demon looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. Indeed, I don't intend to go back on my word. However, my promise to you is that I won't leave you in the Crimson Devil Ridge and won't let you become my devil puppet. I didn't promise not to kill you. Almost as soon as the Crimson Devil finished speaking, Duan Lingtian felt a terrifying killing intent coming straight at him. In just a blink of an eye, it spread all over his body, causing him to feel as though he could feel the aura of death. Chapter 4376. However, even though he was filled with killing intent, Duan Lingtian's heart only trembled for a short moment before he regained his composure. If the other party really wanted to kill him, there was no need for him to wait until now. The other party must have something to do by chasing after him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh in his heart. Actually, how could he not realize the loophole in the other party's promise? However, he had no other choice. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and looked at the Crimson Demon as he said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, Senior, if you wanted to kill me, you could have done so the moment I stepped out of the Crimson Demon Ridge. There was no need for you to wait until I was so far away. May I know why Senior has chased after me? As long as it's within my ability, I'll definitely not refuse. Duan Lingtian had a solemn expression when he finished speaking. The Crimson Demon smiled when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression. You're quite brave. That's right, I have no intention of killing you. In other words, killing you is of no use to me. I'm looking for you because of something else. Don't worry, since I promised not to turn you into my devil puppet, I won't go back on my word. Of course, I didn't go back on my word when I promised you to leave the Crimson Demon Ridge. When he spoke up to this point, the Crimson Demon's eyes suddenly became slightly deep. It was so deep that one could not help but feel slightly flustered when looking at it. Duan Lingtian's heart thumped at this moment, but his gaze was still fixed on the Crimson Demon. Although it's like that, since Senior has come, there must be something you want me to do, right? He did not feel that the Crimson Demon had come to look for him just to chat. That's right. The Crimson Demon did not deny it and nodded. I'm looking for you because I want to send you to a place and give you an opportunity. Of course, it's up to you whether you can grasp this opportunity. You can also choose not to go. Of course, the consequence of not going is death. When the Crimson Demon finished speaking, a wisp of killing intent flashed through his eyes. Duan Lingtian did not dare to doubt his determination to kill. When Duan Lingtian heard the Crimson Demon's words, his expression could not help but change. Opportunity? Instead of going to the place with fortuitous opportunities, he would kill himself? Duan Lingtian did not think that Crimson Fiend would be kind enough to give him an opportunity. There must be an unknown motive behind this matter. Otherwise, why would the Crimson Demon be so concerned about this matter? Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian looked at Crimson Demon and asked, Senior, may I know where you want me to go? What kind of opportunities are there? You'll know when you get there. The Crimson Demon said indifferently, that's a spatial plane outside of the outer realm. It's a small world of its own. Once you're there, don't even think about leaving. If you dare to break through the spatial barrier and leave by yourself, it'll be fine if I don't find out. Once I find out, I'll definitely kill you. I believe that smart people won't take this risk. When Crimson Demon said this, even though Duan Lingtian was prepared, his expression couldn't help but sink slightly. Now, make your choice. Either you die, or you go to the place I told you about. Crimson Demon continued. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he said without any hesitation, Senior, please send me there. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Crimson Demon, who originally had an indifferent expression, immediately revealed an evil smile. Geniuses are indeed smart people. A wise choice. As soon as he finished speaking, Crimson Demon raised his hand. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian felt the surrounding space tremble. A monstrous force that made him unable to resist swept over, causing the divine power he wanted to mobilize to be completely suppressed in an instant. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was only left with a sense of helplessness. Was this the power of a supreme expert? This Crimson Demon might not be an ordinary supreme expert. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This was also Duan Lingtian's last thought before he lost consciousness. As soon as Crimson Demon made his move, an invisible force knocked Duan Lingtian unconscious. Then, Crimson Demon looked at Duan Lingtian, who had fainted and was suspended in midair by his power. His eyes shone brightly. I only hope that this kid can withstand my gu-rearing plan. Until now, I'm most optimistic about him. As soon as he finished speaking, Crimson Demon left in a flash. As for Duan Lingtian, he was also taken away by him. After spending a few hours, Crimson Demon finally stopped moving. Currently, Crimson Demon had arrived at a secluded canyon near Crimson Demon Ridge. Then, he shook his hand, and a force broke through the void. Then, a spatial vortex appeared, leading to an unknown space. Go. You might be my last hope. After Crimson Demon casually threw Duan Lingtian into the spatial vortex, he muttered to himself, after living for so many years, at the critical moment, I'm still unwilling to give up and wait for death. As soon as he finished speaking, Crimson Demon pressed his right hand against his chest, and his body trembled violently. Cough cough, Crimson Demon coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood, but they were instantly evaporated by Crimson Demon's supreme divine power. If Duan Lingtian was here and saw this scene, he would definitely be able to see that the supreme expert Crimson Demon had a serious internal injury. Generally, what could injure an supreme expert was either another stronger supreme expert or multiple supreme experts of similar strength joining forces to deal with him. Other than that, there was another possibility: he was injured by an external force. This external force could be a dangerous place in the outer world that even supreme experts would be in danger if they entered, or the heavenly tribulation of the 10,000 worlds that occurred once every 10,000 years. The so-called heavenly tribulation of the 10,000 worlds was a heavenly tribulation that could not be avoided no matter where one hid in the 10,000 worlds. The heavenly tribulation that occurred once every 10,000 years was also exclusive to the supreme experts. The existence below the supreme experts faced the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, and they had to experience it once every 1,000 years. When one reached the realm of the supreme experts, they only had to experience one heavenly tribulation every 10,000 years, and each heavenly tribulation was stronger than the previous one. This was similar to the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation. Although many supreme experts were strong, because they had lived for a long time, the 10,000-year heavenly tribulation they had to face would become stronger and stronger, and in the end, they would still die under the heavenly tribulation. As for where the heavenly tribulation came from, no one could say for sure. More people believed that the heavenly tribulation was the heavenly tribulation of the 10,000 worlds, whether it was the 10,000-year heavenly tribulation or the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation. In the 10,000 worlds, not only did the God-defying realm have the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, but also other realms, and the people were the same. As for the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, not to mention other realms, just take the God-defying realm as an example. Not only did one have to experience it in the various divine realms, even if one went to the Devata realms or even the mundane realms, one had to experience it. There was no way to avoid it. In the history of the God-defying realm, many people had experienced this personally. There were many people who wanted to go to the lower realms to avoid the heavenly tribulation, but in the end, they all failed. Therefore, in recent years, no one in the God-defying realm did such a stupid thing. Most importantly, as long as one was not a native of the lower realms of the God-defying realm, their strength would be suppressed when they entered the lower realms. Once their strength was suppressed and they faced the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, they would almost certainly die. Subsequently, the heavenly tribulation, which was not necessarily fatal in the divine realms, would directly kill them when they arrived at the lower realms. However, when Duan Lingtian regained consciousness, he found that he had appeared in a desolate mountain range. The surroundings were quiet, and there was no life in sight, let alone human habitation. Even the figures of demon beasts could not be seen. Where is this place? Duan Lingtian shook his somewhat dizzy head, and gradually his consciousness cleared up. At the same time, he discovered something. The heaven and earth spirit energy here is much richer than that of the outer realm. Where did the crimson demon send me? According to what he said, the place he sent me was not some place in the outer realm, but an independent realm. Moreover, there are opportunities here. Opportunities often coexist with danger. To me, this place is completely unfamiliar. The most important thing now is to first understand what kind of existence this place is. Then, I can carefully search for the opportunity that the Crimson Demon mentioned. He wouldn't wake up early if there were no benefits. The Crimson Demon can't be so kind. He must have a purpose for sending me here, and he must have a plan. Perhaps, the opportunity here is a good thing for me, and the opportunity one obtained should be a good thing for him as well. I just don't know. What's his plan? Could it be that I obtained the opportunity first, and then he took it away? There's something he wants here, but as a supreme powerhouse, he can't enter? Duan Lingtian thought of this possibility, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that his guess should be right. The Crimson Demon should want to use his hand to obtain the opportunity here. If that's the case, it's nothing. To me, as long as I can survive under the hands of the Crimson Demon, it's fine. Whatever treasure or opportunity he wants, I'll just give it to him. This time, I'll just treat it as a coolie for him. After all, my strength is not as good as his, and I have no other choice. This is the reality of this world. Previously, in the secret realm of the God Reverse Realms realm battlefield, those people who were threatened by me, weren't they the same? Their strength was not as good as mine, and they did whatever I said. They dared to be angry but did not dare to say anything. What goes around comes around. This year, it's my house. If you come out to mess around, you'll have to pay for it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's mentality was still good. Even if he realized that all the opportunities he obtained in this place, in the end, were not his, I only hope that the Crimson Demon will not make things difficult for me after he gets what he wants. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's mentality could not help but break down a little. Of course, he still had some expectations in his heart. He got what he wanted, so his mood must be good. He should not be calculative with me. Duan Lingtian soared into the sky with such hope in his heart and began to observe his surroundings. Then, he began to wander around the surroundings. In the beginning, he wanted to find a place with people to understand this place. However, as time passed, his thoughts completely changed. Not to mention human habitation. He wandered around a large area, and within a radius of 10,000 miles, not to mention human eyes, there was not even a sign of life. Not to mention humans and demon beasts, there was not even a plant life. Everywhere was bare, and everywhere he passed, no matter if it was a plain or a mountain ridge, it was all barren land. Chapter 43-77. What? What is this place? In the beginning, Duan Lingtian's heart was still calm. However, as he wandered around in this unknown dimension, Duan Lingtian could not help but lose his composure. Could this place be a place of death? I don't think so. If it's a place of death, why did he force me to come here and not let me leave on my own? One would not wake up early if there were no benefits. Duan Lingtian felt that the owner of Crimson Demon Ridge, the ultimate expert Crimson Demon, would not be so bored as to play with him. There must be something in this place. Let's continue walking. Let's see if there's an end. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian continued walking. After that, days passed, months passed, and years passed. When will it end? It's already passed. Why do I feel like I'm still in the same place? Could it be that this plane of existence is also a sphere similar to Earth? In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian calculated the time. 6 years had passed, but he was still in the same place. He did not see any life, not even plant life. Duan Lingtian had thought of leaving during these 6 years, but he did not dare to act rashly when he recalled what the ultimate expert Crimson Demon had said. If he did not leave, there was still a way out. If he left, he might be killed immediately. Let's continue. Duan Lingtian didn't lack perseverance and willpower, and 6 years of time was nothing to him. No. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have realized something and stopped abruptly. His eyes shone brightly. It's impossible that the divine power in my body has not changed at all in 6 years. It's normal for a medium ultimate god's divine power to not change in 6 years. But I'm different. It's only been a little over 1,000 years since I was born. 6 years is a relatively long time for me. Even if I don't deliberately cultivate, it's impossible for my cultivation to not improve at all. And now, my cultivation has indeed not improved. This means, either this place is restricting my progress in cultivation, or this so-called 6 years is nothing but an illusion to me. The heaven and earth spirit chi here is even denser than in the outer realm, and the absorption of heaven and earth spirit chi is smooth without any hindrance. Then, there's only one other possibility left. These 6 years were just an illusion. Everything I've experienced in the past 6 years was fake. Perhaps, I entered the illusory realm as soon as I entered and spent 6 years in the illusory realm. However, it's definitely not that long outside the illusory realm. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly when he thought of this. Then, he shot into the sky like a cannonball. The divine power in his body vibrated, and the 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared in his hand. Slash! Duan Lingtian muttered in his heart. With that thought, the 7 orifices exquisite sword drew a sword flower in the void. Then, a 7-colored sword ray whizzed out and slashed the surrounding void. With one slash, the desolate scene around him shattered. At the same time, a series of exclamations rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Heavens! Is this real? This guy has only been in the illusory realm for 6 years, and he's already out? Are you kidding? Only lost in the illusory realm for 6 years? Back then, I was lost in the illusory realm for more than 100 years, and that's considered a short time. Before this, the best record was 39 years, right? 39 years? That guy said it himself, who knows if it's true or not. Moreover, he's the first person to enter the illusory realm, so he can say it for as long as he wants. That's true. However, that guy's strength is indeed very strong. The person who previously held the second record and stayed in the illusory realm for 55 years has been fighting with him, but he's still no match for him. That guy has lived for a long time, so it's normal for him to be stronger. After all, he's the only one among us who's more than 10,000 years old. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw everything around him shatter. Then, his vision turned dark and bright, and he realized that he had appeared in a void. At this moment, he was standing in the void, surrounded by a layer of translucent circular light shield. This light shield enveloped his entire body and suspended him in the air. When Duan Lingtian looked out again, he saw the peak of a mountain in front of him. There was a vast stone platform at the peak of the mountain, and there were many people standing on top of it. These people standing there gave Duan Lingtian the feeling that they were all very young. At least, in the myriad worlds, they were considered young. Based on what they said, they're not more than 10,000 years old. At the same time, Duan Lingtian realized that the circular light shield that enveloped him had disappeared. Then, he felt weightless. He immediately reacted and controlled his body with his divine power so that he did not fall into the void. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel waves of divine power sweeping toward him from the vast stone platform in front of him. It was the divine consciousness of the people standing there. Higher ultimate gods? How many medium ultimate gods are there? At this time, Duan Lingtian also realized that most of the people in front of him were higher ultimate gods. There were also a few medium ultimate gods who, like him, had completely consolidated their cultivation base. Where am I? Duan Lingtian was a little confused. This was completely different from what he had expected before entering the illusory realm. Of course, what he had experienced in the illusory realm was also different from what he had expected, however, that was just the environment. Is this also an illusory realm? At this thought, Duan Lingtian ignored the unscrupulous divine consciousness sweeping toward him. He expanded his divine consciousness and at the same time, rose into the air again and swung the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand. Whoosh! 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 Another wave of sword light swept out in all directions. He wanted to see if he could cut through the scene that he felt was similar to an illusory realm. However, this time, his attack had failed. At the same time, he heard a lot of laughter. What a familiar scene. When I first came in, I thought this was an illusory realm like him. It's been a long time since I've seen a newcomer. It's a familiar formula and smell. Didn't I do something stupid like this in the past? Although this newcomer is only a medium ultimate god, his comprehension of the spatial law is extremely amazing. It's almost at the completion stage. Your divine consciousness can tell that, he seems to be younger than us. I even feel that he's less than 2,000 years old. What? Less than 2,000 years old? Are you serious? Upon hearing these voices, Duan Lingtian was shocked again and could not recover for a long time. If everything in front of him was not an illusory realm, then what these people said might be true. Were these people sent here just like him? After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian looked at the people in front of him again and cupped his hands slightly. Everyone, may I know who sent you here? Duan Lingtian's question was answered immediately. A young man in black with a cold face said coldly, who else could it be? Of course, we were imprisoned here by the Crimson Demon of the Crimson Demon Ridge. Chapter 43-78. Hee hee. Brother, you were sent in by the Crimson Demon as well, right? Being sent in by him is sufficient to show that your natural talent isn't weak, and you can be considered a genius. Another person chuckled as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. If you're not a genius, the Crimson Demon probably wouldn't take a fancy to you. Unfortunately, no matter how talented you are, you can't control your own life and death once you enter this place. It's a pity for him, but aren't we the same? Back in the day, I was publicly acknowledged to be in the top 3 in terms of natural talent and comprehension amongst the younger generation under the age of 10,000 in my own domain. Although the domain I'm in isn't one of those top domains, it's still one of the 10 strongest domains below. He came in at the wrong time. Recently, the Crimson Demon's elimination of us has become more and more intense. If I'm not wrong, his time should be almost up. Do all of you think, besides the people he chose, the others have a chance of surviving? It's basically impossible. Don't think too much about this. It's not impossible to survive. Unless you become his devil puppet. As for Duan Ling Tian, waves of shock surged in his heart as he listened to the waves of words that entered his ears. These people were actually all geniuses that had entered the Crimson Demon Pass. Moreover, from what they said, there were only a few people over the age of 10,000 among them. Most of them were below the age of 10,000. Moreover, every one of them was an outstanding figure amongst the younger generation. What exactly does the Crimson Demon want to do? Did he really send me in to help him search for an opportunity? Even if Duan Ling Tian had painstakingly guessed that the Crimson Demon had sent him in to help him search for an opportunity, but now, facing this group of young geniuses and hearing their words, Duan Ling Tian started to doubt his guess for the first time, and even felt that he had guessed in the wrong direction as soon as he doubted. It was very unlikely that the Crimson Demon had imprisoned so many young geniuses here to help him search for an opportunity. Everyone, do all of you know why the Crimson Demon sent us in and imprisoned us here? Duan Ling Tian looked at the group of young geniuses before him and cupped his hands slightly as he asked. Just now, when he heard the words of some people, it was obvious that he knew the Crimson Demon's plan. Meanwhile, most of the people that came over to watch the show didn't pay any attention to Duan Ling Tian as they turned around and left. When they left, they didn't forget to sigh emotionally. There's nothing to watch anymore. Another unlucky fellow. He is unlucky, but aren't we unlucky as well? In the end, we're all people with the same fate. There were also a few people who were not in a hurry to leave. They were all curiously sizing up Duan Ling Tian because most of the people sent in by the Crimson Demon were high-level ultimate gods. A small number of medium ultimate gods were extremely talented. Even the weakest among them was as strong as a high-level ultimate god. Moreover, these people were all very young, not more than 5,000 years old. Of course, when someone said that the person in front of them might not even be 2,000 years old, they were still shocked because this was an extremely shocking matter. As everyone knew, the most difficult part of the path of cultivation was not the process, but the beginning. Even if one could enter the medium ultimate god realm before 5,000 years old, or even high-level ultimate god realm before 5,000 years old, it did not mean that one could enter the lower emperor realm before 2,000 years old. Everything was difficult at the beginning, and this was even more so for the path of cultivation. Among the young geniuses who stayed behind, there was no lack of people who were willing to talk to Duan Ling Tian. Immediately, an ordinary-looking young man in a long green robe took 2 steps forward and looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was descending from the sky. He said, "The Crimson Demon did not tell us the details. However, many people have guessed that he's looking for a new body for himself. The place we're in now is the small world in his body." The young man said. "A new body?" Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this. "You mean, he wants to find a new body among us and possess one of us?" "That's right." The young man nodded. Even ultimate experts have to go through the 10,000 years heavenly tribulation. Some of us have ultimate experts behind us and have heard of the Crimson Demon's existence. We know that the Crimson Demon is very old now, and his strength can only be considered average among the ultimate experts. He might have been injured during the last 10,000 years heavenly tribulation. What he wants to do now is to prolong his life at all costs. The young man said. Duan Ling Tian frowned. However, as far as I know, even if a person possesses another's body, his soul is still his own soul. Under such circumstances, after possessing another's body, the heavenly tribulation will still find him. Moreover, the stronger the soul, the longer it will take to familiarize with the new body after possessing another's body. There's a very long period of time. For an ultimate expert to possess a new body, I'm afraid he won't be able to fully master the new body without thousands or tens of thousands of years, right? Duan Ling Tian still knew some basic knowledge. Not to mention ultimate experts. Even below ultimate experts, there was no lack of people who possessed another's body. However, even if those people possessed a new body, they couldn't avoid the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation that they should face at all. Could it be that ultimate experts had the means to avoid the 10,000-year heavenly tribulation after possessing another's body? If that was the case, perhaps no ultimate experts would die, right? Ultimate experts were extremely powerful. If they wanted to find a new body, even if they had to choose carefully, it was definitely not difficult. Ordinary ultimate experts naturally can't avoid the 10,000-year heavenly tribulation. The green-robed young man shook his head and said, "This is also recognized common knowledge. However, I heard from a few people that there are many rare races and clans in this myriad worlds. They have a bloodline secret technique that can conceal the secrets of the heavens during the process of possessing another's body, allowing their souls to undergo changes and leave behind memories." Hearing the green-robed young man say this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly. There were such races in the myriad worlds? If that was the case, then wouldn't they be invincible? If an ultimate expert appeared, he would be immortal. If another one appeared, he would continue to be immortal. If this continued for generations, which race or realm in the myriad worlds would be a match for them? The same talent and comprehension, the same ultimate experts, the strength of one's strength was basically accumulated by the accumulation of time. Duan Lingtian was very clear about this point. Of course, in the next moment, the green-robed young man continued, although these races have a heaven-defying bloodline secret technique, they only have one chance to possess another's body in their lifetime. Moreover, the process of possession is very dangerous. The requirements for the target of possession are also very strict. To be precise, the younger and stronger the target, the better. For example, if an ultimate expert were to possess another's body, a 2,000-year-old medium ultimate god and a 1,000-year-old lower ultimate god, the probability of successful possession is higher for the latter. At this point, the young man paused for a moment and glanced at Duan Lingtian. He asked hesitantly, "You can't really be less than 2,000 years old, right?" Just now, his divine consciousness also felt that Duan Lingtian was very young. However, he wasn't as sharp as some others. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. After receiving Duan Lingtian's confirmation, the young man's eyes narrowed slightly. "If that's really the case, I'm afraid you're the target of the Crimson Demon's attention. Of course, the prerequisite is that the Crimson Demon is a member of the race I mentioned earlier. Although we can't be 100% sure, all of us feel that the Crimson Demon is more than 90% of that race. Otherwise, why would he lock us up here and eliminate a group of people every once in a while? Just to feel good? That's impossible, right? You have to know that it's quite risky to capture us here. Once some of the ultimate experts and patriarchs behind us find out, the Crimson Demon will be in trouble." After listening to the young man's words, Duan Lingtian had a better understanding of his current situation. The Crimson Demon might have taken a fancy to his body. Letting him in was only to mix with a group of young geniuses to see if he could withstand the test and survive, if their guess is correct. The Crimson Demon not only needs to be young and strong to find a new body, but he should also satisfy other conditions. Otherwise, wouldn't it be fine if he directly chose me? Why did he throw me in here to erase Gu as well? Now, after listening to the young man's words, Duan Lingtian roughly understood why the Crimson Demon threw him in here. It was to let him compete with this group of young geniuses for a chance to survive. Only the person who survived to the end would have a chance of being taken a fancy by the Crimson Demon and be possessed by the Crimson Demon to become the Crimson Demon's new body. My guess was indeed wrong. That Crimson Demon didn't want me to find any fortuitous encounters for him. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. At the same time, he realized that everything he would face next might cause him to fall into eternal damnation. Either he would die here, or he would survive and be possessed by the Crimson Demon. Of course, the Crimson Demon's possession might not be 100% successful, but even if the Crimson Demon's possession failed, the possibility of him surviving during the process of the Crimson Demon's possession and leaving his soul intact was extremely slim. I never imagined that I would encounter such a thing as soon as I arrived at the outer world. Why didn't I take a detour and head in another direction when I left the sea? Why did I head straight for the Crimson Demon Ridge? Now, even if Duan Lingtian knew that there was no medicine for regret in this world, he still couldn't help but regret his actions of entering the Crimson Demon Ridge earlier. If he didn't enter the Crimson Demon Ridge, he wouldn't have been targeted by the Crimson Demon, and everything that happened later wouldn't have happened. I'm called Wang Yuan. How should I address you, brother? After the green-robed young man informed Duan Lingtian, he started to introduce himself and asked for Duan Lingtian's name at the same time. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had a very good impression of this young man that enthusiastically explained his doubts, so he spoke his name at the first moment when he returned to his senses. So it's Brother Lingtian. Wang Yuan smiled and said, Brother Lingtian, let me introduce these people to you. As he spoke, Wang Yuan turned around to look at the other people that were present. Chapter 43-79. This is Su Sudong. This is Nappa. This is Kroll. Wang Yuan introduced the few young geniuses who had stayed behind to Duan Lingtian. Similar to Wang Yuan, all of them were higher ultimate gods. The feeling they gave Duan Lingtian was that these people were all young. These people were obviously familiar with Wang Yuan. Under Wang Yuan's introduction, they quickly became familiar with Duan Lingtian. They were impressed that Duan Lingtian was able to step into the medium ultimate god realm and consolidate his cultivation base at less than 2,000 years old. Although we are considered as geniuses in the myriad worlds, in terms of cultivation speed, we are far behind you, Duan Lingtian. Nappa was a young man wearing a long brown robe. His appearance was handsome and devilish. His natural long green hair fluttered in the wind like little snakes dancing in the wind. According to Wang Yuan's introduction, Nappa was a native of one of the top few worlds, the Mingguang world. However, he was not a member of the strongest forces in the world. The force he was in could only be ranked in the second echelon in the world he was in. It was equivalent to the godly reverse world where Duan Lingtian was in. It was a heavyweight ultimate god level force that was second only to the giant ultimate god level forces in the realms of gods. However, such a force that could only be ranked in the second echelon in the Mingguang world had an old ancestor who was an ultimate god. The second echelon forces all have ultimate gods? After Duan Lingtian heard Wang Yuan's introduction, his heart could not help but tremble. Isn't this too scary? The first echelon forces in the Mingguang world, I'm afraid there is more than one ultimate god? Duan Lingtian probed Nappa. When Nappa heard this, he grinned. His smile was very radiant, giving off a feeling of, I am proud to be a native of the radiant light world. That is natural, our radiant light world's first-tier peak power has at least 3 supreme experts. Moreover, there are ultimate gods among them. Even some of the second-tier forces have 2 supreme experts overseeing them. The radiant light world was a world domain that stood at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. As a member of the radiant light world, when they left the radiant light world and came to the outer world, they would feel a sense of superiority from the bottom of their hearts. After all, in the myriad of worlds, there were very few worlds like the radiant light world. Nappa. At this time, Su Sudong, who was wearing a long gray robe and had an ordinary appearance, said jokingly, even if you have an extraordinary background and are from the bright light world, so what? Now, aren't we still fish on the chopping board for that crimson demon to slaughter? Su Sudong's words silenced Nappa, and the smile on his face instantly disappeared. At the same time, the faces of Wang Yuan and the other 3 turned serious. As for Duan Lingtian, he also felt the chill of the atmosphere at the scene at this time. Obviously, Su Sudong's words not only touched the most vulnerable part of Nappa's heart, but also touched the sore spot of Wang Yuan and the others. Su Sudong. Kroll, who had not spoken, was a bald young genius who wore a loose black robe and looked like a middle-aged man. He glanced at Su Sudong and said in a deep voice, we are all in the same boat. Why do you have to mock others? If he is like this, aren't you the same? Kroll's words were obviously displeased. However, when Su Sudong heard this, he still had a smile on his face. Kroll, I naturally know that my situation is no different from yours. In the end, I will most likely die here, but, so what? I have already accepted it. The ones who have not accepted it are all of you. you still want to have the hope of leaving alive. Over the years, there have been people who wanted to leave by force. What happened to them in the end? Speaking until here, Su Sudong's eyelids drooped slightly, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. They were all forcefully captured by the Crimson Demon when they broke through the space barrier and wanted to leave. Then, in front of us, they used the cruelest methods to torture their souls and let them slowly die in endless pain. Those living examples are still before your eyes. Could it be that all of you still have fantasies? As he finished speaking, a smile appeared on Su Sudong's face that had vanished, but it was a smile of self-ridicule. Along with Su Sudong's words, the scene instantly fell into a deathly silence. After a short moment, the few people, including Su Sudong, turned around and left silently. Only Wang Yuan remained on the spot with Duan Ling Tian. Brother Ling Tian. Wang Yuan looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a smile, although it's not a good thing to be able to meet here, it's also fate. You're new here, so you're not familiar with this place. Let me show you around. Thank you. Duan Ling Tian thanked Wang Yuan repeatedly. Compared to Wang Yuan and the others, he was indeed a newcomer. He did not know anything and did not know anything. Now, what he urgently wanted to know the most was what kind of place this was. Even if it was the Crimson Devil's place of raising venomous insects, he still wanted to understand what kind of place the Crimson Devil's place of raising venomous insects was and whether he could find a chance to leave alive. Even if the chance was slim, he still wanted to give it a try. Even if he felt the despair of Wang Yuan and the others, he did not intend to sit still and wait for death. Sitting still and waiting for death was not Duan Lingtian's style. Duan Lingtian followed Wang Yuan and left the stone platform at the peak of the mountain. At the same time, he found out from Wang Yuan that everyone who entered came from this place. Moreover, every time someone entered, there would be a commotion here. Moreover, these people would come forward to watch the show when they heard the commotion. Of course, the people Duan Lingtian saw earlier were not all the people that were imprisoned here by the Crimson Devil, and they were only a small portion of them. There was still a large portion of people who had not come. These people were either not very interested in the newcomers, or they were not interested in this kind of action of joining in the fun, or they just happened to be in closed-door cultivation, or they just happened to have something to do and had no time to come. Earlier, I heard someone say that there would be people dying here every once in a while. Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Yuan and asked. When Duan Lingtian asked this question, a hint of fear appeared in the depths of Wang Yuan's eyes, and it gradually disappeared after a while. Yes. Wang Yuan nodded and then laughed self-mockingly. Speaking of which, I almost died last time. Fortunately, my luck was not bad at the critical moment, and I was lucky enough to survive. However, based on this, it can be seen that I'm not the person that the Crimson Devil is waiting for. Perhaps, it won't be long before I die in the Crimson Devil's next game. Wang Yuan said. Game? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. Yes. Wang Yuan nodded. Every once in a while, the Crimson Devil will set up various kinds of mystic realms and dangerous places for us to challenge. Once we die in there, we're really dead. Let me put it this way. When I came in, there were a total of 139 young geniuses here. Now, there are only 32 people left. Of course, including the person who just came in, there are 32 people. After listening to Wang Yuan's words, Duan Lingtian also had a rough idea of the reason the Crimson Devil allowed them to exist here. It was to set up mystic realms to test them so that they would be continuously eliminated. Perhaps, Wang Yuan sighed. Only when one of us survives will that person be freed. If their guess is right, that person should be the final target of the Crimson Devil's possession. If everything is true, no matter if it's the person who died or the person who survived in the end, in fact, they would not have a good ending in the end. Moreover, there were people who tried to escape and were all captured. Moreover, they were tortured and died. This made it even more difficult for people to have the thought of escaping. Now, in fact, we've all accepted our fate. Usually, we seem to be fine, but our hearts are actually dead. Earlier, Su Sudong's words could be said to have poked everyone's sore spot, including him. From Wang Yuan's tone, Duan Lingtian could also hear the despair in his voice. He could also understand Wang Yuan's feelings, and similarly, he could also understand the feelings of the others. Now that he had just come in, it was still fine. If there was really no other way, perhaps he would end up like Wang Yuan and the others. That's true. We're all ultimate gods, and the weakest among us is a medium-level ultimate god. If it were someone with a weaker body, perhaps they would directly die of depression after knowing what happened to them. Wang Yuan continued. Brother Ling Tian. Wang Yuan then said to Duan Ling Tian, in this place, if you want to have your own cultivation place, you need to open it up yourself. I've opened up a cave that belongs to me in a valley in the mountain range over there. In this place, you don't have to worry about anyone taking the initiative to provoke you. Here, everyone is in the same boat. As long as you don't provoke others, no one will want to provoke you. Especially those outstanding ultimate gods and top geniuses. They're looking for an opportunity to break through to become an ultimate god and have no time to be distracted by other things. Other than the desperate test set by the Crimson Demon in the secret realm that they have no choice but to go. Usually, you basically won't see them. With Wang Yuan's further introduction, Duan Lingtian also had a better understanding of the people imprisoned here. There were also top-notch high-level supreme gods here. They were all geniuses, and the oldest was only a little over 10,000 years old, top ultimate gods who are a little over 10,000 years old and are looking for an opportunity to break through to become an ultimate god. These people would be giants in any plane of gods in the god-defying realm. But here, they're just prisoners. And they're prisoners who can die at any time. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh in his heart. At the same time, he could not help but ask, among those who escaped, are any of them as powerful as them? Wang Yuan heard this and smiled bitterly. Do you think those who have the courage to defy the Crimson Demon and escape are ordinary geniuses? Those people are all at the same level as them. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart could not help but tremble. This place was truly a chilling and despairing place. End of chapter. Chapter 4380. Through Wang Yuan's explanation, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of how dangerous this place was. Even a top high-level ultimate god would not be able to escape. Some top high-level ultimate gods had tried to escape but were captured by the Crimson Demon and tortured to death in front of everyone. If this is really the Crimson Demon's small world, even if it's not in his body, he can still monitor everything that happens here as long as he wants to. Trying to escape is no different from a fool's dream. Unless I become an immortal. Duan Lingtian settled down near Wang Yuan's cultivation place. His face turned solemn as he watched Wang Yuan's figure disappear into the distance. With his strength, techniques, and the help of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, he was not weaker than an ordinary top high-level ultimate god. However, even a top high-level ultimate god would not be able to escape from this place. Would he be able to escape? Even though Duan Lingtian had hope in the beginning, he could not help but feel a little hopeless at this moment. Sister Water, do you have any ideas? After Duan Lingtian returned to the cave abode he had just created, he threw out a formation disc to isolate himself from the outside world. He then sat down cross-legged and opened his small world to communicate with the most knowledgeable of the 5 divine elements, the world-cleansing divine water. The world-cleansing divine water used to reside in the divine tree of life in his body. They were partners in life and death and had accompanied the divine tree of life for a long time. According to the world-cleansing divine water, when she resided in the divine tree of life, the immortal was not yet an immortal. That immortal obtained the divine tree of life later on and relied on the divine tree of life to become an immortal. As for the world-cleansing divine water, it had personally witnessed a junior taking one step at a time to become an omnipotent being. In terms of experience, the other 4 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's body could not compare to the world-cleansing divine water. Because of this, the other 4 divine elements followed the world-cleansing divine water's lead even though their current strength was not inferior to the world-cleansing divine water. After listening to Duan Lingtian's explanation, the world-cleansing divine water fell silent for a moment before it said, their guess should be correct. This scarlet demon should indeed be that type of person. After possessing a body, he can alter the aura of his own soul and deceive the world. He won't be discovered by the laws of heaven and earth, and he can continue to send down heavenly tribulations for 10,000 years. However, it is usually extremely difficult for such people to successfully possess a body. To possess a target, not only does it have to be monstrously talented and have shocking comprehension ability, it also has to fulfill some of the requirements of the clan. Of course, the specific requirements are different for every clan. There is more than one race of that kind of people in the myriad of worlds. Of course, although I know that such people exist, and I know that there is more than one clan of such people. However, I also know that the conditions for possession are different for each clan. The conditions are set according to the characteristics of the clan and bloodline. However, at this point, the world-cleansing divine water paused for a moment before it continued to say, since he set a secret realm test for all of you who are imprisoned here, it's clear that the secret realm test is a test for the new body he's looking for. The person who survives must be the most suitable person for him to possess. It's definitely not based on innate talent and comprehension ability. Otherwise, he would have chosen you directly. In fact, the world-cleansing divine waters analysis was similar to Duan Lingtian's earlier speculation. If the Scarlet Demon really thought he was the most suitable person for possession, there was no need for him to be imprisoned here. He could have just possessed Duan Lingtian's body. Since Duan Lingtian had been imprisoned here, it was clear that the Scarlet Demon regarded him and the other young geniuses who were imprisoned here as the same kind of people. Sister Water, is there a way to leave this place without anyone noticing? Duan Lingtian asked again. This was what he wanted to do the most. He wanted to leave this place and escape the Scarlet Demon's control. It's difficult. The world-cleansing divine water sighed. Even if a supreme powerhouse moves his little world out of his body, he'll still have a close connection with it. As long as he's willing, he can easily monitor all of you. It's mainly because there are too few of you here. For example, although the various realms of gods in the Divine Defiance realm are also supreme powerhouses' little worlds, as long as the supreme powerhouses don't pay special attention to the people who enter and leave the little worlds, it's difficult for them to detect the people who enter and leave the little worlds. This is because there are too many people in the Divine Defiance realm. And there are only so many people here. He can completely pay attention to every single one of them. Therefore, it's almost impossible to escape from under his nose. The world-cleansing divine water said. Upon hearing this, the flame of hope that had risen in Duan Lingtian's heart was extinguished by a basin of cold water. It seems like things aren't that simple after all. Of course, it's not like there's no chance at all. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. If this is really Crimson Demon's little world, then there must be a divine tree of life here. Most powerhouses below the level of a supreme powerhouse don't have a divine tree of life in their little worlds. There must be a divine tree of life in the body of a supreme powerhouse. Even if they didn't obtain the divine tree of life in advance to become an omnipotent expert, the seed of the divine tree of life will appear in their small world after they become an omnipotent expert. Furthermore, it will break out of the ground in a short period of time and rapidly grow. Duan Lingtian nodded. Sister Water, you mentioned the divine tree of life. Are we going to start with the divine tree of life in his little world? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He could tell the meaning behind the world-cleansing divine water's words. That's right. The world-cleansing divine water replied, we'll start with the divine tree of life in his little world. Naturally, we can only hope that the divine tree of life in his little world hasn't fully matured yet. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to make a move on it. Unless the tree of life is injured, it's almost impossible to attack it and win a chance to leave this place. At this point, the world-cleansing divine water seemed to have thought of something and sighed. If he's looking for a new body to possess because he can't withstand the next 10,000 years of heavenly tribulation, it means that he's very old and has been an ultimate powerhouse for a long time. It's impossible for the divine tree of life in the body of a supreme powerhouse like him to have not fully matured yet. Now, we can only hope that the divine tree of life was damaged when he underwent the heavenly tribulation. Naturally, it'll be better for you if the divine tree of life is damaged. The more serious the injury, the greater the chance of you escaping. Naturally, you're not completely confident. Even if his divine tree of life is damaged, you'll only have a 50% chance of escaping from his little world before he realizes what's going on. The world-cleansing divine water said. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian fell silent. After a while, his eyes flashed fiercely as he said through gritted teeth, a 50% chance of escaping is not bad. Otherwise, I won't even have the slightest chance of escaping. Sister Shui, tell me, what should I do next? Chapter 43-81. The world-cleansing divine water's words gave Duan Lingtian hope. Before this, he did not have the slightest confidence that he could escape. Trying to escape from under the nose of a supreme expert while being in the space expanded by the small world in his body was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In other words, it was almost impossible for him to escape. Unless he could become an ultimate powerhouse. However, he had not even entered the upper ultimate god realm yet. How could he become an ultimate powerhouse? Moreover, even if he had the chance to become an ultimate powerhouse in the future, he might not have the time to wait. The Crimson Demon might not wait until then to possess his body. At that time, he might not be able to pass the tests that the Crimson Demon had set for the prisoners. The test that Crimson Devil set for us prisoners in the secret realm is targeted. It's not just about strength, talent, and comprehension. Whether it was from Wang Yuan's words or the world-cleansing divine water's speculation, Duan Lingtian already had an idea. Of course, now that he had the world-cleansing divine water's suggestion, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. After ending his conversation with the world-cleansing divine water, Duan Lingtian sat down cross-legged and sighed in relief. At the same time, a bitter smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect to encounter such a disaster as soon as I arrived at the outer realm. Even with Sister Water's suggestion, there's only a 50% chance of survival. Forget it. I'll just have to deal with whatever comes my way. It's better for me to improve my strength as much as possible. Although I won't be able to fight the Crimson Demon even if I enter the upper ultimate god realm, at least I'll have a higher chance of surviving the tests set by the Crimson Demon. Although the tests in the secret realm might not be based on strength, those who are stronger will definitely have an advantage in many cases. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian began to cultivate. Drops of divine corrupting spring water were absorbed into his body to aid his cultivation as though they were free. The effect of the divine corrupting spring water was far better than any of the divine pills he had. In fact, ever since he soaked in the divine accumulating spring, Duan Lingtian discovered that the divine pills in his hands that were still somewhat useful to him before had completely lost their medicinal effects. His body seemed to have developed a very terrifying resistance. The divine pills that he could take out were completely ineffective in his body. As a result, in the end, Duan Lingtian gave up on using the divine pills that assisted in cultivation that he had been taking before. So what if you've become a divine alchemist? Now, even an ordinary venerable grade divine pill is useless to my cultivation. Perhaps, only the realm pills in the outer realm can help me feel the effects of a pill. The boundary pill was an elixir made by an alchemist who had stepped into the realm of utmost powerhouses. Furthermore, only those utmost powerhouses with profound attainments in alchemy could refine the boundary pill. The realm pill was a type of pill that could even be effective for utmost powerful beings. Many realm pellets were rare treasures even for an ultimate god. The realm pill was superior to the venerable grade divine pill. Duan Lingtian had already heard of this when he was still in the god-defying realm. A boundary pill was an extremely rare treasure even in the 10,000 worlds. It was as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. Whenever a boundary pill appeared, unless it was protected by a powerful force, it would set off a storm of blood. In the god-defying realm, no utmost powerhouse can refine the realm pill. The realm pills that have appeared in the god-defying realm are basically more ordinary realm pills. However, even the most ordinary realm pills are supreme treasures in the god-defying realm. This was what Duan Lingtian heard from a descendant of an utmost powerhouse in a military camp when he was still wandering in the chaotic region of the god-defying realm's dimensional battlefield. According to the descendant of that utmost powerhouse, even the utmost powerhouse behind him was only lucky enough to obtain 5 realm pills in his life. 3 of them were exchanged with experts from other realms at a high price in the outer realm. Perhaps, my alchemy skills will only be of some use to me after I become an omnipotent being. That's good too. During this time, I can devote myself to cultivation and don't need to think about alchemy. After muttering to himself for a while, Duan Ling Tian gradually calmed down. At the same time, he immersed himself in his cultivation. As he cultivated, he gradually forgot about the passage of time and his current situation. His cultivation base was also improving at an extremely fast speed with the help of the divine corrupting spring. He was getting closer and closer to the upper ultimate god realm. Crimson Demon Ridge. On a small island suspended in the clouds high in the sky, there was a beautiful scenery. Surrounded by mountains, a luxurious mansion sat there. In the front yard of the mansion, Crimson Demon, who was sitting on the ground with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes with a flash of light in them. Divine corrupting spring? And there seems to be a lot of it? Crimson Demon's eyes were filled with surprise. Although the little world in his body had separated from his body, it was still closely connected to him. It was easy for him to monitor someone in it. Recently, he only had to pay attention to the young genius he had just sent in, a medium ultimate god who had the ability to kill a top upper ultimate god. If it was up to him to choose, he would definitely choose the young genius as his target for possession. However, the matter of possession was not something he could choose on his own. In this matter, he had to follow the instructions of the ancestors of his clan because only in this way would he be able to maximize the success rate of his possession. It's best if it's suitable for me. It doesn't necessarily mean the more talented the body is, the more suitable it is for me. I hope it's him in the end. Look at him, he should have a lot of divine corrupting spring in his hands. If I can possess his body, his divine corrupting spring will also become mine. It can help me quickly return to the omnipotent realm after I possess him. As the Scarlet Demon muttered to himself, the fire in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Even if it's not him in the end. I have to think of a way to snatch his divine corrupting spring before that happens. The divine corrupting spring is good stuff. Even an utmost powerhouse like Crimson Demon could not help but be tempted by the divine corrupting spring. If he did not have the intention of possession, he would not have much interest in the divine corrupting spring. Even the divine corrupting spring in his hands was something he had painstakingly collected after possession. It was all for the sake of quickly increasing his cultivation base after taking over the body and being reborn. However, I have to think about this at length. Even though Crimson Demon was an utmost powerhouse, he did not have the ability to snatch a person's storage ring and open it. This was because he basically destroyed his own storage ring. Once he acted recklessly, the storage ring would self-destruct and everything inside would be swept into the spatial turbulence. It would either be destroyed or carried away by the turbulence. Trying to find it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian didn't know that every single action of his was under the eyes of the Crimson Devil. He also did not know that Crimson Demon, who had been watching him recently, had not only discovered that he had the divine corrupting spring, but he had also set his eyes on the divine corrupting spring and was planning to snatch it from him. End of this chapter. Chapter 4382. Duan Ling Tian completely lost track of time as he cultivated. He was fully immersed in his cultivation. He did not even leave a trace of his consciousness outside. He only opened up his mini-world slightly so that the 5 divine elements could protect him. The 5 divine elements had recovered a lot with the help of the divine corrupting spring. They could continue to protect Duan Ling Tian while they recovered. Not only did they not have any complaints about this, but they were also very enthusiastic about it. This was because although they could not be considered as one with Duan Ling Tian, if they really left Duan Ling Tian, they would not have a better future. If Duan Ling Tian became stronger, he would be able to escape this calamity and lead them to the omnipotent realm. At that time, they would be able to live a good life. If they switched to another master, they might not be able to fully trust them, and they might not be able to advance further. Even if they were talented enough and had a high chance of becoming an omnipotent realm, there was still a possibility that they would die prematurely. In their opinion, their current host, Duan Ling Tian, was a person with great luck. They had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's growth throughout the journey, and they also felt that if nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely become a supreme powerhouse. This was the most suitable master for them. Unless they had no other choice, they did not want to leave this master. Duan Lingtian knew this as well. Therefore, he trusted the 5 divine elements with his back. Furthermore, the 5 divine elements were only able to protect him from the younger generation. If the Crimson Demon really wanted to deal with him, the 5 divine elements wouldn't be able to stop him. Even if Zhang Xian didn't cultivate and was on full alert, he wouldn't be able to do anything. The divine corrupting spring is really magical. I feel like my soul has been sublimated. When I sense this world, it feels completely different. The heaven and earth spiritual energy that I used to think was easy to communicate with has become easier to communicate with now. Duan Lingtian, who was immersed in his cultivation, felt as though he had become one with the heaven and earth spiritual energy. The divine corrupting spring in his body was also constantly releasing energy similar to the heaven and earth spiritual energy. Moreover, it was even denser, allowing his cultivation speed to increase by leaps and bounds. Cultivation. Cultivation. Right now, Duan Lingtian's mind was filled with cultivation. Until he was jolted awake by a voice that seemed to resound through his soul. Everyone, get ready. In 3 months, the new secret realm will open. Just like before, I will kill all those who don't want to enter. I hope you won't make a mistake. The voice jolted Duan Lingtian awake. As soon as Duan Lingtian was jolted awake, he recognized the owner of the voice. It was none other than the Crimson Devil, the master of Crimson Devil Ridge who had imprisoned him. After Duan Lingtian woke up with a start, his expression turned serious. His originally calm heart could no longer remain calm at this moment. Supreme Being, in front of the Crimson Fiend, he was really no different from an ant. Now, the Crimson Demon made him enter the mystic realm. He really did not dare to not enter. I wonder when I'll be able to become a Supreme Being. Even if I find the person from the Sucking Soul clan who has merged with Yunqing Yen, I'm no match for him. I won't be able to force him to release Ker's soul imprisonment. At this thought, Duan Lingtian's desire to become stronger grew stronger. After that, Duan Lingtian calmed himself down before he continued to cultivate. Meanwhile, in the little world in Duan Lingtian's body, a large group of young geniuses were not as calm as Duan Lingtian. The Crimson Demon is going to open the secret realm again. This time, I wonder how many of us will survive. A young man walked out of his cultivation ground and gathered with a few others. He had a bitter smile on his face. No. We're no longer 32 people. Another young man shook his head and said, 2 years ago, there was a newcomer. He was a medium ultimate god. However, that newcomer only showed his face when he first arrived. I haven't seen him since. He's really patient. Indeed. The other 2 young men agreed with the young man's words. He was patient before, but I don't think he'll be patient now. I know where that person lives. Why don't we make a bet? I bet that he'll come out. I feel that he might be able to keep his composure. I won't bet with you on that since I'm more likely to lose. In the end, one of the young men made a bet with the person who made the bet. The result of their bet was quickly revealed. The person who made the bet lost. This was because Duan Lingtian did not leave his cultivation ground for a few days after the Crimson Demon announced that the secret realm would open in 3 months. He's really a guy who can keep his composure. Although the person who made the bet lost, he accepted his loss wholeheartedly. He did not expect a newcomer who was only a medium ultimate god to be so patient. At the same time, there were many people who had yet to recover from their injuries when the secret realm opened last time. Their hearts sank when they found out that the secret realm would open again in 3 months. The opening of the secret realm this time was undoubtedly the most dangerous for them. This was because they were injured to begin with. Wang Yuan, who was considered the closest person to Duan Lingtian since his arrival, walked out of his cultivation ground with a gloomy expression on his face. I didn't expect the secret realm to open so soon. It's only been 3 years since Brother Lingtian arrived. It's only been 9 years since the last time the secret realm opened. You have to know that before this, the mystic realm would only open once every 20 years if there were no newcomers. If there were people who wanted to enter, it would only open 10 years after the newcomer had arrived. Now, Brother Ling Tian has only been here for 3 years and the secret realm is opening again? What's going on? Could it be that the Crimson Demon can't hold on any longer and is eager to find the most suitable person for him to possess among us? I thought Brother Ling Tian's arrival would prolong the opening of the secret realm by a few years. I didn't expect it to be brought forward. Wang Yiyuan was very upset at that moment. If Duan Ling Tian did not come, the secret realm would only open 7 years later at the earliest because it had only been 13 years since the last time the secret realm opened. According to past practice, the secret realm would not open once every 20 years when a newcomer arrived but 10 years after the newcomer's arrival. He thought he would have a few more years to recover from the injuries he suffered during the last secret realm opening. He did not expect the secret realm to open earlier this time when a newcomer arrived. This meant that he would have to enter the secret realm opened by the Crimson Demon again before his injuries recovered. His life and death would be up to fate. I'm afraid I'll definitely die in this trip to the secret realm. When he thought of this, Wang Yiyuan's heart could not help but feel heavy. Wang Yiyuan. While Wang Yiyuan was in a daze in the air with a heavy heart, a young man flew over from afar. He did not look too good either. How's your recovery from the injuries you suffered the last time? When Wang Yiyuan heard this, he glanced at the young man and shook his head. How about you? The young man in front of him had also suffered serious injuries in the last secret realm. Humph. The young man's expression was gloomy as he said in a low voice, I've only recovered 60 to 70%. If the secret realm opens normally, I'm confident that I'll be completely healed in 7 years. I didn't expect the secret realm to open earlier this time. In my opinion, this is all the newcomer's fault for not coming earlier or later but at this time. The young man's words were mixed with anger toward the newcomer, Duan Ling Tian. You can't say that. At this moment, Wang Yiyuan shook his head and said, this matter might not have anything to do with him. Even if it does, the Crimson Demon might have already prepared for the next secret realm to open earlier. Perhaps the Crimson Demon's original plan was to open earlier as soon as possible? Perhaps it's all thanks to his arrival that the secret realm could open 3 years later. Wang Yiyuan's thoughts were clearly different from the young man's. Wang Yiyuan, I heard that you're very close to the newcomer. I didn't expect you to speak up for him so soon after you've met him. The young man glanced at Wang Yiyuan indifferently and said, no matter what, he's made me very unhappy. I'll put the blame on him for this matter. It was no wonder the young man was angry with Duan Ling Tian. Previously, before Duan Ling Tian came, the secret realm's opening time had always been stable. However, this time, it had suddenly opened earlier. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? It might not have anything to do with him. Wang Yiyuan smiled bitterly and helplessly. Perhaps the Crimson Demon is anxious and wants to find a suitable target as soon as possible. This matter is indeed not right, but what about before? Don't forget, the few times the secret realm opened before he came, each time it was more tragic than the last, and the number of people who died was also more than the last. Don't tell me you think that's normal. You should know that the number of people who died in the secret realm before those few times was about the same. What about the previous time and the time before that? The difference was more than double. Although Wang Yiyuan's words made sense, the young man did not like to hear them. When he heard Wang Yiyuan's words, he frowned and left with a scoff. Looking at the young man's departing figure, Wang Yiyuan sighed. His eyes were filled with helplessness and despair. Looks like I won't have the chance to return to the clan. I really didn't expect that a trip to train would be the end of me, Wang Yiyuan. If I could turn back time, I definitely wouldn't go out. At this moment, in the little world in the Crimson Demon's body, there were many people who felt as helpless and hopeless as Wang Yiyuan. Of course, although they felt hopeless, they began to gather their spirits and make preparations to welcome the arrival of the new secret realm that would open in 3 months' time. Chapter 4383. If it was any other place in the outer world, most people would be overjoyed when they encountered the opening of a mystic realm. This was because the existence of a mystic realm often meant some opportunities. There were as many experts as there were clouds in the myriad of worlds. Some rogue peerless experts who did not belong to any sect or family would leave behind some good things before they died, including their inheritance. They would stuff it into the mystic realm they prepared before they died, waiting for the fated person to discover it. In the history of the myriad of worlds, many experts relied on these fortuitous encounters to rise up. Of course, there were also some rogue peerless experts with bad intentions who left behind mystic realms that had a slim chance of survival before they died, or even a 100% chance of death, to cheat their descendants. However, looking at the history of the myriad of worlds, there were not many of the latter. When a person was about to die, his words and actions would be kind. Many people, even if they were bloodthirsty when they were alive, would not have the intention of cheating their descendants before they died. No matter how bad a person was, they would still hope that someone could pass on some of their things. This way, before they died, they would be able to achieve a certain degree of fame. The mystic realms outside were delightful. However, the mystic realms in Crimson Demon's small world made the group of young geniuses imprisoned by Crimson Demon unable to feel happy. This was because the test inside the mystic realm in Crimson Demon's small world was the same as the test outside. If one passed the test, there would be no reward or gain. If one could not pass the test, one would be injured at best and die at worst. There were no benefits, only disadvantages. No one was willing to do such a thankless task. However, the group of young geniuses in Crimson Demon's small world had no choice but to compromise and enter the mystic realm even if they were unwilling in their hearts. This was because entering the mystic realm gave them a chance of survival. If they did not enter, they would definitely die. For the group of young geniuses in the Crimson Demon's small world, 3 months was actually not a very long time. However, for the majority of people, each day of these 3 months was like a year. Wang Yuan, the young genius that Duan Lingtian was more familiar with after entering, was one of them. During these 3 months, every day was torture for him. This was because he could almost foresee that when the mystic realm opened this time, he would definitely be one of the people who would definitely die. Previously, a total of 67 people entered the secret realm. However, only 32 people survived in the end. According to the death rate from last time, even if we don't increase the death rate this time, I'm afraid that only 15 or 16 people will survive, not counting brother Ling Tian, who just joined us a few years ago. There are only 32 of us. More than half of us are injured, but only 7 of us are seriously injured, including me. This time, if nothing unexpected happens, the 7 of us will definitely die. After 3 months, the secret realm was about to open. However, Wang Yuan did not relax at all. He did not want to die. He really did not want to die. Even if he knew that he would definitely die this time. Unless a miracle happened. The mystic realm is open. Until a thunderous voice reverberated in Wang Yuan's ears, waking him up. Only then did Wang Yuan completely regain his senses. At the same time, his expression changed greatly. What should come, still came. The owner of the voice was none other than the supreme expert who had sent him in, Crimson Demon. Crimson Demon's voice was like a nightmare to him. If anyone does not enter the secret realm within 100 breaths, they will be deemed as having refused to enter the secret realm. I will kill them immediately. The countdown starts now. Crimson Demon's voice caused Wang Yuan's expression to change drastically. At the same time, Wang Yuan did not dare to be negligent and immediately fled into the distance. In his muddled state, he did not even notice Duan Lingtian, who had also risen into the air and was following behind him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was also awakened from his cultivation. I'm still a little bit away from the upper ultimate god realm. After Duan Lingtian rose into the air, he immediately noticed a familiar figure in front of him. He recognized that it was the only person he was familiar with since entering this damned place. Wang Yuan. At this moment, even he could see that Wang Yuan's back was bleak. Brother Yuan. Duan Lingtian approached him and took the initiative to greet him. However, Wang Yuan acted as if he did not hear him at all and continued to fly forward. Duan Lingtian moved forward again and walked side by side with Wang Yuan. At the same time, he looked at Wang Yuan and saw Wang Yuan's face that was as pale as a sheet and his eyes that were filled with despair. It was only when Duan Lingtian walked side by side with him that Wang Yuan came back to his senses. He glanced at Duan Lingtian and forced a smile on his face. His smile was uglier than crying. Brother Ling Tian. You are, Duan Ling Tian was a little confused. The last time he saw Wang Yuan, although Wang Yuan was a little pessimistic, it was not to this extent. What's going on now? Wang Yuan seemed to want to find someone to talk to. He told Duan Ling Tian about the early opening of the secret realm and how he felt he would definitely die if he entered the secret realm because of his injuries. Duan Ling Tian finally understood the change in Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan was now prepared to enter the secret realm that the Crimson Demon had opened in his small world with the mentality of having a slim chance of survival. It could even be said that there was no chance of survival. Brother Ling Tian, I'm almost certain to die this time. You've just arrived, so you don't know how cruel the secret realm opened by Crimson Demon is. But, after this, you should have a better understanding. Don't be careless. I've seen many young geniuses who had just arrived die in the secret realm on their first try. Wang Yuan sighed. At this moment, he was clearly disheartened. His mental state was extremely dispirited. Okay. As Duan Ling Tian responded, he could not help but sigh in his heart. He did not know how to comfort Wang Yuan. At this moment, even if he had a glib tongue, it would be difficult to calm Wang Yuan down. Wang Yuan knew much more than he did about what would happen in the secret realm that was about to open. After all, he was just a newcomer. That's the entrance to the secret realm? After walking for a while with Wang Yuan, Duan Ling Tian saw many people flying toward them from all directions. They were all heading in the same direction. In the distance, a huge space vortex appeared. It was like the bloody mouth of a giant beast that could swallow everything. At this moment, a group of people had gathered and stood outside the space vortex. They were not in a hurry to enter. Duan Ling Tian and Wang Yuan were neither early nor late to the party. When they arrived, there were almost 20 people present. Not long after they arrived, the other 10 or so people slowly arrived. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian glanced at the crowd. He had some impression of many of them. They were the people he had met when he first entered a few years ago. Wang Yuan had even introduced a few of them to him. Now that everyone had arrived, no one was exchanging pleasantries with one another. Everyone had a grave expression on their faces. There were even some people who, like Wang Yuan, had weak auras, and had looks of despair in their eyes. There was no need to guess. Duan Ling Tian could tell that these people must be like Wang Yuan. They must have been injured the last time the secret realm opened. If they entered the secret realm again with injuries, it was natural that they would not be able to survive. Before Crimson Demon sent these people here, they should be considered rare geniuses in the 10,000 worlds. But now, they're at the mercy of Crimson Demon. At this moment, even if Duan Ling Tian was a newcomer, when he looked at these people, he felt a sense of sympathy. A sense of helplessness rose from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, he could not help but think to himself, can Sister Shui's method really let me leave this place alive? If it fails, I'll have to stay here forever. I'll be like these people, or I'll be possessed by Crimson Demon. My body is mine, but my soul is no longer mine. The atmosphere formed when the person in front of him remained silent made Duan Ling Tian feel a sense of oppression. It was so oppressive that he could not breathe. Originally, he still had a lot of hope. However, now, he felt that the hope was not very high. You still have 50 breaths of time. When Crimson Demon's voice sounded again, the group of people, including Duan Ling Tian, were inexplicably shocked. At this moment, they seemed to have regained their senses. It was as though they had just woken up from a dream. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian saw many people's gazes had landed on him. There was a hint of hatred and hostility in their eyes. Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. He did not know what these people meant. He did not seem to know these people, right? Why were they looking at him like that? Brother Ling Tian. At this moment, Wang Yuan, who was also awakened by Crimson Demon's voice, noticed Duan Ling Tian's expression and immediately transmitted a message to Duan Ling Tian. He told Duan Ling Tian why these people were looking at him with hostility and hatred. After hearing this, Duan Lingtian came to a realization and was speechless at the same time. These people actually think that Crimson Demon opened the mystic realm in advance because of my arrival? At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though he had been shot even though he was lying down. Weren't these people too unreasonable? According to Wang Yuan, Crimson Demon had increased the difficulty of the mystic realm before he entered. The death rate in the previous mystic realm was more than twice as high as the previous one. Before the previous one, the death rate in the mystic realm was relatively stable. Actually, they know in their hearts that it might not be because of you. However, they need a target and a target that they can vent their emotions on now. They can't afford to offend Crimson Demon. When Wang Yuan transmitted his voice again, Duan Lingtian could naturally understand the meaning behind his words. It was none other than these people treating him as a soft persimmon that they could vent their emotions on. Brother Lingtian, let's go in. I'm afraid that if we go into play, these people will cause trouble for you in the remaining 50 breaths of time. Wang Yuan called out to Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian did not intend to cause any more trouble and was about to listen to Wang Yuan's suggestion and enter the mystic realm, he and Wang Yuan were stopped halfway. Wang Yuan, you can go in. However, if he wants to go in without any injuries, I won't feel at ease. The person first glanced at Wang Yuan, who was next to Duan Lingtian, before he stared at Duan Lingtian with eyes filled with hatred. When Wang Yuan heard this, his expression changed. Peng Pusha, you've gone too far. Chapter 43-84. Peng Pusha was a young man who could be considered handsome. However, there was a hint of wickedness in his handsomeness. At this moment, his eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Duan Lingtian. I'm too much. Peng Pusha sneered. Wang Yuan, the secret realm opened in advance most likely because of him. The injury you suffered last time was more serious than mine. Don't tell me you don't hate him at all. Humph. Originally, when the secret realm opened normally, I had a chance to completely heal my injuries. But now, the secret realm opened in advance. Even if I can pass this time, I may not be able to pass the next time. Today, I, Peng Pusha, will say that if he wants to go in without getting injured, it's impossible. Peng Pusha's eyes were full of fierceness. Peng Pusha, everything here was caused by the Crimson Demon. If you're really angry, vent it on the Crimson Demon. Bullying a newcomer, what kind of ability is that? Wang Yuan said in a deep voice. Wang Yuan, you weren't my match in the first place. Furthermore, your current injuries are more serious than mine. You didn't have much hope of surviving this time. Don't tell me that you want to add new injuries to yourself for him. When Peng Pusha looked at Wang Yuan again, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes, as if he was sure that Wang Yuan would not dare to stand up for Duan Lingtian. Pfft. Wang Yuan heard this and sneered. Peng Pusha, you also said that I don't have much hope in going in this time. It can even be said that it's close to certain death, but there's still a lot of hope. I'm indeed not your opponent. But even if I die in your hands and add more injuries to your body, I'm still confident. If you really want to fight with me, I don't mind. At this time, Wang Yuan did not have any hope for this trip to the secret realm. Seeing Peng Pusha looking for trouble, he was a little annoyed. Usually, his temper was considered good, but it was rare for him to explode. When Peng Pusha heard Wang Yuan's words, he could not help but frown. He had forgotten about this point. This Wang Yuan, this time, there was only a slim chance of survival. It was not that he did not dare to fight with him. In fact, if Wang Yuan really fought him to the death, he wouldn't be willing. However, Wang Yuan didn't give him any face, which made him a little angry. Just as Peng Pusha was in a dilemma, Duan Lingtian, who was beside Wang Yuan, took 2 steps forward and glanced at Peng Pusha. You want to stop me? Peng Pusha never thought that Duan Lingtian would dare to stand up under Wang Yuan's protection. Suddenly, the anger that was originally caused by Wang Yuan was completely transferred to Duan Lingtian. So what? A newcomer like you is quite capable. You've only just arrived and you're already able to receive Wang Yuan's protection. Today, I'll give Wang Yuan face and not argue with you. As soon as Peng Pusha finished speaking, another voice sounded, Peng Pusha, if Wang Yuan really dares to fight with you, the two of us will join hands to kill him. You're not the only one who thinks that it's this brat who caused the mystic realm to open earlier. Two figures flew over from afar, riding on the wind. It was a handsome young man dressed in black, and a sturdy young man dressed in a light blue robe. The one who spoke was the former. Ao Longyu, Tianhu, you were only lightly injured in the last mystic realm. Now, you must have completely recovered. Why are you here to join in the fun? Seeing the two people who suddenly interfered, Wang Yuan's face turned a little ugly. The two people in front of him, any one of them, were actually on par with him, but the problem was, the two of them were together. They were also sent in by the Crimson Demon back then. It was said that they were best friends, wandering in the outer realm together. Then, they were captured by the Crimson Demon and sent here to be imprisoned. If the two of them joined hands, he wouldn't be a match for them, and Peng Pusha wouldn't be a match either. In terms of individual strength, Peng Pusha was the strongest among the four of them. Of course, there weren't many strong ones. Humph. The black-clothed youth, Ao Longyu, snorted coldly, Tianhu and I have indeed recovered from our injuries. However, because the mystic realm opened earlier this time, it interrupted my cultivation, causing my strength that should have broken through to stagnate again. You should know what it means to be interrupted at a critical moment. It means that unless I wait for that opportunity again, it will be extremely difficult. As Ao Longyu spoke, his tone became colder and colder, revealing his anger. When Peng Pusha heard Ao Longyu's words, his eyes lit up, all right. Ao Longyu, Tianhu, the two of you restrain Wang Yuan. I'll deal with this brat. Originally, I only planned to injure this brat. However, since he has offended you, I'll kill this brat. It can be considered as avenging you. Peng Pusha's voice was high and carefree. After all, he had been threatened by Wang Yuan earlier. In the end, he had no choice but to compromise. Now that he had helpers, why would he need to compromise? Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment Peng Pusha finished speaking, Ao Longyu and Tianhu both flew out and approached Wang Yuan, their gazes locked onto him. Wang Yuan, if you dare to help him, I'm sure you know that if Tianhu and I join forces, we'll be able to restrain you and help Peng Pusha at the same time. Ao Longyu's tone carried a hint of threat. At this moment, Wang Yuan's expression became incomparably ugly. Ha! Brat, die! Seeing Wang Yuan standing there with an ugly expression, Peng Pusha laughed and then looked at Ling Tian with a wanton and carefree smile on his face. The original haze was swept away. Brother Ling Tian, Wang Yuan transmitted his voice to Duan Ling Tian, I can't help you right now. Otherwise, if Ao Longyu and Tianhu join forces to deal with me and then deal with you, it will be even more difficult for you to escape from Peng Pusha's eyes into the mystic realm. There are less than 30 breaths of time left. If he makes a move, you run. When the time is near, he will naturally enter the mystic realm. He won't dare to mess with the timing. If he's a breath slower, he might be killed by the Scarlet Demon. But you're different. Even if you're a breath slower, as a newcomer, the Scarlet Demon won't kill you. There are precedents for this in the past. Wang Yuan said. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Duan Lingtian glanced sideways at him and nodded with a smile. Then, he looked at Peng Pusha who was flying towards him. The smile on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced with indifference. Did he really think he was a pushover? Did he think he was a target to vent his anger on? Bang! Peng Pusha's divine artifact appeared in his hand halfway. Although it was not a supreme divine artifact, judging from the aura it emitted, it was obviously fused with a supreme divine artifact embryo, which was more than Duan Lingtian's 7 orifices exquisite sword. In addition, although Peng Pusha's attack did not trigger any law of heaven and earth phenomenon in the Scarlet Demon's small world. However, Duan Lingtian could see that the law of fire that Peng Pusha displayed was definitely not weaker than the law of space and law of time that he mastered. In addition, when Peng Pusha waved the divine artifact staff in his hand, it seemed to be able to shatter the void, with a trace of a familiar yet strange feeling. This is the staff of the Tao of weapons? And it's not a prototype. Duan Ling Tian was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was reasonable. After all, the young geniuses who were sent here to be imprisoned by the Scarlet Demon were basically outstanding existences. Die! Peng Pusha roared again and smashed down with his staff. Flames gathered and rushed out like a giant flame beast opening its bloody mouth, biting towards Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, blood qi wrapped around Peng Pusha's body and then completely merged into his body, causing his already powerful attack to become even more powerful. The attack that was like a giant flame beast pouncing down also had some blood qi around it, giving people a suffocating sense of oppression. It seems that Peng Pusha really wants to kill this kid. He went all out as soon as he attacked. It seems that Peng Pusha also wants to kill this kid with one blow and then enter the secret realm. After all, there are only 20 breaths left. A medium-level ultimate god, even if he doesn't die from Peng Pusha's attack, he will definitely be seriously injured. After being seriously injured, Peng Pusha's second attack will definitely kill him. Now, there were more and more onlookers. At this time, almost everyone had come. Many people who originally planned to enter the secret realm saw that there was a show to watch. In addition, there were still 20 breaths of time before the Scarlet Demon's time limit, so they were not in a hurry to enter the secret realm. They would watch the show first. Boom! Rumble. At the same time, in front of everyone's eyes, when Peng Pusha's staff smashed out, Ao Longyu, who was originally standing there motionlessly, also had green energy turn into vines that filled the sky. Then, next to him, Tianhu's energy also swept out. Streaks of gray energy converged with Ao Longyu's energy and spread to the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, it formed a translucent cage that enveloped Duan Ling Tian and Peng Pusha. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan's expression changed tremendously at that instant. He never thought that Ao Longyu and Tianhu would intervene at this time and not give Duan Ling Tian a chance to escape. At this moment, the unguarded Wang Yuan's energy that was ready to be unleashed whistled out of his body. In the newly formed cage, Peng Pusha's attack had already covered the entire cage, including Duan Ling Tian. Under such circumstances, Duan Ling Tian had no way to escape. Ao Longyu and Tianhu have completely cut off the rookie's escape route. Too cruel. The onlookers could not help but shake their heads slightly. Most people felt that the rookie under Ao Longyu's attack would definitely be seriously injured this time, even if he did not die. There's nothing to see. A few people, while shaking their heads, had already entered the secret realm entrance in front of them and disappeared in a flash. They had already guessed the solution. There was no point in continuing to watch. Let's go. This rookie, even if he doesn't die under this attack, he won't be able to withstand Peng Pusha's next attack. This chapter ends. Chapter 4385. Although Peng Pusha's strength was not the strongest among the group of young geniuses imprisoned by the Crimson Demon, he was definitely above average. In the past, Peng Pusha had fought with one of the Crimson Demon's demon guards. After 100 moves, he was at a disadvantage. After 300 moves, he was defeated. The Crimson Demon's demon guards were the top existences among the upper ultimate gods. In most of the myriad worlds, they were strong enough to support a powerful force. Therefore, the young geniuses present did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be a match for Peng Pusha. However, just as the group of young geniuses behind him walked into the secret realm, a seven-colored swordlight suddenly rose from the area where Peng Pusha's attack had enveloped. Whoosh! The sword light soared into the sky, carrying with it a rich life force and the modeled power of the 5 elements. It broke through Peng Pusha's attack as easily as crushing dry weeds. Then, under the shocked gazes of the group, the sword light was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Peng Pusha. Impossible. Peng Pusha, after a sudden cry of alarm, also hurriedly retreated. However, just as he retreated a distance, he was blocked again. The thing that blocked him was none other than Ao Longyu and Tianhu's plan to surround Duan Ling Tian and not let Duan Ling Tian escape from Peng Pusha's attack. Quickly withdraw your forces. Peng Pusha hurriedly looked at Ao Longyu and Tianhu outside and roared anxiously. Just from Duanling Tian's attack earlier, he knew he was absolutely not a match for Duanling Tian. Too strong. His all-out attack was easily destroyed by the other party. Even when he fought with the Crimson Demon's demon guards in the past, he did not feel such a terrible pressure. The Crimson Demon's demon guards were pinnacle upper ultimate gods. At this moment, he also realized something. Although Duanling Tian was only a medium ultimate god, he definitely had the combat strength of a pinnacle upper ultimate god. Pinnacle upper ultimate gods were also divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. If the Crimson Demon's demon guards were said to be the lowest level, then, the current Duanling Tian, even if he had not reached the highest level, he was close. At least, it was not something he could match. Ao Longyu and Tianhu, on the other hand, were shocked by Duanling Tian's sudden attack. They were still in a daze when they heard Peng Pusha's cry. Although, in the blink of an eye, they had all regained their senses. At the same time, they wanted to remove the cage that they had jointly set up. However, when the cage became illusory, the astonishing 7-colored sword light, carrying a rich aura of life and the power of the 5 elements, swept towards Peng Pusha. On the other hand, Peng Pusha was a higher ultimate god who had gone through countless battles. He was one of the best among higher ultimate gods. Although he was panicking, he still managed to block Duanling Tian's attack. Peng Pusha was even prepared to get hurt. He had already made up his mind. He would do his best to block his opponent's attack. Even if he was injured, he would escape and enter the secret realm. Even if it was a narrow escape from the secret realm, it was better than dying here. At this moment, he had completely recognized the reality. Although the purple-clothed young man in front of him was only a medium ultimate god, he was stronger than him. After I kill him, it'll be your turn. Duanling Tian followed the sword light and flew toward Peng Pusha. At the same time, he coldly looked at Ao Longyu and Tianhu outside, causing their expressions to change drastically. Let's go. The two of them looked at each other and did not continue to withdraw their power. They turned around and fled toward the secret realm. Because the two of them did not have the power to withdraw, their power would be annihilated by inertia. This would also take some time. Under such circumstances, Peng Pusha, who had seen a chance of survival, felt the obstruction behind him while facing the menacing Duanling Tian. His face was filled with despair. It was too late. Peng Pusha's expression changed drastically. In the next moment, under everyone's gaze, Duanling Tian's sharp sword light broke through Peng Pusha's final defense and directly killed him. At the moment of Peng Pusha's death, Ao Longyu and Tianhu had just reached the entrance of the secret realm and did not have time to enter. This scene caused the expressions of the two people to change greatly, and regret appeared in their eyes. If they had known that this newcomer had such strength, they would never have taken the initiative to provoke him. The reason why they did that was because they were confident in defeating him. Let's go. Seeing Peng Pusha's death, Ao Longyu and Tianhu no longer hesitated. They turned around and escaped into the secret realm, disappearing before the eyes of the people outside. After Duanling Tian killed Peng Pusha, he also put away his opponent's divine artifact. As for the opponent's storage ring, it was destroyed as soon as the opponent died. Everything inside had also been sucked into the spatial turbulence of an unknown location, drifting along with the waves. Wanting to find it was tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. At the same time, with Peng Pusha's death, the power left behind by Ao Longyu and Tianhu also dissipated without a trace. A group of young geniuses who had originally planned to enter the secret realm also stopped and looked at Duanling Tian. From the moment Peng Pusha attacked to the moment he was killed, it was actually only a few breaths of time. However, in these few breaths of time, their impression of the newcomer in front of them had undergone a tremendous change. Even Wang Yuan, who had just defended Duanling Tian, looked at Duanling Tian with a somewhat dull gaze. Thinking of how he had wanted to defend the other party just now, Wang Yuan felt his face burning as the corners of his mouth curled up into a bitter smile. With the other party's strength, why would he need his protection? Even if Peng Pusha, Ao Longyu, and Tianhu attacked together, they might not be his match, right? When one's strength reached a certain level, if the gap was too big, it was no longer a matter of quantity that could win. The qualitative change was far greater than the quantitative change. They ran pretty fast. Duan Lingtian glanced at the entrance of the secret realm indifferently as the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. He was not someone who liked to cause trouble for no reason. However, this did not mean that he was afraid of trouble. Those who provoked him would have to pay the price. You guys better not die in the secret realm, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Brother Lingtian, it's almost time to go in. There's only a dozen breaths of time left. At this time, Duan Lingtian also heard Wang Yuan's voice. Duan Lingtian heard this, smiled at Wang Yuan in a friendly manner, and then flew toward the entrance of the secret realm in front of him. From the beginning to the end, he was not worried that he would anger the owner of this place, Crimson Demon, by killing Peng Pusha. This was because Crimson Demon acquiesced to it. He had heard Wang Yuan mention this a few years ago when he first came here. In this place, Crimson Demon would not care about the killing between young geniuses. Perhaps in Crimson Demon's eyes, if you died here, it meant that you were not capable, and those who were not capable were not qualified to become his new body. Therefore, whether it was Peng Pusha who wanted to kill Duan Lingtian or Duan Lingtian who wanted to kill Peng Pusha, the two of them did not have any concerns. Seeing Duan Lingtian enter the secret realm in the blink of an eye, Wang Yuan also followed. At the same time, the corners of his mouth curled up into a bitter smile. Originally, I was reminding Brother Lingtian not to be careless. Now, it seems that it was unnecessary. With Brother Lingtian's strength, unless Crimson Demon is deliberately targeting him, it won't be difficult for him to leave the secret realm. Although the secret realm opened in Crimson Demon's small world was not completely targeted at strength. However, in Wang Yuan's memories, there was a group of young geniuses who were imprisoned in the small world inside the Crimson Demon's body. Although some of those peak existences had perished, only one of them had perished since his arrival. There was still a huge advantage in terms of strength. After Duan Lingtian and Wang Yuan entered the secret realm one after another, the dozen or so people outside also entered the secret realm one after another. At this moment, everyone had recovered from the earlier scene. As they moved, they discussed spiritedly among themselves. I really didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. How can he be so strong? Although his comprehension of the law of space is strong, it hasn't reached the perfected stage yet. However, his sword Dao is very strong. Even with his sword Dao, it's difficult for him to be so strong due to the restriction of his cultivation base. Did you guys notice his earlier attack? It's obvious he had external help. That's the power of the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life. Among the dozen or so people, there was no lack of knowledgeable people. Some of them even had the 5 divine elements in their bodies. Moreover, the 5 divine elements in their bodies told them that it was the power of the 5 divine elements. That's the power of the 5 divine elements. I have a feeling that any of the 5 divine elements is no weaker than me. If it's just the chaos divine earth, it won't be able to devour me. However, with the help of the other 5 divine elements, I'll definitely be devoured by the chaos divine earth in his body. Remember, don't provoke him. If you provoke him, don't even think about using my power. I can't afford to provoke him. To be more precise, I can't afford to provoke the 5 divine elements in his body. If it's not necessary, don't make an enemy out of him. The fact that the 5 divine elements are willing to accept him as their host is enough to show how monstrous he is. If there are no mishaps, the Crimson Devil will choose him in the end. It's a pity that such a genius is going to be possessed by someone else. If the Crimson Devil really possesses him, his future achievements might surpass his current achievements. I wonder if he'll be able to fulfill the other conditions for the Crimson Devil to possess his body. All in all, he has a huge advantage. There's no need for you to feel indignant. It's not a good thing to be possessed by the Crimson Devil. However, you're not as good as him. To be more precise, you're not as talented as him. At the very least, I won't allow the other 5 divine elements to possess your body. Although it's not easy to find a host as talented as you, it won't be difficult for me to find one if I really want to. Not everyone is a peerless genius like him. At this moment, the 5 divine elements and the few people who possessed the 5 divine elements in their bodies were warning them that Duan Ling Tian, a peerless genius who possessed the 5 divine elements, was not to be trifled with. Chapter 4386. The reason why Duan Ling Tian did not wait for Wang Yuan and entered the secret realm on his own was because he knew that even if they entered hand in hand, they would still be separated in the next moment. Those who entered the secret realm would not appear in the same place. They would appear in different places at the edge of the secret realm. What they had to do was to head to the center of the secret realm from the edge. During this process, they would have to go through many tests. If the secret realm in the little world in the Crimson Devil's body was a circle, Duan Ling Tian and the others would appear at the periphery of the circle. Then, they would head to the center of the circle from all directions. Only those who managed to reach the center of the circle within a certain period of time would be able to leave the secret realm alive. In the beginning, it was impossible for them to meet each other. It was only possible for them to meet each other later on because they were getting closer and closer to the center of the circle. The distance between them was also getting closer and closer. Some of them even overlapped with each other. Previously, I've heard that there will be guidance after entering the secret realm. There are many kinds of guidance. There are the guidance of flying beasts, the guidance of walking beasts, and the guidance of light. You have to find it yourself. The outside of the circle isn't the end. If you take the wrong path, you'll be further and further away from the center of the circle. At the same time, you'll encounter layers of obstacles that have no end. Before entering the secret realm, Duan Ling Tian had heard Wang Yuan mention this to him before. In fact, this was also a test. It was a test of observation. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was hovering in the air. He was above a forest. The forest was peaceful. When he looked around, the scenery in all directions was the same. He could not see any difference. The surroundings were calm. There was nothing worth paying attention to. Under such circumstances, even Duan Ling Tian could not help but have a solemn expression on his face. He knew this was the time to test his observation skills. He had to find the clues that led to the center of the circle. Naturally, he was not stupid enough to search for the clues on his own. He opened up the little world in his body and asked the 5 divine elements for help. The 5 divine elements were the product of the heaven and earth spirit energy. They were very sensitive to things like the environment. As a human, he was far inferior in this regard. That tree is different. The Duan Ling Tian divine would opened its mouth and pointed to a tree far to the right of Duan Ling Tian. Then, it guided Duan Ling Tian to see the difference in that tree. Duan Ling Tian went closer to take a look. With the reminder of the Haotian divine wood, he immediately discovered that although this tree looked no different from other trees at first glance, its branches were very interesting. More than half of its branches pointed to one place. However, because the green leaves on the branches were too lush, if one didn't get close and flip open the leaves, they wouldn't be able to discover this point. As for the Haotian divine wood, as the wood spirit of heaven and earth, it could naturally tell that this tree was different without lifting the leaves. Let me look at the other trees. Duan Ling Tian didn't immediately walk in the direction the tree was pointing to. He had to confirm it first, because once he took the wrong step, it would lead to a series of mistakes. It was possible that what awaited him was an abyss with a slim chance of survival or even a certainty of death. Duan Ling Tian looked at the surrounding forest and confirmed for an entire 2 hours. In the end, he confirmed that only one tree was different from the others. All the other trees were the same. That's the direction. After asking for the opinions of the other 4 divine elements and even asking the divine tree of life for help with the world-cleansing divine water, Duan Ling Tian made his way in the direction the tree was pointing to. Not long after Duan Ling Tian set off, the sky above the area where he was originally at suddenly stirred. Then, a figure appeared. If Duan Ling Tian were here, he would recognize this person at a glance. It was none other than the master of Crimson Demon Ridge who had sent him to this godforsaken place, Crimson Demon. He was a powerful supreme powerhouse. Crimson Demon looked in the direction Duan Lingtian had left and shook his head gently. I originally wanted to increase the difficulty for him. He's not skilled in the law of wood, so it'll be difficult for him to find the guidance. I forgot that he has the 5 divine elements in his body. Among them, the clear heaven's divine wood is more sensitive to life forms like trees than cultivators who are skilled in the law of wood. Although it's his first time here, his strength is close to that of the most powerful higher ultimate gods. It won't be difficult for him to pass through this secret realm. I don't have much time left. I'll increase the difficulty of this secret realm again. There are still more than 30 people left. I'll increase the difficulty of this secret realm again. It'll be enough if half of them come out. In the next secret realm, I'll directly determine the 3 most suitable people for possession. Then, I'll choose my new body among the 3. Crimson Demon's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. I hope that Duan Lingtian is the most suitable one. I'm very satisfied with his body. Young, powerful, and attractive. Crimson Demon's eyes shone with greed as he muttered to himself. This time, I'll try my best to get some divine corrupting spring from him. Let's see if it's possible to force him to hand it over. Crimson Demon thought to himself. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was still unaware that he had fallen into Crimson Demon's trap. Duan Lingtian felt that he had found the right direction and moved forward in that direction. He used his powerful strength to flatten all the obstacles he encountered along the way. These obstacles might have been difficult for ordinary medium ultimate gods at the beginning, but they were not difficult for him at all. Although the difficulty of the later stages gradually increased, his strength was strong enough, and he still easily passed through one stage after another. It's not difficult. Duan Lingtian passed all the obstacles without any obstacles. At the same time, in more than 30 other places, there were many people who were struggling with every step. Wang Yiyuan was one of them. Wang Yiyuan had not fully recovered from his injuries, and this time, the difficulty of the mystic realm had increased by quite a bit. He was struggling to cope with it. I'm afraid I'll definitely die in the next obstacle. Wang Yiyuan looked like a completely different person from before. Not only was he tattered and unkempt, but there were also many bloody wounds on his body. His face was also full of stains and bloodstains. His aura was also extremely weak. As he walked, he gasped for breath. Why don't I take a break first? No. If I take a break, the next obstacle might come directly to where I'm resting. Wang Yiyuan had suffered such a loss in the past, so he was extremely vigilant now. Finally, Wang Yiyuan moved forward and encountered the next obstacle. This obstacle was faced with a great demon. The first wave of attacks from the great demon severely injured Wang Yiyuan. He's too strong. I might have been able to kill him when I was at my peak. But now, at this moment, Wang Yiyuan looked at the great demon that covered the sky and the sun. His face was filled with despair, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Although he was unwilling, he did not have the courage to face death. When the great demon was about to envelop him and the wind that blew against his face was like a knife, he subconsciously closed his eyes. Just when he thought he was going to die, a loud sound shocked him and he opened his eyes again. With a single glance, he noticed that a violet figure had suddenly appeared before him. Although he could only see the figure's back, he still recognized the figure with a single glance, and he was even slightly pleasantly surprised. Brother Lingtian? The person who had arrived at the critical moment was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was originally challenging the obstacles by himself. He had just passed the first obstacle when he heard the commotion. As he was closer, he deliberately went closer to take a look. With just a glance, he saw the scene where Wang Yiyuan was almost killed. Not to mention Wang Yiyuan, who was the person he was most familiar with in this place, even if it was someone else, as long as it was not Ao Longyu or Tianhu who had offended him previously, he would have helped them. It was just a simple matter of lifting a finger. Even if he did not know those people, in this place, they were in the same boat as him. If he could help them, he would not mind lending a hand. Just as Duan Lingtian turned around and nodded at Wang Yiyuan with a smile, his face suddenly changed. Then, a ray of rainbow sword light whizzed out from his hand and swept towards Wang Yiyuan's feet. However, it was still too late. Bang! With a loud sound, the ground under Wang Yuan's feet cracked. A grayish-yellow spike swept out from the depths of the ground and pierced through Wang Yuan's body. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's rainbow sword light had also arrived. It directly pierced the ground under Wang Yuan's feet and kept going downwards. Puchi! Ah! A mournful cry came from the depths of the ground. The sound became softer and softer, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely extinguished. He hid so well. Duan Lingtian did not expect that the checkpoint Wang Yuan was going through now was not only a powerful great demon, but also a great demon that was not weaker than the great demon that was hiding deep underground. Moreover, it was a great demon that was proficient in the law of earth. Before he could react, it directly attacked and severely injured Wang Yuan again. Even though he was a distance away, Duan Lingtian could still clearly sense that Wang Yuan's life force was constantly draining away. Even his soul force was becoming more and more weak. Brother Lingtian, Wang Yuan's body was pierced. The spike formed by the law of earth that pierced his body had disappeared along with the great demon's death. His body was supported by Duan Lingtian and lying on the ground. Now, Wang Yuan was struggling to look at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with hope. Duan Lingtian immediately went forward and took out a healing pill to give to Wang Yuan, but Wang Yuan rejected it. It's useless. I know my own injuries. I have at most 15 minutes left to live. Cough cough, Wang Yuan kept coughing up blood. At the same time, he reached out with difficulty to take off his spatial ring and handed it to Duan Lingtian. Brother Duan. Cough cough. This is my spatial ring. It's all ready. Cough cough. It's all ready, remove the ownership, most of the things inside. You. Cough cough, probably won't be interested in them. But, there's one thing that I'm not sure of. It should be useful to you, of course, it's not certain. Cough cough, if. Cough cough. It's really useful to you. I hope you can do me a favor, of course. I. Cough. I'm leaving soon. It doesn't matter if you don't help me, I hope that you. Cough cough. Chapter 4387. Duan Lingtian only regained his senses when Wang Yuan breathed his last and fell to the ground with a thud. At the same time, a complicated expression appeared on his face. Although he had lived for 1,000 years and was used to seeing life and death, he still felt a sense of helplessness in his heart at this moment. Would he really be able to escape and regain his freedom without being controlled by the Crimson Devil? Even he did not have absolute confidence that he would be able to do so. As for Wang Yuan, he did not know if he was trying to comfort himself before his death or if he really thought there was hope for him to escape, but he actually asked for a favor from him. It was something related to the clan behind him and the family behind him. If I die here or if I'm possessed by the Crimson Devil, I won't be able to help him even if I want to. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian felt that Wang Yuan seemed to have overestimated him. Why was he so confident in him? Perhaps it's not that he has confidence in me. He just wants to comfort himself before his death. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Then, he raised his hand and the energy from the law of life swept out. Together with the energy from the divine tree of life, he repaired the hole in Wang Yuan's body before he put it away in Wang Yuan's spatial ring. If I can't leave, you can stay here forever. If I can, I'll bring you back to your clan and hand you over to the family you're worried about before your death. After putting Wang Yuan's body into the spatial ring left behind by Wang Yuan, Duan Lingtian continued to move forward. Of course, the spatial ring had already been claimed by him and belonged to him now. As for the thing Wang Yuan said he would be interested in, he could not tell what it was in such a short time. At the same time, he did not have time to study it, so he put it aside for the time being. He would study it after he left the secret land. When a man was about to die, his words were kind. Although he couldn't tell what it was for the time being, since Wang Yuan said so, it was enough to prove that it was mysterious. At the very least, Wang Yiyuan had not been able to figure it out after so many years. He did not think Wang Yiyuan had obtained it in the little world in the Crimson Devil's body. He must have obtained it outside. If he had obtained it in the little world, the Crimson Devil must have thought it was worthless. In that case, Wang Yiyuan would not treat it as a treasure. Duan Lingtian continued forward, heading towards the center of the circle. Although the difficulty of the trials was constantly increasing along the way, it was still not difficult for Duan Lingtian. If it was difficult for even him, he felt that the number of people who survived this trip to the secret realm opened by Crimson Demon would not exceed 5. Of course, the later stages were not all about brute force. Duan Lingtian also noticed this in the later stages. In the later stages, a lot of people had to rely on their ability to react on the spot and their intelligence. If a person wasn't smart enough or was a little slow, even if they didn't die in the later stages, they would at least be injured. What Duan Lingtian didn't know was that Crimson Demon had seen everything that happened after that. This Duan Lingtian is worthy of being called the most monstrous existence among all the young geniuses in my small world. His performance is flawless. Of course, I can't come to a final conclusion about the trials set by the secret realm this time. After all, there are a few other people in the trial this time, so there won't be too much pressure. I'll raise the difficulty of the next secret realm to the highest level. I'd like to see how many people can survive. If there's only one person, it'll be him. If there are a few people, I'll set another trial and choose the last person. If there are 2 or 3 people in the end with the same performance and no pressure and no choice, I'll choose this Duan Lingtian. Crimson Demon watched the group of young geniuses in the secret realm of his small world from a place where Duan Lingtian couldn't see. His eyes were focused on Duan Lingtian. The reason why he was more optimistic about Duan Lingtian was because Duan Lingtian had many gods accumulating springs. Secondly, Duan Lingtian was the youngest among the group of young geniuses. He was at most a medium ultimate god who was a little over 1,000 years old. Moreover, he also noticed that Duan Lingtian was not far from becoming a higher ultimate god based on his current cultivation level. If there were no accidents and he continued to grow smoothly, he would become a higher ultimate god before he was 2,000 years old. There's nothing else to see after this. I originally wanted to get some gods accumulating springs from Duan Lingtian in this secret realm, but it seems like I can't directly increase the difficulty of the trial. That would undoubtedly make him more vigilant. Forget it. I'll just let go of this small profit. I don't want him to go to the extreme and destroy his spatial ring before I possess him. If that happens, I won't be able to get a single drop of gods accumulating springs. Crimson Demon previously had the idea of taking the gods accumulating springs from Duan Lingtian because he wasn't sure if Duan Lingtian would be the most suitable person for him to possess. After all, he had only seen Duan Lingtian's strength and talent and knew nothing about Duan Lingtian. However, while he was satisfied with Duan Lingtian's performance as he continued to observe in the secret realm, he also realized that even if there were only 2 or 3 people who survived in the end, Duan Lingtian would most likely be one of them. In fact, he had already decided that Duan Lingtian would be the best person for him to possess. He just needed to go through the final process. After all, it would determine whether his possession would succeed. Their clan's possession technique was too heaven-defying. It could only be used once in a person's lifetime and the success rate was not 100%. Only by finding the most suitable body for possession would the success rate be higher. Duan Lingtian did not know that he had escaped a calamity from Crimson Demon who wanted to steal the gods' accumulating springs. He was now continuing to advance toward the center of the circle. Along the way, he met 2 other people, but he did not know them and ignored them. Those 2 people had seen Duan Lingtian kill Peng Pusha with their own eyes and knew how powerful Duan Lingtian was. Seeing that Duan Lingtian did not intend to pay attention to them, they consciously did not disturb Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is too strong. He's only a medium ultimate god, but he has the combat strength of a top-tier superior ultimate god. If he steps into the upper ultimate god realm, I'm afraid only those 2 people among us can compare to him, right? The 2 people Duan Lingtian saw were now walking together and breaking through the layers of checkpoints that appeared later. It was possible to work together in the secret realm. However, when two people worked together, the checkpoints they had to break through would overlap and be more difficult. When two people worked together, their combined strength would be stronger. When faced with overlapping checkpoints, the difficulty of breaking through them was not much different from breaking through them alone. The reason these two people worked together was because they had been on good terms and trusted each other all these years. If Duan Lingtian went to find someone to work with now, the other party might not be willing because they were worried that Duan Lingtian would play dirty tricks behind their backs. Even if Duan Lingtian did not directly attack them, as long as he held back, he could easily trick them. Because of that, in the secret realm of Crimson Demon's small world, it was impossible to work together if they did not trust each other enough. Do you think, if the two of us work together, we can beat him? One of them asked the other. You're too arrogant. If the two of us work together, even if we go against Ao Longyu and Tianhu, we're not 100% sure that we can beat them. At most, we can guarantee that we won't be at a disadvantage. Didn't you see that before he entered the secret realm, Ao Longyu and Tianhu were so scared that they went in next? The other person shook his head. When the first person heard that, he fell silent. I never thought that there would be a day when a medium ultimate god could make me so afraid. The young man who shook his head spoke again with a sigh. He's really a monster. Duan Lingtian passed through all the levels and finally arrived at the center of the circle. The center of the circle was a large teleportation formation. When he arrived, he happened to see a person enter the teleportation formation before him. Then, the person disappeared in the teleportation formation's light. When the light dissipated, the person disappeared without a trace. Before the person disappeared, Duan Lingtian saw his face clearly. It was a young man with a cold face wearing a long black robe. When he looked at the other person was also looking at him. He came earlier than me, and doesn't seem to have any traces of injury. This person should be the one that Wang Yuan mentioned earlier, one of the strongest few among the many young geniuses that were imprisoned by the Crimson Demon. In Crimson Demon's little world, there were a few young geniuses who had the combat strength of a peak high-level ultimate god. He had heard about this from Wang Yuan a few years ago. Of course, he did not think that he was weaker than the genius who had left the secret realm before him. After all, he had not borrowed the power of the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life. Otherwise, he would have been faster. In addition, he had been delayed for some time in the process of meeting Wang Yuan. Let's go out first. The secret realm this time posed no difficulty to me at all, however, it might not be the same for the next secret realm. I wonder if Sister Shui and the divine tree of life have gained something this time. In fact, the last 2 levels were still a little difficult for Duan Lingtian. However, due to some plans, he did not borrow the power of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements because they had their own things to do. Whether he could successfully escape from Crimson Demon's control was also an important factor. I hope they've gained something. That way, I'll have a better chance of escaping from Crimson Demon. Sister Shui also said that if I can enter the higher ultimate god stage here, I'll have a better chance of escaping from Crimson Demon's control. Originally, I only had a 50% chance of escaping. However, if I enter the higher ultimate god stage, I'll have a 70% chance of escaping. Chapter 4388. Duan Lingtian discovered he had left the secret realm that Crimson Demon had set up for them and returned to the area he was in before he entered the secret realm. At this moment, he could see the figure of the person who had left the secret realm was gradually disappearing into the distance. There was no one around him at all. Duan Lingtian did not stay long before he returned to the cave abode he had created for himself. The first thing he did when he returned to the cave abode was to ask the world-cleansing divine water in his little world. Sister Water, how did you and the divine tree of life gain from the trip to the secret realm set up by Crimson Demon? Although the divine tree of life had yet to communicate with him, he knew that the divine tree of life had its own life and consciousness. It was just that it had yet to recover to its peak state, so it was unable to communicate with him. Only the world-cleansing divine water, one of the 5 divine elements that had accompanied the divine tree of life for many years, could communicate with the divine tree of life. Naturally, if Duan Lingtian asked the divine tree of life for help, the divine tree of life would be able to sense his will and help him. However, there was no communication between them during this process. It's just as I've guessed. The so-called secret realm in Crimson Demon's little world is actually a secret realm formed by the divine tree of life in his little world. In other words, the energy that supports the secret realm's operation comes from the divine tree of life in Crimson Demon's little world. We've discussed this before. The best time for you to escape is when the secret realm opens again. Make the best use of your time to cultivate before the next secret realm opens. If you can become a higher ultimate god before you enter the secret realm, you'll have a higher chance of success. After listening to the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian realized the discovery of the world-cleansing divine water and the divine tree of life in the secret realm set up by Crimson Demon was just as they had guessed. After all, the divine tree of life in his body had once belonged to a supreme expert. The divine tree of life in his small world was well aware of what methods the supreme experts had, what they relied on, and what they needed to open the so-called secret realm in their small worlds. Even the world-cleansing divine water knew a lot about it. That was why they had guessed earlier and promised Duan Lingtian that there was a chance to help him escape the Crimson Demon's control and leave the Crimson Demon's small world. Upper-level ultimate god. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a burning yearning. At the same time, he took a deep breath and prepared to calm down and start cultivating. However, before he started cultivating, he couldn't help but take out the spatial ring that Wang Yiyuan had given him before his death and took out the thing that Wang Yiyuan had mentioned. It was a circular object that looked like a token. It was engraved with ancient and complicated patterns. At least, Duan Lingtian couldn't recognize what those patterns were. He didn't know if they were words or symbols. However, the material of the token was very strange. Duan Lingtian couldn't recognize what it was. Even when he activated the 7 orifices exquisite sword, he couldn't leave a mark on it. It wasn't that he didn't wonder if this was also a profound divine metal. After all, when he obtained the first form profound divine metal, it had the same characteristics. However, after he asked the profound divine metal, he was denied the possibility. This is definitely not the profound divine metal, said the profound divine metal in Duan Lingtian's small world. Then what is it? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Little Tian, throw the token into your small world and place it under the divine tree of life. Just as Duan Lingtian was puzzled, the world-cleansing divine water's voice sounded. Duan Lingtian immediately realized that the world-cleansing divine water wanted the divine tree of life to take a look at the token. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian immediately threw the token into his small world. A hint of anticipation could be seen in his eyes. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? The divine tree of life used to be by the side of a supreme powerhouse. It's a powerful companion of the supreme powerhouse who's now dead. It must have been influenced by the supreme powerhouse. Wang Yiyuan and I can't recognize this token, but it doesn't mean it can't recognize it. Under Duan Lingtian's expectant gaze, the life energy on the divine tree of life suddenly surged in Duan Lingtian's small world. Then, a few of its branches shot out toward the token under the divine tree of life. Just as the tree branches were about to touch the circular token suddenly flickered with a faint life force, preventing the tree branches from approaching. Naturally, the life energy on the token was very weak. It was nothing compared to the life energy on the divine tree of life. In just a blink of an eye, it was destroyed. What's that token? How can it extend the life energy? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised by the scene before his eyes. He could not figure out how a round token that was a dead object could emit such a pure life force. Although the life energy was not strong, it was very pure. It was no different from the life energy directly extended from the divine tree of life. At the very least, the life energy he displayed when he fused the law of life with his divine power was far from this pure. According to the world-cleansing divine water, if he wanted to refine his life energy to such a pure level, he would have to at least comprehend the law of life to the perfection stage. The perfection stage of the law of life was a qualitative leap. Under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the branches of the divine tree of life wrapped around the circular token. Streams of gentle life energy continued to flow into the token. At first, Duan Lingtian was somewhat puzzled by the divine tree of life's actions. However, after a while, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly widened. This was because he discovered that the token was emitting a suction force that greedily devoured the life energy from the divine tree of life. The divine tree of life did not seem to reject this and continued to supply the token with life energy. Sister Water, this is. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask the world-cleansing divine water about this. What was going on? What was the divine tree of life doing? Also, this round token, did it recognize what it was? Otherwise, why would it allow the divine tree of life to absorb its life energy? I don't know either. The world-cleansing divine water quickly replied, I've just asked it, but I don't think it has the time to reply. Let's wait patiently. Although I don't know what's going on, I can sense that it's not being forced. It's voluntarily supplying the token with its life energy. Although I don't know what it is, it's probably not something ordinary. Little Tian, where did you get that thing from? The world-cleansing divine water asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian did not intend to hide it from the world-cleansing divine water. He told the world-cleansing divine water about Wang Yuan. Upon hearing this, the world-cleansing divine water could not help but sigh. If that thing is really useful to you, it'll be a huge favor to you. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, his gaze was resolute. Regardless of whether that thing is of great use to me or not, just based on the trust he has for me, I won't turn a blind eye to what he wants me to do if it's within my ability. You're very responsible. The world-cleansing divine water praised Duan Lingtian. Then, it waited with Duan Lingtian for the divine tree of life's reply. However, 3 days and 3 nights passed in just a blink of an eye. After 3 days and 3 nights, the divine tree of life finally stopped supplying the token with life energy. At this time, it seemed to have dimmed slightly. It was obvious that it had consumed a lot of life energy. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was in no hurry to ask the world-cleansing divine water to ask the divine tree of life. After all, even a human would need some time to rest after 3 days and 3 nights. However, even though Duan Lingtian did not ask, the world-cleansing divine water took the initiative to contact Duan Lingtian. She said excitedly, Little Tian, the thing that Wang Yuan gave you is not ordinary. In fact, it's a treasure to you. Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Although he could tell that the thing was not ordinary from the way it acted in front of the divine tree of life, he did not have high hopes for it. Even if it was not ordinary, it might not be of much use to him. If it was something that leaned toward the law of life, he would not give up on the law of time and the law of space to focus on the law of life. Moreover, in his opinion, the law of space was more powerful than the law of life, and the law of time was more powerful than the law of space. Chapter 4389. Sister Water, what is it? Although the world-cleansing divine water had said the item was a treasure to him, Duan Lingtian did not let this surprise get to his head. After all, he would only know how useful it was to him if he had a better understanding of it. If it was something that could help him raise the level of the law of life, it might be a treasure to him. However, he was reluctant to convert his primary law of life to the law of life. Apart from his current attainments in the law of time and the law of space, he also possessed a supreme powerhouse godhead from the law of time and a supreme powerhouse godhead from the law of space. Both were treasures that could help him comprehend the law of life. Let alone the god-defying world, even in the outer realm, a supreme powerhouse godhead was a treasure. If that item is really something that can help me comprehend the law of life, is it more powerful than a supreme powerhouse godhead? Duan Lingtian did not believe the world-cleansing divine water's words. Although Duan Lingtian did not expect much from the world-cleansing divine water, he was still waiting for its reply. Perhaps, Sister Water would be able to bring him a pleasant surprise? Although Sister Shui wasn't completely clear about his current situation, she probably knew that he didn't have much hope for the law of life. It's a key, the world-cleansing divine water said again. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. A key? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was certain the key was not something that could help him comprehend the law of time. It must be a key to a certain place that contained many treasures. At the very least, it must be something useful to him. Otherwise, the world-cleansing divine water would not have told him the key was a treasure to him. Key? Where is the key to? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he regained his senses. A hint of anticipation could be seen on his face. The world-cleansing divine water did not keep Duan Lingtian in suspense. She said bluntly, according to the wood spirit, the key contains the aura of its former owner's idol. The idol of its former owner is also a supreme powerhouse. Moreover, he's much stronger than the wood spirit. The wood spirit said that there is a spirit within the key. It's a life form that was born out of thin air by that utmost powerhouse after he mastered the laws of life to the great perfection realm. That spirit said that after its master died, the meaning of its existence was to open the independent plane where the ultimate expert behind it hid his relics after he died for the person who obtained it. Whoever can reawaken it will be able to obtain all the treasures in the independent plane that it controls. The world-cleansing divine water paused for a moment before it continued. The wood spirit followed its previous master and saw it from afar before I entered its body. According to the wood spirit, its former master's idol, which is that ultimate powerhouse, is extremely powerful. Also, the wood spirit heard from its former master that his idol is an existence that can be ranked in the second tier even in the entire myriad worlds. The supreme experts in the first echelon of the 10,000 worlds are the three supreme existences in the three major domains. The second echelon below them are the supreme experts who are a grade lower. Among the myriad worlds, there are no more than 30 ultimate powerhouses who can be ranked in the second tier. At least, there were no more than 30 ultimate powerhouses back then. Perhaps, you don't know much about this. Let me give you a reference. Back then, there was only one ultimate powerhouse who could be ranked in the second tier in the myriad worlds Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. That round token was actually something left behind by a supreme being who was once recognized as one of the second echelons of the myriad worlds. Moreover, it could open the independent space he left behind. Moreover, that supreme powerhouse was the idol of the former master of the divine tree of life in his little world. The wood spirit was the name of the divine tree of life in Duan Lingtian's little world. Duan Lingtian had learned about the name of the divine tree of life not long ago. After all, the original master of the divine tree of life in his little world was also a supreme powerhouse. One could only imagine how powerful that supreme powerhouse was to be idolized. However, the circular token he obtained was left behind by that supreme powerhouse. Moreover, according to the world-cleansing divine water, the token was left behind. Moreover, the circular token was the key to opening the independent space left behind by that supreme powerhouse. Whoever obtained the circular token and awakened the spirit inside would be able to obtain all the treasures in the independent space left behind by that supreme powerhouse. Sister Water, that supreme powerhouse. Did he not have any descendants? Did he not have any disciples? After a brief moment of shock and excitement, Duan Lingtian calmed down. The wood spirit said that the supreme expert did not belong to any of the realms. He was a wandering cultivator who roamed the myriad of realms and the lands beyond them. In fact, many people said that he was a native of the lands beyond the realm. The outer land is located outside the myriad worlds. It's also the hub of the myriad worlds. Many living beings have been born there over the years. Some are strong, some are weak. Among them, there are many who have grown to the level of a supreme powerhouse. The wood spirit said that the supreme powerhouse was a rogue cultivator in the past. After he died, he hid his life savings in an independent space and waited for a fated person. It's normal for him to do that. The world-cleansing divine water paused for a moment before it continued. The wood spirit said that you can obtain it now and drip a drop of blood on it to make it acknowledge you as its master. Although the wood spirit was the one who awakened it, since you're its new master, its awakening is equivalent to your awakening. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian no longer cared about the confusion in his heart. He immediately pulled the circular token out of his little world before he pricked his finger and dripped a drop of blood on it. In the next moment, Duan Tian felt as though he had formed a strange connection with a living being. Your divine tree of life has awakened me. You're the fated person that Master spoke of. When you become stronger, I'll bring you to the bottomless abyss that Master left behind so you can inherit Master's legacy. As the circular token trembled slightly, a young voice suddenly appeared in Duan Tian's mind. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Tian saw the round command token suddenly transform into a flowing light that entered his body before appearing near his soul, and it terrified him to the point his face couldn't help but go pale. Don't worry. The young voice sounded again. You're the fated person that Master spoke of. I won't harm you. I'll stay near your soul and protect it at critical moments. It's a good thing for you. However, my abilities are limited. I'm only good at defending against soul attacks. You don't have to look for me for help with other matters. Even if you look for me, I won't be able to help. Duan Tian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the young voice's words. At the same time, he recalled something and could not help but ask, you said that I can only go to the bottomless abyss that Master left behind after I become stronger. How strong do I have to become? Duan Tian thought to himself. If he could go to the bottomless abyss after he became a higher ultimate god, it would undoubtedly be a great thing for him. However, the young voice's reply completely dispelled his delusion. Supreme Expert. Chapter 4390. Ultimate Expert. Duan Tian felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head when he heard the words of the spirit in the circular token. The excitement that rose from the depths of his heart instantly vanished. Ultimate Expert, that was too far away from him now. His current goal was still to become a higher ultimate god. After stepping into the higher ultimate god realm, there was still a very, very long way to go before he could become an ultimate expert. He knew very well that the reason he was able to step into the medium ultimate god realm from the lower ultimate god realm so quickly and even consolidate his cultivation base, getting closer and closer to the higher ultimate god realm. All of this was because he had soaked in the divine corrupting spring and absorbed a huge amount of divine corrupting spring. And that kind of opportunity only came once. Now, even if he still had a lot of divine corrupting spring in his hands, even if he used all of it, it would at most help him walk a small part of the path to becoming a higher ultimate god. Even if he stepped into the higher ultimate god realm now, it would be difficult for him to completely consolidate his cultivation base with the divine corrupting spring in his hands, let alone use the divine corrupting spring to become an ultimate expert. What a pity. I have to step into the ultimate expert realm to be able to enter the ultimate god realm left behind by that powerful ultimate expert. Duan Tian sighed in his heart. He did not expect that he would be able to enter the ultimate god realm left behind by that ultimate expert as a medium ultimate god. However, he was hoping that he would be able to enter that place as a higher ultimate god. However, now that he heard the words of the spirit of the ultimate key, Duan Tian completely dispelled the delusion in his heart. I originally thought that if I could enter as a higher ultimate god, I might be able to use the resources inside to quickly improve my strength and speed up my path to becoming an ultimate expert. After sighing in his heart again, Duan Tian finally regained his senses and did not continue to dwell on this matter. At the same time, he remembered that the ultimate key left behind by the ultimate expert was given to him by Wang Yuan before he died. If I can leave this place alive, I will definitely do what you asked of me. Thinking of Wang Yuan's last words, Duan Tian's expression turned solemn. Even if Wang Yuan had already fallen and it was impossible to know if he would fulfill his promise, he had never thought of going back on his word. I'll focus on my cultivation first. I'll strive to become a high-level ultimate god before the next secret territory opens. Duan Tian knew that the next time the secret realm opened, it would be a turning point for him. Whether or not he could leave the small world in the Crimson Demon's body and escape the Crimson Demon's control would depend on whether everything went smoothly the next time the secret realm opened. Right now, he wasn't sure either. According to the world-cleansing divine water, if Duan Tian did not make a breakthrough, he would only have a 50% chance of escaping alive. However, if he made a breakthrough, his chances would be even higher. However, no matter how confident he was, there was still a risk. There was no 100% chance of success. Even if it was 99%, there was still a chance of failure. No matter what, it's better to have a higher chance of survival. The higher the chance of survival, the higher the chance of survival. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian tried his best to calm himself down. Then, he took out the god-corrupting spring water to help with his cultivation as he tried to break through to the high-level ultimate god stage. He had completely forgotten about time and everything else as he cultivated. He was only focused on breaking through. While Duan Lingtian was resting after leaving the secret realm, in the Crimson Demon's small world, many people who had entered the secret realm also came out one after another after Duan Lingtian. However, unlike Duan Lingtian who came out unscathed, these people were more or less injured. Some of them were even severely injured. Poof! Another figure came out from the secret realm. As soon as he came out, his body swayed, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Then, his face became extremely pale, like a sheet of white paper hanging on his face. After spitting out the blood, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked around to make sure there was no one around before he heaved a sigh of relief. If I had known, I wouldn't have provoked Duan Lingtian. I really didn't expect him to be so powerful. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would be able to recognize this person with just a glance. This person was one of the two people who wanted to join forces with Peng Pu-sha to deal with him before he entered the secret realm. Ao Longyu. At this time, Ao Longyu was no longer as high-spirited as he was in front of Duan Lingtian. He looked a little tired and dispirited. Moreover, although he had successfully come out of the secret realm alive, he was not relaxed at all. First of all, he was seriously injured this time. The next trip to the secret realm would not bode well for him. Second, he was afraid that before the next trip to the secret realm, Duan Lingtian, who he had provoked before, would come looking for trouble with him and even kill him. Even if he was at his peak, he was no match for him, let alone now. Let's follow the agreement I made with Tianhu before we entered the secret realm. After we come out, we'll look for someone to protect us. Duan Lingtian is powerful. However, there are still a few people in Crimson Devil's little world who are not afraid of him. Ao Longyu muttered to himself. He did not return to his place of cultivation. Instead, he headed in another direction. While Ao Longyu was making his move, Ao Longyu's companion, Tianhu, was giving away a spatial ring in a cave abode in a mountain range in the distance. Tianhu, what's the meaning of this? A handsome young man dressed in white sat in front of a stone table in the cave dwelling. He was drinking tea at a leisurely pace. He looked calm and had an extraordinary aura. Young Master Jun, I'm willing to use more than half of my life savings to seek your protection. Tianhu said sincerely with a solemn expression. Seek protection? The white-clad young man was stunned when he heard Tianhu's words. Then, he laughed self-mockingly. I'm the same as you. We're both caged beasts in Crimson Devil's cage. I'm afraid you're asking the wrong person to seek protection from me. You should seek protection from Crimson Devil. Young Master Jun, Tianhu continued to say, I'm asking for your protection. As long as you protect me until the next time the secret realm opens and we enter the secret realm. After that, young Master Jun won't have to protect me anymore. A hint of hope rose in Tianhu's eyes as soon as he finished speaking. If he died in the next secret realm, he would accept it. However, if he was killed by Duan Lingtian before entering the secret realm, he would feel wronged. Naturally, most importantly, he wanted to take a gamble and increase his strength before the next secret realm opened. That way, he might not die in the next secret realm. Moreover, if he became stronger and joined forces with Ao Longyu, he might not be afraid of Duan Lingtian anymore. If there were no accidents, Ao Longyu would definitely have a breakthrough before the next secret realm opened. He was seeking protection to stall for time. He felt that he and Ao Longyu might not be afraid of Duan Lingtian after a few more years. However, even if they joined forces now, they were still no match for Duan Lingtian. You're worried that the newcomer will attack you? The white-clad young man asked with a faint smile as he looked at Tianhu. Tianhu took a deep breath when he heard that. At this point, I don't intend to hide it from young Master Jun. Ao Longyu and I are indeed worried that he'll attack us. I'm seeking protection from young Master Jun because I'm guarding against him. I'm sure he won't dare to act recklessly with me around, young Master Jun. Based on Tianhu's words, it was obvious that he trusted the white-clad young man. In other words, he trusted the white-clad young man's strength. The white-clad young man's name was Shengguan Jun. In terms of strength, he was one of the strongest people in Crimson Demon's little world. Even among the superior ultimate gods, he was one of the best. At the very least, Tianhu felt that if Duan Lingtian were to fight with Shengguan Jun, it would be difficult for him to defeat Shengguan Jun even if he was undefeated. It's not a problem to protect you. Shengguan Jun glanced at Tianhu nonchalantly before he looked at the spatial ring that Tianhu handed over. However, I want to confirm if your sincerity is worthy of my protection. If I don't like you, you can leave and look for someone else. In Crimson Demon's little world, I'm not the only one who has the ability to protect you. Shengguan Jun said. Young Master Jun, please check it. Tianhu bowed slightly and handed over the spatial ring. Shengguan Jun casually took the spatial ring. After the spatial ring ownership claim was made, he took a look inside. At first, his eyes were calm. However, after a while, his eyes suddenly lit up like the bright stars in the night sky. Even his breathing became slightly disordered. After taking a deep breath, Shengguan Jun regained his senses and looked deeply at Tianhu. You're really generous. That thing makes it impossible for me to reject you. Alright, I'll do it. He's just a newcomer. If we were in the outside world, I wouldn't easily make an enemy out of him because of his talent and future. However, in Crimson Demon's little world, everyone is going to die. Why should I be afraid of him? Shengguan Jun paused for a moment before he said to Tianhu, until the next time the secret land opens, you will cultivate in my cave mansion. If Duan Lingtian really comes looking for me, I'll stop him. Thank you, young Master Jun. Tianhu had been waiting for Shengguan Jun to say this. Until now, his restless heart had finally calmed down. After Tianhu obtained the protection of Shengguan Jun, one of the strongest geniuses in Crimson Demon's little world, Ao Longyu arrived at the cave abode of another genius who was as famous as Shengguan Jun in Crimson Demon's little world. After a series of respectful greetings, Ao Longyu entered the cave mansion of the other party. At the same time, Ao Longyu stated his request and offered a treasure that the other party could not reject. With this, Ao Longyu and Tianhu found protection one after another. After the news spread, the young geniuses who survived the secret land could understand Ao Longyu and Tianhu's choice. If they were in the same situation as the two of them, they would most likely make the same choice. Ao Longyu and Tianhu are protected by Sun Jiao and Shengguan Jun. I'm afraid it's impossible for Duan Lingtian to touch them. Chapter 4391. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know that Ao Longyu and Tianhu had each found a top young genius in Crimson Demon's small world and paid a huge price to seek protection from him. Now, he was fully focused on his cultivation. He had forgotten about time and everything else while he was cultivating. With the help of the divine corrupting spring, his cultivation base increased rapidly and he was getting closer and closer to becoming a higher ultimate god. Even Crimson Demon, who occasionally paid attention to Duan Lingtian, could clearly feel the improvement and change in Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. This kid's cultivation speed is really fast. I originally planned to open the next secret territory in a few years. It seems like I'll have to postpone it. I'll wait until he becomes a higher ultimate god before opening the secret territory. At that time, I'll directly open the next secret territory and make it the last one. Only one person will survive. The secret territory opened early the last time. This time, I'll open it later to give them more time to breathe. Originally, the dozen young geniuses who were lucky enough to survive in Crimson Demon's small world thought that since the secret territory opened early the last time, the next secret territory would only open a few years later. However, after a few years, they realized that the secret territory did not open. Even after a few more years, the secret territory still did not open. Could it be that the secret territory is going to be opened by the same number of years? Many people thought so. However, when the secret territory still did not open after the previous secret territory opened the next time, the group of people was puzzled. What's going on? Why hasn't the secret territory opened yet? That's right. No newcomers have entered. Why is the opening of the secret territory delayed? Could it be that the secret territory opened early the last time, so it's delayed this time? Something doesn't feel right. Although the dozen young geniuses who were lucky enough to survive in Crimson Demon's small world were puzzled, they also knew that they could not change anything. Everything here was under the control of the ultimate god, Crimson Demon. Among them, there were even quite a few direct descendants of supreme experts, the kind where the supreme experts were even willing to fight for them. However, within the small world within the Crimson Devil's body, they had no way of asking for help from the supreme experts behind them. Among the dozen or so people, several of them had tokens from supreme experts. Usually, when they were outside the realm, they could use the tokens from supreme experts to contact the supreme experts. However, the small world within Crimson Demon's body completely isolated all of this. You want to tip them off? Impossible. The Crimson Demon had already calculated everything. What's the situation? The secret realm hasn't opened yet? Even Ao Longyu and Jianghu had mostly recovered from their injuries. They had thought that they would only be able to enter the next secret realm with injuries. Who would have thought that they would have time to recover from so many injuries? This is a good thing for me. It seems like I'll be able to fully recover from my injuries before the next secret realm opens. Perhaps, before the next time the secret realm opens, my strength will be able to improve further. Tianhu's eyes shone brightly as he muttered to himself. On the other hand, Ao Longyu's eyes shone brightly. Now that my strength has improved, even if I'm not a match for Duan Lingtian, if Tianhu and I join forces, it'll be difficult for him to kill us. If Tianhu and I join forces, the most we'll be able to do is to fight him to a standstill. This time, the secret realm hasn't opened yet. I'll use the remaining time to recover from my injuries. I'll quickly recover from my injuries. At that time, I'll have more strength to protect myself. If there was anyone who did not pay attention to the next secret realm opening, it would be Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was focused on his cultivation, leaving his back to the 5 divine elements. If anything happened, the 5 divine elements would immediately alert him. As for the opening of the secret realm, there was no need for the 5 divine elements to alert him. Crimson Demon's voice was enough to wake him up. For this reason, he was not worried he would miss the next secret realm. Duan Lingtian had completely forgotten about time as he cultivated. Drops of divine corrupting spring water were consumed by him as though they were free. They became a part of his divine energy. His divine power continued to rise, and rise again. It was only when he had a breakthrough in his cultivation base that Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly before they dimmed again. How long have I been cultivating? I feel like I've depleted more than half of the divine corrupting spring water in my possession. Now, I'm only left with less than half. Duan Lingtian looked at the divine corrupting spring in his spatial ring and discovered that the divine corrupting spring in his spatial ring had decreased by 3/5 compared to before he went into closed-door cultivation. Only 2/5 was left. Sister Water, how long have I been cultivating? Duan Lingtian asked the world-cleansing divine water as his eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the rate of depletion of the divine corrupting spring water. The world-cleansing divine water immediately replied, "You've been cultivating for 32 years, 32 years." Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly. That long? In the next instant, he thought of something else. But why hasn't the secret realm opened yet? Crimson Demon hasn't notified me either. What's going on? It can't be that I missed Crimson Demon's notification while I was cultivating, right? That can't be right. If I didn't enter the secret realm, Crimson Demon wouldn't have let me go. Could it be that the secret realm hasn't opened yet? At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. The secret realm will open in 3 months. Crimson Demon's notification of the secret realm's opening came just as Duan Lingtian had successfully broken through to the upper ultimate god stage. This caused Duan Ling Tian to fall into a daze for a long time. It was obvious the secret realm's opening had been delayed. However, if the opening was delayed, so be it. The timing of the opening was too coincidental. It opened right after he had broken through to the upper ultimate god stage. Sister Shui, do you think that Crimson Demon would be able to find out about my breakthrough as well? After all, this is the little world in Crimson Demon's body. Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask the world-cleansing divine water. The world-cleansing divine water quickly gave him an answer. As long as he's paying attention to you, he'll naturally know about your breakthrough. Why are you suddenly asking this? The world-cleansing divine water felt Duan Ling Tian would not have asked this out of the blue. There must be a reason for him to ask this question. Duan Ling Tian immediately told the world-cleansing divine water that the secret realm would open in 3 months. The secret realm's opening was announced just a few breaths after you had broken through. The interval between the opening of the secret realm. This should be the longest one. The world-cleansing divine water was silent for a while after hearing this from Duan Ling Tian. Then, it continued, if I'm not mistaken, he's probably waiting for you to break through to the upper ultimate god stage and become a upper ultimate god. As for the reason, it's because he values you. Moreover, he's likely to choose the most suitable body for him to possess in the secret realm this time. The world-cleansing divine water's words made Duan Ling Tian realize his guess was correct. However, Duan Ling Tian did not expect the Crimson Demon to choose the most suitable body for him in the secret realm this time. Sister Water, why did you say the Crimson Demon would choose the most suitable body for him in the secret realm this time? Even if half of the people were eliminated in the previous secret realm, there would still be more than a dozen people left. More than a dozen people, and only one person will be chosen? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. The world-cleansing divine water said, my guess is based on evidence. Previously, you told me the Crimson Demon's death rate has increased recently when he opened the secret realm. From this, it's clear he's in a hurry. It's obvious he can't hold on for too long. He doesn't even plan to face the 10,000 years heavenly tribulation. His 10,000 years heavenly tribulation should be coming soon. Therefore, he wants to possess a new body before that and use his clan's secret technique to conceal himself from the heavenly tribulation. Duan Ling Tian agreed with the world-cleansing divine water's analysis. Based on the world-cleansing divine water's analysis, Duan Ling Tian found it logical. For a moment, his expression couldn't help but turn solemn. Little Tian, you don't have to worry too much. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian's grave expression, the world-cleansing divine water said, you originally planned to escape from his control when the secret realm opens this time. If you can escape successfully, it won't affect you even if it's the last time you enter the secret realm. However, if you fail, you won't be in a good situation even if it's the last time you enter the secret realm. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Ling Tian's expression softened. Moreover, the world-cleansing divine water continued to say, this time, if he's waiting for you to become a higher ultimate god before he opens the secret realm, it'll be a great help to you. Now that you've become a higher ultimate god, we'll have a higher chance of helping you escape. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, a hint of a smile finally appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. When Duan Ling Tian learned that the secret realm would open in 3 months, the other young geniuses in the Crimson Demon's little world also received the news. For a moment, their hearts were all shaken. It's finally here. They had been waiting for a long time for the secret realm to open. They did not expect it would only open after 32 years. Some of the people who had been seriously injured had also successfully recovered from their injuries in these 32 years. Ao Longyu and Jianghu had also fully recovered from their injuries. In fact, not only had they recovered from their injuries, they had also improved over the years and become even more powerful. Now, the two of them had joined forces. With the tacit understanding between them, their combined strength was not inferior to the young geniuses that they had found to protect them. Chapter 4392. However, although Ao Longyu and Tian who had both made breakthroughs and were stronger than the two young geniuses they had found to protect them, their combined strength was no weaker than the two young geniuses they had found to protect them. However, they did not intend to leave the young geniuses who had promised to protect them. After all, they had paid a huge price to find this protection umbrella. Before they could make full use of it, it was better not to exhaust their strength. After all, they still had to enter the secret realm to seek survival. If they were injured in a conflict with the Duanling Tian, it would not be worth it. The secret realm will open in 3 months. You and I will meet up at the entrance of the secret realm under their protection. There's no need for us to meet up before that. Ao Longyu sent a voice transmission to Tianhu. It's impossible for the two of them to leave for us. If one of us chooses to leave, we'll have one less person to protect us. What Ao Longyu meant was that they should continue to enjoy the protection of the people they had found. If they took the initiative to leave, it would only benefit the other party. That's what I think too. Tianhu agreed with Ao Longyu's suggestion. It was obvious that Tianhu had the same thoughts as well. However, Ao Longyu continued. At this moment, Ao Longyu continued to say, Duanling Tian hasn't come to look for us for more than 30 years. I don't think he'll come to look for us in the last 3 months. However, it's better to be safe than sorry. To be on the safe side, we can't let our guard down. Tianhu agreed with Ao Longyu's words once again. The two of them decided that 3 months later, they would head to the location of the next secret realm that Crimson Demon would open under the protection of the umbrella that they had found. However, they did not know that a purple figure was flying in the air from a valley in the little world of the Crimson Demon's body. He was heading toward the cave abode they had created for themselves. This is where Ao Longyu and Tianhu's cave abodes are. Duanling Tian had come here after asking someone about the location of Ao Longyu and Tianhu's cave abodes. However, when he arrived, he found that there was no one inside. Could it be that they died in the last mystic realm? Duanling Tian frowned slightly. Or perhaps, the person I asked earlier lied to me? Thinking of this, Duanling Tian turned to look at a young man not far behind him. It was this young man who had told him the location of Ao Longyu and Tianhu's cave residences. At this moment, the young man seemed to have seen through Duanling Tian's doubts and smiled faintly. What you asked me was the location of their cave abodes. And this is where their cave abodes are located. Now, are you going to ask me where they are now? There was a faint smile on the young man's face. He had been like this since the beginning when Duanling Tian approached him. It was as if he was not afraid of Duanling Tian's extraordinary strength at all. Since the last time the secret realm opened, Duanling Tian had killed Peng Pusha at the entrance of the secret realm. Everyone in the Crimson Demon's small world knew about him. Everyone knew that a new genius had arrived. Although he was only a medium ultimate god, his strength was comparable to a superior ultimate god's. You know? This time, Duanling Tian looked at the young man with a hint of surprise. He originally thought that the young man was just a friendly person, but now it seemed that he was not that simple. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be so perfunctory and would not follow him. I know. The young man nodded. Both of them were seriously injured after coming out of the secret realm last time. Therefore, each of them paid a certain price to seek protection from the other two. Those two people are also two of the strongest people among the people here. If you come to seek revenge now, I'm afraid that the people they found to protect them will not stand by and do nothing. As he finished speaking, the young man glanced deeply at Duanling Tian. Oh. Upon hearing the young man's words, Duanling Tian raised his eyebrows. He did not expect Ao Longyu and Tianhu to be so vigilant after coming out of the secret realm last time. However, he had to kill these two people. Last time, if it wasn't for his strength, he might have been tricked by these two and Peng Pusha and died at that time. Duanling Tian was a person who clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred. He would repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. As for the two people who sought protection from Ao Longyu and Tianhu, two of the strongest people in Crimson Demon's small world. Superior ultimate gods. Duanling Tian's eyes were filled with a burning desire to fight. He had just entered the upper ultimate god realm and urgently needed a battle to familiarize himself with the qualitative change in his divine power. Although entering the upper ultimate god realm meant that he was still far from completely stabilizing his cultivation base, his divine power had undergone a qualitative change and was incomparable to a medium ultimate god's divine power. Duan Lingtian also wanted to know how much his strength had increased after entering the upper ultimate god realm. Of course, it was not that he did not feel anything. However, he would be able to feel how much his strength had increased through actual combat. Your Excellency, can you tell me the location of the cave residence of the person they sought protection from? Duan Lingtian looked at the young man again and asked politely. The young man did not waste any time and directly led him around and pointed out the location of 2 cave residences at the same time. These 2 cave residences. The one in front is the cave residence of the person Jianghu sought protection from. The one on the left is the cave residence of the person Ao Longyu sought protection from. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man did not seem to be interested in watching the show and directly turned to leave. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian looked at the departing figure and thanked him. At the same time, he felt that the young man was somewhat mysterious. Moreover, he gave him the feeling that he was somewhat unfathomable. Could this person also be one of the strongest young geniuses in Crimson Demon's small world? Duan Lingtian could not help but have this thought. However, as soon as this thought came to his mind, he saw the young man's back disappear before his eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard whispers in his ears. Who was the person who came with Duan Lingtian just now? I've never seen him before. He should be someone who doesn't usually show up. I think I've seen most of the people here since I came in, even Duan Lingtian is no exception. I've never seen that person before. The whispers that entered his ears came from 4 people. Among these 4 people, 2 of them hovered in the air as they looked at Duan Lingtian from afar. They had all heard the commotion caused by Duan Lingtian and the young man and came out of their cave residences to join in the fun. These people don't know that young man? At this moment, even Duan Lingtian could not help but frown slightly when he heard the whispers of the 4 people. While Duan Lingtian was frowning, the figure of the young man who had long disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes gradually turned into nothingness, leaving only a faint voice. I wonder if this young man will be a match for those 2 after entering the upper ultimate god realm. If Duan Lingtian was there and heard this voice, he would definitely recognize it as the voice of the supreme expert who had imprisoned him, Crimson Demon. Obviously. The young man who had shown Duan Lingtian the way was the young man that Crimson Demon had transformed into. He had transformed into such a person to show Duan Lingtian the way. Although he did not know much about Duan Lingtian, he also knew that any normal person would not let Ao Longyu and Tianhu off so easily after what had happened to Duan Lingtian, unless the 2 of them had died in the secret realm previously. After Duan Lingtian walked out of his cave residence, the first thing he asked Crimson Demon was if Ao Longyu and Tianhu had walked out of the secret realm alive. It should be Crimson Demon's transformation. After frowning for a moment, Duan Lingtian vaguely guessed who the young man was. He was obviously not a person who lived in seclusion. Otherwise, he would not be so familiar with Ao Longyu and Tianhu's situation. If he was not a person who lived in seclusion, it was impossible for him not to know the 4 people in front of him. Therefore, there was only one explanation: that young man was Crimson Demon's transformation. As for the purpose, it was obvious that he wanted to see him fight with the 2 young geniuses who had protected Ao Longyu and Tianhu to see his strength after his breakthrough. This Crimson Demon really thinks highly of me. When I had just broken through, he said that he wanted to open the secret realm. When I walked out of the cave residence, he transformed into a person and led the way for me. Even Duan Lingtian could feel how highly Crimson Demon thought of him at this moment. It was obvious that he really thought of him as one of the most suitable targets for possession. Now, it's time to find the 2 of them and settle the old score. After a few moments, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. His eyes gleamed fiercely as he disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he had already teleported to the cave abode of the young genius who was protecting Ao Longyu. Duan Lingtian stood in the air and looked down at the cave residence below him. He said indifferently, Ao Longyu, are you coming out yourself, or do you want me to drag you out? Although Duan Lingtian's tone was indifferent and his voice was not loud, it contained divine power and was extremely penetrating. In the blink of an eye, it covered a large area around him. There were more than 10 young geniuses in Crimson Demon's small world who had cultivated in this area. Therefore, almost everyone heard Duan Lingtian's voice. Duan Lingtian? Tian who was cultivating, instantly woke up when he heard the voice. His face darkened slightly as he walked out of the cave residence's stone room and headed outside. Tian who? At this moment, a cold voice was heard from another stone room in the cave residence. Duan Lingtian has now stepped into the upper ultimate god realm. Tian whose face changed drastically when he heard this, and he instantly stopped in his tracks. At the same time, a figure slowly walked out from the stone room where the voice came from. It was the young man who had accepted Tian whose storage ring and promised to protect him. The young man was also recognized as one of the strongest young geniuses in Crimson Demon's small world. The young man had also walked out of the secret realm unscathed previously. He had also come out before Duan Lingtian. End of chapter. Chapter 4393. A higher ultimate god. Tianhu had never imagined that the middle-level ultimate god who had scared him and Ao Longyu away 30 years ago would be a high-level ultimate god now. Before Shangguanjun spoke, he was confident that he would not be afraid of Duan Lingtian if he teamed up with Ao Longyu. However, when he heard Shangguanjun say that Duan Lingtian had become a higher ultimate god, his expression changed and his heart trembled. Even his body that was leaning forward stiffened. When he heard Duan Lingtian's voice earlier, he could not help but feel excited. He did not even notice the fluctuation of divine power when the voice spread out. Now that he felt the faint fluctuation of divine power left behind by the voice, he was certain of one thing. Duan Lingtian had indeed made a breakthrough. Young Master Jun, Tianhu looked at Shangguanjun with an unpleasant expression. If he can deal with Ao Longyu and Sun Jiao, he will definitely come to me. At that time, Shangguanjun snorted coldly. If I knew he would make a breakthrough, I wouldn't have accepted your gift. Come with me to find Ao Longyu and Sun Jiao. Although Shangguanjun was confident in his own strength, he did not dare to underestimate Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian was not as strong as him, he was not far away from him. Now that Duan Lingtian had made a breakthrough and stepped into the higher ultimate god realm, even if he had not consolidated his cultivation base, the qualitative change in his divine power had made Duan Lingtian even more terrifying. If Shangguanjun were to fight Duan Lingtian now, he would not have much confidence in defeating him. Although he was one of the strongest among the group of young geniuses in Crimson Demon's little world and was not weaker than the others, however, among the top higher ultimate gods, he was only in the second tier. Now that Duan Lingtian has made a breakthrough, even if his strength is not in the first tier, I'm afraid he's not far away. If I were to fight him, not only would I have no chance of winning, I might even be defeated after a stalemate. Shangguanjun looked calm on the surface, but he could not help but feel anxious. If he had known that Duan Lingtian would make a breakthrough so quickly, he would not have agreed to protect Tianhu 30 years ago. Because he knew Duan Lingtian was not to be trifled with, Shangguanjun did not want to wait for Duan Lingtian to come to him. He brought Tianhu with him to find Sun Jiao and Ao Longyu. Sun Jiao was the young genius that Ao Longyu had paid a great price to find to protect him. In the small world within Crimson Demon's body, Sun Jiao was a character on par with Shangguanjun Swoosh. Swoosh. When Shangguanjun and Tian who arrived outside Sun Jiao's cave, Sun Jiao was also coming out with Ao Longyu. When they saw Shangguanjun and Tian who, although the four of them didn't communicate, they still tacitly gathered together. Swoosh. 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 At the same time, figures began to gather from all directions. Apart from Duan Lingtian, Ao Longyu, and the other three who were standing in the air facing him, there were a total of 11 people. These 11 people, including Duan Lingtian and the other four, were the remaining young geniuses in Crimson Demon's little world. The others had all perished in the last secret realm that had been opened. You too, are you planning to protect them? Duan Lingtian and Ao Longyu stood facing each other and calmly looked at them. At the same time, his gaze fell on Shangguan and Sun Jiao. He had some impression of these two people. The last time he entered the secret realm, they were also nearby when he fought with Peng Pusha. Of course, at that time, he didn't know that these two people were two of the strongest young geniuses in Crimson Demon's little world. Facing Duan Lingtian's gaze, Shangguan frowned slightly, then relaxed. Duan Lingtian, before the secret realm opens in 3 months, I won't allow you to touch Tianhu. If you want to touch him, wait until the next secret realm ends. I can promise you that if he comes out alive the next time, I won't protect him, no matter how much he has to pay. Shangguan words were very sincere. That's what I meant. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Sun Jiao, a young man in blue with an ordinary appearance, spoke first, echoing Shangguan words. And the one he was protecting wasn't Tianhu, but Ao Longyu. At this time, Ao Longyu and Tianhu's expressions weren't too good. Previously, when they came out injured and asked for Shangguan and Sun Jiao's protection, they were not confident that they would come out alive the next time they entered the secret realm because of their serious injuries. It was also because of this that they didn't expect Shangguan and Sun Jiao to protect them after the next secret realm. However, what they didn't expect was that the next time the mystic realm opened, it would take so long. In the past 30 years, they had completely recovered from their injuries. At this time, their mentality was completely different from 30 years ago. Young Master Jun. Brother Sun. Tianhu and Ao Longyu looked at each other and communicated with each other through voice transmission for a moment. Then, they sent voice transmissions to Shangguan and Sun Jiao, saying that as long as the two continued to protect them in the next secret realm, they were willing to give up everything except death. However, this time, whether it was Shangguan or Sun Jiao, they ignored them. Let alone agree. They were not stupid. It would have been fine if Duan Lingtian was still a medium ultimate god. However, now that Duan Lingtian had become a high-level ultimate god, his strength might even be stronger than theirs. Under such circumstances, offending Duan Lingtian was undoubtedly an act of humiliation. Of course, from their point of view, they had already given Duan Lingtian a lot of face by saying those words in front of Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Tianhu and Ao Longyu panicked when faced with Shangguan and Sun Jiao's disregard. They didn't want to face Duan Lingtian, who had stepped into the high-level ultimate god realm. Even if they could come out alive the next secret realm, they would definitely be seriously injured. At that time, how could they resist the threat from Duan Lingtian? Although they might not be the last ones to survive in the Crimson Demon's small dimension, and even if they did, they would be possessed by the Crimson Demon. However, even if they knew this, they still hoped to live a little longer. No one wanted to die. Moreover, no one dared to say that the Crimson Demon would not let them go after finding the most suitable body for him to possess. As long as they cooperated, the Crimson Demon, as a supreme expert, could still easily erase their recent memories. Under such circumstances, the Crimson Demon did not have to worry about them spreading the news of what had happened here. No one wanted to die. Now, the dozen or so people present all wanted to live. They even hoped that one day they could leave the Crimson Demon's small dimension and regain their freedom. It's obvious that Shangguan and Sun Jiao are planning to join forces. It looks like Duan Lingtian's ascension to the high-level ultimate god realm has put a lot of pressure on them. The onlookers already knew that Duan Lingtian had become a high-level ultimate god. It wasn't difficult to guess the current state of Shangguan and Sun Jiao from their whispers. Although the two of them did not say that they would join forces to deal with Duan Lingtian, Sun Jiao's agreement with Shangguan words clearly showed that she would stand on the same side as Shangguan. It's really unbelievable. A newcomer who's only been here for a few decades can have such a great deterrent force. I wonder how strong he has become after entering the high-level ultimate god realm. Maybe he's already the strongest among us. As the crowd whispered, their gazes fell on Duan Lingtian. They were curious about Duan Lingtian's reaction. Of course, most people felt that Duan Lingtian would choose to give in for the time being. After all, if Duan Lingtian decided to make things difficult for them, he would not only have to face Sun Jiao and Shangguan, but both of them as well. In addition, if there was a chance, whether it was Ao Longyu or Tianhu, they would definitely not miss the opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian. Everyone's eyes were focused on Duan Lingtian at this moment. Duan Lingtian stared calmly at Shang Guanjun and Sun Jiao and said indifferently, "If I want to kill the two of them, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop me." His words immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. What arrogance! This was the first thought that rose in everyone's mind. How arrogant! Shang Guanjun laughed in anger. You can try. Sun Jiao was also a little angry. This time, Duan Lingtian did not speak again. His body swayed and two law avatars charged out with swords. They were his law of space and law of time avatars. These two law avatars were also the strongest among all of his law avatars. However, when the two law avatars charged out to meet Shang Guanjun and Sun Jiao, who had also attacked, they did not fight them head-on. Instead, they used the law of time and law of space to restrain them. In terms of strength, they were only law avatars. Naturally, they were no match for Shang Guanjun and Sun Jiao. However, Duan Lingtian's law avatars were not going to defeat or even kill the two of them. He only needed the two law avatars to restrain the two of them. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's original body sent a voice transmission to Shang Guanjun and Sun Jiao. His tone was extremely calm. Gentlemen, as long as you don't defeat my law avatars, I can continue to coexist peacefully with the two of you. If my law avatars are defeated, I won't hold back if I meet the two of you in the secret realm 3 months from now. As soon as Shang Guanjun and Sun Jiao regained their senses, their expressions darkened. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's divine energy surged, and the law of time began to circulate at an even faster speed. At the same time, the energy from the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements surged out of his body. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian turned his body into a sword. A huge, dazzling rainbow sword ray with seemingly endless vitality and the mysterious 5 divine elements shot toward Ao Longyu and Tianhu. Boom! Rumble! As soon as the sword appeared, the wind and clouds stirred. Terrifying waves of air swept out, causing the onlookers to instinctively retreat a little. Bang! Whoosh! The originally perfect scenery beneath their feet instantly turned into a huge pit. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and the ground was devastated. Hold on for a while. Wait for young Master Jun and the others to defeat his law avatars. Tianhu roared. After greeting Ao Longyu, he also mobilized the divine power that he had been accumulating for a long time. The power of law roared, and the divine weapon shone brightly as it met the huge sword ray head-on. Ao Longyu also had a fierce look on his face. He followed Tianhu and attacked together with him. He knew that he had no other choice now. Chapter 4394. Whether it was Tianhu or Ao Longyu, they did not think that they would be a match for Duan Lingtian if they joined forces with Sun Ziyuan and Shang Guanjuan. Therefore, although Sun Ziyuan and Shang Guanjuan were being held back by Duan Lingtian's avatars, they were not discouraged. They felt that as long as they could hold on for a while, Sun Ziyuan and Shang Guanjuan would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian's avatars and come to their aid. Whoosh! A gigantic 7-colored sword ray streaked across the sky, seemingly covering the sky and the sun. The rising power made everyone present feel a chill run down their spines. Duan Lingtian is too scary. Duan Lingtian's current strength is definitely the strongest among us. It was unwise of Ao Longyu and Tianhu to offend him. Last time, although I didn't like Duan Lingtian, I didn't want to provoke him. Now that I think about it, I'm really scared. If they had really offended him, I'm afraid Ao Longyu and Tianhu would not be the only ones who would be in trouble today. Looking at Sun Ziyuan and Shang Guanjuan's previous statements, it's obvious that they don't intend to protect Tianhu and Ao Longyu after this secret territory. The dozen or so onlookers whispered to each other. Now, their thoughts were similar to Tianhu and Ao Longyu's. They felt that Sun Ziyuan and Shang Guanjuan would soon defeat Duan Lingtian's avatars and join forces with Tianhu and Ao Longyu to deal with Duan Lingtian. However, what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. Faced with the menacing Duan Lingtian, Ao Longyu and Tianhu were still suppressed by Duan Lingtian even though they did not dare to hold back. Duan Lingtian's sword ray that covered the sky easily crushed Ao Longyu and Tianhu's attacks again and again. Although their attacks were not weak, they only managed to slow down the speed of Duan Lingtian's sword ray. The sword ray's strength did not seem to be depleted. What are they doing? After a while, both Ao Longyu and Tianhu could not help but panic. This was because they realized that while they were resisting Duan Lingtian's attacks with all their might, Sun Ziyuan and Shang Guanjuan were still being held back by Duan Lingtian's avatars. They did not think that Duan Lingtian's avatars could really hold them back for long. Holding them back for a while was already the limit. It was impossible to hold them back for so long. Are you waiting for Sun and Shang Guanjuan? Duan Lingtian's avatars. Duan Lingtian and Shang Guanjuan and Shang Guanjuan's and Shang Guanjuan and Shang Guanjuan. If they dare destroy my S. Guanjuan, I will not show mercy if I meet them in the next time I meet them in the secret territory. If you are waiting for them to come to your aid, I'm afraid you will be waiting in vain. Although Duan Lingtian's voice was calm and did not contain any unusual emotions, when it reached Ao Longyu and Tianhu's ears, it was no different from a bolt from the blue. At this moment, the confusion in their hearts was completely resolved. It turned out that Duan Lingtian had secretly threatened Sun Ziyuan and Shang Guanjuan. Moreover, seeing how Sun Ziyuan and Shang Guanjuan were slacking off, it was obvious that Duan Lingtian's threat had taken effect. At that moment, when they thought of the benefits they had given Sun Ziyuan and Shang Guanjuan, they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Under such circumstances, how could they fight against Duan Lingtian? Ao Longyu and Shang Guanjuan, who were not Duan Lingtian's match to begin with, had a mental breakdown. Even their resistance against Duan Lingtian's attacks had slowed down and completely lost their balance. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian's attacks had completely crushed their attacks and swept them away. In the next moment, the two figures were completely annihilated. Two high-level ultimate gods, both of whom were powerful, had been completely obliterated by Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. If there were any traces left behind, it would be the divine tools and storage rings that they had left behind. Two upper-level ultimate gods had fallen. The group of onlookers also fell silent at this time. The two people who were still alive just a moment ago were gone in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's nomological avatars also retreated and returned to Duan Lingtian's body. Shang Guanjuan and Sun Ziyuan also stopped their acting at this time. They glanced at Duan Lingtian at the same time. After a flash of unwillingness in their eyes, they did not say anything and directly turned to return to their cave abodes. Today, it could be said that they had lost all face. The people whom they had promised to protect had all died in front of their eyes. Moreover, they also knew that the people present could see that they had gone easy on Duan Lingtian in the end. It was also because of this that they felt particularly ashamed. After Shang Guanjuan and Sun Ziyuan left, Duan Lingtian did not intend to argue with them and directly turned to return to his cave abode. This time, he came out to settle the score with Ao Longyu and Tianhu. Now that he had achieved his goal, there was naturally no need for him to hang around outside. Now, the most important thing for him was to further improve his strength so that he could have a chance to escape from the small world in the Crimson Demon's body and even escape from the Crimson Demon's control. After Duan Lingtian left, the remaining people could not help but sigh. Ao Longyu and Tianhu are too unlucky. I didn't expect Shang Guanjuan and Sun Ziyuan to give up on Ao Longyu and Tianhu in the end. They are not very kind. These two aren't good people either. All in all, their credibility is now zero. Everyone, be careful. If you meet them in the secret realm, even if you want to cooperate, you have to be wary of them. Transmigration Realm. Luo Territory, one of the upper three regions. Sun Family. As one of the top three forces in the upper three regions of the Transmigration Realm, the Sun family had an ultimate powerhouse. It was publicly recognized as a first-class clan in the Transmigration Realm. Every time the ultimate powerhouse of the Sun family returned to the Sun family, the people of the Sun family would welcome him back as if he was a saint. The entire process was very grand. In the eyes of the ordinary disciples of the Sun family, the ultimate powerhouse ancestor was the Sun family's god. He was high and mighty and could not be profaned. This time, the return of the ultimate powerhouse of the Sun family gave the Sun family a feeling that a storm was coming. One of the most outstanding people of the Sun family's younger generation, Sun Yuqian, was kneeling in the Sun family's main hall. Beside him, there was a middle-aged man kneeling there. At this moment, Sun Yuqian's face was filled with disbelief, while Sun Long's face was filled with helplessness and regret. Tell me every detail of your encounter with him. In the Sun family's main hall, the person sitting was not the current patriarch of the Sun family, but the pillar of the Sun family, the only ultimate powerhouse of the Sun family. Sun Pingyun. Sun Pingyun did not return to the Sun family frequently. If there was nothing important, he would not return to the Sun family. This time, he returned to the Sun family for only one thing. A few decades ago, the middle-level supreme god who left the reincarnation realm's stronghold in the outer land right under his nose and left the Sun family's side was most likely the strongest among the younger generation in the god-defying world, Duan Lingtian. Now, not only did he know about this matter, but the other ultimate powerhouses in the reincarnation realm also knew about it. One by one, they came to ask him for the divine corporeal spring. This was because in the eyes of these ultimate powerhouses, Duan Lingtian was able to leave under Sun Pingyun's nose. Sun Pingyun and even the Sun family behind him must have received benefits from Duan Lingtian. However, only Sun Pingyun knew that he did not receive any benefits at all. In fact, he did not even know that the middle-level supreme god who went to the reincarnation realm's stronghold in the outer land through the Sun family's teleportation formation was Duan Lingtian from the outer land. Therefore, after confirming this matter, he left behind a group of ultimate powerhouses who came to find him and returned to the Sun family as soon as possible. He also confirmed who Duan Lingtian used the Sun family's teleportation formation in the outer land through the Sun family. Sun Yuqian was the key figure. When Sun Yuqian and Duan Lingtian met and got to know each other, Sun Long was also next to them. Chapter 4395. Sun Yuqian knelt on the ground with a look of disbelief on his face. He never thought that big brother Li Feng, who saved him in the past, would be the peerless genius of the god-defying world, Duan Lingtian. In fact, he had heard of Duan Lingtian's name. After all, he was the outstanding genius of the younger generation of the Luo region's Sun clan in the upper three regions of the world of reincarnation. Usually, he would talk to the upper echelons of the Sun clan directly. Occasionally, he would hear all kinds of rumors about Duan Lingtian. He was a real monster. He was born in the lowest realm of the god-defying world and rose rapidly. At just a little over 1,000 years old, he had strength that was not weaker than most of the upper ultimate gods. He even had a heaven-defying opportunity and had the ultimate treasure, the divine corrupting spring, that many supreme experts would kill for. Sun Yuqian was stunned. Sun Long, who was next to him, told the Sun clan's supreme expert, Sun Pingyun, about how they met Duan Lingtian in full detail. Hearing what you said, he saved Yuqian's life. Sun Pingyun's gaze quickly fell on Sun Yuqian. He also paid some attention to the most outstanding young genius of the Sun clan's younger generation. However, Sun Pingyun paused. Speaking of this, Sun Pingyun paused for a moment, and his gaze became much sharper. I have a feeling that there is no such coincidence in this world. He saved Yuqian, and our Sun clan has the transportation formation that he needs to go to the outer realm. Even if he said that he didn't plan to come to our Sun clan. Who knows if that was a smoke bomb he set up. Sun Pingyun was the only supreme expert of the Sun clan. At the same time, he was also the one who had lived the longest in the Sun clan. After living for a long time, his horizons were naturally wider. In fact, what Sun Pingyun said was also what Sun Yuqian was thinking. In the past, he had never suspected that his encounter with his savior, Li Feng, was a meticulous plan. However, now that he heard the supreme expert of the Sun clan say so, he felt that there were many suspicious points. Firstly, the other party had concealed his identity. Secondly, the other party was from the god-defying realm. When they came to the world of reincarnation, they happened to save him, the most outstanding disciple of the Sun family's younger generation. Moreover, through him, they used the Sun family's teleportation array to go to the outer realm. It had to be known that that person, in the god-defying realm, did not dare to rashly pass through the teleportation array of the outer realm to the outer realm. The reason for that was because that person possessed something that would cause even the eyes of the utmost experts to turn red. God-corrupting spring. Patriarch. Sun Yuqian took a deep breath, buried his head on the ground, and said in a heavy tone, "This matter is my fault from the beginning to the end. It has nothing to do with second uncle. Ancestor, if you have any punishment, just give it to me. Please do not punish second uncle." Sun Yuqian had taken all the blame. Yuqian. Sun Long's expression changed when he heard Sun Yuqian's words. If this nephew of his took all the blame, as long as the old ancestor gave the word, his nephew would have no chance of becoming the Sun family's patriarch. Humph. Sun Pingyun snorted. "You're quite loyal. Since you want to take all the blame, I'll fulfill your wish. From today onwards, you, Sun Yuqian, are removed from the direct line of disciples. When you become an upper ultimate god, you can enter the direct line of disciples." Sun Pingyun's words caused Sun Long's expression to change drastically. It also caused the group of Sun family's higher-ups who valued Sun Yuqian and had always supported Sun Yuqian to change their expressions. Patriarch. Sun Long took the lead to stand up. "I didn't do a good job in this matter. Yuqian is a junior and has little experience in dealing with people. That's why he made such a mistake. In the end, it's because I, as an elder, did not supervise him well." Sun Long was really anxious. Once his nephew was kicked out of the Sun family's direct line of disciples, it also meant that his disciple would have no chance of becoming the patriarch before he became an upper ultimate god. And before that, his nephew's competitor would have already become the new patriarch. The Sun family's patriarch was not completely determined by strength. In addition, once a new patriarch was elected, as long as the new patriarch did not break the family's rules, he would basically be the patriarch for 10,000 years. The Sun family's patriarch position had always been changed once every 10,000 years. If there was a suitable candidate, it would be changed once every 10,000 years. If there was no suitable candidate at the moment, it would be postponed until there was a suitable candidate. It had always been like this. Patriarch. After Sun Long, many higher-ups of the Sun family also spoke up for Sun Yuqian. However, as Sun Pingyun's cold gaze swept across them, under the pressure of an ultimate expert, these people all shut their mouths and did not dare to say a word. Even Sun Long was the same. "This matter is settled," Sun Pingyun said calmly. Sun Pingyun said indifferently, "From now on, this matter is over." Now, although Sun Pingyun's expression was calm, he was still a little depressed in his heart. He did not get any benefits and was misunderstood to have gotten a lot of benefits. Next, he still had to deal with those troublesome people. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know that his identity had been exposed in the reincarnation realm. Moreover, the experts in the reincarnation realm also knew that he had gone to the outer realm through the Sun family's outer realm teleportation formation. After this news spread in the reincarnation realm, it quickly spread back to the god-defying realm. In the endless void. On a small floating island in the endless void, in a pavilion, a middle-aged man stood respectfully to the side and reported to the young man inside. "Master, Duan Lingtian has now reached the outer realm." Hearing the report, the young man inside only responded faintly. "Master, such a genius is only a medium ultimate god. Letting him enter the outer realm. Isn't it a little too cruel? In fact, as long as you say it, no one in the god-defying realm would dare to have any ideas about him." The middle-aged man obviously hesitated for a while before saying this. "Why? Are you worried that he will die halfway?" the young man asked faintly. The middle-aged man was silent for a moment and nodded. "A little." Although in his opinion, the little fellow's experiences along the way could be said to be legendary, it was in the god-defying realm after all. Once he left the god-defying realm and arrived at the outer world, he would face an even more dangerous test. In the history of the God-defying realm, there were many peerless geniuses who went smoothly in the God-defying realm. However, when they walked out of the God-defying realm and went to the outer realm, they died not long after. Even if he dies, it's his own fate. The young man continued, moreover, his strength is enough to survive in the outer realm in a low-key manner. If he is too arrogant and gets killed, it can only be said that he is stupid. Although he also valued Duan Lingtian very much and knew that he was a rare genius in the God-defying realm for many years. However, he also knew that if such a genius did not make a name for himself, even if he was a genius now, it would be difficult for him to have greater achievements in the future. Perhaps he would only become an ordinary existence among the supreme experts. In the God-defying realm, there was no lack of such existences. The God-defying realm. Since Master's death, there has been no supreme expert who can rank in the top 30 in the myriad worlds. Now, the God-defying realm is peaceful, mostly because of Master's deterrence. If they confirm that Master is no longer here, the God-defying realm won't be so peaceful anymore. This was the young man's sigh in his heart. The middle-aged man could not hear his sigh. All right, if there's nothing else, you may leave. As the young man spoke, the middle-aged man responded respectfully and left. After the middle-aged man left, the young man looked at the endless void in front of him and sighed. That step is too difficult. The two senior uncles have placed their hopes on me. They think too highly of me. Although I've reached the same level of strength as them and am only a step away from the Universe Master stage, it's more difficult than ascending to the heavens to take a step further and step into the Universe Master stage. Throughout the history of the myriad worlds, there were no more than 40 Universe Masters at their peak. Now, there are less than 30 Universe Masters. And this is including Master. In the myriad worlds, there are at least 800 if not 1,000 existences like me and my two senior uncles. The young man's sigh was filled with helplessness. Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension are amazing. However, if I personally nurture him, I'm afraid he'll at most be like my two senior uncles and won't be able to enter the Universe Master stage for the rest of his life. Throughout the myriad worlds, none of the powerhouses who can enter the Universe Master stage are flowers in a greenhouse. Without exception, they all relied on themselves to fight and grow in the outer realm. The outer realm is the best training ground and whetstone. In the outer realm. Near the Crimson Demon Ridge. In the little world in the Crimson Demon's body. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know that the supreme experts in the God-defying realm had high expectations of him. Currently, he was focused on improving his cultivation base before the next secret realm in the little world in the Crimson Demon's inner realm opened. Even if he could not completely consolidate his cultivation base in such a short time, as long as he improved, the chances of him escaping from the little world in the Crimson Demon's inner realm would be higher. Finally, 3 months had passed. The secret realm in the little world in the Crimson Demon's inner realm had officially opened. Swoosh. After Duan Lingtian left his cave, he walked toward the entrance of the secret realm. When he arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, it was not difficult to see that there were already a few people standing there and talking to each other. When they saw Duan Lingtian, they stopped talking and even greeted Duan Lingtian enthusiastically. Brother Lingtian, are you ready to enter the secret realm? Brother Lingtian, if we meet in the secret realm, please take care of me. Brother Lingtian, these people had not interacted with Duan Lingtian before, but now, they took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian and build a relationship with Duan Lingtian. If it was the Duan Lingtian of the past, naturally, he would not let them do so. After all, the few of them were able to survive until now because they were really capable. Even if they were not as good as Sun Jiao and Sheng Guanjun, in terms of individual strength, they were not weaker than Ao Longyu and Tian Hu. In the battle 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian's strength had completely made them lose their temper. Chapter 4396. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled in response to their enthusiasm. He did not have any conflicts with these people. Since they had taken the initiative to greet him, he could not ignore them. At the same time, he sighed in his heart and grieved for them. It would be great if he could succeed this time. If he failed, his ending would be no different from theirs. Duan Lingtian did not linger at the entrance of the secret realm and flew into the secret realm. Next, it's up to the Divine Tree of Life and Sister Shui. Although he had to contribute to the escape plan this time, the Divine Tree of Life and the 5 divine elements were the main leaders. The key was still the Divine Tree of Life. This was because their plan was targeted at the Divine Tree of Life in the Crimson Demon's small world. It could be said that both Duan Lingtian and the 5 divine elements were only the assistants of the Divine Tree of Life in Duan Lingtian's small world. What they needed to do was to help Duan Lingtian escape from the Crimson Demon's small world through the Divine Tree of Life in the Crimson Demon's small world. Before Duan Lingtian stepped into the intermediate ultimate god realm, the Divine Tree of Life had told the world-cleansing divine water that there was a 50% chance of success. It had also said that if Duan Lingtian could become a higher ultimate god, the chances of success would increase to more than 80%. An 80% chance of success. In fact, it was considered very likely. However, Duan Lingtian was not happy about it. After all, even if there was an 80% chance of success, there was still a 20% chance of failure. In other words, even if there was a 1% difference between a 99% chance of success and a 100% chance of success, if there was a 1% chance of success, it would mean certain death. I'm in. After entering the secret realm, Duan Lingtian discovered that he had appeared in the sky above an ocean. The ocean was so vast that he could not see the end of it. As for him, he needed to find the correct direction to reach the center of the circle from here. The rules of the secret realm in the Crimson Demon's small world were the same. It was a big circle. Everyone was distributed on the edge of the big circle. They would then find their way to the center of the circle. Once one reached the center of the circle, one would be considered to have successfully entered the secret realm. However, although the rules were the same, the environment and scenery after entering the secret realm were constantly changing. It was not a fixed place. For example, when Duan Lingtian came in last time, he appeared in a forest. This time, they were in the sky above a sea. The sky above the sea was calm and tranquil. Duan Lingtian stood in midair as he surveyed the surroundings and observed all the movements in his surroundings. What he needed to do now was to find the direction of the center of the circle. At the same time, he contacted the world-cleansing divine water. Sister Water, how should I cooperate with you and Senior Wood Spirit? Wood Spirit was the name of the Divine Tree of Life in Duan Lingtian's small world. The world-cleansing divine water quickly replied, now, you just have to look for the direction of the central area and make your way there. While you're making your way through the trials, the Wood Spirit will look for the Divine Tree of Life in the little world in the Crimson Devil's body. Once it's confirmed that it has found the Divine Tree of Life, we'll transfer energy to it and help it temporarily control the Divine Tree of Life. The Divine Tree of Life in a Supreme Powerhouse's small world is usually in a dormant state since they have nothing to do. Therefore, Wood Spirit will have a chance to control it at a critical moment. Naturally, the stronger the energy Wood Spirit has, the higher the chance of controlling the Divine Tree of Life in a short period of time. In the past, the world-cleansing divine water had not told Duan Lingtian about Wood Spirit's plan. It was only now that he knew what Wood Spirit's plan was. As it turned out, Wood Spirit wanted to control the Divine Tree of Life in the Crimson Demon's small world temporarily. If it succeeded, Duan Lingtian was certain Wood Spirit would be able to help him leave the small world in the Crimson Demon's small world and escape from his control. If the small world in the Crimson Demon's small world was still in his body, it would not be easy to escape. However, the small world in the Crimson Demon's small world was not in his body. It was placed near the Crimson Demon Ridge by the Crimson Demon. Although he could monitor it from a distance, if Wood Spirit controlled the Divine Tree of Life in his small world for a short period of time, it would definitely be able to escape his detection. Sister Water, feel free to let me know when you need me to help. Duan Lingtian said to the world-cleansing divine water. His tone was no longer calm as he spoke. After all, this matter would determine whether he would be able to regain his freedom. Although he had not stopped cultivating in the small world in the Crimson Demon's small world in the past few decades, this was not a suitable place for cultivation. He could be possessed by the Crimson Demon at any time. If that happened, it would be no different from death. Now that he had a chance to escape, he naturally would not miss this opportunity. In the worst-case scenario, he would be discovered by the Crimson Demon. The Crimson Demon would either kill him immediately or monitor him closely until there was only one person left. Now, what I need to do is to find the center of the area. That's where the center of the circle is located. In the secret realm, Duan Lingtian found the path to the center of the circle through the trees in the forest. This time, he looked around for a while but couldn't find anything that he could use as a comparison. This was because the sea beneath his feet was extremely calm. It was as though there were no living creatures in the sea. The surface of the sea is calm. Then, in this calm sea, I'll search for some clues that might be guidance and head in that direction. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian became even more focused. A quarter of an hour passed, and he did not find anything. Half an hour passed, and there was still no sign of him. After about 4 hours had passed, Duan Lingtian finally discovered some subtle clues in one direction. It was also the clues that he had discovered with his divine consciousness. There was a slight movement in the sea in that direction. If not for Duan Lingtian's full concentration, he would not have noticed it. Go this way. After confirming the difference, Duan Lingtian directly flew in that direction, traversing the boundless sea. About a quarter of an hour later, the first test appeared. Bang! 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 The calm surface of the sea was suddenly broken by deafening noises that sounded like thunder. Huge figures broke out of the sea. They were powerful demonic beasts that emitted terrifying auras from head to toe. These demon beasts all had different shapes. Some were extremely similar to birds, some were extremely similar to beasts, and some were extremely similar to snakes and pythons. The only thing they had in common was that their entire bodies were pitch black, and they were covered in sharp scales. Their eyes were all scarlet red, and they were like bloodthirsty frenzied demons. Whoosh! 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 After more than 20 great demons broke out of the sea, they fixed their eyes on Duan Lingtian and charged toward Duan Lingtian in a frenzy. It was as though they saw Duan Lingtian as their sworn enemy. Duan Lingtian took out the 7 orifices exquisite sword and was about to make his move. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in his ears. There's no need to make a move. The wood spirit will deal with them. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian froze in his tracks. But in the next moment, he saw a scene that shocked him. End of chapter. Chapter 4397. Under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the scene before his eyes suddenly shook. In the next moment, he saw another him appearing. He was certain it was not his law clone. Moreover, he could sense that the other him had no connection with him at all. Then, he saw the other him in his eyes fighting fiercely with the great demons that broke out of the sea. Everything before him felt like a scene from a television. It was getting further and further away. This is the tree of life that the wood spirit used to invade the crimson demon's little world. With our help, it used the tree of life to cast the illusory crimson demon. The reason why it said this was because it was worried that the crimson demon was watching you from the beginning. If that happened, you wouldn't be able to do anything. You wouldn't be able to make any moves then, the world-cleansing divine water said, allowing Duan Lingtian to understand everything before him. As it turned out, the wood spirit was controlling everything before him. Those great demons, however, when he recalled the strength that the great demons had displayed earlier, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel puzzled. If everything before him was just an illusion, where had the great demons gone? The Crimson Demon used the Divine Tree of Life to control the main island through the Divine Tree of Life. Normally, even if the Divine Tree of Life is in a deep slumber, it can still be controlled by the Crimson Demon. However, the Crimson Demon also has to use the Divine Tree of Life to control it. The Divine Tree of Life is even more powerful than its master, the Crimson Demon. Therefore, when the wood spirit temporarily controlled the Divine Tree of Life in the Crimson Demon's body, it also controlled the great demons to return to the sea. Of course, if the Crimson Demon was watching, he would have seen everything before you. This is an illusion created by the wood spirit through the power of the divine tree of life in the Crimson Demon's body. Now, let's hurry up and get down to business. You, follow my instructions and instill energy into the wood spirit so that it can further control the divine tree of life in the Crimson Demon's body. Then, before the Crimson Demon can react, help you escape from the little world in the Crimson Demon's body and completely escape from its pursuit. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's final words, Duan Lingtian felt his blood boil. It was obvious. If that Crimson Demon discovered that he had escaped, he would definitely chase after him. At this time, whether or not they could escape the pursuit of the Scarlet Demon was very important and crucial. Begin. Not long after Duan Lingtian thought about it, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in his ears, waking him up completely. At the same time, he quickly cleared his mind and listened to the world-cleansing divine water's instructions. He channeled power to the tree spirit of the god of life in his own small world. At the same time, he could sense that the tree spirit of the divine tree of life in his small world was extending a burst of power that was endlessly fusing into the secret realm he was in. Then, it entered the void and disappeared. It was as if the void was a bottomless pit, and the power of the wood spirits was continuously flowing into it, but it was unable to fill it up. Regardless of whether it was Duan Lingtian or the world-cleansing divine water, it was only a guess that the Scarlet Demon might be monitoring Duan Lingtian. What they did not expect was that the moment Duan Lingtian entered the secret realm, Crimson Demon had been constantly monitoring him. As for the others, they only glanced at him occasionally. However, after observing Duan Lingtian for a while, the Scarlet Demon felt that something was amiss. Logically speaking, with this brat's strength, it's impossible for him to waste so much time in the first trial. What's he doing? The Scarlet Demon who was in the Scarlet Demon Ridge could see everything that was happening in the secret realm through the divine tree of life that was in a deep slumber in his small world. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian and the group of great demons were evenly matched. It was difficult to determine the victor. During this process, he could also see that Duan Lingtian was not using his full strength. Could it be? Could it be that he wants to rely on these great demons to comprehend something? Or could it be that he's not lacking in manpower? Could it be that the direction he chose earlier is the correct one? Could it be that he wants to see if there's any guidance in the battle with these great demons? When the Scarlet Demon thought of this, he felt relieved. If that was the case, everything could be explained. Immediately after, the Scarlet Demon's attention fell on the others. Currently, apart from Duan Lingtian, more than 10 other young geniuses, including Sun Jiao and Sheng Wanjun, had entered the secret realm one after another. They also appeared in the sky above a sea. Moreover, some of them had not found the direction they were heading in. Only a few of them had confirmed the direction they were heading in and had begun to move forward. Of course, among these few people, 2 of them had taken the wrong path. If Duan Lingtian saw the 2 people who had taken the wrong path, he would definitely recognize one of them as one of the few people who had greeted him before he entered the secret realm. After taking the wrong path, this young genius barely passed the first trial and killed many great demons. At the same time, he was injured. In the second trial, he was first severely injured and then killed. I'm not satisfied. Before he died, he let out a sorrowful cry, but he immediately became food in the great demon's stomach. Not long after this young genius died, another young genius died as well. That's how it should be. The Scarlet Demon looked at everything indifferently. This time, I'll choose the body most suitable for me. I only hope that Duan Lingtian won't disappoint me. Until now, the person that the Scarlet Demon valued the most was still Duan Lingtian. If not for the ancestral teachings of his clan, he would have chosen Duan Lingtian as his new body to be on the safe side. It was also because he had decided on Duan Lingtian that he paid special attention to Duan Lingtian. However, as time passed, he discovered something that made him feel that something was amiss. When the other people that were lucky enough to survive had walked halfway and passed through half of the trials, Duan Lingtian was still entangled with the greater demon at the first trial. It was still a draw. What's going on? This shouldn't be. What exactly is he doing? In his confusion, the Scarlet Demon began to stare at every detail of Duan Lingtian's trial. He was no longer like before when he only glanced at him casually, and with this look, he finally saw that something was wrong. An illusion? After observing for a while, the Scarlet Demon's expression changed drastically. At the same time, he roared, "Idiot!" Following Crimson Demon's explosive roar, the entire Crimson Demon Ridge heard his voice. From his personal demon guards to the Centurions and Decurions, all of their expressions changed as they trembled in fear. "Lord Scarlet Demon, who are you scolding?" This was the same thought in their minds. At the same time, they felt that the person who was scolded by Lord Scarlet Demon was most likely going to be in trouble. Ever since they were controlled by the Scarlet Demon, this was the first time they had seen the Scarlet Demon so angry and lost his composure. Whoosh! In the Scarlet Demon Ridge, a figure shot out like a beam of light and left the Scarlet Demon Ridge. At the same time, it left a long trail in the air before it disappeared. It was clear that the figure's speed was ridiculously fast. At the same time, near the Scarlet Demon Ridge, in the little world inside the Scarlet Demon's body, an angry and old voice sounded. "Which scoundrel dares to forcefully control my body while I'm asleep? Damn it! Don't even think about escaping." Chapter 4398. Duan Lingtian was moving forward with all his might. His speed was ridiculously fast, and he was using all his strength. Just now, the Divine Tree of Life in his small world finally found an opportunity to control the Divine Tree of Life in the Crimson Demon's small world and opened a hole to leave the Crimson Demon's small world. Moreover, after that, the Divine Tree of Life in the Crimson Demon's small world held on for a period of time before its power dissipated. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that the Crimson Devil had most likely noticed him now. However, he did not have time to worry about anything. He was only focused on escaping. Rip! The space tore open, and Duan Lingtian flew out. After a while, he was back in the outer realm. The Crimson Demon's small world was actually still in the outer realm. After breaking open the space crack and escaping from it, he naturally returned to the outer realm. However, after returning to the outer realm, Duan Lingtian did not dare to stay in the same place and quickly fled. Whether or not I can escape the Crimson Demon's pursuit depends on now. Now, Duan Lingtian only had one thought left in his mind. Escape. Day after day, Duan Lingtian continued to flee forward as if his life depended on it. When his divine power was exhausted, he quickly consumed divine pills to recover. There was no pause in the entire process. He knew that the Crimson Demon had not caught up with him for several days. He had most likely lost track of him and could not find him. However, he still did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. He was deeply afraid that he would once again fall into the Crimson Demon's clutches. This time, if he did not escape and was caught by the Crimson Demon again, it would be almost impossible for him to escape again. If that really happened, there were only two paths waiting for him. Either he died, or he was possessed by the Crimson Demon and became the Crimson Demon's new body. During the few days when Duan Lingtian was fleeing for his life, the Crimson Demon did not actually idle around. Not long after Duan Lingtian escaped, he did not even have time to reprimand the Divine Tree of Life in his small world before he chased in the direction that the Divine Tree of Life told him that Duan Lingtian had escaped. This chase went on for a few days. However, after a few days, he did not find any trace of Duan Lingtian. It was as if he had completely erased all traces of Duan Lingtian. Although he was a supreme master and his divine sense was very powerful, he did not dare to use his divine sense recklessly in the outer realm. If he provoked another supreme master, it would not be a good thing for him. During the last 10,000 years heavenly tribulation, he was injured and had yet to fully recover. He didn't even have the confidence to survive the next 10,000 years heavenly tribulation, therefore, he was eager to find a new body that was suitable for him. If he were to fight with another supreme master at this time, it was very likely that his injuries would worsen and even affect his next plan of possession. Count yourself lucky. A few days later, the Crimson Demon stopped pursuing Duan Lingtian because he knew that even if he continued to pursue Duan Lingtian, there would most likely be no results. It was obvious that Duan Lingtian had been planning this for a long time. However, he never thought that Duan Lingtian would have such a method. I'm curious how he escaped. Because he was only focused on pursuing Duan Lingtian, the Crimson Demon did not even communicate with the sacred tree of life in his small world after the incident. He was not too clear about the details of Duan Lingtian's escape. Now, after giving up on pursuing Duan Lingtian, he returned to the vicinity of the Crimson Demon Ridge and returned to his small world. However, the first thing he did was to find the sacred tree of life. Shouldn't you give me a reasonable explanation for this matter? The Crimson Demon's tone was very unfriendly. It was not difficult to see that he was furious. I had been in a deep sleep to recuperate. When I woke up and discovered them, it was already too late. Cough cough, an ancient voice sounded. In a place in the Crimson Demon's small world where the group of young geniuses imprisoned by the Crimson Demon could not reach, a towering tree stood there. It was very majestic, as if it could support the heavens and the earth. If Duan Lingtian saw this towering tree now, he would feel that the sacred tree of life in his small world was only a small and insignificant tree in front of it. I also made a move as soon as I woke up, but it was still too late. I did not dare to use too much power, afraid that it would affect your possession. The owner of the ancient voice was the sacred tree of life in the Crimson Demon's small world. At this moment, the vitality around the sacred tree of life was clearly somewhat dim, giving off a feeling that it had exhausted too much. There were even cracks on the tree trunk, and if one looked closely, one could see that it was covered in scars. As the sacred tree of life in the Crimson Demon's small world, it would usually lend a helping hand when the Crimson Demon faced enemies and needed help. However, the injuries on its body did not come from the battle between the Crimson Demon and the other supreme powerhouses. Instead, it came from the last 10,000 years' heavenly tribulation that the Crimson Demon faced. At that time, if it had not acted in time and endured the heavenly tribulation as the Crimson Demon would have died under that heavenly tribulation. Hearing the sacred tree of life's words and feeling the extremely weak aura of the sacred tree of life, the Crimson Demon's expression changed. In the end, he let out a long sigh. Perhaps, this is the legendary peerless monster, I should have been more careful. Looking at the history of the myriad of worlds, the more monstrous an existence is, the more difficult it is to kill and the harder it is to suffer a tribulation. I was muddle-headed for a moment. You can't be blamed for this matter. You need to sleep to recover from your previous injuries. It's already difficult for you to support the operation of the secret realm to deal with them. The Crimson Demon sighed. Among the remaining people, choose the most suitable one for you. Success or failure will depend on this one move. My remaining strength and the burning of my original body should be enough to support you to complete the possession. I was born in your small world, and I see you as my father and mother. I'm willing to give up everything for you. The old voice continued. As the sacred tree of life in the Crimson Demon's small world, it naturally had to contribute in the process of the Crimson Demon's possession. Moreover, it was responsible for a very important part. For this reason, not only did it have to exhaust its strength, but it also had to burn its original body to prolong the Crimson Demon's life and possession. After that, although it would not disappear, it would consume 80 to 90% of its strength and fall into a deep sleep for a long time. Only when the Crimson Demon, who had possessed a new body, became a sovereign again would there be hope for it to awaken again. Of course. Once the Crimson Demon's possession failed, it would also collapse along with the Crimson Demon's death. Not every divine tree of life could survive the fall of its owner, only those sacred trees of life that had been closely intertwined with the power of the realm for a long time would be able to survive after their master died. If they were lucky, they might even be able to regain their vitality. For example, the wood spirit, the sacred tree of life in Duan Lingtian's small world, was one of these sacred trees of life. In the past, the wood spirit was the master of one of the 18 realms of gods in the divine defying realm. He was one of the frontline guardians of the divine defying realm. The little world in his small world was one of the realms of gods in the divine defying realm at that time. It had intersected with the realm energy of the divine defying realm and protected it for many years, allowing the sacred tree of life to absorb a large amount of the realm energy of the divine defying realm. It was for this reason that the sacred tree of life in his small world did not die after the wood spirit died. The reason the sacred tree of life was able to survive until Duan Lingtian found it was because it had one of the 5 divine elements, the world-cleansing divine water, which provided it with a large amount of nourishment. Naturally, if Duan Lingtian did not find it, it would not have been able to survive even with the help of the world-cleansing divine water. This was because the nourishment provided by the world-cleansing divine water was not equal to the nourishment it consumed. The nourishment it consumed was greater than the nourishment provided by the world-cleansing divine water. It was not until Duan Lingtian found it and gathered the 5 divine elements to help it recover that it became as strong as it was today. I understand. Upon hearing the sacred tree of life's words, Crimson Demon nodded. I'll increase the difficulty of the secret realm this time. Only one of them will survive. Humph. That Duan Lingtian better not let me see him again. Otherwise, I'll kill him even if I don't have the chance to possess him again. How dare he run away? How dare he defy me? Damn it. Duan Lingtian was unaware that Crimson Demon was infuriated by his escape. Crimson Demon was even shouting that he would kill Duan Lingtian if he encountered him again after he successfully possessed Duan Lingtian's body. Naturally, this was also because Duan Lingtian did not know about this. If he knew, not only would he not be afraid, but he would also be looking forward to Crimson Demon coming to find him. That would be a good opportunity for him to avenge being imprisoned by Crimson Demon and almost dying. I should be safe now, right? After running for a month, Duan Lingtian finally stopped running for his life. Although it seemed like he was running around recklessly, he was actually avoiding the territories of various forces. He was afraid that he would accidentally enter the territory of a supreme powerhouse like he did when he entered Crimson Demon Ridge. It would be fine if the supreme powerhouse was easy to talk to. However, if the supreme powerhouse was similar to Crimson Demon, he would be like a lamb in a tiger's den again. Along the way, I've seen a few dilapidated cities. There are many living beings in those cities. There are humans and great demons. There are great demons who have taken human forms, and there are also great demons who are in their true forms. There are even some plant-type great demons. Along the way, Duan Lingtian had seen the splendor of many places. He knew that even in the outer realm, there were places for people to exchange and trade. There's a city in front as well. I'll go in and take a look. I'll also find out where in the outer realm this is. Duan Lingtian looked at the dilapidated city in front of him. It could even be said that it was half in ruins. He flew closer. At the same time, he could also see many figures entering and leaving the dilapidated city. Chapter 4399. When Duan Lingtian entered the dilapidated city, no one paid any attention to him. This was because there were many young people like him who entered and exited the city every day. If one did not use their divine consciousness to probe deeper, it would be difficult to tell how old a person was. Many old antiques who had lived for tens of thousands of years also liked to appear young in front of others. Therefore, no one would think that anyone who looked young was really young, and no one would think that someone who looked young was easy to bully. Perhaps some people were really young and easy to bully, but there were also some people who were not really young. Once they were provoked, it would be like kicking an iron plate and inviting disaster. This place, as Duan Lingtian walked into the dilapidated city, he could see people gathered in groups of 2 or 3. Some people had taken out some items and placed them in the void in front of them, waiting for others to inquire about the price. These people were all people who wanted to barter. They were using treasures that they did not need or did not need for the time being to exchange for treasures that they needed. Of course, those who had the courage to show off their treasures here were basically people who were confident in their own strength. Moreover, most people who dared to show off their treasures in public would not easily take out treasures that would interest someone more powerful than them. This was because no one wanted to bring about a fatal disaster just because of 1 or 2 treasures. Some people were better off, as they would spare your life after stealing your treasures. However, there were also people who would take your life after taking your treasures. This was called cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. After walking around, Duan Lingtian saw some things that were useful to him. He also asked the other party about it. However, he did not have what the other party wanted. As for the most precious item in his possession, it should be the divine containment spring. Of course, he could not take out the divine corrupting spring. That was something that even immortals would kill for. Once he took it out, it would be extremely difficult for him to obtain it. He was not afraid of those who were not immortals. However, what if an immortal attacked him? When he thought about the immortal Crimson Demon, Duan Lingtian only felt powerless. An immortal is too strong. Unless one is an immortal, it's impossible to fight against him. At this time, Duan Lingtian also thought of the reason why he was in such a hurry to leave the god-defying realm. It was Yin Qinyan, who had become one with a supreme expert. Now, even if the other party appeared before him, there was nothing he could do. However, even though he couldn't take out the god-accumulating spring water, the divine pills in Duan Lingtian's hands could still attract some people to barter for them. Through this, Duan Lingtian was able to obtain some things he needed. Now that he had just entered the upper ultimate god realm, the most urgent thing for him was to completely consolidate his cultivation base. The things he exchanged for were basically all beneficial to this. After he was done exchanging, Duan Lingtian walked around the city that was in ruins. He noticed that there wasn't a single building that was still intact, and there wasn't a single person living here. The people here were all passers-by or people who had specially come here to trade. According to what the senior from the Xia family said, not every place in the outer realm is a pile of ruined cities. There are also some intact cities in the hands of some powerful forces. There are more people in those cities. The area I'm in is considered a remote area in the outer realm. After walking around the city, he found many things that he wanted. He tried to exchange for them one by one. During this process, he also found that more and more people were staring at him. Some of them did not even try to hide the greed in their eyes. It was as if they wanted to rob him of everything. However, he did not care about this. Currently, in the outer realm, there were not many people among the upper divine clans who could make him afraid as long as the supreme experts did not make a move. Although most of these people were upper ultimate gods, he was not afraid of them. It's fine if they don't provoke me. If they come knocking on my door, they can only blame themselves for being unlucky. After exchanging for some things, Duan Lingtian left the ruined city. As soon as he left, he discovered that there were more than a dozen little tails behind him. Among them, there were a few groups of people who followed him in groups. Duan Lingtian simply turned around after flying for a distance and looked indifferently at the more than 10 figures in the distance who had stopped as well. His eyes flashed with a bright light. These dozen or so people would never have thought that after discovering that they were following him, not only did he not continue to flee, he even stopped. Was he planning to give up resisting and obediently hand over the things? If anyone continues to follow me, I'll kill him. Duan Lingtian's cold eyes swept across the dozen people in front of him as he spoke. His voice was cold and intimidating. As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, more than half of them sneered. A guy who has just entered the upper divine master realm. How arrogant. He probably thinks that we haven't seen through his cultivation level. A few of them sneered. Duan Lingtian turned a deaf ear to these sneers and continued on his way. The dozen people behind him continued to follow. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian stopped again and teleported to the dozen people at the same time. The 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared in his hand and a 7-colored sword light whizzed out. Duan Lingtian did not even need the help of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements. Duan Lingtian only needed to use the law of space and his sword Dao to create a terrifying spatial storm to kill the 3 people in front of him. A 3-man team did not even have time to react before they were killed by Duan Lingtian. The moment Duan Lingtian made his move, it shocked the others as well. At the same time, they realized what Duan Lingtian said earlier was not a lie. He really had the ability to kill them. They were only ordinary higher ultimate gods. Even if they had completely consolidated their cultivation bases, their strength was still limited. They were powerless against some of the strongest higher ultimate gods, let alone a freakishly talented higher ultimate god like Duan Lingtian. Run. We're no match for him. Oh my god. How can an upper divine master who hasn't consolidated his cultivation level be so strong? The remaining people were not fools and were ready to flee. At this moment, two figures flew out of Duanling Tian's body. The law of time and the law of space worked together with Duanling Tian as they split into 3 different directions. In just 10 breaths, they managed to kill all of them. More than a dozen people who were chasing after Duanling Tian were all killed. After killing more than 10 people, Duanling Tian glanced into the distance before he turned around and left. After Duanling Tian turned and left, more than a dozen figures appeared in the forest in the distance. However, at this time, all of them had a lingering fear on their faces. Fortunately, we didn't impulsively get so close. Otherwise, we would have been among the people who died just now. It's so scary. His strength is so strong. He hasn't consolidated his cultivation level yet and already has such terrifying combat power. He must have a good background. No wonder he could take out so many rare divine elixirs. In fact, Duanling Tian had also noticed these people. However, he did not make a fuss about it because they did not follow him too closely. At the same time, no one was chasing after Duanling Tian anymore. Now, I'll go to Dancing Sun City first and see if I can find any clues about Wang Yuan's family. Then, I'll complete his last request and return the favor. Wang Yuan was a young genius that Duanling Tian had encountered in the little world inside the Crimson Demon's body. Although his strength was extraordinary, he had died in the secret realm inside the little world inside the Crimson Demon's body. Before he died, he gave Duanling Tian a spatial ring that removed the ownership of the ring. There was a circular token in the ring. It was a key left behind by a powerful supreme powerhouse. As for Dancing Sun City, it was the closest non-ruined city that Duanling Tian had heard about when he was trading with the people in the ruined city. Dancing Sun City was prosperous and peaceful. There were a total of 5 forces that controlled Dancing Sun City at the same time. Moreover, each of the 5 forces had supreme powerhouses behind them. Chapter 4400. In the outer realm, the races of the myriad worlds gathered. In the beginning, no one knew if there were any living beings in the outer realm. They only knew that many people from the myriad worlds would settle down in the outer realm after leaving their homeworld and even pass down their bloodlines. It was precisely because of this that the ancestors of most of the natives in the outer realm came from the myriad realms. However, some clans only knew that their ancestors came from the myriad worlds due to their long history, but they didn't know which realm they came from. In the outer realm, even the strongest powerhouses from the myriad worlds didn't dare to act as casually as they did in their homeworld. This was because there might be stronger powerhouses in the outer realm. The waters in the outer realm were very deep. Duanling Tian had heard about this from the supreme powerhouse ancestor of the Xia clan when he was still in the divine offering land. Therefore, he was mentally prepared for this. According to the ancestor of the Xia family, even the most powerful existences in the top 3 strongest realms in the myriad worlds might not be able to do as they please in the outer land. This was because the Xia clan's ancestor had heard 2 rumors when he was traveling in the outer realm. They were both about the hidden powerhouses in the outer realm. It was said that 2 hidden powerhouses had fought with 2 of the top existences in 2 of the 3 strongest realms in the myriad worlds and even repelled them. Some people also said that the 2 hidden powerhouses were actually the same person. In any case, the natives of the outer realm were not to be underestimated. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. Now, the Dancing Sun City that Duanling Tian was going to was a city controlled by the 5 native forces in the outer realm. All the rules in the city were set by the 5 forces. It could be said that they were the rulers of the Dancing Sun City. The rules were set by them, and the ones who maintained the rules were naturally their people. Is the Dancing Sun City in front? Duanling Tian rushed for a while. Finally, after many days, he saw a huge city leaning on the side of a continuous mountain range. This city wasn't on a plain. It was a mountain city, and half of the city was built in the mountains. Of course, even if it was built in the mountains, it was still surrounded by walls. As for the other half of the Dancing Sun City, it was not open to the public. In fact, it was forbidden for outsiders to approach because it was where the 5 great clans that controlled the Dancing Sun City were located. This place was also known as the inner city of the Dancing Sun City. Of course, in the inner city, not all of the 5 great clans were stationed there. There were also some markets for doing business, as well as practice grounds for sparring. These were all shared by the 5 great clans who controlled the city. The inner city's market square was the internal market square of the 5 great clans. As for the outer city, it didn't refuse anyone. No matter where you came from, they wouldn't stop you from coming. However, since they were here, they had to abide by the rules. If you don't follow the rules, the Dancing Sun City's law enforcement team will punish you. The law enforcement team was jointly managed by the 5 great clans of the Dancing Sun City. They were a team formed by all 5 clans. Among them, the captain's strength was extremely tyrannical. Under the realm of utmost powerful warriors, they could suppress more than 99% of the people. If they really encountered someone who couldn't be suppressed, the law enforcement team would send a message back to the inner city, and there would immediately be a supreme expert who would personally suppress the intruder. Because of this, the law and order in the Dancing Sun City was very good. At least, Duan Lingtian had this feeling when he walked into the Dancing Sun City. In the Dancing Sun City, everything was orderly. The people who came and went were all very well-mannered. Even if there were occasionally people who saw people on the road, they would take the initiative to avoid them. In addition, there was no sign of the law enforcement team. Looks like it's just as they said. The law enforcement team of a city like the Dancing Sun City is usually hidden in the dark. Unless something happens, they won't come out. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The Dancing Sun City occupied a large area. It was not inferior to any of the cities that Duan Lingtian had seen in the God-defying realm. Of course, this included the inner city. Although looking in from the sky outside the Dancing Sun City, the inner city was shrouded in fog, and it was impossible to see the situation inside. However, the outline of the inner city's walls could be seen clearly. As for why there was such a dense fog in the sky above the inner city, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess. It was definitely because the 5 great clans had set up a formation to conceal everything inside. Regarding this, he was not surprised at all. Not to mention the outer realm, even in the God-defying realm, those powerful forces that were stationed in the city would do the same. There were even some city leaders who directly prohibited people from flying into the city. In the Dancing Sun City, there were no restrictions on flying. Even if you flew over the inner city, as long as you did not have any ill intentions, no one would care about you. Of course, if you were to cause trouble in the sky above the inner city, then the law enforcement team of the Dancing Sun City would not be pushovers. I came this time, in addition to inquiring about the outer realm and understanding the outer realm further. I also want to inquire about the city behind Wang Yuan's family and see if I can find out. If I can find out, then I'll make a trip there and solve his request. With my current strength, it won't be difficult to complete his request. This time, Duan Lingtian had always remembered his purpose for coming to the Dancing Sun City. Although he had heard about the outer realm before leaving the God-defying realm, it was only a small part of the outer realm. There were more things in the outer realm that he still needed to understand and come into contact with on his own. He did not plan to stay in the Dancing Sun City for long. However, sometimes, there were many things that were out of one's control. After staying in the Dancing Sun City for a few days to understand the outer realm further and find out the approximate location of the city where Wang Yuan's family was located, Duan Lingtian, who was preparing to leave the next day, was alarmed the night before. He stayed in an inn, which was also the property of one of the 5 great families in the Dancing Sun City. The environment was not bad. Duan Lingtian had just returned and sat cross-legged on the bed in the guest room when he heard a loud sound coming from outside. The sound seemed to be far away, but it was very ear-piercing, like a clap of thunder. Then, there was a commotion outside. When Duan Lingtian heard the sound, he immediately walked out of the guest room. Soon, he heard a series of anxious exclamations. I heard that a demon venerable is leading demons to attack the Dancing Sun City. Oh no! The Dancing Sun City has been surrounded. What's the rush? The Dancing Sun City is protected by the 5 great beings. Even if a demon venerable dares to invade, he'll be crippled if not killed. The one who came seems to be the one from the Qi Ming Mountain. What? Is it true? It's really the one from the Qi Ming Mountain? Oh my God. How did the Dancing Sun City offend that person? The exclamations caused Duan Lingtian's expression to turn slightly solemn. At the same time, he felt that he was slightly unlucky. He had just arrived in the outer realm not long ago, and he had already encountered trouble time and time again. When he had just arrived, he had appeared in an ocean and had to fight with a great demon. Then, he had mistakenly entered the Crimson Devil Ridge and was imprisoned by the Crimson Devil. He had narrowly escaped with his life. Now, he had finally escaped the Crimson Devil's control and successfully arrived at the Dancing Sun City that was said to be very safe. However, he encountered a demon venerable leading demons to attack the Dancing Sun City. Duan Lingtian naturally knew what a demon venerable meant. It meant that the demon venerable was the strongest among the great demons. It's just a demon venerable. There are 5 great beings guarding the Dancing Sun City. Why would they be afraid of a mere great demon? However, they don't seem to think that the 5 great beings would be able to defeat the demon venerable. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he saw this. Chapter 4401. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew that there was a difference in strength between supreme experts. And now, according to the surrounding crowd, the demon sovereign of the Qi Ming Mountain, that omnipotent great demon, was obviously much stronger than the 5 omnipotent great demons of the 5 great clans in the Dancing Sun City. But, even if the 5 supreme experts join forces, they still can't beat it? Seeing the fear in the people around him, Duan Lingtian's face became very serious. How powerful was the supreme expert of the great demon that it was not afraid of the 5 supreme experts joining forces? A woo, roar. 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 Before Duan Lingtian could recover from the shock in his heart, the roars of the demonic beasts entered his ears like thunder. These sounds were getting closer and closer. In addition, he could hear the rumbling of buildings being flattened. The great demon of the Dark Qi Mountain is coming. Run! Run! People around him jumped into the air and fled in all directions. Bang! A loud sound rang out as an ape-type great demon suddenly appeared in the sky above the inn. Its huge body seemed to blot out the sky as it stomped down on the 2 of them. During this process, a terrifying force swept the 2 people and exploded them into a bloody mist. Humans are too weak. After the giant ape stomped the 2 people to death, its huge foot sank into the courtyard at the side of the inn. At the same time, it casually threw out 2 punches. The terrifying fist force wreaked havoc, killing the fleeing figures one after another. Of course, there were also some people who escaped because they were stronger. In the inn, sand and stones were flying everywhere. Everyone was fleeing. However, not long after, some people let out desperate cries. Then, there were loud sounds coming from the surroundings. Obviously, there were other great demons around. This is just an ordinary great demon of the Dark Qi Mountain. Looking at the giant ape in front of him, Duan Lingtian seemed to be calm, but in fact, his heart was in turmoil. Although this giant ape was not as strong as the great demons of the sea that he met when he came to the outer world, it was not far away. Moreover, this was only one of the greater demons that had attacked the Dancing Sun City this time. In the eyes of the giant ape, the humans in front of it were its prey. Any human who saw it would flee in all directions, and it enjoyed the pleasure of an eagle catching a chick. However, a moment later, he discovered that in this huge human courtyard, there was a human standing there motionlessly as if he was possessed. Scared silly by me? The giant ape subconsciously thought so. However, this human gigolo is really an eyesore standing there. The one targeted by the giant ape was none other than Duan Lingtian. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian stood in the same place and did not move at all. The giant ape in front of him was not a threat to him. I can smash such a gigolo human to death with one punch. With that thought in mind, the huge ape casually threw a punch at Duan Lingtian. Immediately, lightning shot out in all directions. The huge ape was proficient in the law of lightning. At the same time, the heavenly anomaly of 1,000 miles of weak light appeared. In the outer world, the heavenly anomaly of 1,000 miles of weak light was equivalent to the heavenly anomaly of 1,000,000 miles of light in the reverse God realm battlefield. Such a level of law was considered good even among upper-level ultimate gods. The giant ape was also a upper ultimate god great demon. In the face of the giant ape's punch, Duan Lingtian did not meet it head-on nor did he dodge. He just waved his hand and the power of the law of space swept out and directly dissolved the force of the giant ape's punch. The entire process was understated. The giant ape's pupils shrank sharply at this moment. This human is so strong. The giant ape's heart trembled and he did not dare to be careless. Blood chi surrounded his body as he used his trump card, the power of blood of his clan. A moment later, blood energy appeared around the giant ape's body and intertwined with the lightning. It looked like blood-colored lightning. Then, the giant ape charged at Duan Lingtian again. This time, he was completely serious. However, in the face of the giant ape's all-out attack, Duan Lingtian waved his hand again and directly sent the giant ape flying. With a loud thud, the giant ape landed in a corner of the inn and crushed a large number of buildings. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian teleported closer. The sword in his hand flashed as he condensed his divine power into a sword. He placed it in front of the giant ape's huge head and pointed it between its eyebrows. "You're no match for me," Duan Lingtian said as he glanced at the giant ape indifferently. Although he easily crushed the giant ape, Duan Lingtian did not intend to kill the giant ape. He did not even intend to let the giant ape see blood. What a joke! This giant ape was only one of the many great demons in the Qiming mountain. If he killed or seriously injured this great demon, he might attract a group of great demons to besiege him. At that time, even if he could fight against all the demons alone, he would become the target of everyone. He might even be targeted by the demon venerable of the Qiming mountain. Once he was targeted by that supreme great demon, he would definitely die. "Human, why don't you kill me?" The giant ape struggled to get up and looked at the pretty boy in front of him blankly. For the first time, it felt that this pretty boy was quite pleasing to the eye. In the face of the giant ape's question, Duan Lingtian ignored it and flew away in a flash. This was because he had already spread out his divine consciousness and found that several great demons were rushing in his direction. It was as if they had sensed the giant ape's danger. This giant ape is popular. No, it's popular. Demonic fate is not bad. In just a short while, there are already other great demons rushing over. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he flew away. After leaving the inn, Duan Lingtian moved like a loach in the middle of the battle between the great demons and humans. Occasionally, some great demons would attack him, but he would easily avoid them. With his strength, as long as the supreme great demon of the Qiming mountain did not attack him personally, he could definitely protect himself in front of the other great demons of the Qiming mountain. That human is very strong. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not know that he had been targeted by several extremely powerful great demons. In the void, there were 3 great demons gathered together. One was a flying great demon, one was a walking great demon, and one was a scaled great demon. At this moment, they were staring at Duan Lingtian. The one who spoke first was the walking great demon of the 3 demons. This walking great demon had a body as large as a mountain. It looked like a tiger or leopard, but its head was like a deer. It also had 3 antlers on its head. If there was a human or great demon familiar with the Qiming mountain here, they would definitely be shocked when they saw these 3 demons. This was because these were the 3 demons of the Qiming mountain, second only to the demon master. They were the best of the best among the superior ultimate gods. Ta Yu, your adopted son was almost killed by him just now. You really can sit still. The flying great demon chuckled as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. Ha! Ta Yu must have noticed that the human did not intend to kill him. Otherwise, how could he sit still? The scaled great demon laughed and said, however, that human strength is indeed very strong. Even we may not be his match if we don't use the supreme divine weapon given by the demon master. Such a strong human. Could he be from the 5 great clans? Not necessarily. If he was from the 5 great clans, he would have already gone to the inner city. Why would he run in the opposite direction? At this moment, the direction Duan Ling Tian was heading in was the opposite direction of the outer city wall. He did not want to stay in this place any longer. He wanted to leave. He did not kill a single demon of the Qi Ming Mountain, so he did not really offend the Qi Ming Mountain. Even if the supreme great demon of the Qi Ming Mountain found out that he wanted to leave, he might not have the time to stop him personally. As for the other demons, he was not afraid at all. Those great demons would not be able to stop him. Just as Duan Ling Tian was getting closer and closer to the city wall and evading many great demons along the way, Qi Ming Demon Master, are you provoking the 5 of us? A loud and heavy voice came from the inner city of Dancing Sun City. The voice was thunderous and filled with anger. In the blink of an eye, the voice spread throughout Dancing Sun City. End of chapter. Chapter 4402. Humph. Before Duan Ling Tian could react, he heard a thunderous snort above his head. Zong Yuanjue, you're getting worse and worse. How can you ask such a stupid question? Today, I, Qi Ming, am not only going to provoke all of you, but I'm going to kill all of you and annihilate the 5 great clans. As soon as the voice left his mouth, Duan Ling Tian, who had just arrived near the city wall, saw beams of light emitting a terrifying aura descending from the sky and surrounding the entire Dancing Sun City like a cage. The walls of the Dancing Sun City were completely surrounded. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat when he saw the light beam that easily vaporized the city wall. At the same time, the world-cleansing divine waters warning rang in his little world. Little Tian, this supreme powerhouse has sealed off the entire city. His energy has shrouded the entire area. Don't act recklessly. If you forcefully attack the light beam, you'll suffer a backlash. If you haven't comprehended the law to the perfection stage, you'll definitely die. Although your sword Dao is strong, it'll only lead to a greater backlash. The world-cleansing divine water's voice was extremely solemn. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian had not completely sealed off the little world in his body. Instead, he would occasionally open a crack so that the world-cleansing divine water could monitor the situation in the outside world. If he had allowed the world-cleansing divine water to monitor the surroundings in advance, he would not have entered the Crimson Devil Ridge. This time, the divine tree of life had expended a lot of energy to help him escape from the little world in the Crimson Devil Ridge. The 5 divine elements had also expended a lot of energy. However, since Duan Ling Tian needed the world-cleansing divine water, the other 4 divine elements were willing to bear the burden as well. For this reason, the other 4 divine elements had expended a lot more energy than the world-cleansing divine water, causing them to fall into a deep sleep again. The world-cleansing divine water, on the other hand, did not need to fall into a deep sleep again. What should I do now? Duan Ling Tian asked. At this moment, his heart could not help but race. He could not help but feel nervous. After all, this was a battle between supreme powerhouses. They could easily destroy an entire city and kill him as well. Don't leave this city by force. The world-cleansing divine water said in a deep voice, for now, it's best for them to mingle with the Qi Ming Mountain's high-level ultimate gods. The Qi Ming Mountain Supreme Expert will take their safety into consideration even if he's fighting the 5 Supreme Experts in Dancing Sun City. Correspondingly, the 5 Supreme Experts of the Dancing Sun City will also consider the safety of their juniors. Although you can also sneak into the 5 great clans. I have a feeling that this person from the Qi Ming Mountain will win this battle. If you sneak into the 5 great clans of the Dancing Sun City, and this man from the Qi Ming Mountain wins, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape death. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but frown. Choice. Another choice. He realized that ever since he arrived in the outer realm, he had been making a choice, and it was a choice between life and death. In fact, with his current strength, he could not be considered weak even in the outer realm. Apart from the supreme experts, it would be difficult to find a peak high-level ultimate god who had comprehended the laws to the perfection stage who could stop him. Sister Water, do you think I should choose to mingle with the Qi Ming Mountain's great demons? Duan Ling Tian asked the world-cleansing divine water. But, Sister Water, I'm human after all. They're demons. Will they be willing to coexist peacefully with me? Why should we coexist peacefully? The world-cleansing divine water said indifferently, you should follow them wherever they gather. If they attack you, all you have to do is defend yourself. Do you think they have the ability to kill you? Moreover, in my opinion, you should follow the giant monkey who attacked you earlier. You spared his life earlier. Based on their character, they won't bite the hand that feeds them. Based on the world-cleansing divine water's words, it was clear that it had recognized the giant monkey. Sister Water, are you that pessimistic about the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City? Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. He kept having the feeling that it was slightly rash to entrust his life to a supreme expert of the Nether Qi Mountain. That's not the case. The world-cleansing divine water said, since the supreme expert of the Qi Ming Mountain dares to come here so openly, it means he's confident. The 5 supreme experts of the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City might have some trump cards up their sleeves as well. The choice I'm giving you is actually the safest choice. Think about it. If you mingle with the people of the 5 great clans and the supreme expert of the Qi Ming Mountain wins, do you think he'll spare a human like you? If you mingle with the supreme experts of the Qi Ming Mountain, even if the supreme expert of the Qi Ming Mountain loses, the supreme experts of the 5 great clans won't kill a human like you. At that time, you can just choose a few supreme experts and kill them. At that time, the people of the 5 great clans might have a good impression of you and might even invite you to join their clans. There are only a handful of higher ultimate gods like you even in the 5 major clans. Duan Ling Tian finally understood the world-cleansing divine water's intentions after listening to its words. At the same time, he realized the world-cleansing divine water had chosen the safest path for him. Whoosh! With that thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed as he began to travel through the Dancing Sun City. At this moment, Dancing Sun City was filled with broken walls. The originally bustling streets were now in ruins along with the collapse of the roadside houses. It felt as though the end of the world had arrived. Moreover, along the way, Duan Ling Tian could see blood everywhere. In some places, the blood seemed to have transformed into a small stream that flowed endlessly through the ruins. Many people were still trying to escape, but they were all killed by the supreme experts. Occasionally, a few of the stronger ones would be besieged by the supreme experts. Although the 5 great clans' businesses were located in the outer city of the Dancing Sun City, the people of the 5 great clans who were in the businesses immediately returned to the inner city when the incident happened in the city. The Dancing Sun City's law enforcement team had also returned to the 5 great clans. They could usually do whatever they wanted in the Dancing Sun City and maintain the law and order of the city because the people they had to deal with were limited in strength. Moreover, they were backed by the 5 great clans. But this time, the ones who had barged into the Dancing Sun City were a group of demonic beasts led by an extremely powerful great demon. They were not something the enforcers could contend against. They even received a message from their clans asking them to return to their clans as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary casualties. As for those who were not from the 5 great clans, they were naturally abandoned. Found it. Soon, Duan Ling Tian found the giant ape who attacked the inn and was defeated by him. At this moment, the giant ape was no longer alone. There were 2 other beasts beside him. One of the beasts was a flying beast. Its body was covered in golden feathers that shone with a sharp luster. The other beast was also a flying beast. Its body was black and looked like a bat. There were dark green lines on its body. Vaguely, one could see blood vessels crisscrossing on them. It looked very horrifying. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian appeared near the giant ape and the other 2 great demons. At this moment, the 3 great demons had joined forces to destroy a towering building. Moreover, they were killing those who were trying to escape. Many people begged for mercy, but it was no use. Corpses were everywhere and whales were everywhere. It's you. Finally, the giant ape noticed Duanling Tian. Its pupils shrank and its huge body seemed to be frightened. It staggered back a few steps. At this moment, the other two great demons had also regained their senses. They no longer continued to chase after the person who had fled. Instead, they shifted their attention to Duanling Tian in unison. What are you going to do? The giant ape looked at Duanling Tian with a gaze filled with fear. Chapter 4403. Although the giant ape did not have any ill feelings towards the human in front of it, since the human had the ability to kill it, he had spared its life. Although humans and demons were different, it did not stop it from remembering the human's kindness of sparing its life. Their tribe had always been straightforward and did not have any tricks up their sleeves. Now that the human had appeared again, the first thought that appeared in its mind was whether the human had changed his mind and came back to kill it. Nothing much. Faced with the giant ape's vigilance, Duanling Tian merely smiled. I just saw that the battle between the ultimate powerhouses is about to begin, so I wanted to find someone to watch and chat with. I've just arrived in Dancing Sun City, and I don't know anyone, so I wanted to find you to watch and chat with. That's all? The giant ape frowned. It was obvious that it did not believe Duanling Tian's words. He still remembered that his foster father had told him that humans were very cunning. Before Duanling Tian could speak, the two flying demons beside him turned their sharp gazes to Duanling Tian. Tameng Sha, you know this human? He's the human who defeated me earlier. The giant ape stared at Duanling Tian as it replied to its companion in a deep voice. So, it's him. When the two flying demons heard this, they looked at Duanling Tian again with a hint of fear. After all, their strength was only on par with the giant ape and Tameng Sha. Human. After a while, the big demon that looked like a bat stared at Duanling Tian. Its eyes shone with wisdom as it said in a deep voice, "We owe you a favor for sparing Tameng Sha earlier. We'll repay you for sparing his life. Now that you're here, I don't think it's as simple as watching the battle between the ultimate powerhouses, right? You want to use this as an excuse to escape, right? If I'm not wrong, you're definitely not from the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City. Also, you chose to look for Tameng Sha again. I'm sure you think that you can stay out of this battle, regardless of whether the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City win or the demon sovereign of Mount Galloping Underworld wins." Although Duanling Tian maintained a calm expression on his face, he could not help but feel waves of shock surging in his heart when the avian great demon finished speaking. When he looked at the other party once more, his gaze was filled with surprise. He had never expected that this bat demon, who looked so unassuming and even a little intimidating, would be so meticulous and see through what he wanted to do with just a few words. What happened? Unlike the bat great demon, the ape Tameng Sha and the other avian great demon looked at the bat great demon with curiosity in their eyes. The bat great demon immediately said, "This human came to find Tameng Sha because he wanted to use the favor he had shown Tameng Sha in order to help Tameng Sha survive the calamity of Dancing Sun City. Of course, he's not sure if the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City or the demon sovereign of Mount Galloping Underworld will win. However, he's here. No matter who wins, he'll most likely be able to escape unscathed." As the bat demon's words hit the nail on the head, both the other bird demon and the giant ape Tameng Sha came to a realization. Humans are indeed cunning. Tameng Sha's gaze turned hostile when he looked at Duanling Tian again. At this moment, Duanling Tian was looking at the bat demon. He could not help but shake his head and sigh. "I really didn't expect you to see through my intentions. I thought great demons were all simple-minded and well-developed. I didn't expect there to be a great demon as intelligent as you." Now, Duanling Tian was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He had no intention of hiding anything. Moreover, there was no point in hiding anything. He might as well be frank and honest. He just wanted to survive. Human. The giant ape Tameng Sha looked at Duanling Tian and said in a deep voice, "I'll cooperate with you in whatever you want to do. However, after this, we'll be even. I, Tameng Sha, no longer owe you anything." Unlike the bat demon that was intelligent, Ta Mengsha was a lot simpler. He spoke in a straightforward manner without any sloppiness. Of course. Duan Lingtian smiled. He had been waiting for Ta Mengsha to say this. After reaching a consensus, Duan Lingtian and the three great demons stayed together. The three great demons did not continue hunting the human cultivators in Dancing Sun City. Instead, they looked up at the sky with Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a 3-meter-tall muscular figure appeared in the sky above Dancing Sun City. His face was as sharp as a knife, and he was extremely resolute. His entire body exuded a masculine aura. This 3-meter-tall muscular man in a gray robe was currently looking in the direction of the inner city. Over there, 5 figures gradually appeared. Behind the 3-meter-tall muscular man, 3 great demons also appeared. They were a flying great demon, a walking great demon, and a scaly great demon. These 3 great demons are the 3 strongest great demons under Demon Honorable Crimson Light. Duan Lingtian did not know much about the Qi Ming Mountain in the past. He had never even heard of it. However, he had clearly heard the discussions and exclamations of the group of people in the inn earlier. Because of that, he had learned some information about the Qi Ming Mountain from those people. He knew that there were 3 great demons under the Qi Ming Mountain's strongest great demon. They were the cream of the crop among the top high-level supreme gods. Each of them had comprehended the law to the small perfection realm. In the outer realm, the power of law would appear and there would be a heaven and earth vision that illuminated 100,000 miles. In the realm battlefield of the god-defying realm, there would be a heaven and earth vision that illuminated 100 million miles. That kind of heaven and earth vision was enough to cover half of the realm battlefield. Qi Ming Demon Honorable, I spared your life back then. I didn't expect you to dare to provoke us. Today, the 5 of us will join forces to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and kill you in Sun Dance City. As soon as the indifferent voice sounded, Duan Lingtian saw the 5 blurry figures in the sky above the inner city of Dancing Sun City began to solidify. Almost as soon as this voice sounded, Duan Lingtian was shocked to find that the 5 of them had disappeared right under his nose. In the next instant, he heard an earth-shattering explosion. Bang! With a loud bang, he did not even have time to see what had happened. A terrifying airwave had already fallen from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it crushed all the buildings in the outer city of Sun Dance City. Only the buildings in the inner city of Sun Dance City were intact because of the protective clan formation of the 5 great clans. Even so, one could still see a resplendent light rising from the direction of the inner city. Then, that light dimmed again. It was obvious that the protective clan formation of the 5 great clans had consumed a lot of energy. Spared my life back then? Venerable Qi Ming's cold voice reverberated in and around Dancing Sun City. Back then, my venerable Qi Ming Mountain had never made things difficult for the 5 of you or your descendants. However, for your own selfish desires, you actually plotted to kill my son. You wanted to extract his heart's blood essence and refine it into a divine pill so that your descendants could be reborn. You didn't kill me back then because you wanted to spare my life or because you couldn't. You know very well in your hearts. Today, not only will I kill you, but I'll also kill the so-called genius disciples behind the 5 of you who used my son's life to be reborn. Then, I'll exterminate the clans behind you and remove the 5 great clans from the outer realm. Qi Ming Demon Honorable's voice became colder as he spoke. When Duan Lingtian heard Qi Ming Demon Honorable's words, his heart trembled. At the same time, he finally knew why Qi Ming Demon Honorable was here. He was here to avenge his son. Back then, the 5 great clans of Sun Dance City had joined forces to plot to kill Qi Ming Demon Honorable's son and extract the essence of his heart in order to cultivate their genius disciples. Not all humans are good people. Not all demons are evil demons. Duan Lingtian's ears rang again. What his master, Feng Qingyang, had said to him in the past. In fact, he had long felt this in his heart. In fact, he had felt this way when he was still in the mundane realm. Chapter 4404. What? The old ancestor did such a thing? He actually took the initiative to provoke this person from the Qi Ming Mountain? Killed his son, extracted his blood essence, and nurtured the next generation of prodigies? So that's how it is. I was wondering why the Qi Ming Mountain and our Dancing Sun City had always stayed out of each other's business. So this is the reason why they suddenly came to kill us. This great demon from the Qi Ming Mountain has been lying low for many years. Now that he has come to kill us, he must be confident. In the inner city of Dancing Sun City, the people from the 5 great clans were shocked when they heard the Qi Ming demon venerate's words. It was not until now that they knew there was such a grudge between the 5 great clans and the Qi Ming Mountain. Most importantly, they did not know about it beforehand. At this moment, most of them could not help but complain. After all, they did not have any vested interests. Now, they had to bear the danger together. When there were benefits to be had, they were not. Now that they had to take the blame for someone who came looking for trouble because of some benefits, how could they be willing? Of course, they knew it was useless no matter how unwilling they were. They had no say in the clans and could only be manipulated by others. At this moment, their hearts were filled with worry. Although the Qi Ming Mountain was a great demon force, they must be confident since they dared to come to their doorstep. Moreover, the demon venerable from the Qi Ming Mountain had declared that he would annihilate the 5 great clans. No matter how they looked at it, it did not seem like he was joking. However, they felt that it was impossible for the demon venerable to defeat the 5 strongest people from the 5 great clans on his own. However, based on the demon venerate's strength, it seemed like victory was in his hands. Qi Ming Demon Venerate, although your strength has improved compared to before, it's still impossible for you to defeat the 5 of us together. I'll give you one more chance. Quickly take your great demon and leave. If you do that, the 5 great clans will let bygones be bygones. An arrogant voice suddenly sounded in the sky. Clearly, this was the voice of one of the 5 supreme powerhouses of the 5 great clans. After the terrifying energy dissipated, the turbulent clouds in the sky also dispersed. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, could see the scene in the sky clearly. A tall figure was standing opposite the 5 people. Among the 5 people, there was an old man, a middle-aged man, a young man, a beautiful woman, and an old woman. Obviously, they were the 5 powerhouses of the 5 clans. At that moment, the person who spoke was the middle-aged man. Unlike the calm and tranquil atmosphere high up in the sky, the dust within the Dancing Sun City had dispersed. Duan Lingtian, who was flying up with the 3 great yaos beside him, looked down and saw that the Dancing Sun City's interior was littered with corpses and broken walls. It was a complete wasteland. At this moment, there were still many survivors, but they were all being hunted down by the greater demons. In the huge outer city, Duan Lingtian was the only human left. No great demons attacked him. This was because the 3 great yaos beside Duan Lingtian were all well-known great yaos in the Chiming Mountain. Perhaps they were not the strongest under the Chiming Demon Venerable, but their backgrounds were the most shocking. Not to mention others, the great ape Ta Meng Sha's adoptive father was one of the 3 strongest great yaos under the Chiming Demon Venerable. In the Chiming Mountain, even the great yaos who were stronger than him did not dare to provoke him easily. Therefore, seeing that the 3 great yaos did not have the intention to attack Duan Lingtian, even if the other great yaos did not understand, they did not intervene to deal with Duan Lingtian. This is a fight between supreme powerhouses? Duan Lingtian looked at the city below his feet, his eyes filled with horror. At this moment, except for the confinement light that enveloped the city, the entire outer city walls of the Dancing Sun City were all knocked down. They were either turned into dust or broken walls. Blood flowed continuously in the outer city. It might be an exaggeration to say that blood flowed like a river, but it was not an exaggeration to say that blood flowed like a stream. If it was not for the supreme demon venerable of the Chiming Mountain's power that enveloped the Dancing Sun City, the destruction just now would not have been limited to this. Moreover, they must have held back just now. Or rather, they tried their best to concentrate their power during the fight. After all, there were not only the people from the 5 great clans below them, but also the demons of the Chiming Mountain. They must have taken the safety of these people and demons into consideration when they fought. They must not have let too much of their power fall. At this moment, Duan Lingtian thought of many things. At the same time, he was further aware of how terrifying the supreme powerhouses were. After all, today was the first time he had seen a fight between supreme powerhouses. Of course, to be honest, he could not say that he had seen a fight between supreme powerhouses. This was because when the 6 supreme powerhouses were fighting just now, the terrifying power swept out in all directions. Although he tried his best to see the situation clearly, he could not see it clearly at all. Or perhaps, even without the interference of the power, his eyesight could not keep up with the speed of their fight. However, Duan Lingtian raised his head and looked at the 6 supreme powerhouses in the sky. Finally, his gaze fell on the chiming demon venerable of the chiming mountain. Although it seemed that the 6 of them were fine now. However, when Duan Lingtian observed carefully, he was shocked to find that the aura of the chiming demon venerable was obviously much more disorderly now. Although the aura of the supreme powerhouses of the 5 great clans was also somewhat disorderly, it was far from that of the chiming demon venerable. Just now, the chiming demon venerable must have been at a disadvantage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Humph. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was the voice of the Bat Great Demon. Do these 5 old fellows really think that the demon venerable came alone? What a joke. As soon as the Bat Great Demon said that, Duan Lingtian's pupils contracted subconsciously. From what the Bat Great Demon said, the chiming demon venerable had helpers. As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, Demon Venerate Qi Ming's voice rang in the air again. That's easy to say. You don't want to continue fighting with me because you are worried that you will be injured in the fight with me. I have to say that although the 5 of you have not improved much over the years, there are still some small improvements after all. As soon as the chiming demon venerable said that, the faces of the 5 supreme powerhouses of the 5 great clans darkened slightly. After the fight just now, it was not difficult for them to realize that their improvement over the years was far inferior to that of the chiming demon venerable. Not to mention a one-on-one fight, even if any 3 of them joined forces, they would probably only be able to fight to a draw with the chiming demon venerable. If the 5 of them joined forces, they might be able to take down the chiming demon venerable, but they would definitely have to pay a huge price. It was certain that everyone would be injured. In fact, 1 or 2 of them might even die. To them, even if they were injured, they would not allow it, let alone die. How would they deal with the next heavenly tribulation if they were injured? Big Brother Frost King, please come out and help me kill these 5 people. Just as the supreme powerhouses of the 5 great clans were looking gloomy, the chiming demon venerable suddenly shook his body and bowed slightly to the sky in front of him. Almost at the next moment. A hearty laughter sounded from the sky. Following that, a frightening cold chi also descended. In the next moment, white snow floated in the sky above the entire dancing sun city. Gusts of cold wind raged, as if this huge city had entered winter. Chapter 4405. White snow covered the sky and cold wind blew. It was as if winter had arrived. Moreover, this bone-piercing coldness was unlike the coldness of an ordinary winter. Even with Duan Lingtian's cultivation base and strength, he still felt the coldness enter his body and penetrate his heart at this moment. The other 3 great monsters beside him had already used their divine power to expel the cold. Clearly, they were under more pressure than Duan Lingtian. Is this a supreme master who specializes in the law of ice? Duan Lingtian used his divine power to expel the cold as he looked up at the sky. As Qi Ming Demon Venerable spoke, the figure of the blue-clothed young man gradually appeared with the white snow and cold wind. This was a young man who was about 1.8 meters tall. His face was handsome and resolute, and his eyebrows were dashing. He was wearing a long blue robe, and his long hair danced in the wind. It was also green in color. He appeared with a hearty laugh, and in the blink of an eye, he was already beside Qi Ming Demon Venerable. Even though he was not as tall as Qi Ming Demon Venerable, his aura was not weak at all. In fact, it felt like he was even stronger. Frost King? At this moment, the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great families in Dancing Sun City who were facing Qi Ming Demon Venerable had already changed their expressions slightly when they heard Qi Ming Demon Venerable call out to the newcomer. At this moment, when they saw the blue-clothed young man standing in front of them, their eyes narrowed almost at the same time. Then, fear appeared on their faces. Frost King? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered slightly. Judging from the reactions of the 5 supreme masters in Dancing Sun City, this person did not seem to be an ordinary person. There was no doubt that he was a supreme master. Perhaps he was even more powerful than Qi Ming Demon Venerable. Otherwise, why would Qi Ming Demon Venerable be so polite just now? Moreover, when Qi Ming Demon Venerable asked the other party to come out, his expression and actions were clearly very humble. The only person who could make him behave like this was a supreme master who was not weaker than him. Your Excellency, austere king. The old woman of the Dancing Sun City looked at the frigid king and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. We, the 5 great clans of the Dancing Sun City, and even the 5 of us, have no grudges with you in the past. You wouldn't help Qi Ming attack us, would you? Han Wang. She had never expected that Demon Venerable Qi Ming would invite this person over. Even though this person was only a rogue cultivator, his strength was stronger than Qi Ming's martial highness. Although she had long heard that the other party had been living in seclusion for the past few years, and she had once wanted to get close to him, she had never imagined that their first meeting would be under such circumstances. Your Excellency, austere king. Another old man among the 5 most powerful masters of the Dancing Sun City slightly bowed to the Icy King. Today, as long as you don't interfere with the matter between us and the Qi Ming Mountain, our 5 families are willing to give you a generous gift that will satisfy you, Your Excellency. Just a moment ago, he had already communicated with the other 4 people by his side. If the Icy King was willing to back down, their 5 families were willing to give him a generous gift. Otherwise, if the Icy King's strength was as terrifying as the rumors said, even if he couldn't kill all of them by joining forces with Qi Ming, he was still confident that he could kill 1 or 2, or even 2 or 3 of them. Moreover, once the Icy King and Qi Ming joined forces, the 5 great clans of the Dancing Sun City would definitely be destroyed. Even if some of them could survive, they would only be able to survive by running away. Is that so? Hearing the old man's words, the Icy King took a step forward with a gentle smile on his face. He didn't look like a supreme master who brought cold winter to the Dancing Sun City at all. Instead, he looked like a gentle and refined person. Of course. Seeing the Icy King step forward with a smile on his face, the 5 powerful masters of the 5 great clans were stunned at first, but in the next moment, they all revealed brilliant smiles. The Icy King was tempted. This was a good thing. Your Excellency, as long as you agree today, our 5 great clans are willing to open our treasure vaults and even our storage rings, and let you take whatever you want. Yes, Your Excellency, our 5 great clans are very sincere. The 5 supreme masters all expressed their views. The Icy King laughed out loud. Then, his figure flashed and directly flew towards the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans. At the same time, he laughed heartily and said, Qi Ming, the benefits they offered have moved my heart. I'm sorry. In the blink of an eye, the Icy King was already not far away from the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans. And the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans naturally wouldn't be so stupid to approach the Icy King without any precautions. Although the Icy King took the initiative to show goodwill, they still maintained their vigilance. Because everything was going too smoothly. It was so smooth that they found it unbelievable. Icy King, Qi Ming's expression changed greatly. Then, his eyes turned cold as he stared at the Icy King with a gloomy expression. Don't forget, you also took my things. As his voice fell, he looked at the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans. The 5 of you, don't tell me you really believe that the Icy King is willing to help you at the last minute? Now, if he can break his promise to me, he can also break his promise to you. The current Qi Ming was rather flustered and exasperated. Roar, a woo. At the same time, seeing that their demon venerable was so angry, the group of great demons from Qi Ming Mountain were also enraged. Even the three great demons beside Duan Ling Tian had faces full of anger. Their eyes were cold. If looks could kill, then the Icy King would have been killed countless times by them. Only Duan Ling Tian was stunned by the scene in front of him. A Supreme Master seemed to be no different from an ordinary person. At this moment, the lofty and glorious image that the Supreme Master had built in the depths of his heart publicly collapsed. Of course, at this moment, he still felt that something was wrong. If the Icy King was really someone who would change sides so easily, why would the demon Venerable Qi Ming take the risk to invite him here? Now, if the Icy King really stood on the side of the 5 great clans of the Dancing Sun City and joined forces with the 5 Supreme Masters of the 5 great clans, it would be impossible for the demon Venerable Qi Ming to escape even if he wanted to. Just now, he heard from the giant ape tower, Meng Sha, that this Icy King was a reclusive Supreme Master. His strength was even stronger than Qi Ming's. It was also because of this that Qi Ming had the confidence to attack the Dancing Sun City and point his sword at the 5 Supreme Masters of the Dancing Sun City. When the 5 Supreme Masters of the 5 great clans saw that the demon Venerable Qi Ming was flustered and exasperated, their originally tense faces relaxed a little. But only a little. Even now, they did not dare to completely trust the Icy King. The 5 of you, open up your storage rings and your clan's treasury for me to search. Once I get what I want, I will leave immediately. The Icy King looked at the 5 Supreme Masters of the 5 great clans and said straightforwardly. When the 5 Supreme Masters heard this, 2 of them hesitated, but the other 3 did not hesitate at all. They immediately took out the treasures of their clans from the depths of the inner city of the Dancing Sun City. Although it was called a clan's treasury, it was actually a divine artifact that could store items. Then, they directly opened up their clan's treasury and their storage rings in front of the Icy King, allowing him to search. Your Excellency Icy King, please kindly accept this. The remaining 2 did not hesitate at this time. They waved their hands and took out their clan's treasury, together with their storage rings, and opened it in front of the Icy King. At this moment, the group of people in the 5 great clans, although they were a little unwilling, they knew that there was no other way. The 5 ancestors, as Supreme Masters, would definitely not be the ones to suffer losses. To be able to make them act like this, it must be this Supreme Master who had just arrived that made them feel fear. The clan's treasures. I'm afraid we will lose a lot this time. This time, the price is not small. Many people sighed in their hearts. As for the Icy King, when the 5 Supreme Masters of the 5 great clans opened up their clan's treasury and storage rings, he did not hesitate to extend his divine sense and search for the treasures he wanted. I'll take this. Cold dust grass, not bad, I'll take all of it. And this, high up in the sky, the Icy King was there picking the treasures he wanted, and he did not hold back in the slightest. When Duan Ling Tian saw this scene, even if he had more than enough worries, he could not help but covet it. I don't know when I'll be able to have the strength to make 5 supreme experts allow me to look through their belongings and plunder their treasures. As a bystander, I find it satisfying to watch this kind of thing. How great would it be if I were the person involved? Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart. He did not know what Duan Ling Tian was thinking. Otherwise, the 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City would probably kill him at the first moment. To them, Qi Ming and the Icy King were tyrannical opponents, and it was difficult to defeat or kill them. However, the current Duan Ling Tian was no different from an ant in their eyes. All right. After the Icy King obtained everything he wanted, he did not care about the ugly expressions of the 5 supreme masters and nodded his head in satisfaction. His face was filled with a smile of harvest. The 5 supreme masters of the 5 great clans had never imagined that this Icy King would be so ruthless. He had plundered all the valuable treasures in their clan's treasury and storage rings. If it wasn't for the fact that their respective clans had other hidden treasures, all the treasures of their 5 great clans would have been taken away by the Icy King today. Your Excellency Icy King, since you've obtained everything, can you leave now? Although the young man among the 5 supreme masters spoke politely, his voice was faintly trembling. It was obvious that his emotions were on the verge of losing control. At this moment, the gazes of the other members of the 5 great clans all landed on the Icy King. If the departure of this supreme master could be exchanged for the survival of the clan, it would be worth it to give up some worldly possessions. However, in the next moment, the Icy King's words caused them to be stunned. After being stunned for a moment, they all flew into a rage. Why should I leave? The Icy King's indifferent words drifted through the dancing sun city. Following which, the entire city fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 4406. Why should I leave? As soon as King Han finished speaking, not only were the 5 supreme powerhouses from the 5 great clans silent, but even Duan Ling Tian and the group of great demons from the galloping Nether Mountain were stunned. Did the frigid king want to go back on his words? Qi Ming, do it. In the next instant, King Han's voice sounded again. It was earth-shattering. When everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, heard this, the first thought that appeared in their minds was, how could a powerhouse do such a thing? Obviously, the frigid king was trying to cheat the 5 families of their treasures. Frigid king, how dare you? The 5 supreme experts of the 5 great clans also came to their senses at this time and retreated together. At the same time, they shouted at almost the same time. Their eyes were filled with anger that seemed to be able to burn everything. At this time, they also realized what had happened. They had been tricked by the frigid king. Ha! Frigid king, my acting skills are not bad, right? The 3-meter-tall giant, who was the master of Dark Qi Mountain, Demon Venerate Qi Ming, laughed complacently as a small mountain suddenly appeared in his hand. He then casually tossed it out. Whoosh! The small mountain instantly enlarged in the air and turned into a huge mountain. It covered the sky and blocked the sun. It even blocked the sunlight of the entire dancing sun city. Compared to me, you are still not good enough. The frigid king smiled faintly. Then, he shook his hands. Instantly, waves of cold air raged. In the next moment, a shocking scene appeared. Streaks of terrifying ice swept out from under the dancing sun city, freezing both the inner and outer parts of the city. The outer part of the city had turned into a city of ice, while the inner part of the city was protected by the 5 great clans' clan protecting formation, which had not been broken yet. Whoosh! 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 Numerous icicles and pillars emitting a terrifying aura swept out from beneath the dancing sun city. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in the form of a formation, enveloping all 5 of the strongest experts of the 5 great clans. Ice sealing the 9 heavens. The frigid king spoke again. Although his voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by everyone present. Frigid king, you tricked us. The 5 strongest experts of the 5 clans were startled. They never would have thought that the Frost King would actually send his power into the depths of the dancing sun city without them noticing. Then, it directly exploded. Moreover, the power that swept up formed an array diagram in the void, forming a great ice-sealing array that trapped them within. Ha! Venerate Qi Ming laughed heartily. Today, none of you can escape. In just one battle, I have killed 5 great powerhouses. This will be the greatest glory of my, Qi Ming's life. Qi Ming the demon venerable made his move. Not only did the exquisite hill transform into a towering mountain, but his entire body also swiftly swept towards the 5 supreme experts of the 5 great clans like a ghost. In the next moment, the group of people, including Duan Ling Tian, heard a series of earth-shattering sounds coming from the horizon as a terrifying power wreaked havoc before their eyes. At the same time, a terrifying ice-sealing power spread from the void and descended upon them. Go! Tameng Shah's warning rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian came back to his senses, and only then did he realize that as the terrifying power from the horizon swept down, the group of great demons of the Qi Ming Mountain all rushed out of the dancing sun city. At this moment, the cage-like power that was blocking the great demons of the Qi Ming Mountain outside of the dancing sun city had disappeared. To be more precise, the cage-like power in the outer city had disappeared. The inner city was still there. Obviously, the demon venerable Qi Ming had intentionally let his group of great demons of the Qi Ming Mountain leave the dancing sun city. As for the reason, it was obvious that he was worried that the great demons of the Qi Ming Mountain would be affected by the battle between the 7 strongest experts. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's face lit up with joy. Today, he was finally free. As long as the supreme experts did not interfere, although there were still 3 unfathomably powerful great demons of the Qi Ming Mountain, it was impossible for them to stop him. Duan Lingtian was still very confident in his current strength. However, as he followed Ta Meng Sha out of the city, although Duan Lingtian also noticed the 3 great demons of the Qi Ming Mountain looking at him, the 3 great demons clearly did not have any intention of targeting him. In fact, one of the great demons of the Qi Ming Mountain looked at him with a hint of friendliness. Thank you for showing mercy to my godson. I have already asked the demon venerable for permission. As long as the Qi Ming Mountain does not lose this battle, you can safely leave the Dancing Sun City. A calm voice suddenly sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian glanced at the great demon of the Qi Ming Mountain in the distance and saw it nod at him. Clearly, it was the great demon of the Qi Ming Mountain who had sent him a voice transmission. Duan Lingtian's mood lightened when he heard this. Originally, he had wanted to leave immediately after leaving the city. He did not want the demon venerable of the Qi Ming Mountain to keep him here after the battle between the supreme experts ended. If that really happened, it would be difficult for him to escape even if he wanted to. Now that he heard the great demon of the Qi Ming Mountain's voice transmission, he was completely at ease. At the same time, he thought that there was no need to rush to leave. Although the battle between the supreme experts had caused the sky to shatter and the earth to split, the space to shatter, and the scene in the sky to be turned upside down, as if the mountains and rivers had been turned upside down, and nothing could be seen clearly, even so, Duan Lingtian still wanted to take a few more looks. It would be best if he could get a result. I'm finally out. Duan Lingtian followed Ta Meng Sha and the other great demons out of the Dancing Sun City quickly. At the same time, they arrived at a distance outside the city and watched the battle in the sky above the city from afar. At this moment, even the 3 strongest great demons of the Qi Ming Demon Venerable had come out together. What a terrifying power! Is this the power of the supreme experts? Originally, Duan Lingtian had not noticed the heaven and earth anomaly in the sky when he was in the Dancing Sun City. However, now that he was outside the city, Duan Lingtian finally saw the 7 heaven and earth anomalies spread out because of the 7 supreme experts in the city. At a glance, he could not see the end of the heaven and earth anomaly at all. The 7 heaven and earth anomalies were of different colors. Although they were not the 7 colors of the rainbow, they were as eye-catching as the 7 colors of the rainbow. I can't see clearly at all. Duan Lingtian tried hard to look at the sky above the Dancing Sun City. He could only see faint figures moving in the sky. At the same time, the aftermath of the terrifying power scattered down, further destroying the outer city of the Dancing Sun City, which had been turned into ruins long ago. In the inner city of the Dancing Sun City, Duan Lingtian could see that the protective clan array of the 5 great clans was weakening continuously. It was on the verge of collapse, as if it could collapse at any time. The 5 great clans must be in a mess now, right? We can leave, but they may not. Unless those 5 supreme masters are free to help them find a way to survive. Although Duan Lingtian could not see the situation in the inner city of the Dancing Sun City due to the distance between them, it was not difficult for him to guess the situation in the inner city. Boom! Rumble! Bang! 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 In the sky above the Dancing Sun City, the 7 terrifying powers continued to converge. Every time they converged, the space would collapse, and the aftermath of the terrifying power would wreak havoc everywhere. The mansions of the 5 great clans in the inner city of the Dancing Sun City were in complete chaos at this moment. Let's run. The Patriarch and the others obviously don't have the confidence to escape. The protective clan array is about to be destroyed, and the Patriarch and the others haven't come to our aid yet. It's obvious that they don't have the time to help us. Let's find our own way out. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. In the inner city of the Dancing Sun City, many people from the 5 great clans rushed out of their doors. However, not long after these people left their mansions and left the protective clan array that enveloped their mansions, they were swept into dust by the aftermath of the power descending from the sky. The power of the ultimate powerhouses was too strong. At this moment, if it were not for the protective clan array, the only people who could survive would be the elites among the high-level ultimate gods. Among the people who left the 5 great clans, there were some high-level ultimate gods, but they could not withstand the aftermath of the battle between the 7 ultimate powerhouses. Frost King, you'll die a horrible death. Frost King, you untrustworthy villain. Aren't you afraid of being despised by the people outside the realm, in the sky above the dancing sun city, while the 7 ultimate powerhouses were fighting? 3 of the 5 ultimate powerhouses of the 5 great clans in the city began to curse the Frost King. It looks like the ultimate powerhouses of the 5 great clans of the dancing sun city are at a disadvantage. Duan Tian thought to himself, however, this is to be expected. After all, if it's not for the fact that they're afraid of Frigid King and the Qi Ming Demon Venerable joining forces, why would the supreme powerhouses from the 5 great clans in Dancing Sun City be willing to pay such a high price to allow Frigid King to choose the treasures in their treasure vaults and spatial rings? Boom! Boom boom boom. The terrifying aftermath of the battle quickly engulfed the entire Dancing Sun City, raising a cloud of dust that blocked the vision of Duan Tian and the great demons of the Qi Ming Mountain. After about 100 breaths of time, the commotion in the battlefield seemed to have died down. Shui Zheng. A shrill cry sounded from the sky above the Dancing Sun City. It was filled with unwillingness and fear. Split up and run. Immediately after, another anxious voice sounded. It was filled with panic. If you had run when the Frost King appeared, you might have had a chance to escape. However, you gave the Frost King time to set up the formation, and now you want to leave? You're dreaming. Venerate Qi Ming's hearty laughter was filled with unbridled carefreeness. However, as the Qi Ming Demon Venerable spoke, he coughed lightly twice. It was clear that he had also sustained some injuries and was not as unscathed as he sounded. Seal. The Frost King's indifferent voice sounded. In the next instant, Duan Tian and the great demons of the Qi Ming Mountain could clearly see that the dust in the direction of the Dancing Sun City had been swept away by bursts of frosty air. The trembling space in the sky also calmed down at this moment. Duan Tian and the great demons of the Qi Ming Mountain soon saw that in the sky above the Dancing Sun City, 6 figures had appeared around the trembling spatial rift. There was also a falling figure that shattered with a loud bang, turning into ice shards that fluttered and fell. Chapter 4407. Did an ultimate powerhouse just die? Duan Tian was stunned by the scene in front of him. He only regained his senses after a long while. In the next moment, the giant ape pagoda, Meng Sha, and the other great demons around him started to howl. Their howls were filled with joy and excitement. Lord Demon Venerable is invincible. Lord Demon Venerable is invincible. The group of great demons opened their mouths and roared. They were like the most devout people who were looking up to their emperor. Their Qi Ming Mountain had won the first victory this time. This also meant that the final victory would belong to them. After all, one of the 5 ultimate powerhouses had died in the battle against the Demon Venerable of Qi Ming Mountain and the foreign aid that the Demon Venerable had asked for. How could the remaining 4 be a match for them? Boom! Boom! In the next moment, Duan Tian saw a huge blood-red cloud appear in the sky. It covered the sky and the earth and continued to spread in all directions. When the blood-red cloud had gathered into a blood-red cloud that stretched for tens of thousands of miles, it started to rain heavily. This rain was different from normal rain. It was a blood-red rain. A blood-red rain fell from the sky and dyed the entire land red. The outer city of Dancing Sun City was in ruins. Originally, it was just a blood-red stream. However, this time, it was a blood-red river. Even the inner city of Dancing Sun City was not spared. Tens of thousands of miles of blood-red clouds and blood-red rain usually meant that an ultimate powerhouse had died. Today, the ultimate powerhouse who had died was the ultimate powerhouse of the Shui family, one of the 5 great families of Dancing Sun City, Shui Zheng. Shui Zhang was also the oldest person in the Shui family. He was the real antique of the Shui family. Because of his great strength, he was still alive. And now, he had fallen. Bang! In the ancestral hall of the Shui family, the soul orb that was placed in the middle of the Shui family's ancestral hall exploded. Although the Shui clan members had a bad premonition when they heard the other supreme expert's mournful cry, it was only an ominous premonition. They felt that the Shui clan's ancestor was not so weak as to be unable to withstand a single blow. And now, it was confirmed. The ancestor of the Shui clan, the backbone of the Shui clan, had fallen. Patriarch. Ancestor. Within the Shui family, the Shui family's upper echelons, led by the current head of the Shui family, all had pained expressions on their faces. Even more Shui family members had faces full of fear and panic. The Shui family was finished. Everyone from the Kuei family entered the ancestral shrine. All members of the Yang family entered the ancestral shrine. At this moment, in the sky above the dancing sun city, with the death of the Shui family's strongest warrior, Shui Zhang, the other 4 strongest warriors of the 5 families in the dancing sun city no longer had the will to fight. They all sent voice transmissions back to their families, telling them to go to the ancestral shrine. Their ancestral shrines had entrances that led to the small worlds in their bodies, which could accommodate all the people in their families. However, in the next moment, their expressions changed. As the members of the 4 great clans rushed into their respective ancestral shrines, a terrifying freezing power swept out from within and swept everyone away, turning them into ice sculptures one after another. Only a few powerful upper-level ultimate gods managed to escape. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and the ancestral shrines of the 4 great clans collapsed, shattering many of the ice sculptures. One by one, those who were still alive a moment ago died in an instant. The expressions of the remaining 4 strongest warriors of the 5 great clans in the Dancing Sun City changed. Only now did they realize that the Frost King had not only set up a formation to deal with them, but he had also cut off their escape route. Run! We can't save them. Let's split up and run. I don't believe that the 2 of them can kill the 4 of us. No matter who survives, we must find a way to avenge them in the future. This is an irreconcilable grudge. The remaining 4 strongest warriors of the 5 great clans in the Dancing Sun City hurriedly sent voice transmissions to each other. Frost King, the grudge of the annihilation of our clan is irreconcilable. I'll definitely seek revenge from you in the future. The old woman of the 4 was the first to shout. Then, her body swayed, and a bloody light wreaked havoc around her. In the next moment, she seemed to have disappeared into thin air. You want to run? The Qi Ming demon venerable sneered disdainfully. Then, he punched the void thousands of miles away from the Dancing Sun City, and the old woman who was in a sorry state was knocked out. Because she had forcefully used her blood essence secret technique to break through the Frost King's formation, the old woman was already severely injured. Now that she was even more injured, she did not dare to stay any longer and continued to run away. When the Qi Ming demon venerable saw this, he was about to chase after her when he realized that the other 3 people had also risked their lives to break out of the Frost King's formation. Moreover, they were all fleeing in different directions. The Qi Ming demon venerable and the Frost King looked at each other and chased after 2 of the remaining 3 people, killing them one by one. When the other party forcefully broke out of the formation, he was already severely injured. When he fought with them again, he did not even last 10 moves. Another 2 strongest warriors had fallen. Boom! 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 High up in the sky, the blood clouds that were just about to disperse gathered once more. The blood rain that had just stopped poured down once more, dyeing the ground even darker. Patriarch! Patriarch! In the inner city of the Dancing Sun City, the people from the other 2 clans were also in despair. As for the people from the other 2 clans who had successfully escaped, they were not any better. All of them were in despair. It's over, it's over. Although the patriarchs of the 2 clans had successfully escaped, they did not have the time to save them. It was obvious that they had abandoned them. Of course, they knew that the patriarchs of the 2 clans had no other choice. If they did not abandon them, none of them would be able to survive in the end. I only hope that the patriarch can avenge us in the future. I thought that there might be many ways to die in the future. Maybe I'll be killed by the heavenly tribulation, or I'll be killed by someone outside, or I'll be killed by someone outside. However, I never thought that one day, I would be killed by the strongest warrior. Most of the people from the 5 clans in the inner city of the Dancing Sun City were prepared to die. There were also many people who tried to escape, trying to take advantage of the chaos and escape. However, just as they moved, the voice of the Qi Ming demon venerate had already spread across the sky of the Dancing Sun City. Little guys, I don't want any human to leave the Dancing Sun City alive. As soon as the Qi Ming demon venerate finished speaking, the group of Qi Ming demon venerate who had been guarding around the Dancing Sun City roared and charged into the city. Some of the people from the 5 clans who had just left the city directly faced the group of Qi Ming demon venerate. They had already lost their will to fight. Coupled with the fact that they were outnumbered by the group of Qi Ming demon venerate, none of them had the strength to resist at all. One by one, they were killed by the Qi Ming demon venerate. Tameng Sha, where's that human? At this time, in another place outside the Dancing Sun City, the Bat Qi Ming demon venerate did not see the human beside them. It seems that you don't trust the Qi Ming demon venerate. You think that the Qi Ming demon venerate will let you, Tameng Sha, go. It's good that he's gone. The giant ape Tameng Sha grinned. Otherwise, if the demon venerate really wants to let him go, even though I owe him a favor, I can't help him. Tameng Sha, you should have known when he left, right? The Bat Qi Ming demon venerate looked deeply at Tameng Sha and asked, just now, you took the initiative to invite us to meet your adoptive father. Was it to give him a chance to leave under our watch? Tameng Sha could not help but rub the back of his head when he heard this. He grinned and asked, was it so obvious? You even found out. Forget it. The Bat Qi Ming demon venerate shook his head. Let him go. He obviously isn't from the 5 clans. Even though he's stronger, the demon venerate won't care too much about his departure. Duanling Tian had already teleported out of Dancing Sun City before the other 2 supreme powerhouses from the 5 great clans of Dancing Sun City died. When he left, it was just when the 4 clans of the city had entered their respective ancestral shrines and were killed. At that time, he knew that the remaining 4 supreme experts of the 5 clans of the city would either fight with their lives on the line or flee in different directions. And this also meant that the battle of the Dancing Sun City had come to an end. Once the battle ended, if he did not leave, he would be noticed by others. He might even be noticed by the demon venerate of the chilling Nether Mountain and the supreme expert, Frost King. Even though he had no enmity with them, who knew what supreme experts were thinking? After the lesson from the Crimson Demon of the Crimson Demon Ridge, he only had one thought about supreme experts. He could not afford to offend them, but he could hide. Too strong. Duanling Tian sighed as he fled. That Qi Nether Demon Venerable and Han Wang from Qi Nether Mountain joined forces and easily defeated the joint forces of the 5 supreme powerhouses from Dancing Sun City. Moreover, they even managed to kill one of them. Even though the 5 supreme experts of the Dancing Sun City were careless and allowed Frost King to take the initiative. This is enough to show how terrifying Frost King is. I wonder if that Frost King is a human, a greater demon, or some other life form. The scene he saw today had a great impact on Duanling Tian. This was the first time he had seen a battle between supreme experts. Moreover, it was a battle to the death. In this battle, he had personally witnessed the fall of a supreme powerhouse. As for what happened after that, even though he did not witness the fall of the other ultimate experts, the blood clouds that gathered once again, and the blood rain that had just stopped, were telling him that, this time, there was more than one supreme expert who had died. A supreme expert who stands at the peak can die in just a blink of an eye. There's a huge gap in strength even between supreme experts. I wonder how strong Yunqing Yan is compared to the other paragons. Zhang Xian muttered to himself. Duanling Tian's eyes gleamed coldly when he thought about this. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. Next, I'll head to the city where Wang Yuan's clan is and fulfill his last wish. That way, I'll be able to return the favor of the treasure he gave me before he died. After leaving the Dancing Sun City, Duan Lingtian did not wander aimlessly. He planned to head to the city where Wang Yuan's clan was located. When he was in the Dancing Sun City, he had already found out where Wang Yuan's clan was located. It was not close to the Dancing Sun City. Even with his current strength, it would take him at least 3 months to reach the city if he traveled at full speed without any obstacles. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian had spent a huge sum of money in the Dancing Sun City to exchange for a map that included the city where Wang Yuan's family was located. On the map, the locations of the supreme powerhouses were marked. Even the Crimson Devil Ridge was on the map. Chapter 4408. With the map in hand, Duan Lingtian was confident that his journey would be smoother and safer even though it was further than any other journey he had taken in the outer realm. With his current strength, as long as he was not attacked by a supreme expert or a group of top high-level ultimate gods, he would be able to escape unscathed. Whoosh! After Duan Lingtian left Dancing Sun City for a period of time, he took out a divine flying ship as a means of transportation. In the outer realm, many people usually use divine flying ships as a means of transportation. However, whenever they neared a city, the divine artifact would be put away. That was because in the outer realms, there were some experts who couldn't bear to see someone drive a divine artifact into a city. It was too ostentatious. It was just a divine flying ship, what was there to show off? In the outer realm, divine gems were also a common currency and the most basic cultivation aid. When he was still in the god-defying world, Duan Lingtian had accumulated a huge amount of divine gems. In addition, he had used the divine elixirs he had refined for cultivation, and now he was using the divine condensation spring for cultivation, so divine gems could not be used for cultivation at all. Now, the only use of divine gems in his hands was to trade and to provide power for the divine flying ship. Of course, in the outer realm, not everyone was willing to accept divine gems even if it was a trade. Most of the people bartered for items. Duan Lingtian had experienced this when he was in Dancing Sun City and even earlier when he was in the ruined city. Although divine gems could be used as a currency, both parties had to be willing to accept it. If the other party was not willing, there was nothing one could do. Take the items in Duan Lingtian's possession for example. If they were only ordinary items that he did not care about, he would be willing to sell them to others for divine crystals. However, if it was something of high value and was priceless, he would not sell it no matter how many divine gems others offered. He only wanted to exchange for something that was also priceless but he urgently needed. Because of this, in the outer realm, it was difficult to determine the value of high-value items in terms of divine gems. It was completely dependent on the value and status in the eyes of the person who needed it. For example, if a person urgently needed a treasure and the other party wanted to take advantage of the situation to raise the price, the transaction would often be overpriced. Whoosh! With the divine flying ship as a means of transportation, Duan Lingtian was happy and leisurely. He only needed to order the divine flying ship to turn after flying for a distance. In the outer realm, the divine flying ship could not fly in a straight line all the way to the destination because it would pass by some supreme expert's forces. As for those ultimate powerhouses, they would often treat any life forms that trespassed into their territory as an enemy and deal them a heavy blow. When I was in the god-defying realm, the supreme expert was a legendary existence. Even I only saw the supreme expert before I left the god-defying realm. Lingtian's gems, Lingtian, gems of Lingtian's Lingtian, gemses, Lingtian's S gems. Gems Lingtian's S to gems. Gems to Lingtian, to gems Lingtian, gems. Of course, he knew that the supreme experts who ruled gems of Lingtian's Lingtian were basically natives of the outer realm. There were very few supreme experts from the 10,000 worlds. Apart from those who did not have a sense of responsibility to their home domains and might have the time to rule gems of Lingtian, the supreme experts from the 10,000 worlds basically stayed in their respective domains to guard their homeland. Try, Ahmad 1, Gad 2, even the supreme experts of the 10,000 worlds' 3 great domains, who were recognized as the strongest, basically stayed in their domains and would only occasionally come to the outer realm. Of course, even in the outer realms, the top supreme experts of the three realms were top-notch, heaven-defying existences. Wang Yiyuan's last wish was simple. He wanted his sister to settle down properly. According to him, if his sister were to stay at home without his protection, she would only be a tool for marriage in the future. He hopes that I can help his sister settle down so that his sister can live a carefree life. This was what Wang Yiyuan had entrusted to Duan Lingtian before his death. Now, I'll see what his sister thinks. As long as it's within my power, I'm willing to lend her a hand. Duan Lingtian murmured to himself. With Duan Lingtian's speed, it would only take him 3 months to reach the city where Wang Yiyuan's family was located. However, even with the speed of a divine weapon spaceship, which was comparable to an ordinary upper-level ultimate god, it would still take more than half a year to reach the city. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Along the way, the divine weapon spaceship flew by ostentatiously and attracted many people's attention. Some even blocked the way and robbed them. However, all of the intruders were killed by Duan Lingtian without exception. The strongest among them was an upper-level ultimate god who had just consolidated his cultivation base. In front of Duan Lingtian, he was no different from a lower-level ultimate god. Of course, although he killed many people, he did not gain much because the spatial rings in their hands were self-destructed. Only their divine weapons ended up in Duan Lingtian's hands. There were a few people who removed the ownership of their spatial rings for the sake of survival. However, that little bit of gain was nothing to Duan Lingtian. It was nothing to him. After all, why would those who were really rich in the outer realm go to the extent of robbing people halfway? Sir, judging from the direction you're heading towards Lanshao City. I wonder if you can give us a ride? Suddenly, a voice came from outside the divine weapon spaceship. It was the voice of an old woman. Her voice was old and frail. It was clear that she was injured. Cough cough, a few coughs were heard. Duan Lingtian looked up and saw an old woman with a delicate young woman walking side by side with his divine weapon spaceship. The old woman coughed up blood and looked at his divine weapon spaceship with a hint of hope. The young woman was in a hurry and her eyes were filled with concern and worry. She's right in front. Go after her. It's not easy to wait for this little girl to leave the Ye family. Quickly go after her, capture her, and present her to the chief. A few voices came from behind the divine weapon spaceship. Although Duan Lingtian was not a person who liked to meddle in other people's business, he could not help but stand up when he saw this. Although he did not know what was going on, the people behind seemed to be the kind of people who would kidnap women. He could not turn a deaf ear to them. Granny, they're catching up. Let's keep a distance from this divine weapon spaceship, lest the owner of this divine weapon spaceship is related to us and implicate him. Outside, the heavily injured old woman, who was carrying the flying girl, said anxiously when she heard the voice behind her. Try, mad one, gad two, cough cough, you little girl, you're just too kind. The old woman coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood and then took the young woman away from Duan Lingtian's divine weapon spaceship. Obviously, she wanted to cut ties with Duan Lingtian. However, what they did not expect was that as soon as they moved to leave, the divine weapon spaceship stuck close to them. Then, they saw a purple figure at the top of the divine weapon spaceship. It was a handsome young man in a purple robe. Come in. Duan Lingtian looked at the master and servant in front of him and said lightly. Big brother. The young woman looked grateful. Thank you for your kindness. However, I think it's better if we don't implicate you. This place is not far from Lanshao City. We should be able to reach Lanshao City before they catch up. Once we reach Lanshao City, they won't dare to mess around anymore. The young woman said optimistically, but the old woman with her had a bitter expression on her face. It seemed that her young mistress did not see that she was an arrow at the end of its flight. If not for her lack of confidence, she would not have taken the initiative to ask for help when she saw this spaceship on the way. With her injuries, I'm afraid she won't be able to bring you to Lanshao City before the people behind us catch up with us. Duan Lingtian said lightly. Naturally, he could see that the old woman in front of him was an arrow at the end of its flight. It could even be said that it was not bad that she could hold on until now with such serious injuries. When the young woman heard this, her expression changed drastically. She quickly glanced at the old woman beside her and saw the bitterness on the old woman's face. "All right, you don't have to leave. I'll help you get rid of this tail." Duan Lingtian glanced at the old woman. Then, his body swayed as he left the flying divine weapon and kept the flying divine weapon. At the same time, he stopped in mid-air and turned around to look at the few black dots in the distance that were getting closer and closer. "Young mistress, it seems like this person is more powerful than I thought." The old woman was pleasantly surprised. Since this person dared to say that, it was obvious that he was confident in dealing with the people behind them. At this moment, she also stopped in her tracks with the young woman in tow. At this moment, the few black dots in the distance continued to grow bigger. In just a dozen breaths' time, they had already arrived in front of them and were staring at them covetously. 2 old men and 3 middle-aged men were dressed casually, but their eyes were on Duan Lingtian at this moment. "Who are you? Do you want to help them?" One of the 2 old men had white hair and white brows, but he looked like a middle-aged man. He stared at Duan Lingtian vigilantly and asked in a deep voice. "I'll give you 3 breaths' time to disappear from my sight." Duan Lingtian did not even look at the old man. He just casually glanced at the 5 people in front of him and stood with his hands behind his back, waiting for their response leisurely. "Sir, I'm the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea," the old man said in a deep voice. The Blood Sea was also a large mobile force around Lanshao City. They had been active around Lanshao City for more than 1,000 years. Due to the fact that their leader had the strength of a peak upper ultimate god and did not have a fixed base camp, even if some ultimate powerhouses wanted to encircle and annihilate them, they could not do anything unless the ultimate powerhouses were personally involved. Chapter 4409. You have 2 breaths of time left. Just when the old lady and the young lady thought that this kind-hearted purple-clad young man would back off after hearing that he was from the Blood Sea, the young man's next words were completely out of their expectations. They did not expect the young man to be so aggressive. Were they not afraid of the Blood Sea at all and did not put it in their eyes? Or were they from other places and did not know what the Blood Sea meant? "Left guardian of Dharma, why are you wasting your breath on him? Just kill him." Among the other 4 people, one of the 3 middle-aged men snorted coldly, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian was filled with icy cold killing intent. "Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being merciless." The old man who claimed to be the left guardian of Dharma was furious. Even if the young man was a descendant of an ultimate expert, the Blood Sea was not afraid of him. So what if he was killed? After all, the Blood Sea would have to move away after achieving their goal. By then, even if an ultimate expert wanted to find them, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Boom. 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 The 5 people from the Blood Sea vibrated with divine power and the power of law. The heaven and earth phenomenon also appeared. They were the best among the upper ultimate gods. Even the 3 weaker middle-aged men gave Duan Lingtian a feeling that they were not any weaker than the giant ape great demon that he had encountered in Dancing Sun City. The 2 old men's strength was comparable to the personal demon guard of Crimson Demon Ridge. Is there an ultimate expert behind the Blood Sea they mentioned? Duan Lingtian asked the old woman behind him through voice transmission when he saw the 5 people charging toward him and displaying their strength. When the old lady heard this, she quickly regained her senses and replied instinctively, "The Blood Sea organization doesn't have a supreme powerhouse. However, the leader is a powerhouse who has comprehended the law of death to the perfection stage." Comprehended the law to the perfection stage. Duan Lingtian had encountered many such existences since he came to the outer realm. The first one was Crimson Devil's personal devil guard, Wuxia. Later on, in Dancing Sun City, they saw 3 great demons who had comprehended the laws to the lesser perfection stage. They were the 3 strongest great demons under the Qi Ming demon venerate of Qi Ming Mountain. When they attacked, they also used the power of law of the lesser perfection realm. However, the difference between comprehending an ordinary law to perfection and comprehending one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of death, to perfection was completely different. Because if one wanted to step into the minor perfection of a supreme law, it was more than 10 times more difficult to step into the minor perfection of an ordinary law. And its power was even greater. Even if one had just stepped into the realm of minor perfection, they would still be stronger than those who had been stuck in the realm of minor perfection for many years, or even those who were close to great perfection. If it was an ordinary law that had been comprehended to lesser perfection, then the two old men from the blood sea before him had already comprehended the laws of fire and the laws of metal to that level. It illuminated 100,000 li. Compared to the space and time laws that Duan Lingtian currently possessed, it could be said to be much stronger. Moreover, the divine weapons in their hands were all supreme divine weapons. They don't have any supreme experts behind them, nor are they the leaders of their respective organizations, but they all have supreme divine weapons. 5 people and 2 supreme divine weapons. This Blood Sea organization does have some skills. While Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, his expression was as calm as before. He had asked the old woman if there were any supreme experts in the Blood Sea organization because he wanted to confirm if he should hold back. If there were any supreme experts, holding back and defeating them would be the best choice. He did not want to offend a supreme expert. Now that the other party did not hold back at all and went for the kill as soon as they attacked, he no longer had any concerns. If it was before I became a higher ultimate god, even with the help of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, I'm afraid I would only be able to fight them to a draw. Now, although the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements can't help me for the time being, with my cultivation base as a higher ultimate god and the 7 orifices exquisite sword that has transformed into a supreme divine weapon, I'm not any weaker than when I was a medium ultimate god with the help of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements. After leaving the small world in the crimson demon's body, the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements had consumed a lot of energy. Only the world-cleansing divine water was in better condition. If it was not necessary, Duan Lingtian did not intend to borrow their strength. Whoosh! The 7 orifices exquisite sword flew out from Duan Lingtian's hand. Its aura was much sharper than before. Before arriving at Dancing Sun City, Duan Lingtian had traded with the people from the outer realm in the ruined cities mainly for the 7 orifices exquisite sword's transformation. With his current strength, the 7 orifices exquisite sword's grade could not keep up. Therefore, he had traded for many good items to forcefully upgrade the 7 orifices exquisite sword. The consequence of doing so was that the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Huang, could not leave the divine weapon like other supreme divine weapons. Huang, and needed to cultivate in seclusion within the sword for a period of time. She could only leave the 7 orifices exquisite sword after reaching a certain level of cultivation. However, this did not affect the 7 orifices exquisite sword's power. The 7 orifices exquisite sword was now a supreme divine sword through and through. Supreme divine weapon? The 5 people from the Blood Sea were shocked when Duan Lingtian took out his supreme divine sword. However, on second thought, they felt that it was reasonable. After all, Duan Lingtian did not panic when the 5 of them took out 2 supreme divine weapons. However, in the next moment, when they saw Duan Lingtian use the law of space to illuminate thousands of miles, they sneered. How dare you meddle in our business with such strength? At this moment, in their eyes, the purple-robed young man in front of them was already a dead man. Even the old woman behind Duan Lingtian was filled with despair. She had thought that the person in front of her would be strong since he dared to meddle in their business. She did not expect him to be so weak. With such strength, he was definitely not a match for the 5 from the Blood Sea. The expression of the young woman beside the old woman changed when she saw this. Then, she hurriedly shouted in alarm, "Run away quickly. You are not their match." Although she wanted to live, she knew that Duan Lingtian was not going to survive. If Duan Lingtian did not run away, he might become her scapegoat. This was not what she wanted to see. She did not want to implicate the innocent. It's over. The old woman's eyes and face were filled with despair. She was completely disheartened. How dare you stick your neck out with such strength? You are digging your own grave. One of the middle-aged men from the Blood Sea could not help but mock. The 5 of them charged toward Duanling Tian. 5 against 1. They didn't even use their bloodline power or law avatars. Seeing the 5 of them charging forward as if victory was in their hands and did not even use their bloodline power or law avatars, Duanling Tian knew that the 5 of them did not feel the need to use their bloodline power or law avatars to deal with him. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 law avatars flew out of Duanling Tian's body. They were his space law avatars and time law avatars. Even with 2 laws of nature avatars and your true body, your outcome won't change. The old man who claimed to be the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea said indifferently. Then, he slashed out with his saber. Flames burned the sky and swept toward Duanling Tian's time law avatars. In his opinion, his saber could easily destroy the opponent's law avatars. Chapter 44:10. In the eyes of the young woman and the old woman, although the purple-clad young man was strong, he would definitely be defeated or even killed by the 5 powerhouses from the Blood Sea organization. The young woman, in particular, regretted not stopping the old woman from asking the young man for help. Based on the current situation, not only would she and the people around her not be able to escape, but the young man would also be implicated by them. I did try to persuade him to leave, but why did he stay and fight them head-on? The young woman could not understand why the young man in front of her was so stubborn. In her opinion, the young man was facing a crisis. Unless he could summon a supreme expert to help him in a short time, he would definitely die. After all, the young man had not even comprehended the law of profundity to the small perfection stage. Among the 5 people, 2 of them had already comprehended the law of profundity to the small perfection stage. Are you looking down on me? Duanling Tian could not help but sigh inwardly when he saw that the 5 people from the Blood Sea organization did not intend to use their bloodline power or their law clones even though they were about to fight him. Did he, Duanling Tian, look so easy to bully? Since you look down on me, then let's end this quickly. If there's an afterlife, I hope you'll remember not to underestimate anyone. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. After sighing inwardly, Duanling Tian's 2 law clones attacked and displayed their sharp sword principles. His original body took the lead and used the law of space, which was close to the small perfection stage, to merge with his sword principles and directly faced the 3 weaker middle-aged men. The 2 powerful old men were now targeting Duanling Tian's law clones. Whoosh! A sword light seemed to illuminate an area of 10,000 miles. The 7-colored swordlight was dazzling and seemed to make everything around it pale in comparison. The more beautiful something was, the more dangerous it was. The 7-colored swordlight perfectly illustrated this point. No. How is this possible? The 3 middle-aged men who were not weak were elites in the Blood Sea. They were the cream of the crop among the higher ultimate gods. However, when Duanling Tian swung his sword at them, they could not defend themselves at all. In other words, their resistance was futile. Under the sword light of Duanling Tian's true body, the attacks of the 3 were completely shattered. They did not even have time to mobilize their bloodline power or law clones before they were drowned by the sword light. The 3 powerful auras were instantly annihilated. The 2 old men who were currently fighting Duanling Tian's law doppelganger were also shocked after the initial confrontation. This was because they discovered that although it was only a law clone, the sword Dao that it displayed shocked them. Even if it was a one-on-one battle, it would be difficult for them to take down the law clone. The stalemate lasted for a moment, but it was only a slight advantage. However, just as they gained the upper hand, they were even more shocked to find that the other 3 people on their side were killed in the blink of an eye. In one move, he had killed 3 people. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Even if the 2 of them joined forces, they wouldn't have such terrifying strength. The 2 of them looked at each other in the eye and reached a tacit agreement. They quickly retreated and fled, run. At this time, they realized that the purple-clad young man in front of them was an iron plate that they could not kick. His strength was so terrifying that he might not be weaker than the leader of their Blood Sea organization. A peak upper ultimate god. This was definitely a peak upper ultimate god. If an invincible upper ultimate god who had comprehended the laws to the great perfection realm did not appear, no one below the supreme realm could take him down. Trying to escape. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly in the face of the two old men who had decided to escape and executed it in an instant. He did not seem surprised at all. Then, his true body teleported and stopped one of them. Meanwhile, the two nomological law clones, the nomological law of space and the nomological law of time, blocked the other person's path. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the two old men who had not exerted their full strength were surrounded by blood chi. It was obvious that they had activated their bloodline power and did not dare to be as careless as before. However, even though they had activated their bloodline power, they did not have any intention to fight. Your Excellency, we admit defeat this time. The old man who was stopped by Duan Lingtian's true body said gloomily, just now, I've already sent a message to our leader. If you kill us, you'll become an enemy of the Blood Sea organization. Our leader won't let you go. He then added, our chief is close to being an invincible higher supreme god. An invincible upper ultimate god. In the past, Duan Lingtian did not have any concept of this. However, after coming to the outer realm, he had heard of an invincible upper ultimate god more than once. He knew that they stood at the top of the upper ultimate gods and were almost invincible unless an supreme realm expert appeared. An invincible upper ultimate god was either an expert who had comprehended the laws to the great perfection realm or someone who had comprehended the laws to the great perfection realm and had mastered other amazing techniques. An invincible upper ultimate god? Duan Lingtian did not mind the old man's words at all. With his current strength, only an invincible higher ultimate god would be able to threaten his life apart from a supreme powerhouse. As for an invincible upper ultimate god, perhaps there were many who were stronger than him. However, even if they were stronger than him, he was confident that he would be able to escape unscathed without being entangled with them. Even if it was an invincible upper ultimate god, as long as his opponent was not an invincible upper ultimate god who had comprehended the laws of space or time to the great perfection realm, it would not be easy to kill him with his mastery of the laws of time and time. Moreover, the leader of the Blood Sea organization was only an invincible upper ultimate god. If he comes, I don't mind sparring with him. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he did not stop attacking the old man even though he was injured. Although the old man was only one person, his strength was much stronger than the previous three people. Moreover, the previous three people did not use their bloodline power or law clones at all. However, the old man in front of him had activated his bloodline power and his strength had increased even more. Therefore, Duan Lingtian only managed to kill the old man after nearly 10 moves even though he did not have enough fighting spirit to do so. At the same time, the other old man from the Blood Sea organization, who had previously said that he was the left guardian of Dharma, was entangled by Duan Lingtian's two law clones. He wanted to escape but could not. He wanted to defeat Duan Lingtian's law clones but was unable to do so. If it was only a law clone, he was confident that he could defeat it given enough time. However, the two law clones joined forces with the extremely powerful sword principal and were evenly matched with him. It's over. When the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea organization saw the other old man being killed by Duan Lingtian, despair appeared in his eyes. The old man's strength was on par with his. He was the right guardian of the Blood Sea organization. Even if I die, I won't let you off easily. In the next moment, the old man who had suppressed the despair in his eyes suddenly shot out a vicious light. At the same time, an extremely terrifying force began to rise from his body like a primordial beast that had been dormant for a long time suddenly erupted. Chapter 44:11. In fact, it was no longer easy for an ultimate god to self-destruct the small world in one's body. Although it was still possible to do so, the price to pay was correspondingly higher. At the ultimate god realm, one's spirit and body had already become one. Once the small world in one's body self-destructed, it was equivalent to self-mutilation. Not only would one's body have to endure the pain of being torn apart, but one's soul would also have to endure the pain of having one's soul refined. Once the small world self-destructed, one would die in endless pain and gradually lose consciousness. One could even see one's body falling apart. It was a very cruel way to die. It was also because of this that very few ultimate gods and above would have the courage to make such a choice when they were about to lose their lives in a battle with another. Idiot. Just as the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea chose to self-destruct the small world in an attempt to seriously injure Duan Lingtian and even kill him together with Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian's voice suddenly sounded again. His tone was sarcastic and mocking. Have you forgotten that I'm an expert in the law of space and the law of time? Duan Lingtian's mocking smile was not an act. It was a subconscious sneer after he recovered from the shock. He thought his opponent had really lost his mind. The self-destruction of the small world in one's body required the use of one's own divine energy and the power of law. The speed of the process depended on the strength of the power of law and divine energy. His opponent's power of law was indeed superior to his understanding of the law of space and the law of time. However, it was only one of the 5 elemental laws. The law of space and the law of time were supreme laws that were superior to the 5 elemental laws. The other 2 laws were also extremely strange as they controlled space and time. Although Duan Lingtian's original body could not use both the law of time and the law of space at the same time, his 2 avatars could cooperate with each other. Since his original body was the leader, they could cooperate very well. Duan Lingtian's time and space laws had been comprehended with the help of a Supreme Master's Godhead. It was also because of this that his comprehension of time and space laws was close to perfection. With the 2 of them working together, even if the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea had comprehended the law of 5 elements to the small perfection realm, it would be extremely difficult for him to hurt Duan Lingtian by detonating the small world in his body. Enjoy your choice. After saying that, Duan Lingtian did not dare stay any longer. If he did, even if his 2 nomological clones could still save his original body, they would definitely be destroyed. Once his law doppelganger was destroyed, even with his current strength, it would take him a long time to reform it again. After all, the stronger he was, the stronger his law doppelganger would be. It did not mean that the speed at which he condensed his law doppelganger would increase. Everything depended on his attainments in the path of laws. Whoosh! With a teleport, Duan Lingtian left his original spot and arrived in front of the old woman and the young woman. He raised his hand and a force enveloped the 2 of them. If you don't want to be dragged down by him, don't resist my power. Duan Lingtian's indifferent voice reverberated in the ears of the old woman and the young woman. In an instant, the 2 of them retracted the divine power that they had been accumulating. Originally, their faces had already darkened because they had not expected the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea to be so resolute as to self-detonate the small world in his body. It should be known that not everyone had the courage to do such a thing. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had brought the old woman and the young woman out of the range of the left guardian of Dharma's self-detonation. During this process, the power of the small world in his body had attempted to seal off a large area of the surrounding space. However, Duan Lingtian had forcibly opened a gap and teleported away. During this process, Duan Lingtian's time law doppelganger and space law doppelganger worked together to control the time in the surrounding space and to prevent the space from collapsing. In the end, before the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea could self-detonate, Duan Lingtian's 2 law doppelgangers helped each other and successfully left the range of the other party's self-detonation. Bang! A loud sound reverberated in all directions. The aftermath of the terrifying power spread in all directions. There was not a single place within 1,000 miles that was left unscathed. At the same time, a mournful and unwilling cry resounded in all directions, causing one's hair to stand on end upon hearing it. This was the cry of the left guardian of Dharma of the Blood Sea before he died. In the moment before his death, he had experienced the ultimate torture that felt like a century had passed. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. He was filled with regret. If he had known that he could not kill the purple-clad young man or even hurt him, he would have died a normal death instead of self-detonating. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. The normal death of a high-level ultimate god would not cause too much of a commotion. It was unlike the death of an ultimate god that would cause many strange phenomena. However, if a high-level ultimate god had self-detonated and died, although there would not be any strange phenomena, it would still cause quite a commotion. At least, people within 1,000 miles would be able to hear the commotion. Oh my God! What a huge commotion! Is this the self-detonation of an ultimate god? It feels like the commotion came from a very far place. If an ultimate god had self-detonated, it would be at least a high-level ultimate god, right? I really admire this person's courage. He still has the courage to self-detonate when he has reached the ultimate god realm. I just don't know if he self-detonated and took his opponent down with him. He must have taken his opponent down with him, right? If his opponent did not take him down with them, wouldn't his self-detonation be in vain? The people within 1,000 miles began to pay attention to the commotion coming from afar. Some people who liked to join in the fun even started to search for the source of the commotion. At the same time, a middle-aged man who had just entered 1,000 miles radius suddenly stopped in his tracks with an extremely unpleasant expression on his face. He was a middle-aged man who was about 2 meters tall in a gray robe. Although his robe was loose, it could not hide his bulky body. His eyes were fierce and bloodthirsty, and at this moment, they were shooting out a murderous glare. Behind him were 2 other old men. At this moment, the 2 old men's expressions changed. Leader, this aura. It's the left guardian of Dharma? It's him. The middle-aged man in gray robes' expression darkened. Then, his body swayed and swept toward the source of the commotion like a ghost. His speed was incomparable to before. In fact, the reason why he was so fast was to take care of the 2 people behind him. When the 2 old men saw their leader moving, they quickly followed him. Even if they could not catch up, they still tried their best to follow behind him. Soon, the middle-aged man in gray robe, who was also the leader of the Blood Sea, arrived at the scene of the incident. An area of 1,000 miles around the site of the incident had been razed to the ground. In the center of the area, there was a bottomless pit. It looked extremely frightening. The self-detonation of a top upper-level ultimate god was no joke. Even those who had previously speculated were shocked when they arrived at the scene and saw the scene. Among the upper-level ultimate gods, a self-detonation that can cause such a big commotion. It must be at least an expert who has comprehended the power of law and has reached the perfection realm, right? The strange phenomenon of the power of law spread out just now. It's obvious that there are top upper-level ultimate gods fighting fiercely. Is it here? Looking at the remnant aura at the scene, there is more than one person who died. It seems that his opponent was also killed by his self-detonation. Since he chose to self-detonate, he must be confident. The middle-aged man in gray robe and the 2 old men who followed him heard the whispers and discussions around them. The 2 old men frowned slightly while the one in the middle looked even worse. The leader of the Blood Sea, who was known as an invincible upper-level ultimate god who was close to the perfection realm of the power of law, muttered, "The other 4 people who died are the right guardian, Guluo, and the other 2. He was very clear about the aura of his subordinates. There was no aura of the 6th person who died at the scene. The 5 people who died were all his subordinates. They were the elite experts of the Blood Sea organization. Who is it? After the middle-aged man's face calmed down a little, he showed a strong sense of fear. Even he could only barely escape from the self-detonation of the left guardian of Dharma from the Blood Sea. Since the other party could also escape, it meant that the other party's strength was not inferior to his. How could he not be afraid of such an existence? Although there was nothing the Blood Sea did not dare to do, there was no one they did not dare to rob, even if it was the descendant of a supreme expert. However, in the face of a true expert, they would not be so arrogant as to court death. Even now, he hated the person who killed 5 of his capable subordinates, but he did not have much desire for revenge. He was more afraid of that person. No matter how strong his subordinates were, if they died, they died. He could not rashly offend an expert whose strength was not inferior to his for the sake of his subordinates. First of all, even if he met the other party, he would at most be evenly matched with the other party. It was almost impossible for him to kill the other party. Secondly, if he and the other party could not kill each other, he might be injured, or even seriously injured. This was not a good thing for him. It would be fine if he only suffered light injuries that were easy to recover from, but if he suffered serious injuries that were difficult to recover from, how could he successfully survive the next millennium tribulation? Sir Leader? The two old men standing behind heard the middle-aged man muttering to himself. After looking at each other, they saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. You mean, the self-detonation of the left guardian of Dharma did not kill the other party? At this moment, both of them were shocked. Yes. At this time, the face of the leader of the Blood Sea organization had recovered a lot. Then, he moved and walked in the direction he came from. Obviously, he planned to return to the temporary base of the Blood Sea organization. He didn't plan to kill his 5 capable subordinates. It seems, even Sir Leader is afraid of the other party. The two old men quickly followed their leader and could not help but communicate with each other through voice transmission. Isn't it obvious? If he was not afraid of the other party, Sir Leader would have pursued the other party. Sir Leader is not one to be taken advantage of. Chapter 44:12. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know that the leader of the Blood Sea had arrived not long after. He also did not know that the leader was afraid of his strength and retreated. Of course, even if he did not know, he could roughly guess the result. Since he could kill the 5 experts of the Blood Sea, it was enough to prove his strength. The leader of the Blood Sea was neither an ultimate expert nor an invincible upper-level ultimate god. It was impossible for him to kill him to avenge his subordinates. Moreover, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, the leader of the Blood Sea might not really want to avenge his subordinates. Perhaps, to him, the people under him were just tools. Whoosh! Inside the divine artifact flying ship, Duan Lingtian stood there. Not far in front of him, the young woman and the old woman were thanking Duan Lingtian. Big brother, thank you for saving our lives. I, Yi Qiangwei, will remember what happened today. If you need my help in the future, you can look for me at the Ye family in Yiling City. At this moment, Yi Qiangwei looked at the purple-clad young man in front of her. Her eyes were filled with shock. This was because the elders beside her had told her that the young man in front of her was not old. Although she could not tell his exact age with her strength, she was certain that he was not more than 10,000 years old. Not more than 10,000 years old, then, he was at most 9,000 years old. She, Yi Qiangwei, was only 3,000 years old. In the outer realm, experts were easily tens of thousands of years old or even hundreds of thousands of years old. Especially among the upper-level ultimate gods, it was normal for them to be close to 100,000 years old. If one became an invincible upper-level ultimate god, as long as there were no accidents, it would not be difficult for him to live for more than 100,000 years even if he did not step into the ultimate expert realm. In the outer realm, those who were less than 10,000 years old were considered young. Many places even considered those who were younger than 20,000 years old or even 30,000 years old as young. It's nothing. I just don't like them. You don't have to thank me. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yi Qiangwei and said indifferently, since you're going to Blue Dawn City, I'll give you a ride. When we reach Lan Xiaocheng, we will part ways, and we may never meet again. This time, he'd gone to Blue Dawn City for the sake of helping Wang Yuan, whom he'd met in the small world within the Crimson Devil's body, fulfill his final wish. He had no other wishes, and this was also the first goal he'd set for himself. Then, he would stay in Lanshao City for a while to learn more about the situation in the outer realm. Then, he would leave Lanshao City and go out to explore. Since he had come to the outer realm, he did not plan to stay in the city and cultivate. What he needed was not only cultivation, but also a baptism of blood and fire. His wife, Ker, could not wait for him for too long. In the past, he had been advancing triumphantly, but that didn't mean that he would be able to do so in the future. In the future, he still had to fight for himself. Even becoming an invincible higher ultimate god was not his ultimate goal. His ultimate goal was to become an ultimate god, the strongest among ultimate gods. He wanted to find the Spectre clan member who had merged with Yunqing Yan and force him to release his wife from the soul shackles. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian did not wait for Yi Qiangwei to speak. He took a few steps back and sat cross-legged on the side of the spaceship. Even when Yi Qiangwei asked for his name, he did not say a word. Yi Qiangwei looked disappointed when she saw this. This was the first time in her life that she had been frustrated by someone of the same generation. She had seen many geniuses before. Even those young geniuses who were younger than 10,000 years old and had the strength of a high-level ultimate god had tried to curry favor with her. In fact, there was more than one of them. Granny. Who do you think he is? Yi Qiangwei and the old woman walked to the other side of the spaceship. Yi Qiangwei looked at the old woman with a complicated expression. I've never heard of a young genius who's not even 10,000 years old who has the strength of an invincible higher ultimate god. I don't think he's from the heavenly sand realm. The old woman glanced at the young man who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed and said softly, I've never heard of such a talented young man in the heavenly sand realm. He must be from outside the heavenly sand realm. What a joke. How could someone who was not even 10,000 years old not have a powerful background? There were legends of people who rose from the bottom up in the outer realm, but it was impossible for someone to achieve this. He's not from the heavenly sand realm? Yi Qiangwei's eyes glinted as she muttered, I'm really curious. Which realm is he from? I've never heard of such a genius even in the outer realm. He must be a descendant of a reclusive force that rarely shows himself. Who knows, he might be a descendant of many ultimate gods. Yi Qiangwei's curiosity about Duan Lingtian was apparent. However, this is my first time meeting such a blockhead. I've already introduced myself, but he didn't tell me his name. When I asked him about it, he ignored me. Could it be that his name is so shameful? Yi Qiangwei lowered her voice as she spoke. She was obviously worried that Duan Lingtian would hear her. Young mistress. The old woman was helpless. Earlier, that young master also said that we'll part ways when I arrive at Lanshao City. We'll be strangers from now on. You'd better not provoke him. With the speed of the flying ship, we'll arrive at Lanshao City in no time. She could tell that her young mistress was curious about the young man in purple. As someone who had been through this, she knew that this was a dangerous thing. When a woman was curious about a man, it was often the beginning of her fall. And she wanted to nip all of this in the bud. Don't forget that we're here at Lanshao City for official business. The old woman reminded her. Yi Qiangwei nodded when she heard this, and at the same time, she glanced at the nearby Duan Lingtian with slight unwillingness, and she didn't lower her voice any longer and seemed to raise it intentionally. No matter what, I, Yi Qiangwei, won't easily forget the favor of saving my life. One day, I'll repay the favor of saving my life. Currently, Duan Lingtian didn't seal off his consciousness and hearing, so he clearly heard Yi Qiangwei's words. But even then, he still remained indifferent. He pretended that he did not hear what she said. It did not take long for the flying ship to arrive at Lanshao City. Lanshao City was a vast and magnificent city, and it wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the Dancing Sun City that Duan Lingtian had visited before. The Wang clan that Wang Yuan is from. I wonder what kind of clan they are in Lanshao City. When he was in Dancing Sun City, Duan Lingtian knew that most of the clans in the outer realm controlled the cities. The clans in the cities were also divided into different levels. For example, in Dancing Sun City, the 5 major clans that were overseen by experts were the first-class clans in Dancing Sun City. The second-class clans did not have an expert overseeing them but had a deep foundation. There were many godly venerable experts in the clans, especially clans that were close to being an invincible upper ultimate god. I'll keep the flying ship. I'll take my leave now. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Yi Qiangwei. He did not wait for her to react before he kept the flying ship and flew into Lanshao City. In the blink of an eye, his figure completely disappeared from Yi Qiangwei's sight. At that moment, Yi Qiangwei found it difficult to accept Duan Lingtian's attitude. She was furious. Do I, Yi Qiangwei, make him hate me so much? Why is he in such a hurry to leave me? Humph. Since you're in Lanshao City, it's not difficult for me to find you. We'll meet again. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know that he had unintentionally provoked a petty woman. After entering Lanshao City, he began to inquire about the Wang clan that Wang Yuan was from. The Wang clan used to be one of the strongest clans in Lanshao City. They had an expert overseeing them. However, 100,000 years ago, the Wang clan's expert fell and their status in Lanshao City plummeted. They went from a first-class clan to a second-class clan. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Although the Wang clan has fallen, they're still deeply rooted in Lanshao City. They're one of the strongest clans even among the second-class clans in Lanshao City. Currently, the Wang clan has 3 experts who are close to being an invincible upper ultimate god. They're the 3 founding elders of the Wang clan and also the old antiques of the Wang clan. In just half a day, Duan Lingtian had found out a lot about the Wang clan in Lanshao City at the cost of some immortal crystals. He also found out about Wang Yuan. Only then did he know that Wang Yuan was actually the strongest person among the younger generation in the Wang clan. Come to think of it, if it was not for his outstanding talent and comprehension, why would the Crimson Demon take a fancy to Wang Yuan and imprison him in his little world as one of the candidates for possession? Speaking of which, the prodigy of the Wang clan could be considered to have died at an untimely age. I heard some time ago that he was training outside and died. Wang Yuan was the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Wang clan, and his sister was the most beautiful woman in Lanshao City. The reason why the latter was able to have a smooth life in the Wang clan was mainly because of Wang Yuan, the prodigy that the Wang clan focused on nurturing. Now that Wang Yuan has died, Wang Luoyu has lost her protection. In addition to her beauty, I'm afraid she'll become a marriage tool for the Wang clan. That's right. Wang Yuan and Wang Luoyu are actually only collateral relatives in the Wang family. It was only because Wang Yuan was outstanding enough that he was accepted by one of the main branches of the Wang family. Now that Wang Yuan has died, Wang Luoyu's status as a direct descendant will not be lost. Otherwise, it'll seem like the Wang clan is burning the bridge after crossing the river. However, the Wang clan will definitely use Wang Luoyu's status as a direct descendant to push her out to represent the Wang clan in a marriage alliance to maximize her benefits. When Wang Yuan was still around, some of the higher-ups in the Wang clan already had such thoughts. However, because of Wang Yuan's ruckus, the matter was left unsettled. In the end, no one mentioned pushing Wang Luoyu out for a marriage alliance. After hearing all sorts of news about the Wang siblings, Duan Lingtian finally understood why Wang Yuan had such a dying wish. It was obvious that Wang Yuan knew that it would be fine if he was still alive. However, if he died, his sister would definitely be used by the Wang clan as a marriage tool. I've more or less understood the situation. Now, what I have to do is to get in touch with Wang Luoyu and tell her about Wang Yuan's request. After that, it'll be up to her to decide. As long as she's willing, I'll do my best to find a free and pure land for her without the pressure of a marriage alliance. After walking out of the restaurant, Duan Lingtian headed in the direction of the Wang clan. Chapter 44:13. In Lanshao City, there was a clear distinction between the clans. The first-rate clans were all stationed in the best places in Lanshao City. To the east of Lanshao City was where the 4 first-rate clans of Lanshao City were stationed. Each of the 4 first-rate clans of Lanshao City had an ultimate powerhouse. Therefore, they were the 4 most powerful clans in Lanshao City. Their status in Lanshao City was comparable to the 5 clans with ultimate powerhouses that Duan Lingtian had visited in Dancing Sun City. The 5 great clans had 5 supreme experts overseeing them. They were in the limelight and were extremely powerful. However, after the Battle of Dancing Sun City, the 5 clans of Dancing Sun City were completely crippled. Although not all of the ultimate powerhouses of the 5 clans had died, those who were still alive had escaped from Dancing Sun City. However, they could not bring their clan's foundations with them. In the end, they were destined to be destroyed by the demons of Mount Qiming led by the Qiming demon Venerable. After all, there was an unforgettable feud between them. It would not be so easy to resolve it. Even ultimate powerhouses are not invincible. It's not impossible for them to be killed by others. The Battle of Dancing Sun City made Duan Lingtian witness a shocking scene. Ultimate powerhouses had fallen, and there was a phenomenon in the sky. A rain of blood poured down, and the momentum was vast. It was as if the heavens were crying tears of blood for the ultimate powerhouse's death. Although the Wang clan is only a second-rate clan in Lanshao City, because of its glorious past, it was once a first-rate clan in Lanshao City. Its ultimate powerhouse ancestor had built many connections outside. Even if it did not move its base, the 4 first-rate clans of Lanshao City did not target it and force it to move. After all, if the Wang clan was forced, it might anger the ultimate powerhouses in the outside world who had connections with the ultimate powerhouse ancestor of the Wang clan. The ultimate powerhouse ancestor of the Wang clan did not die by accident. He was taken away by the 10,000-year tribulation. His friend is also a supreme expert. Those who are still alive are undoubtedly existences that are even more powerful than him. Perhaps, none of the ultimate masters of the 4 first-class families in Lanshao City would dare to say that they are stronger than the ultimate masters who had close ties with the Wang family's ancestor in the outside world. Moreover, the Wang family only has a base in the best place in Lanshao City. The most profitable businesses in Lanshao City are all in the hands of the 4 first-rate families. The Wang family can't get involved at all, and they don't dare to. The strong are respected, and the strong are respected. This has always been the case in the outer realm. Although he had not been in Lanshao City for long, Duan Lingtian had inquired about the Wang family's situation clearly. The Wang clan, as a first-rate clan in the former Blue Dawn City, had an incomparably glorious past. When the ancestor of the supreme powerhouses was still alive, it was only others who sought marriage alliances. They never had to take the initiative to find marriage alliances. However, in today's Wang clan, after not having a descendant with the talent to become an ultimate powerhouse for a long time, they once again began to form marriage alliances in order to survive. This was because they knew that as time passed, the ultimate masters that the Wang clan had connections with in the outside world would grow old one by one and be taken away by the 10,000-year heavenly tribulation. At that time, without the protection of external aid, it would be even more difficult for the Wang clan to maintain the status it currently had today. Therefore, they needed to use marriage alliances to seek other protection. In the past, Wang Luoyu, who was recognized as the #1 beauty in Lanshao City, was favored by many direct descendants of the ultimate masters in the outside world. Many of them were direct descendants of the ultimate masters, so many people in the Wang clan had their eyes on Wang Luoyu. However, Wang Luoyu's elder brother, Wang Yuan, had already displayed the potential to become an ultimate master. Therefore, after weighing the two sides, more people chose to support Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan was unwilling to let his sister marry, so they all supported him. Therefore, with Wang Yuan around, Wang Luoyu's situation was actually quite good. Even if Wang Yuan went missing and could not be contacted, no one made things difficult for Wang Luoyu, until some time ago, when Wang Yuan's spirit pearl shattered and the Wang clan confirmed Wang Yuan's death. The matter of Wang Luoyu's marriage alliance was once again brought up by many people. In fact, recently, there were already many powerful families from the outside world that had sent people to propose marriage. Duan Lingtian flew over Lanshao City. Not long after, he arrived outside the inner city where the Wang clan and the 4 first-class clans of Lanshao City were located. Normally, the inner city would not allow unauthorized people to enter. When Duan Lingtian arrived near the inner city where the Wang clan was located, a patrolling member of the Wang clan came forward to stop him. The Wang clan is located in front of you. Please wait. The Wang clan members were an old man and 2 middle-aged men. They were the Wang clan's elder and 2 young men who were in charge of patrolling the inner city. I'm here to visit the Wang clan. Duan Lingtian stood in the void and looked at the 3 people in front of him calmly. At the same time, his aura appeared and shrouded the 3 of them. A strong pressure from his space law and sword principle pressed down on the 3 of them. The expressions of the 2 middle-aged men among the 3 instantly changed, and their faces flushed red. Even the old man's expression changed drastically. If it was not for Duan Lingtian who immediately withdrew his aura, the Wang clan's elder would have most likely sought help from the Wang clan. Even then, his expression was still grave. Sir, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to show off to the Wang clan? Don't misunderstand. A rare smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's calm face. Senior, you have the strength of a high-level ultimate god and you're obviously not an ordinary high-level ultimate god. You must be an elder of the Wang clan, right? My name is Li Feng. I'm an itinerant cultivator from the outside world. When I was passing by Lanshao City, I heard that many young talents from big clans came to propose marriage to the Wang clan. In addition, I heard many people say that Miss Wang Luoyu is the most beautiful woman in the Wang clan. This junior has been wandering the outside world for many years, with no friends or family, with no one to rely on, and I'm already a little tired. If I can meet Miss Wang Luoyu and obtain her favor, this junior is willing to stay in the Wang clan and become a guest elder of the Wang clan. This was the excuse Duan Lingtian had thought of long ago. It was also one of his plans. His plan was to enter the Wang clan as a genius itinerant cultivator, get close to Wang Luoyu, and then find an opportunity to bring Wang Luoyu to the Wang clan. He could not use Wang Yuan's dying wish to ask the Wang clan to give up on the idea of a marriage alliance with Wang Luoyu. After all, the Wang clan would not give face to a dead person like Wang Yuan. The Wang clan valued benefits more than anything else. That was why he planned to sneak into the Wang clan. A young genius who was not even 10,000 years old but had the strength of an unrivaled high-level ultimate god was willing to marry into the Wang clan. To the Wang clan, this was a blessing from their ancestral graves. Why would they refuse? How could the benefits of sending Wang Luoyu out for a marriage alliance compare to this? As for whether I'm qualified, I'm willing to spar with the strongest person in the Wang clan so that the Wang clan can see my strength and my sincerity. Duan Lingtian stared straight at the Wang clan elder and said each word in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Duan Lingtian's words caused the Wang clan elder's expression to change. He could see that the young man in front of him was very strong and far stronger than him. He was also very young and definitely not more than 10,000 years old. However, when he heard that he wanted to spar with the strongest person in the Wang clan, he could not help but be shocked. Although the Wang clan no longer had an ultimate god or an invincible higher-level ultimate god, they still had two ultimate gods who were said to be close to invincible higher-level ultimate gods. These two ultimate gods were also the current pillars of the Wang clan. Their status in the Wang clan was so high that no one in this generation could compare to them. As long as they could reach an agreement, they could change the current Wang clan leader with just one word. Your matter is no longer within the scope of my concern. The old man took a deep breath and sent a message at the same time. Soon, another sagely old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion flew over. Grand Elder. When they saw the newcomer, the elder in charge of patrolling earlier and the other two Wang clan disciples bowed respectfully to him. The newcomer was the current Grand Elder of the Wang clan and also the leader of the Wang clan Elder Council. In the Wang clan, apart from the two supreme elders and the clan leader, his position was the highest. Sir, you wish to spar with the supreme elder of the Wang clan? After the Wang clan's grand elder arrived, the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was extremely unkind, because he felt that the violet-clothed youth before him was too arrogant, actually daring to say that he wanted to spar with their Wang clan supreme elder. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently in response to the grand elder's question. At the same time, he felt a sudden burst of energy from the Grand Elder as soon as he finished speaking. The energy vibrations were extremely terrifying, but to Duan Lingtian, it was like a gentle breeze. The current Duan Lingtian was so strong that even if he was slightly weaker than those existences who were closest to the invincible upper-level ultimate gods, it would not be easy for those existences to defeat him. In front of those existences, he could definitely escape unscathed. The Wang clan had two existences who were close to the invincible upper-level ultimate gods. If they were to fight, he had no confidence of winning. He might even be at a disadvantage after a few moves or even be defeated. After all, it was a spar, not a battle to the death. There was no option of escaping. Even so, he believed that the Wang clan would be able to see his potential. When that time came, the Wang clan would be very satisfied with this live-in son-in-law. Perhaps they could not wait for him to immediately marry Wang Luoyu and become the Wang clan's son-in-law. Whoosh! At this moment, the aura on Duan Lingtian's body shot out as well. In just a blink of an eye, it destroyed the Grand Elder's aura mercilessly. In order to further prove his strength, Duan Lingtian did not hold back at all this time. He directly caused the Grand Elder of the Wang clan to take 3 steps back. At the same time, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This scene caused the other 3 members of the Wang clan to be shocked. It was just a collision of energy. The Grand Elder of the Wang clan was defeated in an instant. Chapter 44:14. Although the Grand Elder of the Wang clan was not close to being an invincible high-level supreme god, he was still an absolute powerhouse among high-level supreme gods. In terms of strength, he could be ranked in the top 10 of the Wang clan. Now, it was just a collision of auras. In the blink of an eye, someone as strong as the Grand Elder of the Wang clan was defeated. So strong. Seeing their first elder suffer a setback, the patrolling elder and the Wang clan members beside him all revealed shocked expressions. Although they already knew that the other party was powerful, due to the large gap between them and the other party, they did not have a deep understanding of the other party's strength. Now, however, they were completely frightened. It turned out that the other party was so strong. Perhaps, the other party was not boasting. Perhaps, he could really compete with the strongest existence of the Wang clan. Grand Elder, I wonder if I, Li Feng, am now qualified to meet the strongest existence of the Wang clan and spar with him? Duan Lingtian looked at the Grand Elder of the Wang clan and asked with a smile. Although it was just a collision of auras, he did not hold back because he knew that he had to be decisive and let the other party acknowledge his strength. Only then would his future path be smooth. As expected. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, the Grand Elder of the Wang clan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Duan Lingtian with a different gaze. There is definitely no young talent like you in the Sky Sand realm. I wonder where you are from? The Sky Sand realm. It was one of the regions in the outer land where Duan Lingtian was now. He had already known this when he was in Dancing Sun City. This included the sea region where he first came from, the Crimson Devil Ridge, the ruined cities that he went to, the Dancing Sun City, and the Lan Shao City that he was currently in. They all belonged to the Heavenly Sand Realm. There were a total of 36 realms in the Outer Land, and the Sky Sand Realm was only one of them. And it was only the Sky Sand Realm, but it was said that the number of supreme experts in the open and in the dark was no less than 100. When Duan Lingtian first found out, he was also shocked. He did not expect that one of the 36 realms in the Outer Realm would have so many supreme powerhouses. However, along the way to Blue Dawn City, some of the supreme experts and forces that he passed by made him realize that it was not strange that there were more than 100 supreme experts in the Sky Sand Realm, both in the open and in the dark. The city of the Dancing Sun, for example, had 5 powerhouses guarding it. Now, in Lanshao City, there were also 4 supreme masters in charge. In these 2 cities, there were a total of 9 supreme experts on the surface. In the Sky Sand territory, there were more than 10 cities like the Blue Dawn City and the Dancing Sun City. Of course, in some cities, there were only 2 or 1 ultimate powerhouse. Even so, the total number of supreme powerhouses in the dozen or so cities amounted to about 50 people. I am not from the Sky Sand Realm. Faced with the Wang family Grand Elder's question, Duan Lingtian said calmly, I came from outside the Sky Sand Realm and wandered here. I heard of the number 1 beauty in the Blue Dawn City, Wang Luoyu, and fell in love with her at first sight. That's why I had the idea of marrying into the Wang family. Of course, even if I marry into the Wang family, I can only guarantee that I will stay in the Wang family for a period of time. At least a few hundred years, at most a few thousand years, or even 10,000 years. However, I may not stay in the Wang family forever. After all, I am used to wandering around the world, and I also want to bring my beautiful wife around the outer land to experience the local customs and culture. At the same time, I want to train myself and seek a breakthrough. However, if anything happens to the Wang family, as long as it is within my power, I will not shirk my duty. After all, my goal is to become a supreme powerhouse. If I stay in the Wang family and work behind closed doors, I may not be able to take that step. Of course, even if I become a supreme powerhouse, as long as I am Wang Luoyu's husband, I am a member of the Wang family. When Duanling Tian reached the end of his sentence, there was a burning look in his eyes. When he heard Duanling Tian's words, the Wang family Grand Elder did not think much of it. In his opinion, such a heaven-defying monster could not stay in the Wang family forever. The other party's interest in their Wang family's Wang Luoyu was probably just a whim. However, compared to a marriage alliance with a supreme powerhouse's young genius, if this young man was really willing to marry into the Wang family, it would undoubtedly be much more beneficial to the Wang family. Even if the young geniuses of the supreme powerhouse's forces were in the direct line of descent, they might not necessarily be able to rise to power in the future. Although their elders were at the peak of their power, they might not be willing to do something difficult for their wives and concubines. A marriage alliance with a supreme powerhouse's young genius was actually more of a matter of reputation. For example, if the Wang family Grand Elder had a marriage alliance with a certain faction, they might not let the matter rest if they touched the Wang family Grand Elder. However, if the young man in front of them really got together with their Wang family's Wang Luoyu, it would definitely be much more beneficial to the Wang family. From young Master Li Feng's words, it's not hard to see that young Master Li Feng is a straightforward person. Although the Wang family Grand Elder had suffered a loss in front of Duanling Tian, he was still all smiles. At the same time, he sent 2 messages to the current Wang family patriarch and his grandfather, one of the 2 Wang family Grand Elders. "You flatter me, Grand Elder." Duanling Tian came back to his senses and smiled. "Young Master Li Feng, please follow me to the Wang family's guest hall. Our Wang family patriarch has already gone there and is awaiting young Master Li Feng's arrival." In the message just now, the Wang family Grand Elder had already informed the Wang family patriarch and his grandfather, one of the 2 Wang family Grand Elders, of the ins and outs of the matter. According to the Wang family patriarch's intentions, if this matter really came to fruition, it would definitely be great for the Wang family. The Wang family Grand Elder had also expressed his willingness to spar with the other party and test his strength. If the young man was really not even 10,000 years old and already had the strength to contend with him, then the Wang family would definitely not let this son-in-law go so easily. They would do their best to keep him here. The Wang family patriarch had even sent a message to the leader of Wang Luoyu's direct line of descent, instructing him to do his job well for Wang Luoyu. If that monstrous young genius was really willing to win over Wang Luoyu, it would be a great opportunity for Wang Luoyu. It would also be a great opportunity for the Wang family. An existence who was not even 10,000 years old but was close to being an invincible higher ultimate god, such a monstrous genius might be able to step into the ultimate realm and become an ultimate expert before the age of 20,000. An ultimate expert who was not even 20,000 years old, even in the outer realm and the history of the 10,000 worlds. Although there were not many of them, there were definitely not many of them. Moreover, each of them had left their names in history. Among them, there was no lack of universe supremacy experts. In the Wang family's estate, in a quiet and elegant courtyard, 2 young women were sitting in front of a stone table and chatting with each other. Both of them had a smile on their faces. If Duanling Tian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that one of the 2 young women was the woman who came to Lanshao City with him not long ago, Yi Xiangwei. Currently, the old woman who came with Yi Xiangwei was also standing at the side of the courtyard. Her gaze swept the surroundings vigilantly from time to time as though she was aware of the movements in the surroundings. "Sister Xiangwei, I'm afraid the next time you want to look for me, it won't be in Lanshao City anymore. Even if you intend to look for me, you might not be able to get what you want." At this moment, the young woman sitting together with Yi Xiangwei suddenly seemed to have thought of something. A helpless expression appeared on her delicate and beautiful face. At the same time, a hint of pain flashed in the depths of her eyes. At this moment, she thought of her brother, Wang Yiyuan. When she thought of how she was often willful and made her brother unhappy in the past, her heart was filled with regret. Unknowingly, tears rolled down her cheeks like pear blossoms. "Sister Luoyu, I'll look for Patriarch Wang later and tell him that I want to invite you to my place as a guest. After that, I'll arrange for you to leave and never return to the Wang family or Lanshao City again," Yi Qiangwei said with a resolute expression. This was also the purpose of her visit this time. "Sister Qiangwei, I appreciate your kindness." Wang Luoyu shook her head lightly. However, if you really do this, it will only drag you down, Sister Luoyu. How is this a burden between us? If you and Brother Yuan didn't risk your life to save me back then, I would have died outside. Now that Brother Yuan is dead, you're my biological sister to me. Don't worry. I've already informed my father about what I'm going to do this time. He also supports me, Yi Qiangwei said. Yi Qiangwei shook her head. When Yi Qiangwei heard this, she shook her head again. Sister Qiangwei, Uncle Yi is at a crucial point in his competition for the position of patriarch of the Ye family. If he offends the Wang family because of this, I'm afraid the people who originally supported him will waver. I don't want to implicate Uncle Yi. Don't worry. Even if I really have a marriage alliance, it's not necessarily a bad thing for me. Even if there are no feelings, we can still cultivate feelings. Although Wang Luoyu said it lightly, her heart was filled with helplessness. If possible, who would be willing to sacrifice themselves for the family's interests? Luoyu. Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside the courtyard. It was a strong old man with a head full of white hair who strode over and arrived outside the courtyard very quickly. Grandpa Ming. Wang Luoyu stood up and walked out of the courtyard accompanied by Yi Qiangwei. She bowed respectfully to the person who came. The person who came was the head of their branch. All these years, he had taken good care of her and her brother. It could be said that he completely treated them as his grandchildren. Miss Yi is also here? When he saw Yi Qiangwei standing beside Wang Luoyu, the old man smiled and greeted her. In the past, the Ye family was nothing in the eyes of the Wang family who had an ultimate expert holding the fort. However, now, the Ye family's strength was no weaker than the Wang family's because the Ye family had 3 existences who were close to being invincible at the supreme god level. One of them was the ancestor of the direct line of descent of the Ye family that Miss Yi was in. Chapter 44:15. Yi Qiangwei was a proud daughter of heaven in the Ye family. Her status in the Ye family was on a completely different level from Wang Luoyu's status in the Wang family. Yi Qiangwei's ancestor was one of the 3 strongest people in the Ye family. She was doted on by that ancestor. Moreover, there were very few female descendants in the Ye family's younger generation. Therefore, she had successfully become the proud daughter of heaven in the Ye family. Due to this, even Wang Ming, who was in charge of one of the Wang family's direct descendants, was very courteous to Yi Qiangwei. Elder Wang Ming. Yi Qiangwei nodded at Wang Ming. She had a good impression of this elder from the Wang family. According to Sister Luoyu, after Wang Yuan's accident, many people began to treat her coldly. However, this elder from the Wang family did not treat her that way. In fact, he had even comforted her a few times. Wang Ming glanced at Wang Luoyu and sighed. Luoyu, the patriarch sent a message to me. He said that there's a young talent who wants to meet you. He said that he's willing to marry into our Wang family for you. Based on the patriarch's words, it seems like he's more willing to let that young talent marry into our Wang family than marry you off. The patriarch sent me here to inform you of this matter. He asked me to wait for news. Once he sends word, I'll bring you to him to meet that young talent. Wang Ming said. A bitter smile appeared on Wang Luoyu's face when she heard Wang Ming's words. Although there was no need for her to marry into another family, what was the difference between this and an additional marriage? She still could not choose a husband for herself. Of course, she had already accepted her fate regarding the marriage, let alone this. Elder Wang Ming. Yi Qiangwei looked at Wang Ming and frowned slightly. I'm here to bring Sister Luoyu to our Ye family as a guest to relax. I hope Elder Wang Ming can delay this matter for her. When Wang Ming heard this, he looked deeply at Yi Qiangwei before he shook his head and said, Miss Yi, the fact that you're so considerate shows that you really want to help this girl. However, I advise you to give up on this idea. If this matter blows up, it won't be a good thing for your father. It might even cause your father to lose the chance to become the head of the Ye family. As an elder of the Ye family, Wang Ming knew quite a lot about them. Currently, the position of the head of the Ye family was being contested by 2 of the most outstanding young men in the prime of their lives. The 2 of them could be said to be evenly matched in every aspect. One of them was Yi Qiangwei's father. However, once Yi Qiangwei did something that infuriated the Wang family, the matter would definitely spread to the Ya family. It might even infuriate the Ya family elders, and they would favor Yi Qiangwei's father's opponent for the position of the head of the family. Hearing this, Yi Qiangwei's expression changed. She gritted her teeth and said, "Then don't go to the Ya family. I'll be responsible for the whole thing." "You're in charge?" Wang Ming shook his head. "Miss Yi, you're too naive. Even if you didn't bring Luoyu to the Ya family, as long as we can confirm that you were the one who took Luoyu away and ruined the Wang family's marriage, the Wang family will still blame you and demand an explanation from the Ya family. Don't tell me you're going to leave the Ya family?" Wang Ming shook his head. He felt that this Miss Yi was too naive. Perhaps she was too worried and confused, so she didn't see the stakes clearly. "As long as Sister Luoyu is fine, so what if I leave the Ya family?" Yi Qiangwei's face turned slightly red as she said in a low voice. "Sister Qiangwei." At this moment, Wang Luoyu opened her mouth. "If you do this, Luoyu won't go with you even if she dies. Moreover, if you leave the Ya family, Uncle Yi will also be implicated at this juncture. Sister Qiangwei, don't interfere in this matter. No matter what the outcome is, no matter what the future holds, it's Luoyu's fate." As Wang Luoyu spoke, she sighed faintly. As for Yi Qiangwei, although she didn't say anything this time, it wasn't difficult to see how great a storm was raging in her heart just by looking at her darkened expression. "Grandpa Ming, go sit down in the courtyard and wait for news from the family head." Wang Luoyu looked at Wang Ming and greeted him with a smile. As for Wang Ming, when he saw how sensible Wang Luoyu was, he sighed in his heart. At the same time, he felt a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, before the news of Wang Yuan's death spread, before everyone's eyes focused on Wang Luoyu, it would have been better if he had sent this girl away. At that time, it would have been easy to send her away. But now, it was difficult. Within the Wang family, a group of higher-ups who prioritized the family's interests were all eyeing Wang Luoyu, this family marriage tool. Luoyu. After Wang Ming entered and sat down, his originally serious face squeezed out a trace of a smile. Compared to a marriage outside, staying within the family is definitely a better choice. I heard from the elder in charge of patrolling today that the young talent is also a talent. Most importantly, he has astonishing strength at such a young age. In terms of natural talent and comprehension, even the most outstanding people in the younger generation of the family are far beyond his reach. Even to the extent that no one in the younger generation of the Sky Sand territory can compare to him. Such a person can make many girls crazy for him, but he only took a fancy to you. Perhaps many years later, you'll be glad that you met him. Wang Luoyu took Wang Ming's words purely as comfort, and didn't take it seriously at all. If he was really such a monstrous existence, why would he take a fancy to her, Wang Luoyu? Although she, Wang Luoyu, was publicly recognized as the #1 beauty in Blue Dawn City was only one of the cities within the Sky Sand territory, not to mention the entire Outer Realm. Even in the Sky Sand territory, there was probably someone who could not compare to her in terms of appearance and temperament. Elder Wang Ming. At this moment, even Yi Qiangwei could not bear to continue watching. She felt that Wang Ming's comfort was too exaggerated. If he is really such a monstrous figure as you said, would he be willing to marry into the Wang family for Luoyu? Based on what you said, he has a high possibility of becoming an omnipotent expert in the future. Would such a person be willing to marry into the Wang family for a woman he has never met and only seen in her portrait? Yi Qiangwei was a disciple of an aristocratic family and had seen much of the world. She knew the pride of those capable young geniuses. It was impossible for them to marry into the Wang family for a woman when they knew that the family was of no help to them. Based on what Wang Ming said, that young talent did not need to rely on the Wang family at all even if he married into the Wang family. Perhaps the Wang family would need to rely on him soon. Would such a person be willing to marry into the Wang family? What a joke. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the situation at Wang Luoyu's side. He was meeting the Wang family's current clan leader in the Wang family's main hall. The current clan leader of the Wang family was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. His face was resolute, and there was a hideous scar on his forehead that looked like an earthworm. In fact, such a scar could be easily removed. However, since the clan leader kept it, there must be a reason for it. Clan leader, this is young Master Li Feng. After the Wang family's grand elder brought Duan Lingtian into the Wang family's main hall, he began to introduce Duan Lingtian to the clan leader. Li Feng greets the clan leader of the Wang family. Although Duan Lingtian knew that the clan leader of the Wang family before him might not be a match for him, since he was here on business, he could not afford to fall out with the clan leader. If he fell out with the clan leader, it would not be beneficial for him to take away Wang Yuan's younger sister, Wang Luoyu. In fact, it might even cause more trouble. Brother Li Feng. Although the person before him looked very young, and the result of his divine consciousness probing showed that he was also very young, the clan leader of the Wang family did not dare to slight the other party because of this. After all, his strength was not much stronger than their Wang family's grand elder. However, their Wang family's grand elder had suffered a great loss at the hands of the other party. Therefore, the clan leader of the Wang family was not only full of smiles at this moment, he even warmly welcomed Duan Lingtian. My name is Wang Kuei, and I'm the current clan leader of the Wang family. If Brother Li Feng can really get together with our Wang family's Luoyu, it would not only be Luoyu's honor, it would also be our Wang family's honor. I've already contacted the Grand Elder regarding Brother Li Feng's request to spar with our Wang family's Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's intention is that he is willing to spar with Brother Li Feng. Also, the Grand Elder's intention is that Brother Li Feng has come from afar, so he can rest in our Wang family for a few days and recover to his peak condition before you spar with him. Wang Kuei said with a smile. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Clan leader Wang, tell the Grand Elder that I can spar now. If he's willing, we can spar now. Seeing that Wang Kuei seemed to be slightly hesitant, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly as he said, after I spar with the Grand Elder, it's time for me to officially meet Miss Luoyu. To me, this spar with the Grand Elder is a demonstration of my strength in front of the Wang family. I want to let the Wang family know that I, Li Feng, am worthy of Miss Luoyu. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Kuei's expression changed slightly before he said with a smile, since Brother Li Feng has said so, I'll send a message to ask the Grand Elder. After a moment, Wang Kuei received a reply. Brother Li Feng, the Grand Elder asked me to bring you to see him. In order not to cause too much of a commotion, your spar with him will be held in one of our Wang family spatial artifacts. Do you have any objections? If you want to spar outside, you'll have to find a secluded place outside the city. Wang Kuei asked with a smile. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I have no objections. If the space in your family's spatial artifact is stable enough, we'll spar there. Chapter 44:16. Sky Sand Territory. Kanglan City. Kanglan City was also a big city in Sky Sand Territory that had an ultimate expert. Its status in Sky Sand Territory was no less than Lanshao City and Dancing Sun City. Of course, everyone knew that Dancing Sun City had been destroyed. It was no longer as prosperous as it used to be. With the destruction of the 5 big clans, order had collapsed, and the rules had been broken. It had become a ruined city. Similar things often happened in the outer realms. A large city might be flourishing one day, but the next day, because of an unforeseen event, it would be completely destroyed and become one of the countless ruined cities in the outer realm. Just like the ruined cities that Duan Lingtian had been to in the past, they often had a prosperous past. However, time was merciless, and in the blink of an eye, the world had changed. Kanglan City had a total of 5 big clans, and each of them had an ultimate expert. The 5 big clans had the best resources in Kanglan City. The other clans below them, including more than 10 second clans, could only rely on them to survive. After all, they were not as strong as them, and there was nothing to complain about when they were suppressed by them. Under such circumstances, the powerhouses of the various second-rate clans were also working hard, wanting to take a step further and step into the realm of the ultimate powerhouses. Once an ultimate expert was born in a second clans, they would be directly ranked as a first clans. However, Kanglan City was not peaceful today. Boom! 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 The sky above Kanglan City was covered with dark clouds. Thunder and lightning intertwined, and it looked like it was going to rain. However, it did not rain for a long time. Suddenly, a strong light appeared in the sky, causing Kanglan City, which was originally dark because of the dark clouds, to experience the change from day to night, and then back to day again. Bang! An earth-shattering sound of thunder came from the sky. The terrifying sound wave even caused the entire Kanglan City to tremble a few times. Then, under the gaze of everyone in Kanglan City who looked up at the sky, a figure rose from a mansion in Kanglan City and arrived in the sky above Kanglan City. Thunder and lightning fell from the sky like a waterfall, drowning the figure. After that, space warped, and even the lightning and dark clouds were swept into it. This scene caused many people to be stunned. What's going on? Looking at the calm sky, a moment ago, it was still raging, but now it was incomparably quiet. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would have been hard to imagine that there would be such a big change. At this moment, a figure appeared in the air above each of the 5 spacious mansions in the inner city of Kanglan City. Then, these 5 figures all gathered together. I really didn't expect that the 6th strongest in our Kanglan City would be that guy from the Meng clan. One of them sighed emotionally. That old fellow is from the same generation as me. Back then, his innate talent and comprehension were not inferior to mine. If it wasn't for the fact that he experienced quite a big calamity later on that delayed his progress, perhaps he would have become an ultimate expert a step ahead of me. I have to say that this guy is pretty lucky. I heard that he was injured during the last millennium tribulation. Although it was only a minor injury, it's a sign of decline for a high-level ultimate god like him. If he can't break through and become an ultimate god, it's only a matter of time before he falls under the heavenly tribulation. Once he breaks through, our Kanglan City will have a 6th ultimate god. The Meng clan will also become the 6th first-rate clan in Kanglan City. Everyone, greet the juniors below. Take out some of the properties that our 5 clans are in charge of and distribute them to the Meng clan. From today onward, the Meng clan will be on equal footing with our 5 major clans. Become an ultimate god. In the air above the mansions of the 5 major first-rate clans in Kanglan City, the 5 ultimate gods gathered together to communicate. Obviously, not only did they recognize the person who had hidden in the clouds earlier and was swept away by the heavenly tribulation, but they could also see that he was about to become an ultimate god. As ultimate gods, they had all experienced a similar experience. They were taken away by the power of heaven and earth, swept into a space, and underwent a baptism to transform their strength and completely become an ultimate god. There was no danger in this process. As long as a person reached this step, they would be able to smoothly become a supreme expert. However, it was extremely difficult to reach this step. One had to meet the requirements of becoming an ultimate god in a certain aspect to receive the recognition of heaven and earth, be baptized by lightning and refined by space, and finally become an ultimate god. Currently, one of the Meng clan's second-rate clans in Kanglan City, who was close to becoming an invincible higher godly venerable, had reached this step and was taken away by the power of heaven and earth. Next, he would be baptized by lightning and refined by space to become an ultimate god. This was just a process. In the eyes of the ultimate gods of the 5 major first-rate clans, when this person from the Meng clan returned, he would be an ultimate god who could be on equal footing with them. Although he had just entered the ultimate realm, they were not necessarily stronger than him, even if some of them had become ultimate gods tens of thousands of years ago. After entering the ultimate realm, it was extremely difficult to advance further. It was precisely because of this that most ultimate gods' strength was on the same level. Even if they were stronger, it could only be because their original bodies were different and their clans were different. Humans, for example, were at a disadvantage in this aspect. Even if a human's body was transformed by the baptism of heaven and earth when they became ultimate gods, the transformation effect was not as good as those of great demons and foreign life forms because their foundation was not as good as those of other life forms. Even so, the strength of a human ultimate god's body was not something that any great demons and foreign life forms who had not become ultimate gods could compare to. In the sky above Kanglan City, a phenomenon descended. In the second-rate Meng clan, a figure flew into the sky and was swept away by the power of heaven and earth. Many people saw this scene. Some people who knew about the phenomenon of an ultimate god breaking through also realized that the Meng clan was about to produce an ultimate god. The Meng clan is going to rise completely this time. The Meng clan has produced an ultimate god. The Meng clan will become the 6th first-rate clan in our Kanglan city. Similar discussions were everywhere in Kanglan city. In the Meng clan mansion, there was already a wave of excited laughter and cheers. The ancestor has become an ultimate god. Our Meng clan has risen. I really didn't expect that our Meng clan would produce an ultimate god one day. This will be the first ultimate god in our Meng clan's history, right? Yes. Although our Meng clan has produced many ultimate gods in the past, the strongest in history was only an existence that was extremely close to being an invincible higher ultimate god. An ultimate god has never appeared before. When the ancestor returns, our Meng clan will become a first-rate clan in Kanglan city. Just now, I received a message from some friends of the 5 first-rate clans. They said that their clans have already gathered to discuss ceding some of their properties to our Meng clan. In my life, to be able to see the Meng clan today, even if I die, I will have no regrets. Everyone in the Meng clan was excited. In a spacious and luxurious courtyard in the Meng clan, a young man's face was filled with excitement, but a hint of gloominess also flashed in his eyes. The Wang clan of Lanshao City completely looked down on me when I came to propose marriage. Isn't it because our Meng clan has never produced an ultimate god and is not strong enough? Now, our Meng clan has produced an ultimate god. Moreover, it's the ancestor of my bloodline. Moreover, it's my direct bloodline. And I'm the only son of the ancestor. He was well aware of how much that old ancestor of his valued him. In the past, he lacked a rare herb because of his cultivation. It was the ancestor who went deep into the tiger's den to retrieve the rare herb for him, allowing his cultivation path to be smooth sailing. That old ancestor completely saw him as the hope of the direct line of descent that was passed down. When the ancestor returns, I'll mention to him that I'm the one who wants to marry the woman from the Wang clan of Lanshao City. Even if the ancestor doesn't personally make an appearance, he'll definitely let the clan do it. At that time, I'd like to see how the Wang clan of Lanshao City, which only produced an ultimate god in the past, has the guts to reject my marriage proposal. In the past, I wanted to take Wang Luoyu as my first wife. But now, she's only fit to be a lowly concubine. The eyes of the Meng clan's younger direct bloodline disciple, Meng Yuzheng, shone brightly. There was a hint of coldness in the depths of his eyes. Regardless of whether it was the death of one of the 5 ultimate gods in Wuxiang City, the annihilation of the 5 great clans, or the birth of another ultimate god in Kanglan City, they were all major events in the Tiansha region. News of these 2 major events reached Lanshao City one after another. In Lanshao City, the news of these 2 incidents spread like wildfire. Even as more and more people in the second-rate Wang family's mansion knew about it, the head of the Wang family and the head elder of the Wang family had already left the Wang family. Of course, strictly speaking, they did not leave the Wang clan. Instead, they entered a spatial artifact that had been passed down in the Wang clan for generations. Within the spatial artifact, a purple-robed youth stood in the air. Currently, the space around him was a vast expanse, and he could not see the end of it. Opposite the purple-robed youth was an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion. He was dressed in a light green robe and looked at Duan Lingtian calmly. No emotions could be seen on his face. You're not even 10,000 years old, but you have such strength. You can be considered a peerless genius. I wonder where you're from, little brother? The green-robed old man was one of the 2 grand elders of the second-grade Wang clan of Wuxiang City. He was also one of the Wang clan's 2 existences who were close to being an invincible high-level supreme god. In his opinion, the young man before him was so peerless that there was no way he was just a lone cultivator. No matter how lucky a lone cultivator was, it would be difficult for him to reach this stage at such a young age. Senior. Duan Lingtian said calmly, if you want to chat with me, let's finish sparring first. How about that? You're rather impatient. The green-robed old man shook his head and smiled disdainfully. Then, his turbid gaze changed and became extremely sharp. If that's the case, then let me see what you're capable of. In the next moment, the old man's aura shot up to the sky. His entire person seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword and swept towards Duan Lingtian.